in order to become the strongest creature on the surface of the earth. I rushed into the rattlesnake nest behind the school and showed off with 300 pounds of snake milk. Even if hundreds of venomous snakes sprayed venom at me, bit my second brother, and drilled into my backyard, I still endured the sour pleasure and squeezed the snake milk dry. Everyone laughed at me for being crazy, but little did they know that soon there would be a blood rain sweeping the world. Anyone who is soaked by the rain will gain the ability to transform into a beast based on their truest emotions. Some people are ambitious and become the rulers of a region after transforming into tigers. Some people are timid and become insignificant after transforming into flower branch rats. And those who haven't been rained on will turn into corpse puppets, completely falling to the bottom of the food chain. In my previous life, although I transformed into a duck and had decent combat power in the early days of the apocalypse, I couldn't evolve by absorbing energy due to only being rained on for 5 minutes. In the end, I was tragically devoured because I couldn't keep up with others. Now I am reborn with memories, and I am determined to devour everything step by step to reach the highest point. The confidence in my words comes from the 300 kilograms of snake milk. In the previous life, after the blood rain, a farmer coincidentally drank all the snake milk in this nest, and eventually evolved into the ultimate form of the python. Not only does it possess the extreme powers of time and space, but it also swallows everything with its abyssal mouth. At this moment, I, who have obtained this opportunity in advance, am lying in the snake nest, quietly waiting for the end to come. With a loud noise coming from the sky, one after another red lightning flashes through the sky, and I tremble with excitement. It's here! It's here! The blood rain that can change the entire social structure is here. With excited shouts, bean-sized red rain pours down. The moment the rain touches my body, I immediately feel a heart-wrenching pain, and at the same time, the evolutionary system of the python race rushes into my mind. Following this inheritance method, I endure the pain and start to control the energy structure in my body to evolve. Gradually, my legs turn into a snake tail, and my whole body starts to grow black scales. After 6 days, a 56-meter-long python with a diameter close to 10 meters is born. I look at my thick and large body with satisfaction. Not bad. Just stepping into the newborn stage. I already have a 2-star combat power. The hard scales can completely withstand bullets and shells. In the early days of the apocalypse, I am definitely an invincible existence. Then I look at the city at the foot of the mountain. Gunshots can be heard from time to time. Just like in the previous life, the authorities are the first to react and suppress the beastified individuals, trying to re-establish order. But it's useless. The trend of the times cannot be changed, even by a country, especially after the second wave of blood rain in 7 days. All humans who have not obtained the beastification ability will turn into corpse puppets. By then, the social order will completely collapse. So before that, I need to find a ghost orchid. It is one of the main materials for evolving into a mature form. I want to be ahead of everyone and enter the mature form in advance. Only then can I firmly stand at the top of the world. So I followed the route in my memory and came to Gancheng. There were few people on the street, and there were traces left by the beastizers everywhere. At this time, a rat larger than a cow passed by in front of me. I decisively used the electric snake tail to entangle her. Spare me, big brother. The rat flashed red and turned into a young woman with watery eyes full of fear. She told me what the situation was in the city. The oppressive feeling of the snake head made her tremble with fear and she didn't even have the courage to resist. She told me everything she knew. After 6 days of fighting, both the official and civilian beastizers suffered heavy losses. Representatives from both sides held talks yesterday and finally agreed that the beastizers cannot show their abilities during the day to disrupt order, and the surviving humans cannot go out at night, otherwise they will bear the consequences. In addition, Gancheng has formed 3 forces, the official, the Bao family, and the Han family. The development trajectory is similar to the previous life, except that this negotiation took place 2 days earlier. What is going on? Thinking of this, I flicked a woman with my tail. Looking at her still charming and snow-white body, I felt a lot of anger. After all, the nature of a snake is lustful. But the next second, a stinky seafood smell came, and I quickly transformed into human form and ran away. Just kidding. Who dares to touch the biochemical mother body? But as soon as I stepped into West Street, I was stopped by a half-beast with a cow body and a human head. There was a woman sitting on its back, and every move was full of charm. Obviously, the beastizer was in the form of a fox. Little brother, this road is blocked. The woman's tone was flirtatious, with a teasing element. After all, the young man in front of her looked as handsome as you in front of the screen, especially his reddish golden eyes, which exuded a seductive charm. Just a glance made her deeply immersed in it. Fortunately, I am a matchmaker, and I can help smooth the way. When I saw this woman for the first time, I thought of 108 names for our children. It's not just because of her beauty, but also because her name is Ning Wanqiu. the fiancée of the third young master of the Bao family. In my previous life, she was the only person who treated me well. I must repay her kindness with great gratitude. Hearing this, Ning Wanqiu lowered her eyelids slightly, licked her lips after drinking the red wine in the glass, and was afraid that her brother's gun would not be sharp enough and he would die on West Street. I didn't care about the mockery and raised an eyebrow to continue, saying that it's not suitable for such a beautiful person like my sister to fight and kill. This remark amused Ning Wanqiu, who covered her mouth and laughed lightly. But the next second, her expression changed, and a pink gas filled the air. At the same time, the half-beast person sitting next to her rushed over directly, and without a word, they started fighting. I like it. As the words fell, I raised my right hand and gently pressed it against the void. The floating gas was instantly dispersed, and the half-orc was also pressed to the ground by a force halfway, with blood constantly flowing out of his body, dyeing the ground red in an instant. Master, please save me, he howled, begging Ning Wanqiu for help. However, at this moment, Ning Wanqiu's face turned pale as paper, and a sense of horror surged in her heart. With every move she made, she suppressed Nyo. This strength is truly formidable. Thinking of this, Ning Wanqiu took a deep breath. Sir, I was just joking with you earlier. Please don't take it seriously. She smiled and nodded. Rest assured, I am a very generous person, especially towards women. After saying that, I instantly flashed behind Ning Wanqiu and knocked her unconscious, holding her soft body. My eyes were full of charm. In the previous life, you took care of me. In this life, let me repay you with all my strength. 30 seconds later, I placed her in a safe place and then came to the rooftop of Tianqing building to overlook the area below. There was an official supply point on the roadside, and the surviving humans were exchanging it with other things. The currency system had not collapsed yet, but the prices of each type of goods were skyrocketing. Even though the authorities tried their best to control it, they still couldn't change it. As I was contemplating, a gust of wind blew over the city, and dark clouds rolled in the sky. This sudden phenomenon shocked everyone on the ground, but I was excited when I saw it. The ghost orchid was finally about to appear, a 3-star spiritual plant, the most precious one in the early days of the apocalypse. The energy it contains is enough to push the beastmen to a higher level. The energy tide surged in the sky, attracting more and more beastmen. Whether they were flying in the sky or running on the ground, they all rushed to West Street. Old Wang, with such a grand momentum, could it be that some kind of treasure is about to emerge? Most likely. I never thought that one day the stories in novels would become reality. Many people sighed. After these days of precipitation, they have been able to accept all kinds of bizarre events. It's coming out. Charge! A cry awakened everyone. I saw a flower with a shape similar to a skull and 12 jet-black petals appearing 10 meters above the ground. The street instantly turned into a zoo, and everyone transformed into beast forms and rushed forward to snatch it. However, a roar instantly silenced the scene. The person who came was the third young master of the Bao family. The Bao family's power in Gon City was immense. After experiencing the turmoil of the beastmen in the past few days, they knew very well that it was better to take their own lives than to compete with him. Otherwise, if it fell into his hands, it would be absolutely unbearable. At this moment, seeing all the beastmen being intimidated, Bao Qingtian's mouth curled up. And this treasure belongs to my Bao family. Who agrees? Who opposes? He looked down at all the beastizers below, full of momentum, showing his domineering spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers. People were very unwilling. But when they saw the group of silver wolves staring at him and the birds and beasts hovering above his head, the resentment in their hearts turned into helplessness. I oppose. The sudden voice stunned everyone. They followed the sound and looked up, only to see a young man standing on the 6-story office building. What a handsome young man. But unfortunately, being handsome cannot be equated with strength. Provoking Bao Qingtian's third young master is destined to end in death. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Bao Qingtian's gaze towards me was full of mockery. You are very courageous. But in this world, the first to die are often brave people like you. I will crush every bone in your body and let you die in pain. Attack him. With his command, hundreds of silver wolves and bird beasts rushed towards me, with a mighty momentum and a murderous aura that soared to the sky. Seeing this, other beastizers quickly retreated, and under their terrified gaze, I transformed into a beast form. A large snake with green, yellow, red, and black colors coiled on the roof, releasing a pressure that instantly scared all the beastizers to their knees. What kind of snake is this? As beastizers, the largest size we can transform into is around 10 meters, but this person is over 50 meters. While they were still in doubt, I swung my snake tail and swept towards the bird beasts that were charging at me. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions continued, and the huge snake body went on a killing spree in the bloodwater. And it didn't end there. I opened my blood-filled mouth and bit the neck of a silver wolf, then sucked hard. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood of this wolf, along with its blood crystals, were all swallowed into my stomach, leaving only a wolfskin slowly falling from the sky. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle. The real culprit, no wonder it can grow so fast. Can it accelerate evolution by eating its own kind? Someone raised a question, but no one answered because I have launched another massacre. The huge snake body slid down from the roof, and every time the snake tail moved, a beastizer would die. In less than 5 minutes, those lackeys were all eaten up. I burped, and the golden eyes looked at the trembling Bao Qingtian. Little brother, you are very brave. Now I give you 2 choices. Either I swallow you now, or I roast you with fire before eating you. Hearing this, Bao Qingtian cursed in his heart, but his face was full of smiles. Friend, I am a member of the Bao family. As long as you give me face, everyone in Gon City will give you face. Is that so? I nodded thoughtfully. Very well, I will take care of your fiancé. Without waiting for his reaction, I opened my mouth wide and swallowed him in one bite. The taste is good, crispy. I licked my lips with lingering pleasure, and then put the ghost flower into the open space and left in the horrified gaze of all the beastizers. Bao Qingtian, the 3rd young master of the Bao family, is dead. This news quickly spread throughout Gon City. At the same time, in the Bao family villa area in Banyu Bay, the patriarch Bao Gang was furious. Investigate. Find the killer who killed my son. I will tear him apart. He was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices, and 2 fangs were exposed from his mouth. At this time, a beautiful young woman walked over. Her eyes were red, and there was an indissoluble sadness in her eyes. This sadness added a touch of tenderness to her. Bao Gang, that snake is so big. It is obviously not weak. Can our family be its opponent? Even if it is big, can it withstand bullets? Don't worry about this. You just leave it to me. Bao Gang impatiently pushed his wife aside and looked at a group of bodyguards. What are you all standing there for? Take action and find that stinky snake and kill it. No need to look. I'm here. A voice came from outside the house, and the next second a huge snake crashed through the iron gate and slithered in. He converted into human form, his strong body clad in a 4-colored energy scale armor. Handsome and evil, Lin Feng's sudden appearance. It took everyone by surprise. No one had expected him to be so bold. After killing the Pao family's 3rd youngest, he still dared to come to the Pao family in a big way. So this was, to exterminate the entire family? A group of orc bodyguards had scornful eyes. Lin Feng didn't care about them. He looked at Pao Gang's wife, Mrs. Pao. Still elegant nah. In the previous life, the Pao family was powerful. Not only did they destroy the Han family, they even drove the officials out of S City and monopolized this acre of land as the king. After Lin Feng was forcibly requisitioned by the Pao family, he became a blood slave whose life was worse than death. Every day, they extracted blood from him. It was only later that the 3 youngest members of the Pao family messed with a young man in B City. It brought about the destruction of the Pao family. Only then was Lin Feng able to escape, but the beast body was completely ruined. There was no more room for progress. Now, having the ability to take revenge, he naturally wouldn't let the Bao family go. Young man, you have a lot of guts. Pao Gang laughed in anger at his emboldened stance. Killing my son, and dare to come to my house. Where did you get the courage? I still want to play with your wife. Lin Feng's eyes were demonic, staring at his wife, Zhao Yaji. This woman was very charming. It wasn't just the body. There was even a different world inside her. Dog guts. Bao Gang's eyes widened in anger. Go, get him for me. A group of orc bodyguards gritted their teeth and struck out. Lin Feng turned around, his red gold pupils streaming with light. The 9 bodyguards suddenly felt that their bodies were being controlled by a force. This force was squeezing their bodies. The next second, they exploded in a scream. Blood and water flew, staining the room red. This scene made Pao Gang's scalp tingle as he watched. He hastily bestialized. A 3-meter-long cobra appeared, hissing and spitting snake letters at Lin Feng. Then it opened its mouth and sprayed a mouthful of venom. This mouthful of snake venom was very strong in its corrosive strength. Some drops fell on the floor and immediately corroded holes in the tiles. It was very powerful. Unfortunately, it was useless to Lin Feng. He waved his right hand and the venom was bounced off by an invisible force. Bao Gang was shocked and opened his mouth to bite at him. As a result, he was pinched by Lin Feng's neck. He pinched it with force and Bao Gang's animalized cobra snapped in 2. He died without resting in peace. After getting Pao Gang killed, Lin Feng raised his eyes to look at the horrified Zhao Yaji. Mrs. Pao, you don't want anything to happen to your other son and daughter either, right? Zhao Yaji's body and mind trembled with fear. What do you want? Wanted. Lin Feng walked over and picked her up. Let go of me. She transformed into a rabbit and tried to bite. But this struggle, on the contrary, fueled Lin Feng's elegance. He blithely ignored Zhao Yaji's bites. carrying her up the stairs. Don't, madam, don't struggle, scram, you beast, don't touch me. Oh, 2 hours later, Lin Feng came downstairs refreshed. He was still clutching a thumping heart in his hand. Not bad for a woman who's expected to evolve into a moon rabbit. A 7-knuckle heart. His eyes were filled with excitement. In his last life, Zhao Yaji received the moon rabbit evolution program. She became the strongest milkmaid in S City. It could be said that the Pao family was able to destroy the Han family and drive away the officials all because of her healing ability. Awesome tight. The 7-knuckle heart is comparable to a 2-star spiritual plant. It was one of the main materials for a beastizer to evolve into a mature body. Even subsequent evolutions couldn't be done without it. This was also the reason why the Linglong rabbit almost became extinct later on. Putting away the 7 orifices Linglong heart, Lin Feng walked out of the villa. He planned to go to the Bao family's eldest young man and second young lady, to carry out the elimination of their roots. Coincidentally, Lin Feng had just stepped out of the door when he collided with this pair of siblings. They came to the door, so Lin Feng definitely had to give face, painfully sending the siblings, taking the airplane to hell. So far, the Pao family, which later dominated the S city and committed crimes, had died out. There is only one left, Pao Qingtian's fiancée Ning Evening Chiu. Lin Feng plans to go to Ning Evening Autumn to catch up. With this, he loved the woman hard to leave S city, go to the mountains to go to Lixia Mountain. I just don't know if she's willing. If she's not willing, then he'll kill her. Although he needs her, not only the body needs, but also her ability. But if Strong Twist couldn't come, he could only destroy. Lest it be cheap for other men. I've played with it, even if I'm tired of it, I won't allow others to get their hands on it. Spring Wind Hotel. In a certain luxury suite. Bastard. That guy was too ruthless. A wave of hatred surged through Ning Evening Chiu's heart. Don't let me meet you again. Otherwise, old me will knife you. At this time, the door to the room was kicked open. Ning Evening Chiu was so shocked that she hastily yanked over the quilt to cover her body. Do you still need to cover it? It's not like I haven't seen it before. A frivolous voice, handsome as a reader's handsome features. Looking at Ning Evening Autumn, she gritted her teeth. You bastard. Go to hell. She was going to knife him. Pink light flowed as she transformed into a white fox. Baring her teeth, she lunged at Lin Feng. Instead, she ended up being strangled by his neck and thrown back to the bed viciously. The next second only felt a shadow pressing in. Ning Evening Chiu was shocked. Don't. 2 hours later, Ning Evening Chiu, who had switched to human form, was lying weakly in Lin Feng's arms. Son of a bitch. She bit her lip and cursed. The indignation in her heart was unbearable. If she hadn't been unable to beat him, she would have definitely gotten this bastard killed. Lin Feng didn't care. Here's a multiple choice question for you. A. Come with me. B. I'll kill you. Ning Evening Chiu laughed in anger. You're not a fucking human. Who's still a pureblood now? Lin Feng asked in a faint voice. All of them are beasts. Since they were beasts, they had to be more ruthless. Ning Evening Chiu was silent. After a long time, she suddenly smiled. I can go with you, but aren't you afraid of offending the Pao family? You know, I'm the Pao family's unmarried daughter-in-law. This matter was known to everyone in S City, but it was not her wish. It was just that the Bao family was powerful. She didn't have the right to refuse, so she had to compromise. She wanted to take this matter and kill someone with a borrowed knife. Whether Lin Feng was killed or he killed the Bao family, it was all a good thing for her. The Bao family. Lin Feng wore a light smile, picked up his phone and tapped on the pushed news, then handed it to her. Sorry, I exterminated your husband's family. Ning Evening Chiu was shocked. Sitting up from his arms, she grabbed the phone and flipped through the news. A few moments later, she looked at the man in front of her with shocked eyes. Just how strong are you? It's not an exaggeration to say this. After the heavenly change, the Bao family was definitely one of the top local forces. This strength came from the fact that half of the group of bodyguards that the Pao family kept were animalized into silver wolves, as well as some of the half-orcs. The fighting strength was ferocious. Even the animalized warriors sent out by the officials were one step weaker than them. But this was only the battle power of the commanders. The truly terrifying one was the third youngest of the Pao family, Pao Qingtian. He was a Fey, mutated with a unique bloodline. So much so that those wolfish bodyguards of the Pao family obeyed him. That's why the Pao family was able to arm wrestle with the officials after the heavenly mutation. But now, this family that was a tiger in S City was actually exterminated. The Pao family that even the officials couldn't do anything about. Killed through by a single person. The whole family dead. The same mutation. What made him so strong in battle? I'm far more powerful than you can imagine. Lin Feng was satisfied with her surprised expression. It made him feel accomplished as a man. But you're lucky. Because you met me, you embraced an opportunity that could lead to heaven in one step. Ning Evening Chill rolled her eyes coquettishly. Was it luck? Or was it pregnancy? Motherfucker. Never seen such a bastard before. Gets a bargain and still sells out. Lin Feng was too lazy to bullshit with her. So you choose A. Or B? Shabi only chose B. Ning Evening Chill bristled. The world was in chaos. Although this guy was a bit of an asshole. But he was strong. Such a thick leg should definitely be firmly wrapped around it. It's better to die than to live. Let's endure the humiliation. Anyway, it's already started. So it doesn't matter if it happens a few more times. Smart woman. An hour later, Lin Feng drove her out of the hotel. The woman was wearing a light purple round neck cheongsam with a pair of black silk. Her curvaceous figure was sitting in the passenger seat, a faint aroma wafting from her body. She pursed her red lips and her watery peach blossom eyes looked at Lin Feng. Where are we going? A city's Mount Lakha. Lin Feng returned. After the second blood rain tomorrow, a spiritual plant would be born on Lakha Mountain. A 2-star earth fire vine. This was what he needed for the next stage of evolution. The conditions for picking the earth fire vine were harsh. It had to be picked by the white fox with its mouth. This was because the white fox's saliva could block the flow of the earth fire vine's medicinal power. Ning Evening Autumn happened to fulfill this condition. Can I ask you something? Lin Feng glanced at her. Want to ask me what species I am? Ning Evening Chill was slightly shocked, but still nodded. Follow me. You'll naturally know later. Stinky brother. She was displeased with this answer. Nay, this asshole was too strong. Even though she was resentful, she didn't dare to show it. But for him, she was really curious. Tight nah. A snake body of more than 50 meters. Why could he be different from normal? And from his mouth, she learned that people who gained the ability to mutate were collectively known as bestializers, as well as orcs. These two new words, besides making her feel new, it also made her realize something at the same time. Lin Feng seemed to know a lot about this heavenly transformation. Interesting little man. Just let sister empty all your secrets. Thinking this in her heart, an intriguing smile spread across the corners of Ning Evening Autumn's lips. A city. As the capital city of the southern border province, there were tens of thousands of troops stationed there. So after the heavenly change, a city once again restored its previous order after a short period of turmoil. Much like in the previous life, the officials forcefully ordered all the bestializers not to use their abilities. Violators were killed on the spot, educated by the truth of guns. The animalized people of a city were very well behaved. When they went out on the streets, they all kept their human forms. Even if there was a conflict on the street, they still didn't dare to switch to their animalized form to fight, because there were military police patrolling everywhere. Walking on the streets of a city, Ning Evening Autumn had a feeling. After the heavenly change, we can still maintain order and keep things unruffled. It's worthy of being the capital city of a province. Do you think it's possible to restore order across the country if the officials step in? Lin Feng smiled meaningfully. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Because after tomorrow, the world will usher in an era of disorder. It's a wild era. The beginning of mankind completely stepping onto the path of evolution. He knew again? Ning Evening Chill's eyelids jumped. If that's the case, what do we rely on to evolve? What about clothing, food, shelter, and transportation in the future? Right now, should we stock up on supplies first? Lin Feng didn't answer her question. In terms of supplies, there wasn't anything to worry about. Because after the turmoil, those orcs that were weak in combat would become laborers. But the world was full of warlords, dividing the 9 states and competing with each other. Let's go. Ning Evening Chill beamed and followed behind him with some dissatisfaction. An hour later, the two of them stepped into the setting sunlight and walked into the Sunset Mountain, the armpit of the Great Mountain. The darkness was heavy. Suddenly, a large frog jumped out. It croaked twice. Then it opened its mouth, and a tongue several meters long licked at Ning Evening Chill. A layer of pink light emerged from the woman's peach blossom eyes. A full moon emerged from her pupils. In the next second, the big frog's pupils were lax. The tongue that was about to lick Ning Evening Chill also came to a screeching halt before it was retracted. The frog croaked and bounced against the boulder on the left. With a bang, blood splattered. It shattered thinly. Charmed, Lin Feng looked at her excitedly. Worthy of being a woman who was expected to evolve into a moon-swallowing skyfox. This had only just activated the animalization ability and she had already mastered 2 skills. I've picked up a treasure. After some good tutoring, she could definitely be used as a right-hand man. He patted her head with great satisfaction. Go, eat this frog. What the hell? Ning Evening Chill's expression was dumbfounded. This thing can be eaten? Without waiting for Lin Feng to answer, she shook her head back and forth. Don't. I won't eat it even if it kills me. She hated lazy toads the most. It was disgusting to death. A few moments later, a half-meter tall white fox stood by a toadskin. She had an insatiable face. It smells so good. feeling the surging energy in her body. Ning Evening Chiu looked at Lin Feng. So, is this your secret that big, devouring foreign beasts, or beastizers of the same kind, could actually increase their energy? This was something she didn't even dare to think about. If Lin Feng hadn't told her, who would have thought of this type of evolution? No wonder he was ahead of the others when they were both beastizers. So it was because he had mastered this technique. But where did he know all this from? This man was getting more and more mysterious. It was as if his body was covered in a layer of mist, attracting her to want to get to the bottom of him. Lin Feng was about to open his mouth to answer her when he heard a shivering sound coming from him. When he looked back, he saw a 20-meter-long python crawling from the right side of the hill. It opened its mouth and in an instant, a fishy wind was blowing. Terrifying suction pulled the surrounding area, and everything flew into the python's mouth. Ning Evening Chiu let out a cry of alarm as the beast flew up off the ground. Stinky brother, save me. It looked like she was about to fall into the python's mouth and become a meal on a plate. A green-colored snake tail curled around her, yanking her away from the snake's mouth. Stay here. Lin Feng flung his snake tail and placed her on a rock 10 meters away. Then his huge snake body pounced on the python with a great momentum. He ignored the python's suction and lashed his tail on its head. With a bang, the giant python was whipped into a golden star. Not waiting for it to slow down, a sharp pain came violently from its neck. The python hissed and struggled violently. It wrapped itself around Lin Feng and contracted vigorously. It wanted to strangle Lin Feng. However, this kind of resistance was no different from overrating a tree. Lin Feng was unmoved, biting down on the python's neck and devouring it. In less than 30 seconds, all that was left of the python was a snakeskin. Eating and drinking, Lin Feng felt the energy surging through his body and was satisfied as he lay on the ground simmering his snake body. As a serpent of time and space, the barbarian snake's body had to be tough enough. Otherwise it couldn't carry the power of time and space. White Fox jumped off the boulder and walked over to his head, watching him swallow and kill a giant python in the blink of an eye. This kind of power surprised Ning Evening Autumn. According to the evolution level you said, this giant python should have 3-star primordial body battle power, right? After she devoured that toad, the energy in her body doubled and she barely stepped into the 2-star level. However, this kind of strength was still defenseless against that giant python. It was enough to show that the python was much stronger than her. Half a foot into 4 stars. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Ning Evening Chiu's eyes widened. Holy shit! The python that was close to a 4-star primordial body was as weak as a chicken in his hands. Then just how strong was he? Looking at his massive snake body, Ning Evening Autumn silently praised her own wisdom. Although this guy was rude, but he was really strong. And after following him, she did learn a lot of poses from him. Thinking this in her heart, that last trace of resentment within Ning Evening Autumn's heart was gone at this moment, because Lin Feng was treating her quite well. Perhaps it was a fondness. To him, she had a few more good feelings in her heart. Ning Evening Chiu lay down by his head and licked his cheeks that were full of scale armor. I'll be your woman from now on. You have to protect me well. Lin Feng glanced at her. I like obedient women. I'm obedient. The blue waves in Ning Evening Chiu's eyes flowed, as if the autumn water was brimming with seductive delicacy. As long as you open your mouth, I can do everything. A woman who could be pampered was the best. From today onwards, she was going to be a woman who could be pampered. Lin Feng was quite satisfied in his heart with this good behavior of hers. Go, take you to hunting. Listen and he'll spoil. If he doesn't listen, he'll beat it up. Dark night. A large snake traveled through the mountains. A white fox lay on his head. This night, the beasts in the mountains suffered. All of them fell into the food of Lin Feng and Ning Evening Chiu. The two killed from night to day. Ning Evening Chiu devoured nearly 10 foreign beasts. The fox body grew from half a meter to an appalling 10 meters. It reached the 3-star primordial body. Strength increased by a large margin. The next day, the morning light shone brightly. Her white fluffy beast body was haunted by a faint pink light. The energy in her body flowed, simmering the beast body under her control. This was the method Lin Feng had taught her. It could help her boil down her beast body to 9 stars, but without an exclusive evolutionary program, she would remain at the primordial body stage. At that moment, a rumble came from the sky. It was immediately followed by lightning and thunder. Red lightning ran through the sky. It was as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The wind rose and the clouds surged. Surging energy flowed through the air, turning into a blood-red cloud that covered the sky. Ka-ching! Channels of lightning like dragons crashed through the air. Come up here. Lin Feng swung his snake body, sweeping off a dozen large trees. Ning Evening Chiu was uncertain, but still, she jumped onto his head and lay on her back. What? Didn't you say that it's going to rain a second wave of blood? It was the second wave of blood rain that was going to fall all right, but this time the blood rain contains a virus. This virus is quite overbearing. It will not only turn all surviving humans into corpse puppets, it will even make people lose their minds and turn them into killing machines. Ning Eveningchill was alarmed. Then crawl faster. In his previous life, those who had missed the first wave of blood rain, after learning about its efficacy, they ran out to get wet, even took their children, together, out to stand in the rain, wanting to suffer the grace of heaven. As a result, everyone was transformed into corpse puppets. After absorbing the energy of the blood rain, those orcs, beasts, and fae also became violent and bloodthirsty. All that's left is the instincts of beasts, gnawing and tearing at each other. This symptom lasted for 3 days. There were corpses everywhere. There were countless deaths and injuries. Lin Feng, who had experienced this once, knew the terror of this blood rain. Taking Ning Eveningchill with him, he found a cave to hide in. The two switched to human form, sealed the hole to prevent the rain from pouring in. Inside the cave, the candlelight swayed. With a thought, Lin Feng took out a blanket from space and draped it over the ground. Then with one hand, he dragged Ning Eveningchill into his arms, playing with her soft green silk. Why didn't you say anything before? Ning Eveningchill nestled in his arms, raising her head to look at him. After I said it to you, would you then spread the news? Seeing her nod with a complicated expression, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Who believes you? After the first wave of blood rain, it's an unquestionable fact that most people get magical powers. At this time, suddenly someone tells you that the second wave of blood rain has a virus. Do you believe it? Ning Eveningchill was speechless. You wouldn't believe it just the same. Lin Feng cupped her smooth chin, his red gold pupils staring straight at her. This is a selfish world. Good intentions will never be rewarded. So put your kindness away. Show your fangs so you can live longer. Otherwise, one will die. With the mask of hypocrisy on their faces, every one of them is a good person. But once a conflict of interest arises, the moment that disguise is torn off, every single one of them was a butcher. Ning Evening Autumn knew what he was trying to say. Likewise she also knew this. But I can't be that hard-hearted. If you're not hard-hearted, others will be hard-hearted towards you. Lin Feng's tone was indifferent. If you want to live, you have to learn to sacrifice others. So I'm also. You can sacrifice and abandon at any time? She stared straight at him. Right. Lin Feng nodded. Unless one day, you can walk into my heart. So the relationship of bubble buddies, it wasn't solid. Ning Eveningchill was a bit annoyed at his sincerity, but she also somewhat liked this character of his. Hypocrites and true villains. She preferred villains like Lin Feng. Straight to the point. It made her comfortable. Outside, the blood rain poured down. People who missed the first wave of blood rain came out of their homes laughing. Some ran onto the balcony. Some walked out into the street. They bathed in the blood rain and grew their mouths to receive irrigation, thinking about taking a few more sips and gaining more power. However, this revelry didn't last long. Sudden changes came across. They thought that this was God's favor, but they didn't know that it was God playing a bad trick. In the rain of blood, some people's eyes bulged out as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Black blood vessels surfaced, wriggling under their skin like worms. In an instant, their skin turned gray. The black pupils dissipated and the eyeballs turned all white. Ho-ho sounds of agony emanated from everyone's mouths. Even their bodies, likewise, were twisting and bending. The next second, they pounced on the living things around them, tearing and gnawing at each other. Those orcs, the bestialized ones, likewise changed their temperament drastically. Their eyes were scarlet, and they transformed into beast bodies uncontrollably. Then they launched an indiscriminate attack. It was a melee. This is happening in every corner of the world. Friends, family, comrades, turned into rations at this moment. The beasts in the mountains are also fighting. The only ones unaffected are the flowers, trees and plants. They are the only beneficiaries. Under this rain of blood, they were undergoing an earth-shattering metamorphosis. The second wave of blood rain lasted for a short time, but this furious killing lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, the viruses in the bodies of all the bestializers and alien beasts dissipated. Lin Feng and Ning Eveningchill walked out of the cave that was covered in greenery. Seeing the changes around them, Ning Eveningchill was slightly shocked. These grasses, they're growing so fast. The surrounding weeds were overgrown, all of them 2 or 3 meters tall. The giant trees were up to 100 meters tall. Even the air was 100 times fresher than before. Taking a deep breath, his heart was refreshed. The cells of the whole body shouted one word. Cool. They count, the biggest beneficiaries this time. This blood rain descended with the purpose of accelerating the growth of the spiritual plants, although the bestializers and foreign beasts, likewise, benefited greatly. However, they paid a considerable price. One could even say that it was a knockout game. The virus caught in the rain of blood advanced the law of the jungle, brushing out a group of weaklings. Nowadays, the beastizers and alien beasts that survived were at least 2 times stronger. This world, completely stepped into the jungle era. Only the law of killing remained. Ning Eveningchio still wanted to ask, but she heard him add, Beastify it. Look for spiritual plants. Hunt foreign beasts and raise your strength as soon as possible. She rolled her eyes after hearing this and took off her Chong salmon stockings and handed them to him. Only this set is left. Put it away for me, otherwise you won't get to tear it. The Chong salmon stockings that she had stored at Lin Feng's place after her previous purchase. In the past 3 days, this was the only set left that had been torn by him. This guy was too savage. It had to be torn every time. Lin Feng collected her clothes. Only Ning Eveningchio's body was flowing with pink light. The next moment, she wailed, transforming into a 10-meter tall white fox. The weeds around her were crushed. Her massive beast body blossomed with a heart-stopping sense of oppression. Stinky brother, race? Ning Eveningchio lowered her head, looking at the tiny Lin Feng, her eyes full of provocation. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Race for what? What about winning or losing? Compare. Who will find the most spiritual plants within today? The loser will lick the winner's toes. Playing so big? The reason she's so brave, it's because in the past 3 days, she had learned a lot from Lin Feng. Learned a lot about spiritual plants. Of course, the most important point was, after animalization, she was extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. Okay, Lin Feng's eyes teased. It's a deal. Ning Eveningchio smiled. Begin. She leapt out as a white light, running wildly through the grass. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. After turning around and going back to the cave and putting everything away, he switched his beast body and transformed into a 58-meter-long green, yellow, red and black snake and quickly scurried towards the north mountain. The sound of a squeaking monkey came from the big tree above his head. Lin Feng stopped, the upper part of his snake body leaving the ground, staring at the top of the tree with dense foliage in front of him. There was a swoosh. A ball of blue energy smashed towards him. Lin Feng's snake body swung and the ball of energy smashed into the ground. Only a bang was heard and the ground was blown out with a hole half a meter in diameter. Lin Feng's snake pupils narrowed slightly and his gaze locked onto the left front. A 3-meter-tall golden monkey scurried out. It stood on a tree branch, turned around and pouted its butt, and slapped it a few times. Then, it raised its middle finger at Lin Feng. The provocative odor was strong. It was as if it was saying, Stinky Sabi, come chase me. After the second blood rain, the spirituality of these foreign beasts has increased exponentially. Lin Feng's eyes showed sarcasm. But you shouldn't tease me like a fool. He leapt out, his huge snake body crushing through the earth. In an instant, he arrived at a waterhole in the east. Birds and flowers were in full bloom. Under the sunlight, the water of the pool sparkled. A cabbage-like, purple-colored spiritual plant stood in the middle of the water, with precious light lingering and a medicinal aroma filling the air. 2-star spirit plant, purple cabbage. Lin Feng's eyes showed ecstasy. At this moment, there was a breaking sound from behind him. He only saw the golden monkey from earlier, holding a wooden stick, knocking at him fiercely. Lin Feng made a sweeping motion. The wooden stick exploded, and in the process, he slapped the monkey away. With a bang, the monkey crashed through a big tree. What surprised Lin Feng was that the monkey was only lightly injured after suffering this blow from him. It quickly climbed to the top of the tree and tilted its head and wailed. The high voice resounded through the dense forest. The monkey's cry came from all directions. Immediately afterward, the branches and leaves in the forest swayed. Falling leaves flew. A large wave of monkeys came running this way. In an instant, the surrounding treetops were full of monkeys, densely packed, chattering non-stop. It was like they were clamoring with Lin Feng. Looking at this group of shrewd monkeys, Lin Feng stared at the Monkey King with cold eyes. Get lost if you don't want to be exterminated. What responded to him was a middle finger from the Golden Monkey King. It bared its teeth and waved its right hand with great authority. The next second, countless monkeys pounced from all directions. It just so happens that I'm hungry. Lin Feng laughed harshly and flung his snake tail. After slapping off a big tree, he rolled and swung the pole. Slap! After sweeping away a dozen monkeys, his snake head quickly probed out and opened his mouth to bite a monkey. There was a miserable scream. Blood splashed. The monkey was swallowed into his stomach. A ball of energy flew in and smashed into Lin Feng's head and exploded. It shook his head. However, it didn't cause any damage to him. Lin Feng looked at the Golden Monkey King, and a green light appeared from his red-gold snake pupil. An invisible force pressed towards the Monkey King. The Monkey King's first hair, both legs leapt to another tree, only to hear a bang. The tree it just stood on exploded. Wooden debris flew. The Monkey King's eyes were filled with terror as it patted its chest. Pointing at Lin Feng, it screamed a few times. Stinky Shabi, what's your skill? Lin Feng couldn't understand, but he felt that this was provocation. Immediately, the snake tail that was curled around the big tree swung loose. The giant wood smashed out, sweeping across a field of monkeys. He quickly scurried out, his head horns glowing. Surging energy ran through his body. Sleeves of Chinkuan was executed one after another. Rumbling and exploding sounds were endless. One monkey after another was whacked by him. Blood spilled into the sky. He was bathed in a rain of blood, his body covered in ferocious might. As if he was an overwhelmingly ferocious beast, he crushed the earth and opened his bloody mouth to bite at the Monkey King. The Monkey King let out a strange cry and tried to run. But just as it stomped its legs, it suddenly realized that it was confined by a strange energy. It stared at its pupils wide open, unable to stop the panic within its heart. Regret surged in its heart. It shouldn't have messed with this stinky Sabi. A shadow struck. In the next second, the Monkey King only felt a sharp pain coming from it. Then, there was no more then. It was swallowed. It turned into a stream of energy that raced through Lin Feng's body. This was its last stubbornness, but it was also quickly refined. Lin Feng opened his mouth and roared. His ferocious might was terrifying. The remaining monkeys, trembling in fear, turned around and wanted to flee. Don't go. Stay and serve me breakfast. Lin Feng laughed, his snake tail flinging one after another. Tree after tree was smashed. Monkeys fell from the trees. He opened his mouth and bit, feasting on them. Eating that was a pain in the ass. Half an hour later, except for that mouthful of waterhole, with Lin Feng as the center, 100-meter radius was raised to the ground. The monkeys were dead. Most of them fell into his dish. Raging energy, flowing through his body. He was so propped up that he had to lie down on the edge of the water pool and run the time and space sutra to boil the snake's body. The huge snake body's black light flowed. Each palm-sized snake scale gleamed. His snake body gradually grew longer and thicker. Just as Lin Feng was boiling his snake body, a fox cry resounded through the sunset cloud mountain. Lin Feng jerked his head up. He opened his mouth and sucked at the pool of water, storing the porcelain spirit plant into space. Afterwards, he quickly ran to the North Mountain. Pink light flowed through Ning Evening Chio's body. She bared her teeth and stared viciously at a cow, a sheep, and a red pig in front of her. Dogs, my man is fierce. If you guys don't want to die, hurry up and hand over the spirit plant that robbed me and leave in a rounded way. Just now, she found a spirit plant. It was about to be picked when these three beastizers suddenly appeared. The red pig beast incarnate's eyes were disdainful. Your man is here. I'll get him killed piece by piece. Even play you in front of him. Ha ha. He laughed openly. The tone was frivolous. Yeah, a shadow covered them. It covered the sky and the moon. The three beastizers' expressions changed wildly. Their heartbeats missed a few beats as they felt the oppressive feeling coming from above their heads. When they raised their heads, seeing half of the great serpent's body, a few people's legs went weak. So big. In their horror, Lin Feng opened his bloody mouth. As if he was a gluttonous snake, he devoured the few beastizers. Settling these few ungrateful ones, he lay down on the ground and continued to boil his snake body. The beastizers are starting to enter the mountain, obviously already aware of the effects of spiritual plants. In his previous life, the discovery of the efficacy of the spirit plant was about the same time. Then countless people flocked into the mountains to fight with the beasts to grab the chance. Ning Evening Chio shrunk the beast's body and jumped on top of his head to get down. So, what's next for us? Should we hurry up? Lin Feng hummed. After I finish boiling the snake body, I'll take you to pick the earth fire vine. All things all depend on competition. If you don't compete, you die. If you wanted to live and become human you had to rob. Good. Ning Evening Chio wagged her tail and playfully ruffled his nostrils a few times. Let me ask you something. Can corpse puppets be eaten? She had just met a wave of corpse puppets. These things were no different from people in appearance, so she was a bit scratchy. Lin Feng hummed, can, and they smell better than bestializers and fae, and those half-orcs. They will gradually evolve into pure energy bodies. That was why corpse puppets had the nickname, walking spirit plants. The initial corpse puppets, each contained energy comparable to a one-star spirit plant. Right now, however, no one had discovered it yet. Ning Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. She was about to open her mouth when a loud explosion suddenly came. The earth shook. Fire shot into the sky in the distance. There was surging energy surging there. It turned into a red haze reflecting half the sky. This image, Ning Evening Chio's eyes were filled with astonishment. Is there a treasure about to appear? She had heard Lin Feng say, the appearance of a treasure must be accompanied by a vision. But Lin Feng was equally a bit puzzled at the moment. He remembered that apart from the earth fire vine, which was more precious, there were no other heavy treasures in the Sunset Cloud Mountain. There weren't any other heavy treasures appearing. What was the situation now? Let's see. Lin Feng moved, and his 60-meter-long snake body, carrying Ning Evening Chio, a white fox, quickly shuttled through the mountains and forests. In the blink of an eye, the two came to the top of a mountain. Ning Evening Chio, who had switched to human form, was wearing clothes. She stood large on Lin Feng's head, surveying the canyon below as she put on her stockings. It was overgrown with weeds, the greenery was lush, the energy tides were as thick as water, and red light covered the entire canyon. It was permeated with a swallowing aura. The canyon was surrounded by bestializers and alien beasts, and there were even traces of corpse puppets. Birds and beasts hovered in the sky. So many people. She put on her high heels and sat sideways on Lin Feng's head, her slender hands holding his horns as a way to fix her body. Didn't you say that the combat power of a corpse puppet at the early stage is not even as good as an orc? That was true. The problem was that most of the time, people were not self-aware. After hearing his words, Ning Evening Autumn stared downwards thoughtfully. What about now? Going down to drive them away and monopolize the treasures? Lin Feng spat out a snake letter. No, let them explore the path first. The fact that the sound was so loud meant that the chance was definitely not small. The bigger the chance, the higher the danger. It was better to be stable. You're so bad. Ning Evening Chiu covered her mouth and laughed lightly. But that's how I like you. Don't 456. Or else I'll get you. Lin Feng suppressed the fire in his heart and the black light lingered in his snake body. He switched human forms. Ning Evening Chiu, who was sitting on top of his head, fell down, and Lin Feng reached out and caught her before placing her on the ground. If you want to live longer, you have to be more stable. He spoke in a light tone. And I smell danger. Suppose this chance was real. There really was a heavy treasure that appeared on Mount Falling Cloud. Then why hadn't I heard about it in my previous life? It was impossible to conceal a scene like this one. Without half a whisper. Either everyone had agreed to keep it a secret together. But is that possible? Multiple people knowing about one thing is like a wall with cracks all over it. It can't be defended against. So there was only another possibility. The people who came across this creation all died. Dangerous? Ning Evening Chiu gathered the hair that had spilled onto her forehead and was about to continue asking him. Instead, she saw red clouds churning below. A dense tidal wave of energy swirled, forming a massive vortex that stretched across the top of the canyon. Immediately afterward, this red vortex gradually descended. It finally transformed into an entrance. Gate. Charge. Below the canyon. Seeing the entrance appear, a rhinoceros wailed and took the lead in rushing into the vortex. Its 10-meter huge beast body instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the other beastizers and corpse puppets went forward. Grab the treasure. Don't crowd me. Be careful of me stabbing you bastard. Various voices resounded through the canyon. They pushed and shoved their way into the entrance of the whirlpool. The small mouth was hardened to accommodate the passage of many people. It was squeezed so much that it seemed to be showing signs of cracking. The others didn't notice and continued to rush across. But Lin Feng captured that the vortex entrance had a tendency to crack. He saw it bleeding. This discovery made his scalp go numb. This is a fucking man-eating mouth. It must have been conjured up by a foreign beast. Ning Evening Chiu's head was filled with fog, and he was about to open his mouth to ask about it when the earth shook underneath his feet once again. A mournful scream came from below. The sound was coming from the entrance of that vortex. She raised her eyes to look, and blood gushed out from the entrance. It splattered all over those beastizers who were still at the entrance. Some cried out in panic and turned to escape. However, they were squeezed in by those behind them. Ning Wanqing watched in horror. It was really true that he had hit the nail on the head. This wasn't chance. This was a big mouth that ate people without spitting out bones. Lin Feng picked her up. Hurry up. Throwing her upwards, Lin Feng switched beast bodies. Ning Evening Chiu landed on top of his head. As he was about to walk away with Ning Evening Chiu on his back, the large mountain under his feet cracked open. A shocking roar ran through the clouds. Then a shocking scene appeared. The two mountains transformed into a massive mudstone beast. It was 60 to 70 meters tall, and its entire body was composed of mud and stone. There was blood-red energy flowing through the cracks, and its head was a red boulder. Its eyes were scarlet and blood dripped from its mouth. After this thing revealed its true nature, it fiercely inhaled. A strong suction force swept through the 8 directions. The remaining bestializers, alien beasts and corpse puppets were all swallowed into its mouth. Ow! It roared up to the sky. Wild winds erupted. Holy shit! What is this thing? Ning Evening Chiu asked as she sat on Lin Feng's head, her pretty face soughing white. A mudstone beast. Lin Feng seized the road, and it already has a 7-star primordial body battle power. There were very few of these kind of mountain stone elves. In his previous life, there were only 2 mudstone beasts in the huge foreign beast community. But these 2 heads, their battle power was all ceilings. He could never forget the image of an infernal mudstone beast that time, swallowing a city in one bite. So fierce? Ning Evening Chiu hugged his horns tightly, the wind howling in her ears. Her full head of ebony hair fluttered. Can you fuck it up? That was something one had to fight to know. But this one has thick skin and it's inedible. And no fucking blood crystals to fight it? It wasn't worth it. At this stage of the primordial body, all the energy of the mudstone beast was used to assimilate the mountain. In this way, it raises its size. Only when it stepped into the mature body would it condense its energy into blood crystals. So Lin Feng didn't want to fight with this mudstone beast. He didn't want to, but the mudstone beast wanted to. It hadn't eaten enough. So seeing Lin Feng's snake body weaving through the rocks was like seeing a delicious meal. It roared and raised its arm, which was full of flowers and trees and made up of mud and rocks, and grabbed at Lin Feng. She exploded. Wild winds roared. Only a rumbling sound was heard as the mudstone beast slapped down with its big hand. The earth trembled. Sand flew, failing to shoot its prey. Its eyes glowed with blood and it was so angry that it drooled, only to see it sweep its arm, plowing a long scar in the ground. Carrying a raging force, it once again slapped at Lin Feng. Gone Lin Yang. Lin Feng's eyes glowed ferociously. You really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? He swiped his tail over. It clashed with the mudstone beast's hand. There was a bang and the chi exploded. The mudstone beast's right hand exploded, and mud and rocks fell. But in the next second, its bloodlight flipped. Those mud and stones that fell were pulled by a certain strange energy and once again leaned towards it, repairing its palm in an instant. You find a place to hide first. Lin Feng put Ning Eveningqiu down and turned to look straight at the mudstone beast 100 meters away. Be careful. Ning Eveningqiu admonished and immediately switched beasts and ran to another mountain. Roar! The mudstone beast roared. Its hands clenched into fists and ruthlessly smashed towards Lin Feng. Dog thing. The enraged Lin Feng didn't even dodge. He directly touched it hard. He wanted to try how hard this snake body was. The snake's head shot forward. The horns on top of his head collided with the fist of the mudstone beast. The thunderous force rammed against the head. It smashed Lin Feng's eyes, but it didn't break through his defense. This discovery made him elated. The snake tail swept and curled around the mudstone beast's thigh. He wrapped around it in a smooth manner. With a roar of rage, the mudstone beast grabbed his snake body and wrenched it a few times. Realizing that it failed to tear him away, the mudstone beast grew its mouth to bite. Eye top. Lin Feng's snake head pushed against its chin, crumbling a large piece of mudstone, drilling a hole in the mudstone beast's chin. He used this to open his mouth and bit down hard on its neck. The fangs were embedded in the cracks of the mudstone beast's body, and a flash of ecstasy surfaced in Lin Feng's red-gold snake pupils. Surprisingly, it was edible. He inhaled violently. Majestic energy surged in, refreshing Lin Feng's eyebrows. The mudstone beast bared its teeth in pain. It was furious and punched Lin Feng's snake body. It snapped. Where it was punched, the scales exploded, revealing flesh and blood. Blood splashed. Not only did the pain not make Lin Feng let go, instead, he bit even tighter. Letting it whack him, Lin Feng bit down on the neck of the mudstone beast and didn't let go. He feasted on it, brutally devouring the energy in its body. He could feel that with every bite he devoured, the power of the mudstone beast whacking on him was 1 point less. At this time, a fluctuation of consciousness came. Little old brother, let's stop the war. It was the brainwave of the mudstone beast. This type of mountain and stone elf was far more spiritually intelligent than other foreign beasts, especially since it had already reached the 7-star primordial body. Its life level was far beyond that of other foreign beasts by a large margin. Strike? Lin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. Ugly looking, but you think pretty. If it couldn't eat, he wouldn't mind stopping there. But now, how could he possibly give up the food in his mouth? You fucking have to be immortal with me, don't you? The mudstone beast was enraged. Hurry up and let go of your mouth. Otherwise I'll hammer you to death. It kind of regretted it. If it knew that this stinky snake was so difficult to deal with, it should have just taken it for what it was worth just now. Now, it had devoured so many beasts, the energy hadn't been fully digested yet, and it was cheaper for Lin Feng instead. If I let him continue to devour it, today's efforts would all be for nothing. Hammer me to death? Lin Feng's eyes showed disdain. The black horns on top of his head glowed and a weird power was released. The power of space spread and the black light turned into chains, locking the mudstone beast in a mass. The black chain was tiny. However, it was extremely firm. It contained an extremely bizarre power that continuously impacted it. What is this ability of yours? The mudstone beast was shocked. It realized that no matter how hard it exerted itself, it was difficult to move its arms and legs by the slightest bit. The entire body was enveloped by a force. It was as if the space around it was imprisoned, and was constantly squeezing it. It was about to explode. Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to the mudstone beast shrieking. The suction in his mouth grew. It was like a whale swallowing water, riveting through its crevices. He vigorously swallowed the blood chi in its body, rolling energy, continuously surging into his belly. He was running his gongfu to refine the snake's body, while increasing his efforts to devour it. The mudstone beast roared angrily, its scarlet pupils filled with fear. It was completely scared. Originally, It thought that this was a small dish. Who would have thought that it was an absolute beast? If time could be turned back, it would never have attacked him. But it was too late. A few moments later, the mudstone beast let out a final roar. In its unwillingness, its huge body turned into gravel and scattered all over the ground. Originally, it had hopes of evolving into a king. As a result, it met a professional player and died at the hurdle of the bronze advancement tournament. It was so miserable, but Lin Feng was so happy. His whole body was filled with surging energy. He was so cool that he had insatiable hunger in his eyes, and he lay down on the cracked earth and didn't move a muscle. The place where he had been injured was being rapidly repaired. In an instant, it was intact. The black light of his huge snake body lingered. The 60-meter-long, 9-meter-diameter thick snake body was growing rapidly. The color of the horns on top of his head was getting darker and darker, like ink transmitting an indestructible luster. 2 red gold snake pupils, deep as a pool, showing the magic power of the heart. This is only the change in appearance. The internal changes are even greater. His whole body, bones and organs were being gradually strengthened in the energy refinement. 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars. After soaring to 9 stars of the primordial body, all the energy from the devouring mudstone beast was all assimilated by Lin Feng. His snake body grew to 99 meters long and 10 meters in diameter before it stopped growing. This was a hurdle. In order for the beast to break 100 and break through the number of limits, one had to follow the evolutionary program and crash through that heavenly gate in the body, break the shackles, transform the mortal into a spirit, molt into a mature body. At this time, a white fox leapt down from the top of the mountain. It landed in front of Lin Feng's head. She looked at him with admiration in her eyes. A 7-star primordial body mudstone beast, yeah, it was fucked to death by you just like that. Stinky brother, you're getting more and more powerful. Witnessing the entire struggle, she watched in fear. This man was simply too powerful. The deeper she interacted with him, the more she understood him. The morning evening autumn felt that he was unfathomable. It was like a great mountain covered in mist. Every step of his style could surprise her. She was shocked at how powerful he was, but she was also incredibly yearning. Lin Feng was like a great mountain, great and grand. It tickled her inner adoration and ignited her fighting spirit. Sis, I don't want to be that woman who hides under a man's wings and calls. I want to stand in front of him. Let him stand behind me and stand up for me. To be his parishioner. I've got something even better. Would you like to try? Hearing the intent in his words, she nodded shyly, then jumped onto his snake's head. Go open the road and widen it. She was excited, but Lin Feng didn't take her to move mountains. Instead, he carried her on his back to the depths of the mountain. A cliffside. Lin Feng stopped. This is a nice environment. Want to be here? Ning Evening Chiu jumped down from his head. Don't wave. Lin Feng stretched out half of his snake body and probed at the bottom of the cliff. Clouds and mists surrounded the area. The cliffs on both sides were overgrown with weeds. The depth was unfathomable. If you don't do it, what are you doing here? She walked to the edge of the cliff, her eyes full of puzzlement. Is it hard to believe that there's something good down here? Seeing him nod, Ning Evening Chiu couldn't help but ask, why are you just so sure? Haven't you read any immortal novels? Lin Feng asked her back with a smile. Wherever there's a cliff, jumping off will lead to a strange encounter. Ning Evening Chiu was speechless. Stinky brother, this is fucking reality, not a TV show. And this cliff is so deep that you'll fall to your death. It's not in the way. Lin Feng smiled. My beast body is strong as hell. Just switch your human form and hold on to me. He had spoken like this. How could she still refuse? But I don't have any clothes to wear. Then don't. It's just the two of us anyway. No way. What if the wind gets in? Ning Evening Chiu rolled her eyes. Lin Feng had no choice but to take out a set of white male sportswear from space and give it to her. Ning Evening Chiu switched to her human form. Sure, put on her clothes. Lin Feng, who was on the side, looked at her with feverish eyes. The woman's body was tall and plump. She belonged to the type of body that was fat if it was 1 point more and thin if it was 1 point less. Not fat and not thin is the most provocative. Experienced people liked this kind of body the most. Wonderful. Ning Evening Chiu put on her clothes. Her bare feet stomped on the ground, and she floated down on top of Lin Feng's head. The woman's smiling eyes curved. Sitting sideways, her glistening white and pink bare feet hung in front of his eyes and waved around. The 10 crystal white toes were as chubby as silkworms. Looking at Lin Feng, he felt the urge to hold them in his hands and play with them. This woman, she's getting more and more attractive. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Feng suppressed his boiling fire. Are you done? Ning Evening Chiu hummed, reaching out to hold the horns on top of his head. Big baby, rush it. She smiled daintily, yet with a bit of tenderness. It was just like a flower on the edge of a cliff. It was beautiful. Lin Feng's eyes sank. A few days ago he was scolding him for being an asshole. now calling him Big Baby. Was this a fondness after a long time? So that's why. To get to a woman's heart, there was only one way to go. Lin Feng collected his thoughts and was about to go deeper into the bottom of the cliff to find out what was going on. At that moment, an eagle sounded from the sky. Immediately after that, the bottom of the cliff was filled with fishy wind. Purple and black light filled the air. A ferocious might swept through the 8 directions, only to see a spider web swoosh out, catapulting into the air from the depths of the cliff. It rushed towards the giant eagle swooping down from the sky. The giant eagle lifted its wings, and the winds in the sky were fierce. One wind blade after another crushed the sky, chopping that purple and black spider web into pieces. The next second, a purple-black spider, which was close to 82 meters in size, leapt out from the cliff. It was a hairy spider. Its abdomen stripes were outlined lengthwise and crosswise, looking much like a human face. The 8 spider legs were covered in thick purple hair. The spikes flashed with a creepy black light. It landed on the opposite side of the cliff and roared at the giant eagle in the sky with its teeth and claws open. This scene made Ning Eveningchio's scalp tingle as she watched, especially against the 4 eyes of the spider's head. The evil violence made her heart skip a few beats. Stinky brother, this thing is so scary. Lin Feng hummed and carried her back some distance. This foreign beast from the mountain of the fallen cloud. What a fucking stroke of luck. It was as if it was favored by the heavens. Not only was a mudstone beast born, there was also a demonic spider that had awakened its inheritance, as well as a rock eagle. As long as they don't die, 100% of them can return to their ancestors and evolve to the ultimate body stage, becoming a human-faced demonic spider, and a golden-winged rock hawk. What a great creation! After hearing his words, Ning Wanqing frowned. What strength are they now? She sensed that the 2 foreign beasts were very strong. The majestic energy aura pressed down on her. The demonic spider is an 8-star, and the Pang eagle is a 7-star primordial body. So strong? No wonder the might was so intimidating. Ning Evening Autumn smacked her lips. Then should we slip away first? Sneak what? Lin Feng had a breezy demeanor. You have me behind you. You can put your heart in your stomach. Stinky brother. He's getting better and better at flirting. Ning Eveningchio rolled her eyes. Vom. An eagle sound resounded through the clouds. The rock eagle in the sky that was covered in reddish gold and was 70 meters long in size swooped down. It opened its mouth and spat out a wind blade. The half-meter long wind blade swept through the sky. The power was monstrous. However, it wasn't chopping towards the demonic spider. It was crashing towards Lin Feng. At the same time, the magic spider on the opposite side of the cliff also attacked. It spat out a purple-black spider silk, like a sharp sword, and shot towards Lin Feng with a murderous aura. This unexpected turn of events scared Ning Eveningchio. Stinky brother, dodge away. However, Lin Feng not only didn't dodge. Instead he raised his snake tail and viciously swiped at the wind blade. There was a bang. The energy impact exploded. His snake head shot up into the sky, the horns on top of his head filled with the power of space. Black light lingered and turned into a black chain that flew out and collided with the spider silk spat out by the demonic spider, only to hear a muffled thud. The black chain crushed the spider silk, as if breaking through the momentum straight forward. The demonic spider bared its teeth and growled. Its body filled with purple and black light, turning into a mist that covered its entire body. It reacted quickly, but it was still zapped. Only the front end of the black chain was seen to hole into the void, and then violently appeared at the back of the demonic spider. It was violently zapped forward. Whoops! The demonic spider was like it had been hit with chicken blood, and its huge beast body shuddered fiercely. The mist that filled its surroundings dissipated, and it bared its teeth and shivered. Dog thing! You fucking actually sneak attack me that! The demonic spider charged with rage. The huge beast body charged across the room. However, this kind of action couldn't affect Lin Feng. He catalyzed the black chains and did a move of the dragon coming out of the sea inside it. It strangled the demonic spider and made it wail. In the next second, the black chains poked out of the devil spider's mouth and wrapped it in a death grip. The irresistible force was like a big mountain pressing down on its body. It was unable to move. Stinky bird, save me. When the rock eagle heard this, it looked at Lin Feng on the ground. Then it turned around and ran away. This image numbed the demonic spider. How could it not expect that the rock eagle that had previously encouraged it to join forces, it would abandon it at a critical moment? This kind of backstabbing hurt to the core. But Lin Feng didn't have any sympathy. After he put Ning Eveningchio down, his snake body crushed through the earth and crossed the cliff to the side of the magic spider, opened his bloody mouth and bit on its back. The devil spider shook in pain. 8 spider legs stabbed at Lin Feng's snake body. The sound of clanking and clanging of gold and gob clashing rang out. It was very pleasing to the ears. But the sound made the demonic spider despair. The spider spirit was so proud of had failed to break through the other party's defense. This toughness inspired panic within the demonic spider. Good brother, Spare my life, okay? It originally thought that Lin Feng was just a small curry. It turned out to be a big monster that it couldn't shake. It was so regretful. If it had known, it wouldn't have provoked him. The devil spider humbly begged to be spared. What answered it was Lin Feng's even more intense sucking. In an instant, it only had one skin left. The entire body's flesh and blood, along with the blood crystals, was devoured by Lin Feng. It turned into energy that rushed across his body. It was surging. It was then pulled by a force and turned into an energy flame that boiled Lin Feng's snake tail. Black light haunted his huge snake body, releasing a fierce might. It was like an absolute ferocious beast. The air was full of oppression. Ning Evening Chio's throat rolled. Stinky brother has gotten stronger again. Even an 8-star primordial body demonic spider is like a weak chicken in his hands. He shouldn't have already stepped into a mature body, right? In between the ups and downs of her mind, Lin Feng came back across the cliff, transforming into a handsome youth, clad in 4-colored scale armor. He walked to her side. Thinking about what? Thinking about you. Ning Evening Chio's red lips pursed slightly, smiling like a flower as she hugged his arm. Why are you so fierce? Seeing my heart blossom. Her smiling eyes curved, like a fox, flirtatious and provocative, translucent with a seductive flavor. Every move aroused Lin Feng to the point of flames. Don't be a wave. He picked up Ning Evening Chio in a serious manner and walked towards the edge of the cliff. Do the business first, then I'll do you. Okay then. Ning Evening Chio smiled faintly, but the next second, she was shocked, because Lin Feng hugged her and jumped straight off the cliff. Crap! Ning Evening Chio was so scared that she circled his neck. The gale was whistling in her ears. Her pretty face was pale. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to play so wildly. This was going to fucking kill people. 3 minutes later, only a rumbling crashing sound could be heard from the bottom of the cliff. The brutal impact shook the two mountains. The earth trembled. Sand and gravel shook down. At the bottom of the cliff, where Lin Feng landed, a hole was smashed out. He looked at Ning Evening Chio in his arms. As it happened, the woman also opened her eyes at that moment. It was just that her pink pupils, which hadn't gone away from her residual shock, contained a few moments of sulking. In the future, can you say something before messing up? If you scare me to death, you won't get to play. Then it would be a different minion. Lin Feng smiled and put her down. Don't worry, I've always done things with 9 out of 10 kisses. Ning Evening Chio playfully blanked him. You're the one who hasn't taken me down a lot. It surprises me every time. Don't you quite like it too? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, his eyes playful. She really wanted to transform into a kidney chipper and chip him to death. However, thinking about this guy's fighting prowess, Ning Evening Chio could only endure him for a wave. Thinking about waiting for the beast body to be stronger. Squeeze him empty. At this moment, a heat wave came from the right. Ning Evening Autumn turned her head to look, only to see a huge boulder to the right, entwined with a fire-red vine. The vine was as thick as an arm, shaped like a snake with flame-shaped leaves. Faint red light covered the entire vine. Is this the treasure you were talking about? She looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Earth Fire Vine, 2-star spiritual plant. You pick it with your mouth. Why do you need to use your mouth? And why me? Lin Feng smiled. Because the white fox's saliva has the effect of blocking the loss of medicinal power. So that's why you brought me around? Ning Evening Chio's eyes were sad. Not really. Lin Feng shook his head. Her eyes brightened slightly, only to hear him add, more than that, you're shrewd and capable. Ning Evening Chio froze. She was dissatisfied with this answer. But on second thought, she was relieved and cheerful. This was sort of a use, wasn't it? As long as it was utilized to the fullest, so that he would never be able to leave her again. The body would become, well, a lifelong shackle around him. Very well. She pursed her lips and smiled. Thanks for the approval, haha. Then to pick this earth fire vine, do I need to switch beast bodies? That's not necessary. Understood. Ning Wanqing compared. Then she turned around and twisted her small waist towards the earth fire vine. This woman. Lin Feng stared at her delicate back. His eyes were all thoughtful. The state of mind seemed a bit different. A few moments later, the earth fire vine was finished picking. After storing it in space, Lin Feng switched his beast body to carry Ning Evening Chio and scurried out of the bottom of the cliff. Where to go next? Continue hunting? She sat on his head, swaying barefoot. The wind lightly brushed her delicate face, blowing her head full of green silk. Go back to a city. 2 days later, a city would brush out a spiritual spring. 3 days later, a 1,000-year-old banyan tree in the city would evolve into a tree man. Its heart was comparable to a 3-star spirit plant. It is an indispensable evolutionary material. 5 days later, a city. There are many opportunities in a city. He'll take them all. He'll be the first to enter the mature body. The night is getting cooler. The moon is in the sky. Bright moonlight fell on a city. covering the city with a layer of silver frost. Holy but not peaceful. The chaotic city is filled with the roar of wild animals. On the side of the road lies a body with a missing weight. Skyscrapers crawling with vines. Streets filled with large trees and vehicles discarded everywhere. The entire city is completely forested. Hidden pectoral muscles. A sound of horses' hooves came. Lin Feng and Ning Eveningchiu looked back. They only saw a beastizer with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse galloping furiously. Behind him was a black cheetah that was 5 meters tall. At this moment, the cheetah made a fierce lunge. It transformed into a black lightning bolt that took off into the air and pounced over the centaur. Big brother, spare my life. What responded to him was the cheetah's bloody mouth. Ah, a miserable cry was shouted out from the centaur's mouth. The centaur that was bitten by the cheetah's neck struggled desperately. Blood splashed and stained the ground. Gradually, the centaur stopped moving. The cheetah let go of him, tilted its head and growled, and lowered its head, ready to enjoy its prey. But at that moment, a black shadow scurried out from the left alleyway. It was a crocodile with a unicorn horn. The body length was close to 20 meters. Like a small boat, the whole body was haunted by a reddish luster. The one-horned crocodile was as fast as a ghost, biting down on the two-star primordial body's cheetah with a flash of red light from the unicorn on top of its head. Before the cheetah had time to struggle, it was directly swallowed by the unicorn crocodile in one bite. After devouring the cheetah, the unicorn crocodile burped contentedly. It turned around to leave. At this time, a thick snake tail descended from the sky. Carrying a thunderous force, the tail smacked the unicorn crocodile's head. With a thud, the unicorn crocodile was knocked unconscious on the spot. The green snake tail curled around the unicorn crocodile, dragging it to Ning Eveningchiu. Don't say I don't take care of you. This purebred Fey, 4-star primordial body unicorn crocodile is for you to eat. Women, they should be watered and nurtured. Ning Evening Autumn looked at him, then looked towards the unicorn crocodile that was entangled in the snake's tail, struggling and wailing. Her body surface flashed with pink light, and her whole body clothes exploded, transforming into a white fox. She pounced on the immobilized unicorn crocodile. A bite came down. Ning Eveningchiu let out a wail. Teeth were almost chipped. She turned back pitifully. Stinky brother, can't bite. Lin Feng's eyes were full of helplessness. The snake head probed over and the horns on top of his head ruthlessly stabbed into the neck of the one-horned crocodile. Blood splashed. He withdrew his blood-stained horn. She pounced over to the unicorn crocodile's wound and swallowed it. Majestic energy surged in, crashing through her body. The pink light that lingered on Ning Evening Autumn's body surface grew stronger and stronger. She continued to grow in size. 3 minutes later, with only one skin left of the unicorn crocodile, Ning Eveningchiu stood up with insatiable eyes, shaking her white fox tail. A little propped up, she patted her bulging stomach and looked at Lin Feng imploringly. I need to digest a bit. Remember to protect Sister Yo. I'll reward you when I'm done simmering. She plopped back down on the ground. Lin Feng's snake body coiled around and protected her in it. Herculean ferocious might swept through the 8 directions. Those beastizers hiding in the shadows and eyeing the beastizers were so scared that they turned around and ran away. 1 hour later, Ning Eveningchiu, who had finished boiling the energy in her body, smiled daintily and shrunk her body, jumping onto Lin Feng's head. Go, find a place to give you a reward. She spoke softly in a delicate voice. It was just like the evening breeze in this late fall, slightly cool and tantalizing. The next day, Lin Feng, who had been practicing the concave and convex merging divine power with Ning Eveningchiu for a night, was awakened by the sound of a beast roaring outside the window, releasing the sleeping Ning Evening Autumn in his arms. He got out of bed and walked to the window. Outside the window, a black gorilla with a size of 39 meters was jumping between skyscrapers. A 3-star primordial body of King Kong? Behind it, trailing a large group of orangutans. The sound was overwhelming. Killing spirit, obviously going to war. Look at them heading straight for the city center, the direction where the big banyan tree was. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The banyan tree heart was vital to him. He wouldn't allow anything to go wrong. He didn't dare to be careless for fear that these beastizers would destroy the evolution of the big banyan tree, so he hurriedly woke up Ning Eveningchiu, leading her to chase after them. City center. A group of chimps occupied the high ground. The streets and high buildings were full of them. On the other side confronting them was a group of beastizers of mixed species. The leader was a silver-colored eagle. Looking at this big eagle, killing intent lingered in the chimp's eyes. Miao Runfeng, hand over my brother's murderer. Otherwise, I'll swing through your territory today. The silver-colored eagle Mao Runfeng snorted. Jin Gang, do you have the ability? Besides, it's just killing one of your brothers. If the conditions allow it, I don't mind ending you all in one pot. The moment he said this, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Jin Gang's blood-red pupils. Hostility grew. Brothers, kill. With a command, hundreds of orangutans with large swords in their hands jumped down from the roof of the building and lined up below the banyan tree. The hostile aura rushed to the sky. Miao Runfeng spread his wings. The 42-meter huge beast soared into the air. Slices of silver light were showered down. Charge! Eat them! The battle between the two sides was on the verge of breaking out. Killing opportunities were everywhere. But right at this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air in the middle of the battlefield. The gazes of hundreds of beastizers fell on this unexpected guest that suddenly appeared. Lin Feng was holding a little white fox in his arms, standing between the two sides' killing lines. He ignored the fierce eyes of both sides and blandly jerked the white fox's fur. A multiple choice question for you guys. A. Go elsewhere to kill and live. B. If you don't listen to advice, I'll kill you all. You counted Duraw? Miao Renfeng's silver eagle eyes were cold as knives. Dare to speak to me in such a commanding tone? I'll cut you to death first. Little thing, become my meal on a plate. He chirped. A swoop down, carrying a silver light. Like a silver lightning bolt, he quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Many people have fallen before me and become my elevated recipes. Today, you won't be an exception. Miao Renfeng's ferocious might was monstrous, causing his group of henchmen to raise their arms and shout awesome. But the next second, they went numb, only to see a big red, green, yellow and black snake rise up from the ground. He opened his mouth once, and Miao Renfeng, a silver-colored eagle, directly rushed into the mouth of the big snake. It was just like a gesture of sending it to the door. Ka-ching! The big snake chewed a few times. Blood splashed. The sound of bones being chewed and broken echoed, making the scalps of all the animalizers numb. Thud! They looked at the snake in front of them, which was infinitely close to 100 meters in length and 10 meters in diameter. Together with Jin Gang, all the beastizers' throats rolled. The ferocious might on the large snake made their legs and feet go weak. It was as if it was a huge mountain that pressed down on them. So big. What breed of snake is this? The unrivaled Miao Runfeng was directly swallowed by him in one bite. Just how fucking strong is this? There were a lot of surprised voices. Yet Lin Feng didn't, because of their shock. Stop killing. He jerked his snake tail and viciously jerked it towards Jin Gang. Bro, wait. Jin Gang was so scared that he jumped in place. The huge beast rushed into the sky and leapt to the other side. He wanted to dodge the tail. However, he couldn't dodge it. Lin Feng's bloody mouth. With a squeak, Jin Gang was bitten on the shoulder, and in pain, he slammed his fist on Lin Feng's head. Thud! The sound of Jin Gang's impact echoed. It shook Jin Gang's arm and fractured it. His red pupils contracted, his eyes full of shock. A punch that was as high as 10,000 pounds hadn't even been able to cause any damage to Lin Feng, but had instead shocked himself. How tough must this skin be? Jin Gang's heart trembled repeatedly. Brother, let me go. I'll take the people away immediately. You want to leave now? It's too late. How could Lin Feng let go of the food in his mouth? Lin Feng didn't care. He would do it first. He sucked in his mouth and swallowed the sky and ate his brother. The chimpanzee was left with only one skin, floating down from the sky. This kind of ferocity, looking at all the beastizers creeped out, crying and shouting up. He's so fierce. Run! Davarishi, pull me. Pull you door. If you can't run, stay and wait for death. The flying birds were okay. With a flap of their wings, they took off into the air. But those walking beasts, they were a bit more troublesome, because there was still Ning Evening Autumn on the ground. The big white fox. It was true that her killing power wasn't like Lin Feng's, but her charm was a group control skill. Her beast, which was 42 meters tall, crossed the middle of the road. Pink light covered the surroundings. A 4-star primordial body casting the charm skill had a coverage range of 30 meters. The beastizers running wildly within this range suddenly stopped one after another. As if they were being held down, they froze in place blankly. Ning Evening Chio had a pair of pink pupils, and 2 rounds of curved moons appeared. Between rotations, the controlled dozen or so beastizers killed each other. Waste! Lin Feng's voice rang out above her head as he dove headfirst into the pink light, eating like a gluttonous snake. Stinky brother, robbing my food. Ning Evening Chio grunted and joined in the hunt. A snake and a fox ate with their mouths bleeding. Half an hour later, the battle was over. Ning Evening Chio lay on her back under the banyan tree with a big belly. Surging energy rose up on her body surface, turning into energy flames that refined her beast body. Lin Feng was similarly refining his beast body. Just now, he had swallowed nearly 20 beast transformers. These guys were all at 2 or 3 star primordial bodies, and they didn't have a lot of individual energy, but there was a lot of it. It almost ate him up to the point of bursting. He condensed the blood crystals while simmering his snake body. The unicorn horn on his head was haunted by black light. A red, green, yellow, and black crystal in the horn gradually grew as the energy washed over it. Black light covered his entire body. The light was scorched in rippling circles. The ferocious might was monstrous. It radiated 1,000 meters in a radius. Not far away, the rooftops of a tall building were filled with people. This group of beastizers, after switching their human forms, looked towards, with grave eyes, the one snake and one fox of the big banyan tree. When did a city come out with such two characters? A giant snake with a body size of up to 100 meters. The strength was unfathomable. The leaders of the several major forces glanced at each other, only to see a woman with two rabbit ears on her head and wearing a black wraparound skirt open her mouth. After the officials withdrew to the South China Sea to establish a defense line, a city was left with just a few of our clans. The rabbit tail behind her flicked, and a pair of red pupils glowed with a wise luster. Since they are not from our few families, they must be outsiders. And have you guys noticed? The woman stepped on a pair of long black silk legs and walked over to the rooftop. Whether it's the amount of food he eats or the way he digests, it's different from us. Ever since discovering that devouring other mutants could increase size and strength, they, the clans, fed on mutants every day. But they ate up to 20 pounds or so, and it was still pure meat. Unlike Lin Feng, who swallowed in one bite, not even a hair was left. They didn't have this kind of digestive ability, and even spent an afternoon digesting after each feeding. Then look at Lin Feng, one bite of a small beast. The amount of food was amazing. It was like being a gourmand in the world. Even that white fox had similarly swallowed 5 mutants. Looking at her beast body bathed in pink light, it was getting bigger at a rate visible to the naked eye. This growth rate was alarming to watch everyone present. There's a problem. A youth with golden hair and tiger stripes on his eyebrows opened his mouth to inquire. That big snake's food intake is even greater than that white fox, but why hasn't he grown in size? Facing this question, the rabbit girl Jiang Qingju was thoughtful. I guess he should have reached some sort of limit. She turned around, her gaze skimming over several people. Instead of guessing here, why don't we go over and ask? If we can kiss something out of his mouth, it will surely benefit us. Ask? Hearing this suggestion from her, the others looked at each other face to face. A bit risky. That guy is so fierce. He doesn't even blink when he eats people. We'll be eaten alive by him in one shot. Someone immediately shook his head. I don't think so. Right? He ate so much just now. He must be full already. Then you go over and try? Another person flirted. Jiang Qingju looked at the hangdog attitude of a few people and a flash of disdain flashed across her eyes. She didn't bother to talk nonsense with them and turned around to switch beast bodies. The clothes exploded. It transformed into a black rabbit that was 30 meters in size. With a stomp of her hind limbs, she leapt out of the balcony, spanning a distance of more than 10 meters, landing on the roof of the opposite side of the building. With a few prancing jumps, she stopped at the street side 10 meters away from the big banyan tree. Jiang Qingju of the Jiang family has come to pay her respects. Under the banyan tree, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The red gold snake pupils were flowing with ghostly light, permeated with an oozing hostility. Being stared at by him, Jiang Qingju's body shivered uncontrollably. In this instant, it was as if she saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The rolling aura of death pressed in like a mountain. She was like a canoe in a sea of fury. Even her body produced a stabbing pain under the suppressive feeling. It was like needles sticking. She took a step back and forced her fear to speak. Please don't hurt me. I sincerely want to communicate with you. Lin Feng laughed sardonically, his huge snake head poking forward, instantly crossing the road. His upper body stood up, staring condescendingly at the black rabbit in front of him. Do you know how many strokes are in the character for death? Communicating with me, you count as a devour. Swallowing you in one bite is the best communication. In her horror, Lin Feng opened his bloody mouth. But the next second, he suddenly shut up. What's your name? Ha? Jiang Qingju was shocked and skeptical. I didn't scream. Name. Lin Feng sounded impatient. Wow. Jiang Qingju hurriedly declared her family name again. A city Jiang Qingju. After Lin Feng read it out a few times, the red gold snake pupils trembled violently. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air and almost sucked Jiang Qingju into his mouth. She was so scared that she was trembling. Find a place. Switch to your human form. Get dressed and come back to me. He needed to be sure. Of course, if you don't mind. I don't mind being honest with you. Forget it. I'd better come back to you later. Jiang Qingju turned around with a palpitating heart. Lin Feng spoke again. Don't try to escape. If you dare not come, I'll kill your whole family. Jiang Qingju's heart trembled and he turned his head trembling. No, I'll be on time for the appointment. This coy appearance was very satisfying to Lin Feng. Go. Eyeing her back as she left, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes before turning back to the banyan tree. You know her? Ning Evening Chiu opened her eyes. The Jiang family is the top of the 4 big families in a city. And this Jiang Qingju has the reputation of being a female god of wealth in the business circle, and is very resourceful. Underline the point. Beautiful person with a ruthless heart. The number of people who have been made to lose all their money by her is no less than double digits. Lin Feng shook his head. Don't recognize. Ning Evening Chiu was stunned. Then why are you still talking nonsense with her? Mainly want to make sure of one thing. Lin Feng hadn't finished speaking. He saw Jiang Qingzhu coming from not far away. The woman was about the same height as Ning Evening Chiu, around 176. However, her figure was on the thin side. Unlike Ning Evening Autumn's flirtatiousness, she had an innocent look, a baby face that gave people a sense of adorableness. But it was precisely this face that set off a storm of emotions in Lin Feng's heart. It's her. It's her. This face, Lin Feng could never forget it. There were many rabbit beastizers, but it was only Jiang Qingzhu who had evolved into the ancient beast roar. Of course, that alone wasn't enough to move Lin Feng. After all, even if Jiang Qingzhu was bullish, that would be a matter for later. If he slaughtered her now, where would she be later? What really surprised him was Jiang Qingzhu's luck. This woman was completely God's beloved little treasure. Luck to the core. In his previous life, someone summarized Jiang Qingzhu's rise to power. It boiled down to a paragraph. The treasures we dream of. She only needs to walk out of her house to pick them up. She was able to evolve into a roar all thanks to this luck. So Lin Feng couldn't afford to mess with her. Keep her and use her as a fortune bunny, and play with it, beautifully. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Feng's eyes looked at her with an extra touch of softness. Noticing the change in him, Ning Evening Chiu was a bit tasty. Dog man. Couldn't really be looking at Jiang Qingzhu, right? What's so good about that woman? She's skinny and doesn't have much meat. The granary is 2 models smaller than me. At most, she's AB. But that face is quite pure. It can inspire a man's desire for protection. While she was rambling, Jiang Qingzhu had already walked under the banyan tree. Looking at the one snake and one fox in front of her, she was a bit jittery. Especially the white fox's eyes that were full of warnings made her heart grow fuzzy. Can the two of you talk? It's okay to do a little. A few moments later, the three who had done their introductions did while whirling under the big banyan tree, chatting for almost 3 hours. Jiang Qingzhu was satisfied and left. Looking at her back, Ning Evening Autumn couldn't help but ask, "You passed on the method of boiling to her. Aren't you afraid of being stabbed in the back by her?" She felt that Lin Feng lacked some consideration in this matter. What if Jiang Qingzhu spread this method? Once everyone knew about it, they would no longer have a lead. All fears are due to not being strong enough. Lin Feng's eyes were calm and unruffled. Besides, our enemy is never ourselves. The mountain beasts, the sea creatures are the ones, the enemies who fight with us for creation. Of course, the main thing was, the stronger Jiang Qingzhu was, the more perverse her chi would be. 10 days later, the second heavenly change would strike again. At that time, the first batch of treasure chests would be brushed out. Lin Feng needed to borrow the luck of this fortune-telling rabbit of hers. It's me who's shallow. Ning Evening Chiu's eyes showed a touch of admiration. She had never thought that Lin Feng had such a big pattern. All along, he had acted ruthlessly, killing and decisive. Originally, she thought that he was the kind of person who was selfish and self-interested. Unexpectedly, she had never thought that he had a big heart. He has the heart to become a pioneer of the human race. The intention to fight for the creation of the same race and foreign beasts. Her heart was filled with admiration and her eyes were imploring. But why did the officials all withdraw to the South China Sea? Lin Feng's gaze was deep. There was a kind of rare beast called the white zephyr. It could tend to good fortune and avoid disaster, predicting the future. The one who obtained the white zephyr's evolutionary program was the one who stood at the top of the pyramid. He should have predicted that the threat of the oceanic ferocious beasts. That's why the officials gave up the towns and put all their strength in targeting the ocean. In his previous life, the various methods of simmering, as well as devouring evolution, including the evolutionary class division, were all announced by him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked down at the white fox lying underneath him. You can spread the method of simmering through the internet. Ha! Ning Evening Chiu's head was full of question marks. She couldn't figure out why he was doing this. Just do it. He needed to verify one thing. Borrowing his precognitive ability to see if there was a change in the future trajectory? Ning Evening Chiu never refused any of his requests. This wasn't weakness. This was her guide to decimating men. What man could refuse? An obedient and fancy woman? A flash of pink light. She switched into her human form and put on the cheongsam Lin Feng had prepared. This was what she had scavenged last night, at the hotel mall. More than 200 pieces of cheongsams of various styles, just to satisfy Lin Feng. Under the banyan tree, she was wearing a black and red purple robe, sitting on a snake body. Under the hem of the robe, her white and slender legs hung in the air. The white and red jade feet swayed nonstop. The remaining light of the setting sun passed through the branches and leaves overhead, showering down on her body, adding a few points of beauty to her. The woman is as beautiful as a flower, covering her mouth and smiling. She has a lot of flavor. She held her cell phone, her delicate fingers rapidly tapping on the screen. A moment later, Ning Eveningchiu looked sideways at Lin Feng. Stinky brother, do you think they'll believe it? Lin Feng, who was simmering his beast body, grunted. Whether they believe it or not is their business. Whether we do or not is our business. It was this cold arrogance that fascinated her the most. Stretch your head over a bit. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were as warm as water, as if they were rippling in an autumn pool. Waiting for Lin Feng's head to probe over, she took the initiative to send a fragrant kiss. Once her red lips were printed, she smiled coquettishly. Good brother, you continue to boil the beast body. Sister will be busy for a while first. I'll be beeping you later. Lin Feng's red gold snake pupil shrunk slightly. His inner expectations were aroused. He opened his mouth and was about to speak. At this moment, a rumble came from the distant sky. Black clouds rolled. Lightning pierced through the clouds and exploded, stirring up the evening sky. Lightning flashed and thunder thundered across the sky, and pouring rain fell. A city under the rain was covered by a layer of glittering white light. Dense energy spread out between heaven and earth. The sound of beast roars shook the clouds. One figure after another traveled through the rain curtain. What's going on? Ning Eveningchiu stood up while holding her phone. Looking at this sudden change in the sky, she looked at Lin Feng. Is this something good about to appear? Lin Feng nodded undeniably. Come up, let's go take a look. This was a sign that the spirit spring was going to appear. Ning Eveningchiu hurriedly jumped to the top of his head and sat down, holding the unicorn horn on top of his head with one hand. Sunset Cloud Mountain. The shadows of the beasts in the mountains. Beast after beast of enormous size lay horizontally between the mountains and forests, overlooking the city at the foot of the mountain. The surging energy drew them in. Instinct told them that something good was about to appear there. Roars echoed through the mountain, triggering other foreign beasts to compete. In a split second, the roars stretched on and on. 10,000 beasts rushed. The earth trembled. They rushed towards the city with great vigor. North of the city, countless beastizers gathered here. They looked ahead at the spring that was shrouded in white light. How come no water is flowing out? Just now, they had used all sorts of means. They were never able to break through the layer of white light that lingered around the spring, so they could only wait dryly, waiting for its water to overflow. It was good to take a taste. Guess we're not using the right method. Someone suggested. How about picking at it? Everyone beside them rolled their eyes. Picking a hair? You think this is a tease? At this time, the earth trembled beneath their feet. An eagle sound was the first to come. The expressions of the crowd changed. When they saw it, countless beasts, stepping on the moonlight, ran out from the mountains. All the beastizers sucked in a breath of cool air in unison, sucking rainwater into their lungs. Only they couldn't care about the refreshing feeling of energy evaporating through their bodies and nourishing their cells, because these beasts that ran out from the mountains were clearly rushing towards the spring. What is ours can only be ours. They dare to rob it, slaughter them for meat. Brothers, charge! The first battle between the beastizers and the Fae, on this night, kicked off. The collision of ice and fire, like the volatilization of nitric acid. It was a multi-person melee. Upon collision, both sides immediately went red, disliking each other to death with all their might. Every move was made with full force. A wild boar had just charged into the battle circle, and before it could arch its tusks, it was pounced on by a corpse puppet. The corpse puppet bit through the neck of the beast boar and wolfed it down. The boar wailed, but it couldn't break away from the corpse puppet. In the heavenly transformation stage, the corpse puppet's combat power was indeed very strong. They mastered a kind of demonization ability. As long as they were bitten by a corpse puppet, they would become their puppets. The corpse puppets, which maintained their human form and had bizarre runes all over their bodies, completely ignited the battle after killing into the battlefield. Those beasts that were bitten by them turned around and pounced on their own kind. This surprised the other beastizers. While attacking and killing the foreign beasts, they were also on guard against the sneak attacks of the corpse puppets. It couldn't be helped. This thing was too weird. In case they were bitten, they would really have to be thankful. Dog thing, dare to bite my ass? I'll bust your balls. An angry roar resounded through the battlefield, only to see a monkey beastizer, holding a fist as big as a pot, ruthlessly pounding an alien beast mountain rat's crotch. It screamed. He pounded. A monkey and a rat killed Red Eye. Brothers, quickly retreat. Too late, the monkey bestializer rushed into the group of alien beasts. In an instant, mountain rats pounced on him from all sides, biting him to pieces. This group of 2-star primordial body mountain rats were cunning. After joining forces to gnaw this 3-star bestializer away, they immediately retreated, intending to hunt other targets. At this time, a dozen owls descended from the sky. They swooped down and quickly swept across the ground, grabbing a single mountain rat and pecking through their heads with their beaks to suck them up. The owl beastizer felt the boiling energy in his body, and his pupils were filled with satisfaction. In the next second, a breaking sound exploded. A gale swept through the 8 directions, transforming into wind blades and decapitating a dozen owls. Blood sprinkled down like rain. An overwhelmingly ferocious might, like a mountain, pressed down on the hearts of all the beastizers and corpse puppets. It was a red gold rock eagle. Its 72-meter beast body was like a mountain peak, crushing through the sky and bathing in blood water. Its ferocious might was overwhelming. It made hearts tremble. In the midst of all the beastizers' heart-stopping fear, the rock eagle opened its mouth and sucked in, and the sky was filled with blood and water that it swallowed cleanly. With a vibration of its wings, another dozen wind blades penetrated through the void, decapitating a dozen or so bird-type beastizers. The 7-star primordial body was like a ferocious beast of the world. No one was even its opponent. The Pang Eagle was definitely the most beautiful boy in this battlefield. It had an attitude of, "I am invincible. You are free to do as you please." It roamed around recklessly, hunting and killing the animalizers. With its invincible style, it killed the beastizers in a state of confusion. "This stinking bird is so strong. Jerk it off. Jerk off a chicken. Hurry up and run. It's not something we can defeat at all." The rock eagle once again hunted down a wave of beastizers. The huge beast swept over the dense forest on the right. It was preparing for a big move. Come with a vicious wave. Red gold light flowed around its body, and a fierce wind was blowing. At that moment, a snake head sprang up from the woods. The serpent rose to the ground, and its bloody mouth bit the wings of the rock eagle. It wailed in pain. It was him, the boss snake that swallowed the demon spider in one bite. The rock eagle's liver and guts cracked, wanting to resist, but it was powerless to struggle. Last time it escaped. This time it would be hard to escape. Lin Feng's snake-tailed head flung the rock eagle away. As its body was falling, Lin Feng took it into his mouth in one gulp. Ka-chow. Between chewing, the sound of bones breaking was crisp and pleasant. He ate it until his mouth bled. All the bestializers and foreign beasts looked at him with numbness. The unrivaled rockbird was swallowed in one bite just like that. Looking at that red, green, yellow, and black, coiled in the forest, as lofty as a mountain, the great snake, all the foreign beasts and bestializers, including the corpse puppets, silently stopped killing. They stood in place, not daring to move, deeply afraid of causing a misunderstanding and being swallowed in one gulp. Lin Feng intimidated the entire scene, but didn't pay any attention to them. After swallowing the rock eagle, he climbed out of the forest. The body of the snake, which was 99 meters long and 10 meters thick in diameter, was coiled by the spiritual spring and didn't move. With this action, all the beasts and people looked at each other in disbelief. So, is he trying to dominate this spring? This kind of behavior was fucking overbearing. The people's fire rose as they watched. Forget it, he's so powerful. What's the harm in letting him have it? Right, we're all mutants. We should love each other. They were generous, but they were also heartbroken. Everyone knew that this spring must be extraordinary. They all wanted it, but there was no way. He was too fierce. At this moment, the clattering sound of high heels stepping on the concrete came. One could only see a delicate figure, stepping over the bloody and watery remnants of corpses all over the ground, coming to Lin Feng's side. The woman's style was outstanding, wearing a black and red cheongsam, and every time she walked, the long legs that were revealed at the opening were eye-catching. Her tall and rich figure, set off by the cheongsam, had a charming flavor that made people's hearts beat faster. In full view of everyone, Ning Eveningqiu stood by Lin Feng's snake's head as she gazed around the circle. Those who aren't convinced can let their horses come and grab it. This fucking bully is too much. If it wasn't for that snake beside you being too fierce, I would have absolutely killed you. A group of bestializers, alien beasts, and corpse puppets were angry in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it. In the group of beasts, a black rabbit looked at this scene, and the red pupils of her eyes had rather complicated emotions. She thought of the afternoon, the offer given by Lin Feng, to follow him. At that time, she hadn't accepted it, but now she saw the fox-like Ning Eveningqiu. Jiang Qingzhu was envious. A woman with someone behind her is indeed more powerful. Perhaps I should learn from her softness. Don't be so feisty. After all, he is really strong now, definitely able to shelter me to go farther in this chaotic world. With this thought in her heart, Jiang Qingzhu took the lead and turned to leave. She was going to go back, pass on the method of simmering to her mom and dad, and then come back to dedicate herself. No, follow Lin Feng. As soon as the Jiang family withdrew, the beastizers from the other families followed, along with those corpse puppets. After realizing that the situation was irreversible, they likewise chose to withdraw. In an instant, on the outskirts of the northern part of the city, only a group of alien beasts remained. Ning Evening Chiu glanced at them. Not leaving? Are you going to stay as ingredients? Her pink pupil luster flowed. The dozen or so fey beasts in front of the herd were momentarily dumbfounded. Then they lined up and walked to Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't polite. He opened his mouth and bit and sucked. In a snap of his fingers, he devoured a bamboo rat. Then the next one. This scene was so frightening to watch the other foreign beasts. They were so scared that they turned around with a wail and ran towards the big mountain. Nightfall. The outskirts where the smell of blood filled the air. Lin Feng's snake body was coiled by the spring. The energy gushing out of the spring was constantly being sucked up by him and Ning Evening Chiu. The energy in his body resonated with the energy emanating from the spiritual spring. It turned into a fire of energy that refined his beast body. The bones and internal organs of his entire body were gradually evolving as the energy fire baked them. What exactly does this spirit spring do? After asking, Ning Evening Autumn walked over to the white light-covered spring and tried to poke the light curtain with her finger. It was found that the curtain of light was very elastic. No matter how vigorously she used, she failed to poke through the layer. She didn't believe in it, and pushed in with her fist with all her strength. As a result, her entire body was bounced off. Be careful of being shocked to death. Lin Feng's snake tail curled around her, dislodging the recoil from her body in the process. This light film is to protect the spring from external infections. It's the same principle as fruit powder. As long as it matures, it won't break without attack. So, Ning Evening Autumn nodded. You know a lot. That's not true. Lin Feng winked smugly. But you definitely don't know as much as I do. Ning Evening Chiu smiled meaningfully. Then in Lin Feng's uncomprehending gaze, she hugged his snake tail, slowly squatting down. The longevity monk fetched the scriptures and went through 991 robberies. Standing brother became Buddha. Ning Evening Chiu didn't need to go through 81 robberies to seek the true scriptures. The power is unfathomable. The next day, early morning, Ning Evening Chiu, who was so tired that she passed out, lay on Lin Feng's broad snake back with a blanket. The morning sunlight sprinkled down from the sky. The rain in the sky stopped irrigating. A red, green, yellow and black 100-meter snake, coiled and nestled at the edge of the spring. Lin Feng looked at the film of light that was gradually disappearing. Black light lingered on the top of his head from his unicorn horn, and one black chain after another extended out from his unicorn horn. From all directions, they were rooted into the ground, entangling the pool's 3-meter diameter spring eye. The next second, the spiritual spring disappeared. There was an additional hole in the ground. After collecting the spirit spring into the open space, Lin Feng looked back at Ning Evening Chiu, who was sleeping really soundly. He carried her slowly forward. Got a creation and got someone. Cool. Wow. Day 3. City Center. Under the sunlight, the 1,000-meter-high banyan tree, its branches and leaves lingered with a faint green light. A layer of muddy energy fluctuations flowed through its thick poles. This state lasted for nearly half an hour. At a certain moment, suddenly, a fierce wind gusted, flying sand and stones. A bright green light swept through the 8 directions with the big banyan tree at the center. Its branches and leaves trembled. The earth trembled, as if an earth dragon was turning inside. Root after root pierced through the concrete to reveal. The old tree coiled its roots. It leapt away from the soil. Ha ha. 1,000 years. I have finally evolved successfully. The world will be dominated by me, and heaven and earth will be created by me. A human face emerged from a tree trunk that was 20 meters thick in diameter. It laughed indulgently. It showed the power of swallowing mountains and rivers. It was as if the earthly god was unattainable. The next second, a large snake scurried out. His huge head ruthlessly crashed into the pole of its tree. The unicorn horn on top of his head went deep into it. The pole of the big banyan tree exploded. Wooden debris flew. It screamed miserably and green blood splashed, only to see Lin Feng's huge snake body wrapped around its branches. Compared to the 1,000-meter-tall banyan tree, Lin Feng's 100-meter snake body looked a bit small, but it's short and compact. The moment the snake body wrapped around the big banyan tree, he fiercely tightened it. As the big banyan tree howled miserably, he twisted its trunk into crumbs. Deadly dead. A green, oily mass shaped like a heart flew out. Before Ning Evening Chiu could see it, Lin Feng put it away in space. She came over with a look of amazement. How pathetic. It didn't even have a chance to take a good look at the world before it was killed by you. But then again, you are really getting fierce. A mature-bodied tree spirit wouldn't even last a minute in your hands. Powerful to the point of being mind-blowing. Who told you that it's a mature body? Lin Feng turned around, his head stopping in front of her. Ha! It's not? Ning Evening Chiu looked puzzled. Before, Lin Feng had told her, the strength of alien beasts and beastizers could be judged based on their size. A 1-star primordial body was 10 meters. And so on. Tree alien beasts. They're different from other kinds. Lin Feng licked her. Their strength is tied to their diameter. So, This big banyan tree that was 1,000 meters long and only 20 meters out in diameter was actually a 2-star primordial body cargo? Ning Evening Chio wiped the saliva from her face. Mediocre to look at. Battle 5 dregs. And still dares to rant about dominating the world and creating a new heaven and earth. She was speechless. By the way, Jiang Qingju just called me. Her side is ready. Asking when we're going to set off? Yesterday, Jiang Qingju said that she wanted to follow Lin Feng. He promised to do so. We can leave now. There was still a lot of creation on this side of a city, but that was for later. In a short period of time, there would only be some small chances brushed up here. He didn't look at them. What really deserved Lin Feng's attention was that great creation at Shinnong Mountain 8 days later. Ning Evening Chio jumped onto his head and took out her cell phone to dial Jiang Qingju's number. 1 hour later, a big Dongfeng truck planted with supplies drove over on the road that was crawling with vines. Undulating. Jiang Qingju in the form of a bunny girl jumped out of the car. Her doll face, holding a pure smile. The three of them finished greeting each other. Lin Feng stowed the contents of the big truck into his space, then carried the two women and left a city. On his brain, the two women chattered, discussing what had happened on the internet in the past 2 days. Ever since Ning Evening Chio had put beastizers, corpse puppets, half-orcs, alien beasts, after this word after word was entire, the internet had created a huge uproar, especially after her uploading of the method of simmering was confirmed. It even triggered the emotions of countless bestializers and corpse puppets. Even the officials, a certain high-powered bigwig, contacted her. Ning Evening Chio followed Lin Feng's instructions and established contact with the officials. 6 days later, Shinnong Mountain. This deep forest that few people had set foot in for thousands of years was like a piece of land that hadn't been developed. There was a tantalizing aura everywhere. Lin Feng had just entered the mountain when he found a 2-star Ganoderma. He smoked the medicine guarding foreign beast with a tail, and had just put this Lingji away when he looked up and saw, between his eyes, an image that surprised him. A piece of black fungus, growing on a piece of dead wood. These black to purple fungus were glistening with a glistening luster, releasing a dense energy fluctuation. The largest of them, the purple-red fungus, it was the most dominant. It stood in the center, proud and overwhelming. Are you that lucky? Just entering the mountain, I picked a 2-star Ganoderma lucidum. Then I met a piece of 1-star fungus, and one of them is even 3-star grade. This luck. He thought of Jiang Qingju sitting on his head. So, was this dipping into the light of the daughter of luck? If so, this bitch's luck was truly terrifying. Thinking this in his heart, he opened his mouth and asked the two women on top of his head to come down. After putting them aside, Lin Feng slowly approached the piece of fungus. At this moment, a vine broke out of the ground. With a harsh breaking sound, it ruthlessly lashed at Lin Feng's snake body. There was a ding, and the sound of gold and gold clashing exploded. Immediately after that, the earth trembled. One vine after another broke out, like strange snakes dancing about. They flung themselves wildly in midair, carrying a thunderous momentum as they attacked and killed Lin Feng's 3 people. Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingju. They switched out of their beast bodies. A fox and a rabbit were ready to join the battlefield. No need for you guys, just watch. Lin Feng's voice came. The two women raised their eyes and looked, only to see vines dancing all over the sky. Squeezed by a certain force they all exploded. Emerald green blood spilling out. His huge snake body directly slammed forward. The tree collapsed, and he was like an absolute ferocious beast, crushing most of the vines that attacked and killed him. His snake body crushed through the earth. The unicorn horn on top of his head was overflowing with black light, and he opened his mouth to bite one of the largest vines, and ruthlessly pulled it. 10 meters away, a cucumber vine was yanked out of the soil. Its main body was hanging in the air. It was snapped in two by Lin Feng's tail. Cucumber beauty. Here you go. Getting this 3-star primordial body cucumber essence killed. He let them have this delicious and savory thing. The two women weren't polite, each holding a cut of the melon vine and sucking it up. The emerald green juice that turned into energy scurried through their bodies. Seeing this, Lin Feng went over and put the piece of spirit plant into space. At this moment, a ferocious beast roar resounded through the mountains and forests. When he raised his eyes, he saw a snapping turtle as tall as a mountain, slowly approaching this way. The ferocious might was monstrous. Its huge turtle head with 2 unicorn horns, like a dragon's head. The gray-brown turtle shell was full of barbs, and the limbs that were covered with scales like dragon claws. With every crawl it made, the mountains and trees were all crushed by it. The terrifying body of the beast was as high as 90 meters. It was like a small moving mountain, crushing the earth with a rumbling sound. A 9-star primordial body snapping turtle. And looking at this guy's appearance, it's a fucking snapping turtle that has activated the heritage of Shitua. Damn it! Shitua, the 8th son of the dragon. The 8th son of the dragon, one of the ancient beasts. His mouth is full of power. It's very strong. Is this the Shinnong Mountain? It's worthy of being the place that, in the latter days, was the first of the three major bases of the foreign beasts. It's true that the base is terrifying. Even at the outskirts of the mountain range, I have already come across a 9-star primordial body snapping turtle that carries the legacy of Shitua. If we go deeper into the mountain range, we might run into a matured beast. Damn. The beasts rely on their inheritance. Beastizers can only rely on swiping treasure chests. God is so unfair. But so what? Fuck you. Lin Feng turned back and looked at Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu. You two stay here. I'll go dish it out. Looking at his rapidly crawling figure, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes showed concern. This snapping turtle looks extremely ferocious. Can he be a match? Allah. Ning Evening Qiu shook her fox tail and plopped back down to hug the cucumber vine and continue sucking on it. He's far more powerful than you can imagine. Put your heart in your stomach and sit here with me and watch the show. Hearing her say this, Jiang Qingzhu's heart was much more at ease. She looked at the depths of the Shinnong Mountain, and the pupils of her red eyes trembled. It always felt like there was a voice over there calling out to her. It caused her lips to move. Forget it, it was better to wait until he returned. At this time, a roaring sound came. The two women raised their eyes and looked, only to see a snake and a turtle facing each other on the plains. The alligator tortoise spat out human words. This is my territory. Get out of here, or die. You count as a dura? Lin Feng's snake pupil was indifferent. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Don't know how to die. The crocodile turtle's pupils flashed with purple light. The two unicorn horns on top of its head glowed. Purple light lingered around its body. It spat out a hanging purple vapor that transformed into an ancient rune and pressed towards Lin Feng. The rune covered the sky and was loud and powerful. It crushed the air and rumbled. Lin Feng's snake head shot forward. The unicorn horn on top of his head was as black as ink, carrying an indestructible might, and it crashed hard into that ancient character of the crocodile turtle. His snake tail raised up and viciously smacked the crocodile turtle's head. The power of this blow made it drool. The enraged crocodile turtle raised its left forelimb and slapped at Lin Feng's abdomen. There was a thud, like the sound of a drum exploding. The crocodile turtle was dumbfounded. It had struck with hatred, but it couldn't even break through the opponent's defense? Was the skin so thick? This kind of defensive strength. It was even 3 times stronger than its turtle armor. Nah, you are qualified to be arrogant. But that's all. The crocodile turtle spat out fishy wind. The spikes on its back were haunted by purple light, and they broke away from the turtle armor as if they were arrows stabbing at Lin Feng. Buzz! A spatial force radiated out from the unicorn on top of Lin Feng's head. It transformed into one black chain after another, wrapping around those spikes that came hurtling towards him. In the midst of the crocodile turtle's surprise, he violently opened his mouth and bit down on the crocodile turtle's head. The snapping turtle let out a cry of pain and tried to shrink its head into its shell. However, no matter how hard it tried, it was always difficult to shake Lin Feng's teeth. Stop! I'm not going to fight. Let's call it quits. I'll allow you to move around in my territory. At this moment, the snapping turtle no longer had the condescension it had before. However, there were still a few moments of unyieldingness. This bossy attitude of yours is making me furious. Lin Feng sucked in a big mouthful, vigorously devouring the crocodile turtle's flesh and blood. Use your blood to quench that anger in my heart. Gone Lin Niang. Can't you even beg for mercy? Don't be so vicious. The alligator tortoise was so angry that it kept waving its claws and slapping Lin Feng's abdomen. Slap slap. The sound resounded through the wilderness. The earth cracked. Giant trees turned into pieces. The shockwaves generated by each of its strikes shook the surrounding area. It had the power of displacing mountains and seas. But it was useless. With Lin Feng's current beast body toughness, it wasn't something the alligator turtle could shake. The more it shot, the more desperate it became. But it was still very unwilling. Until the spatial power turned into chains that wrapped around its beast body, the alligator turtle could no longer struggle. Half an hour later, it only had a turtle shell left. The flesh and blood of its entire body, along with the blood crystals, had all been turned into food for Lin Feng. He was perched in the wilderness, his snake body haunted by black light. The surging energy was like a stream, boiling inside him. A monstrous ferocious might swept through the 8 directions, pressurizing the foreign beasts in the mountains that didn't dare to come close. I wasn't wrong. Ning Evening Qiu's voice was delicate. How ferocious the foreign beasts are when they encounter him. They will only end up being swallowed. This wasn't blind worship. She had seen too many times scenes of Lin Feng killing people. Every time, those foreign beasts were all unbeatable, so ferocious that one's scalp would go numb. But in the end, they were all swallowed by him. So much so that this time, even if the opponent was a 9-star primordial body snapping turtle, in her opinion, it would still fall into Lin Feng's dinner. It's my narrow eyes. Jiang Qingzhu sighed in a sighing tone. As fellow beastizers, Compared to him, we're as frail as poultry, snapping turtle or not. Lin Feng either. The ferocious might they released was filled with a creepy sense of oppression. This feeling was like being pressed by a huge mountain. This was an aura that other beastizers did not possess. That's because we don't have an evolutionary program to activate the ferocious beast bloodline. Ning Evening Chiu was frank. This is a creation that can be encountered but not sought. But as long as we follow him, sooner or later, we'll obtain an evolutionary program that's exclusive to us. She had no doubt about that. Besides, Lin Feng had told her, Zhang Qingju was a daughter of Qi. As long as she was there, all difficulties would not be a problem. While the two women were talking, Lin Feng, who had finished eliminating his food, came back, devouring this snapping turtle. His snake body didn't grow, but the snake scales were even thicker, radiating an indestructible toughness. The aura was even more regal. Let the two women not dare to look directly at him. A little closer to him, the body will have a kind of needle prick feeling. Seeing the two of them trembling with fear, Lin Feng collected his aura and switched his human form. Black light filled the air. He was wearing scale armor and stood in the middle of a fox and a rabbit. Even this bit of my might, you guys are too weak. If this continues, you will be crushed by me. While we're at it, the two of you should hurry up and raise your strength. Ning Evening Chiu lowered her head and licked him. There's still you. I like it when you guys rely on me. But that can only be in bed. Lin Feng jerked her plush head. Out of bed. I want you guys to fend for yourselves. Otherwise you'll gradually be left behind by me. Once you guys fall too far behind me, you'll only end up as ornaments. So is it to be a vase? Or be a strong woman who can help me? You guys choose yourselves. You've spoken like this. Do we have a choice? Ning Wanqing rolled her eyes. Stinky brother, teachers like to give people multiple choice questions. But then again, he made a lot of sense. Once the gap between a man and a woman is too big, we'll be abandoned. She doesn't want to be reduced to a useless waste, and then be tossed aside. Qingju, sis passes on some hunting positions to you. Zhang Qingju had, originally, wanted to tell Lin Feng that she sensed a call from the depths of the mountain. But that sense of crisis in her intuition made her intend to improve her strength first before telling him, lest she become a burden to him after encountering danger. Go! A fox and a rabbit disappeared into the woods after shrinking their beast bodies. Don't go too deep. Just stay on the periphery here. Got it. Looking at the direction they disappeared in, Lin Feng was satisfied. Flowers that didn't go through the storm watering them. It would never be able to bloom the most beautiful flowers. What he needed was a booster, not a vase for venting. This Shinong mountain was full of crises, but the opportunities were equally numerous. With Zhang Qingju, this lucky baby, Lin Feng believed that Ning Evening Chiu could definitely benefit endlessly. As for him, he planned to go a little deeper. Explore the depths of this Shinong mountain. Sit in the mountains and wait for wild dogs, spreading scented bait to catch mackerel. Lin Feng walked to the edge of a lake, only to see a green-colored figure scurrying out of the lake. It was a strange fish with a volume of 80 meters long and fins like feathers. Another ferocious beast that awakened its inheritance. And it's also the legendary great tonic winning fish. This Shinong mountain. It's so damn powerful. There are definitely great powers. Otherwise it was impossible. There were so many ferocious beasts that had awakened their inheritance. Lin Feng had never longed for this as much as he did now. This feeling was like holding it in for years. Suddenly seeing a beautiful woman. He had a big appetite. Wanting to explore into it. A whine came from behind him. Only to see a wild dog with a volume of up to 30 meters and a golden body. Leering at him. It was salivating and had hungry eyes. It was like it wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. Lin Feng wasn't polite either. He threw out a black chain with his backhand. He directly tied up the wild dog. The bound wild dog, wailing and struggling, was pitiful, but it couldn't wake up Lin Feng's cold heart. The black chains flung out and rolled the wild dog down to the lake. There was a bang and a splash. The wild dog sank to the bottom of the lake. Lin Feng sat on the shore and silently waited for the green fish that had awakened the winning fish heritage to take the bait. At a certain moment, the lake water swirled. A black shadow quickly swept through the water and bit down on the wild dog in the water. Blood gushed up to the surface from the bottom of the lake. The moment the black chains were taut, Lin Feng fiercely exerted a yank. The lake exploded and a huge figure flew out of the lake. The green fish was stepping through the water, its mouth holding the chains. Its belly bulged. It stared straight at Lin Feng on the shore. Then the fish tail flung. The water splashes in the sky turned into water arrows and shot towards Lin Feng in unison. Sculpture. Lin Feng's hand shook. The black chain trembled in the air. After shattering one water arrow after another, the chain wrapped around the huge body of the green fish 3 times, only to see Lin Feng yanking once again. The green fish, which was hanging on the surface of the lake, was yanked onto the shore by him. Crackling, the green fish bounced around. its tail slapping wildly. The earth cracked and trembled. In the midst of the dust, Lin Feng seized the opportunity and punched the green fish in the head, only to hear a thud. The struggles of the green fish came to an abrupt end. After drying up the green fish, the black chains turned into light and dissipated. And he pulled the willow upside down, chipping off the excess parts of this 100-meter-long willow tree, directly piercing the mackerel. Then Lin Feng crossed the mountain range by hundreds of meters and found two connected mountains, lay the mackerel across between the two mountains, set up a fire to roast it. Lin's little barbecue prince was online. He was going to use the bloodline of the ferocious beast to lure in more ferocious creatures. Have a full meal. In the canyon, flames burned a tree, evaporating heat waves that scorched the green fish above. The firelight reflects half the sky. Smoke rolled with aroma filled the mountain. One beast after another is attracted to pry. In the mountains and forests, the beasts came running towards this place. Within moments, the beasts were surrounded by shadows. Roar! A roar resounded in all directions. Lin Feng raised his eyes and saw a huge figure appear deep in the mountains. It was a golden monkey. Its back was covered in scale armor. Its tail was like a leopard's tail, and its arms were covered in red gold patterns. Walking between the mountain peaks, the huge body of the beast that was close to 100 meters was permeated with a ferocious might that compelled people's heartstrings. Wherever it passed, all beasts retreated. Some of the beasts that cannot avoid. Was the golden monkey a scoop up? Directly into the mouth. As a pre-dinner snack. Another one. Lin Feng's eyes were slightly downcast, his heart churning with emotions. This golden monkey had similarly awakened its inheritance. And looking at the way it was clad in scales and armor, with lines on its arms, it looked like a ferocious beast lifting its father. Within a day, seeing three descendants of ferocious beasts, this Shinong mountain, worthy of being a place of great breasts. But so what? Lin Feng's red and gold pupils were ferocious, staring viciously at the golden monkey. Your monkey brain. I've reserved it. Black light lingered on his body surface, ready to switch beast bodies and get this golden monkey killed. But right at this moment, he violently realized that there was a woman sitting on the golden monkey's shoulder. She was wearing a long colorful feathered dress. Her face was as delicate as a peach blossom. It's actually her. Lin Feng recognized the face, but it had nothing to do with her beauty. It was because of her heinous reputation. The ghost cart bird that was in the top 10 of the foreign beast list. The ghost cart, also known as the guru bird. A great ferocious thing. A mature-bodied ghost cart. For a fey beast to manifest a human form, it must evolve to the stage of an ultimate body. This was the basic condition. But a ferocious beast that awakened its inheritance only needed to step into the mature body and could switch forms at will. Eat her. A bloodthirsty desire surged through Lin Feng's heart. This was the instinct of a ferocious beast. He couldn't suppress it and didn't want to contain it. It was because the heart of this gourami bird was one of the 5 main materials in the boss snake evolution program. Currently, he had the 5 main materials in his hands, namely the earth fire vine, the tree heart, the ghost spirit flower, the spirit spring, and the 7 orifices linglong heart. All that was missing was the heart of the nunnery bird to gather the 6 flavors. Together with the 32 auxiliary spiritual plants, he would step into a mature body in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stared at the woman on the golden monkey's shoulder. He was mentally calculating the gap between him and her. As the same ferocious beast, this Guju bird had evolved into a mature body. It mastered both wind and water skills. The fighting power was ferocious. But he was the boss serpent, yeah. The legendary snake of time and space. Fuck it. Black light erupted. He switched beast bodies and transformed into a 99-meter snake. The huge beast body crushed through the flames rising mountains and forests. With lightning speed, he bit down on the golden monkey. Sharp fangs pierced through its shoulder scale armor. Blood oozed out. The golden monkey of the 9-star primordial body screamed miserably. It threw up its fist and was about to smash. At this time, a black chain sprang out from the unicorn on top of Lin Feng's head and quickly wrapped around the golden monkey, confining it firmly. The power of space? Boss snakes. Sitting on the golden monkey's shoulder, Gushu bird's pretty face was filled with astonishment. Colorful haze light flowed on her body surface, and the 2 miniature versions of golden hairs in the center of her eyebrows shone brightly. The small cherry mouth opened slightly, and a hanging black water was spat out. A nuisance sound was heard. The black water fell on Lin Feng's snake body, splashing white smoke. However, it couldn't corrode through his scales. Lin Feng swiped his tail at her. The guru bird flipped over and jumped off the golden monkey's shoulder. She avoided the tail, but the golden monkey couldn't. It was lashed and wailed. Lin Feng increased his suction. Before the Guju bird switched beast bodies, he swallowed it all in his stomach. A monkey skin floated down from the air. He roared up to the sky, black chains dancing wildly above his head. A pair of red gold snake pupils, staring at the Gushu bird that had switched out of its beast body. Worthy of being a boss snake, it really is just like the legends, with a mouth that can swallow the sun and the moon. The Gushu bird had 2 heads and 4 azure bird pupils, with black light flowing through them. But you shouldn't have killed my little brother. Since you ate it, I'll ride you on a trip in the future. Lin Feng laughed fiercely and flung his snake tail. Carrying a breaking sound, it ruthlessly smashed towards her. Unruly, you should be taught a lesson. The guru bird's gaze was cold. After she dodged the strike, her wings vibrated. Sand flew between heaven and earth. The fierce wind transformed into black blades in the shape of feathers. Cold light glittered. The blades danced chaotically, with the might of spreading the sky and covering several miles in a radius. In a flash, the other beasts in the forest were the first to suffer. When big brothers fight, their little brothers suffer. This kind of indiscriminate attack caused one beast after another to become the dead souls under the Gushu bird's windblade. Blood stains all directions. Corpses are everywhere. However, such a horrifying attack, when it landed on Lin Feng's snake body, it was a clanking sound. Sparks splashed everywhere. Looking at Gushu bird, he frowned straight away. Just a primordial body. Did you boil the beast body to be so perverted? This stinky snake's evolutionary program was absolutely extraordinary. Eat him and take away his creation. It will definitely allow me to go further. With a ferocious light in her eyes, she flew high into the air, and her other bird head once again opened its mouth to spit out a hang of ebony water. The black mist rising from the black water was like a waterfall falling vertically, with a rumbling sound, spilling down in all directions. Wherever the black water passed, the rocks melted and the trees melted away. Terrifying corrosive power, as if it wanted to devour everything in the world. In an instant, the earth was etched out into a huge pit. The power was so strong, nothing could withstand its corrosion. However, Lin Feng resisted. His entire body was haunted by black light. The power of space covered the beast's body, and the surging energy in his body was turned into fuel to increase his beast's defense. Under the sky full of black water, he hardened himself against the corrosive force and moved forward, lashing his tail at the Gushu bird. With a chirp, the Gushu bird dodged the strike and once again pulled up in height, moving away from Lin Feng's attack range, trying to play a war of attrition with him. At this time, a black chain extended, like a dragon piercing through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it lashed at the Gushu bird. She screamed in pain. Before the black chain wrapped around, it turned into a stream of light and fled away. The Gushu bird, whose body was haunted by both white and black light, traveled above the clouds. Stinking snake, you've angered me. She roared in anger as wind blades descended from the sky. It was densely packed. It was like a rain of blades. Go to hell. A fierce killing chance descended from the sky. Lin Feng's pair of red gold serpent pupils were cold, and the power of space transformed into strips of black chains that hovered above his head. Ding ding ding. The sound of golden gobclashing was endless. Sparks filled the sky. He shattered one wind blade after another, displaying his invincible might. Gushu bird was so angry that she gnashed her teeth when she saw the scene. She realized that there was nothing she could do with him. Although this stinking snake was only a primordial body, he had mastered the power of space. The beast's defense was even tougher than iron. The 2 major killing moves that she was proud of simply couldn't break through his defense. But you can't do anything about me either. Old lady can fly. Stinking reptile, you eat farts on the ground. Gushu bird was smug. However, in the next second, her pupils quake, only to see a black chain rise up from the ground. It was as if it was going to poke through the sky. It penetrated thousands of meters into the sky with a forceful force and viciously jerked towards her. Why is it so long? The Gushu bird shrieked in shock, and her 112-meter-long beast body hurriedly dropped down, avoiding the black chain after this strike. She looked at the large snake on the ground with palpitations. Also a ferocious beast. Is he this powerful for just being a primordial body? The old heavens are so unfair. Gushu was furious, but there was nothing she could do about it. Stinking reptile, old lady won't play with you anymore. Although it couldn't eat him, but running away after molesting, it's a beautiful feeling. 886. Stinky reptile, want to go? Lin Feng completely stormed off. Raging, surging black light scurried out from his beast body. The unicorn horn on top of his head gradually turned transparent. Wow! The power of space spread out like water. It transformed into a gigantic black hand of 1,000 meters, slapping across the sky towards the Gushu bird in a manner that covered the sky and the moon. Crap! The Gushu bird shivered in fear and urged the energy in her body to pour into her wings. Her wings hardened. The flying speed was faster, but the giant hand condensed by the power of space was even faster. There was a bang. The sound of impact resounded through the clouds. The Gushu bird wowed in pain, like a birdman with broken wings falling from the sky. Thud! The earth trembled. Dust fluttered about. The Gushu bird's huge beast body smashed a small mountain. But she was not injured. The mature body of the Guju bird had a strong beast body defense. She lifted her wings and flew up in the air once again. The next second, a snake's mouth bit her back. A few feathers fluttered down. The Guju bird was in pain. Its two heads turned back and opened its mouth to spit out wind blades and black water. However, Lin Feng didn't care, letting the wind blades slash on the black water etch his body. He bit down on the Guju bird and didn't let go. Stinking reptile, you can't eat me. Why can't I eat you? Are you fucking noble? Lin Feng laughed coldly. His teeth penetrated the skin under her feathers. The Guru bird screamed in pain, shocked and angry. How could she not expect that this stinking snake's fangs penetrated so powerfully? The bite broke through her defense. Frightened, she struggled up. Get away! Lin Feng didn't care about that, urging the few energies in the blood crystals to mimic into chains that firmly wrapped around her beastly body. Give up struggling and enjoy yourself, even if the time is short, but at least it was cool. Suction erupted from Lin Feng's mouth as he began to devour the Guju bird. Raging energy scurried into his mouth and rampaged through his body. The mature body of the Guju bird contained pure and surging energy. Taking just one bite was better than devouring an 8-star primordial body foreign beast. It was so cool that Lin Feng's eyes were filled with coziness. He was happy. However, the Guru bird was screaming in pain. Feeling the rapid loss of energy in her body, she was in pain and panic. If I die, you won't be able to live either. My brothers and sisters will avenge me. Then I'll take them all in one pot. Lin Feng's eyes were fierce and he increased his devouring efforts. No, don't. Ignoring the Guru bird's pleas for mercy, Lin Feng flung the dying Guru bird onto the ground after devouring most of her energy. Just when she thought she was saved, Lin Feng bit down on her chest. After ripping her heart out and storing it in space, Lin Feng once again bit down on the Goyu bird. A few moments later, there was only a feather left in the tattered earth. The Guru bird hadn't been able to seize the creation. Instead it had been gotten. Creation has gotten the best of us. Lin Feng, who had finished devouring the Guru bird, the beast's body blazed with black light, like an ancient beast releasing a monstrous ferocious might, scaring the foreign beasts in a 100-mile radius into trembling. Stinky brother, quickly put away the divine power. Sis can't carry it. A delicate voice came. Lin Feng looked back and looked at the white fox and black rabbit that were lying on 2 hills 1,000 meters away. He gathered his mighty aura and switched his human form, standing in the middle of a ruin. Mature-bodied foreign beasts have been swallowed and killed by you. You are getting more and more powerful. A white fox stepped on the mountain and came. When she arrived in front of Lin Feng, she shrunk her beast to 1 meter and stood by his feet, her pair of pink pupils full of shock. The black rabbit hopped over but kept its 30-meter beast body. Zhang Qingzhu had not mastered the method of becoming bigger and smaller. She stood tall and looked at the tiny one person and one fox on the ground. Her gaze landed on Lin Feng. Her heart was churning with emotions like a storm. After witnessing that fight just now, she realized how strong Lin Feng was. Battling a mature body beast with the strength of a primordial body. Not only did he not lose the battle, but he even swallowed the other party with a crushing force. This kind of strength made her heart tremble. This is the benefit of boiling the beast body. Lin Feng looked at the two women. Although the increase in energy is the main thing, it's not as important as the strength of the beast body. He had devoured countless foreign beasts and beastizers during this time. 90% of this energy was used in beast body boiling. Boss Snake was already favoring the strength of the beast body. Otherwise it wouldn't be able to harness the power of spacetime at all, especially after evolving to a full body and activating the skill of traveling through space. Without a matching body, it would definitely be crushed to death by space. Ning Evening Chiu and Zhang Qingzhu listened and looked at him thoughtfully. Then you're going to continue to boil the beast body? Lin Feng shook his head. I've already reached my limit. If I want to continue boiling, I have to evolve to a mature body. So the time has come for you guys to contribute. Find a place. You guys will protect me. Whether it was a Fey beast, or a beast transformer, the battle power during evolution was 10-1. This was a gap that was most likely to be taken advantage of. Many beasts, all fell at this step. Therefore, not only did they need someone to guard them, they also needed to find a location that was safe enough to do so. The Shinnong mountain range, covered by the setting sun, looked like it was covered in a layer of golden armor. The evening sun reflected the mountains and rivers for miles and miles, as if it was a beautiful picture, but it was not calm. In the mountains and forests, there was a roar of foreign beasts. They hunted each other. A white fox that was 56 meters tall, with pink light lingering all over her body, and a pair of pink pupils full of seductive power, with a half-moon sinking in her pupils. She was bathed in blood, and a dozen or so corpses of foreign beasts were lying in front of her. On the other side, a 39-meter-tall black rabbit pranced through a large mountain, red light covering her beast body. She turned into a red light and ran wildly. Behind him, Two 40-meter-tall foreign beast tigers clung on. It was as if they wanted to eat him alive. Fierce and vicious. At this time, a piece of pink light sprinkled down. The two tigers instantly stared blankly and crashed into each other. The running black rabbit turned violently. Her strong and powerful hind legs stomped. Her huge beast body leaped up, and her two hind limbs stomped on the top of the two tigers' heads. With a click, the bones cracked and the tigers died. How many heads? 15 heads. Should be enough for him to have a meal. Ning Evening Autumn walked over, her fox tail curling around one of the tiger corpses, tugging the corpse back. Seeing this, the black rabbit opened its mouth and bit the corpse of another tiger, dragging it behind Ning Evening Autumn. In the past 2 days, they had hunted nearly 200 foreign beasts, all of which were below the 5-star primordial body. Then they threw them below the cliff to replenish the body of Lin Feng, who was evolving. At the edge of the cliff, the two women dragged a corpse of a foreign beast and threw it down towards the bottomless cliff. Snake chirps rang out, filled with pain. Hearing it made Ning Evening Autumn's heart ache. I want to go down and hug him so badly. If you go down now, I'm afraid you'll be eaten alive. Jiang Qingzhu stomped away, the last beast corpse, and probed at the bottom of the cliff. Feeling the raging ferocious might, her heart palpitated. Lin Feng's kind of ruthless nature had been wincing in pain. One could imagine how intense the pain of evolution was. It was definitely several times more painful than giving birth to a child. Luckily, we're not snakes. There's no need to go through this pain of molting. Ning Evening Autumn gave her a blank look. Don't make snide remarks here. The one underneath is our man. The stronger he is, the happier we'll be in the future. So hold on tight. Keep hunting. For all. Whoops. Below the cliff, Lin Feng opened his mouth and devoured a dozen or so alien beast corpses before lying on the ground and continuing to suffer from that molting. His whole body was slimy. The huge body of the beast was covered in black light. The snake's skin had molted 90%. The unicorn on top of his head grew by 2 meters. And in front of the unicorn, there was an extra pile of meat column in front of his forehead. It was as if there were horns that were going to break out of it. For him to add a few more hideous snake neck on both sides of the more red-colored meat fins like fins. The red and black snake scales had more than doubled in diameter from the original size of an adult's palm, revealing an indestructible might. His snake body had already exceeded the limit of 100 meters. It reached an appalling 122 meters in length, and its diameter similarly broke through to 10 meters in thickness. The snake's tail, which was wrapped in the snake's shedding and tapered, gradually turned into a hook shape under the refining of the energy fire. At a certain moment, he threw back his head and roared. Between the gusts of wind, his huge beast body detached itself from the snake mold, and a pair of red-gold snake pupils overflowed with black light. A pair of 2-meter-long and wide fleshy wings at his neck rattled, and black light swept in all directions. The wind stopped at this point. The surrounding space seemed to be frozen. He opened his mouth and swallowed the snake mold, and with a thought, the various spiritual plants stored in the space were taken out and fell into his mouth. The energy in his body surged, simmering his internal organs and bones like fire. The glistening white bones were gradually jadeizing. Thick and tough, 2-star mature body. In addition to the changes in his body shape and blood crystals, he had mastered one more skill. Although this evolution had consumed all of his accumulation, but the feeling was quite beautiful. With the strength of my current beast body, a tail can whip a mountain. Lin Feng was satisfied. At that moment, a scream came from above his head. Lin Feng's eyes were awe-inspiring, and his snake body crawled quickly along the cliff wall. At the edge of the cliff, the black rabbit was stained with blood and lying on the ground, twitching. Jiang Qingzhu's back was torn out with several wounds. Blood gurgled. Not far away, Ning Evening Chiu, in the guise of a white fox, was in a fierce battle with a fiery red serpent that was up to 132 meters in size. The sides of this beast's serpentine torso and spine were covered in hooked thorns, and the serpent's tail was bifurcated and sharp like a spear. It had no horns on top of its head, but it had an extra eye in front of its forehead. The area around its mouth was also full of barbs, and when its bloody mouth opened, its vicious fangs were like jagged knives. This was a hooked snake that had awakened the inheritance of a ferocious beast and had evolved to a 3-star mature body. With a bang, the hooked snake slapped Ning Evening Autumn with its tail, and its barbs made several wounds on her body. Blood soared. Its snake tail raised and viciously stabbed at her in midair. The harsh sound of breaking air carried an indestructible sound. Ning Evening Chiu's eyes showed despair. At the moment of 1,000 golden moments, a black chain wrapped around her body. It yanked her away from the range of the hooked serpent's attack. She saw that a ferocious serpent appeared. He was fierce and vicious, but he was like light that warmed Ning Evening Autumn's heart. Finally waiting for you. Lin Feng placed her next to Jiang Qingzhu, and his pair of red gold snake pupils stared at the hooked snake in front of him. She's a woman I strongly support. You hurt her. You can only pay back with your life. Hook Snake snorted coldly. Killing my little sister and still dare to speak out loud? Today, I will behead you to sacrifice my sister. A layer of red light from covered its entire body, burning the void as if it were a flame. A gust of heat waves swept over. With the blazing breath, the trees around it ignited. The hook snake opened its mouth and spat out a pillar of fire. Lin Feng's tail flung out, crashing through the pillar of fire like a crack, and the pointed hook at the end of his tail zipped towards the hook snake with vigor. It twisted its snake body to avoid the hook. The eyes hummed disdainfully. Between you and me, there is a 1-star difference. A difference of 1 star is like 1,000 miles. Bring it on you. Flames rose all over its body, and it flung its snake tail with open teeth and claws. The tail barb was like a divine blade, stabbing hard at Lin Feng. At the same time, it opened its mouth and sprayed fire. The two-pronged attack had the power to kill, but it was useless. The barb stuck on Lin Feng's snake body, splashing a burst of sparks. He let the flames scorch his body and slammed into the fire screen. Then, in the hook snake's surprise, Lin Feng's snake tail wrapped around it, and he opened his mouth to bite the hook snake's neck, letting the barb stab his mouth. He didn't care. Hook snake screamed in pain, similarly wrapped around Lin Feng and opened its mouth to bite his neck. However, it was useless. Its fangs as sharp as jagged teeth, biting on Lin Feng's neck, splashing a burst of sparks. Not only did it fail to pierce through his snake scales, it was instead chipped to the point of toothache. The hook snake was shocked, its eyes filled with disbelief. How are your scales so hard? Even its 3-star mature body strength couldn't gnaw through it. How on earth did he boil his beast body? In reply to it, Lin Feng landed a toppling blow. The unicorn horn on top of his head dug into the hooked snake's jaw, causing it to hiss in pain and its huge snake body to tighten up. The hooked thorns of its serpentine body brushed against Lin Feng's beastly body, drawing sparks of fire on his scales, but it was difficult to pierce through. The fire couldn't penetrate. The thorns couldn't pierce. Originally, he thought that he could crush him with a difference of 1 star. In the end, it couldn't even hurt him a bit. It had never felt as powerless as it did now. Hook Snake was desperate. If time could be turned back, Hook Snake would have definitely. At the moment he appeared, turned around and ran. Missed this wonderful destiny. However, the creation always loved to mess with people. Let a person in the wrong time meet the wrong person. This sinful fate, let it pay the price of life. After killing the hook snake, Lin Feng didn't devour it. He dragged the hook snake's huge beast body to Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu. You two split it. A 3-star mature body of a hook snake contained energy that could not only repair their injuries, but could even allow the two women to go further. Ning Evening Chiu and Jiang Qingzhu weren't polite. They pounced on the hook snake's corpse and started devouring at its wounds. Lin Feng was lying on the side, watching the two of them devouring it, his eyes filled with doting tenderness. These were his women. They must be watered and nourished. An hour later, all that was left of the hooked snake's massive beast was a snakeskin. Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu had eaten their fill. Holding out their round bellies, they lay on the ground simmering their beast bodies. Stinky brother. Ning Evening Chiu had just opened her mouth when a rumble came from heaven and earth. Her voice came to an abrupt halt, and her pupils contracted in shock at the image that came into her eyes, only to see the originally clear sky suddenly wind up. Majestic tides of energy surged, condensing into vortex after vortex across the dome of the sky. Auroras spilled onto the earth. Stone monument after stone monument poked their heads out of the vortex. Then they turned into meteors and fell to the ground. Immediately after that, one after another hauntingly bright box fell. It was like a meteor shower, and the scene was magnificent. Coming, Lin Feng looked at them. Come up, I'll pack you guys to find the chance. Upon hearing this, Ning Evening Chiu immediately shrunk her beast body and jumped onto his head with difficulty with her big belly. Jiang Qingzhu, who couldn't freely shrink her beast body, was in a hurry and directly switched into human form, blushing to meet Lin Feng's gaze. With a stomp of her bare feet, she landed on his head. Is this the rhythm of offering yourself? Ning Evening Chiu teased her. Jiang Qingzhu glared at her, and just as she wanted to speak, she saw a set of short floral skirts that appeared in front of her eyes out of nowhere. She hurriedly put it on with the help of "Sit tight." Lin Feng was about to move. As a result, a breaking sound came from above his head. He looked up and a purple and gold treasure chest smashed down. The ground shook with a thud. Looking at this purple gold treasure chest in front of him, he was a little confused. The next second, the 11 bronze treasure chests in the sky that had originally flown in other directions suddenly shifted direction and smashed down towards here. Thud thud thud. The earth trembled one after another. Lin Feng's scalp went numb. He swallowed and stared blankly at the boxes on the ground. This kind of scene, let alone seeing it, he had never even heard of it. According to the direction of the plot in his previous life, each treasure chest refreshing distance should be spaced 10 miles apart. But now, 12 treasure chests. all fucking stacked together. It was as if they were worried about tiring him out. Is this favor from the heavens? But this love? Lin Feng knew that it wasn't for him. Rather, it was directed at Jiang Qingzhu, the daughter of Qi Fortune. How fucking outrageous. So many boxes. What's in here? Ning Evening Chio's voice interrupted Lin Feng's contemplation. There's spiritual plants. There's all sorts of evolutionary programs. Lin Feng replied back to her and spoke again. Qingzhu, you open the box. With her luck, she could definitely produce the very best. Jiang Qingzhu leapt down from his head. The breeze blew the hem of her skirt. A chrysanthemum flower was born to the sun. Pink petals, demonic but not colorful. She landed on the ground and turned back with a sudden realization. Meeting Lin Feng's direct gaze, Jiang Qingzhu's cheeks burned. You didn't see it, did you? Yes, it's beautiful, Lin Feng honestly admitted. Causing her face to blush like a peach blossom, she hurriedly turned around and didn't dare to meet his eyes. Shame on you. Ning Evening Chio giggled. Sooner or later, we'll have to be honest. Just take it as a prior inspection. Hurry up and open the box. There are still a lot of treasure chests spilling out all over the place. Jiang Qingzhu nodded with a red face and took a deep breath to collect her fluctuating mood. Under Lin Feng's guidance, she opened a bronze treasure chest first. With a clang, the moment the lid of the chest was uncovered, a blue level flew out of the chest and crashed into her brow. Inexplicably, an additional stream of information appeared in her mind. A few seconds later, Jiang Qingzhu opened her eyes and looked back at Lin Feng. It's an evolutionary program called by Feng. Crap! Lin Feng celebrated with a flick of his snake tail, smacking a large tree on the side. This luck of yours. It was simply absolute. A bronze treasure chest opened out a ferocious beast evolution plan. This is something absolutely unprecedented. Worthy of being God's favored daughter. The 6 is flying high. Quick, keep opening. Jiang Qingzhu said yes, encouraged by Lin Feng. She was in a beautiful mood humming a little song as she opened the box. The second one, another evolutionary program. The third, a ginseng that flowed with 3-colored light, a 3-star spiritual plant. The fourth, an evolutionary program. The fifth, the sixth. After opening all 11 bronze treasure chests in a row, 8 3-5-star spiritual plants, 3 evolution plans. One of them was a 9-tailed sky fox, so beautiful that Ning Evening Autumn smiled with joy. Lin Feng was equally happy and smiling. Getting rich. There's one last purple gold treasure chest left. Go Qingzhu, open one that belongs to your evolutionary program. Ning Evening Chio threw a flying kiss for encouragement. Okay. Jiang Qingzhu was a bit nervous. Opening 11 treasure chests in a row didn't result in an evolutionary program that belonged to her. This was a bit of bad luck. Wow. She rubbed her hands together and lifted the lid of the purple gold treasure chest. A colorful haze burst out from the chest. It turned into a stream of light and crashed into Jiang Qingzhu's brow. It was the evolution program. Her eyes showed delight and anticipation. However, a moment later, she opened her eyes in disappointment. A vermilion bird evolution program. This was a divine beast evolution program. But she actually looked dissatisfied. Lin Feng cried and laughed. It doesn't matter. Let's keep grabbing boxes. With your luck, you can definitely open out an evolution program that's exclusive to you. Come on, hurry up. Ning Evening Chio followed suit with a few words of comfort. Jiang Qingzhu regained her confidence and jumped on Lin Feng's head. You can give me a pair of underwear first. Chang. When she had dressed and sat down, Lin Feng carried the two of them around. After they left, the treasure chest on the ground gradually disappeared. At the same time, the internet was in an uproar. The topics were all related to treasure chests and evolutionary programs. Some people opened 1 2-star spirit plants from bronze treasure chests. Some gold chests opened out an ordinary evolution program. Those who were more lucky picked up diamond chests and opened out a 3-star spirit plant. Those who really had great luck opened a ferocious beast evolution plan from a purple gold chest. But there were only a handful of people with this kind of luck. Those who were less lucky, after picking up the purple gold treasure chest, opened a 2-star spiritual plant, or an ordinary beast, and flying bird evolution program. In contrast, Jiang Qingzhu's luck was so good that it exploded. Bronze opened out ferocious beasts. Generally the lowest is 3-star spirit plant. Purple gold treasure chest directly opened out divine beast evolution program. This fucking absolute. Shenong Mountain. Lin Feng smoked a dog bear with his tail, and Jiang Qingzhu couldn't wait to jump off his head. Rubbing his hands together, he lifted the golden treasure chest on the ground. The next second, she froze in place, and then a smile, as delicate as a flower, spread across her face. Opened out. What? It's worth smiling so brightly. Ning Evening Chio had a curious look on her face. Is it your exclusive evolutionary program? No. Jiang Qingzhu took out a flowing rib from the golden treasure chest. It's the bone of the inquisitive body boss snake, yeah. Feng just happens to be able to use it. A ferocious beast skeleton? It's even a fucking inquisitive bodies. Even Lin Feng, who had lived 2 lifetimes, was so shocked that his heart was thumping. Treasure chests opened out skeletons of ferocious beasts. Organs. The probability was less than 1 in 1,000. But she opened it. This luck. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in praise. Good job, baby. Jiang Qingzhu's pretty face was slightly red as she handed him the rib bone. It contains 2 drops of ferocious beast essence blood, as well as bone marrow. It needs to be paired with spirit summoning flower and earth dragon root to make a soup, for the effect to be taken to the next level. The moment the chest was opened, the method of use would be passed along to the person who opened it. Lin Feng nodded his head and stowed the bar serpent ribs into space. Come on up. Keep messing around. The 3 of them were energized, immersed in the joy of opening treasure chests. From morning to night, the trio traveled throughout the entire outskirts of Shinong Mountain. A full 69 treasure chests were opened. Jiang Qingzhu lived up to his name and opened nothing that was lower than 3 stars. A full 12 types of evolutionary programs alone were opened. Other than 1 divine beast evolution program, the rest were all ferocious beasts. The bones and organs of ferocious beasts. 3 were opened. Her exclusive evolution plan was opened from a diamond treasure chest. She was so happy that her eyes curled up in a smile. Still continuing? Lin Feng shook his head. Let's rest for a night first. Tomorrow we'll go deeper into Shinong Mountain. The treasure chest was important, but he cared more about the piece of heavenly tablet that had landed deep in the divine Nong Mountain. This heavenly steel possessed a kind of effect that could enhance the bloodline. It could be said that the reason why Mount Shinong had become the base of the 3 great beasts in the previous era, and had pushed the world with an invincible stance, was mostly due to this reinforcing heavenly tablet. The depths of Shinong Mountain? Jiang Qingzhu froze for a few seconds, then told him and Ning Evening Chiu about the summoning she had sensed. At the end, she deliberately emphasized, that feeling seems to be a summoning that originates from the soul. After hearing this from her, Lin Feng pondered, this should be a resonance of the bloodline. Bloodline? Ning Evening Chiu had a curious look on her face. But didn't you say that only after obtaining an exclusive evolutionary program and stepping into a mature body could you activate the bloodline? The reasoning was this, but it wasn't absolute. For example, am I not a special case? He looked at Jiang Qingzhu again, looking at the 2 rabbit ears on her head and the rabbit tail behind her, but Qingzhu is the same, even though she just obtained the evolutionary program. But her bloodline should have been activated long ago. Otherwise it's impossible, after switching human forms, to still retain beast-like features. Was that so? Ning Evening Autumn seemed to understand. So all of you are mutants, and I'm the only normal one? What's going on? Sister. Lin Feng gave her a blank look and was about to speak. At this moment, a rumble came from the distance. When he raised his eyes, he saw a golden light filling the mountain. In the golden light stood a towering figure. It was a 6-eared macaque. It was holding an iron rod, spanning mountains and rivers as it fought furiously with a 2-horned rhinoceros. The roar of the beast was loud. The iron rod in the 6-eared macaque's hand swung, erupting with ferocious destructive power. When the rod fell, the mountains and rivers collapsed. The 2-horned rhinoceros was also not weak. The 2 horns on top of its head and the iron rod collided, emitting the sound of gingo clashing. From time to time, it opened its mouth to spit fire. Fire light glittering. The 2 beasts mixed battle endlessly, killed until the mountain collapsed. The earth cracked. At this time, a firelight crossed the sky. A bird with flames lingering all over its body appeared. It stood horizontally in the sky, its size covering the sky and moon. The massive beast was 151 meters long, and every time its wings flapped, it was as if a grade 6 typhoon was blowing in the heavens and earth. Flying sands and stones, heat waves rolled. The bird slapped the 2 beasts with 1 wing, and an icy female voice resounded through the mountains and forests. Fight again and eat you all. Roll. Her ferocious might was monstrous, overbearing and overwhelming. The 2 beasts were so scared that they were scared out of their wits and fled in fear. A 5-star mature body vermilion bird. Lin Feng's eyes sank as he looked at the huge bird. The Beast King of Shinong Mountain should have been born. This wasn't good news. It represented that the war between the foreign beasts and the beastizers was about to kick off. With the current combat power of the beastizers, could they fight against these uniquely gifted foreign beasts? The answer was naturally no. But that wasn't what Lin Feng cared about. Rather, it was the trajectory he was familiar with that had once again deviated. According to the information from his last life, the Beast King of Shinong Mountain was born 2 months after the heavenly change. Now it was a month earlier. This made him panic a little. No, it was necessary to raise his strength as soon as possible. Only when one was strong would there be no fear. Only then could he deal with all accidents. Go, find a place to develop. He carried the two women and disappeared into the night. A cave. A fox and a rabbit that had shrunk in size were in the cave devouring spiritual plants and boiling the beast's body. Lin Feng, who had switched into human form, set up a pot to simmer that boss snake rib. The flames were burning. The soup boiled in the pot, swirling with colorful haze. The rich fragrance was tantalizingly mouth-watering. Lin Feng took out the spirit summoning flower and the earth dragon root and threw them into the pot. With the addition of these 2 3-star spirit plants, the energy contained in the soup and the pot surged even more. 2 hours later, Lin Feng drank the entire pot of soup in one gulp, not even leaving any residue. The soup entered his stomach. It was like a stream rippling through his stomach. Lin Feng only felt a wave of heat sweeping through his body. The fire of energy was boiling his beast body. Lin Feng spat out snake letters. His body bathed in black flames. Monstrous ferocious might was uncontrollably released. The powerful sense of oppression forced Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu, who were in the process of refining their beast bodies, to walk out of the cave. The snake chirped. An earth-shattering evolution was taking place within him. The energy contained in the rib bone of this inquisitive bar serpent was simply too massive. Not only was it pushing his beast body to evolve, it was likewise strengthening his bloodline. In the end, the snake's nature was aroused. He couldn't restrain himself and called Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu in. The next day, Lin Feng was refreshed, switched his human form and stood at the top of the mountain wearing 4-colored scale armor. In one night, the ribs of the boss snake of the inquisitive body, the essence blood and bone marrow it contained, plus the energy of the 2 3-star spirit plants, were all devoured by him, propelling his beast body to grow to 156 meters, with a diameter thickness of 1 meters. The bones of his entire body were all jadeized. The strength of his internal organs rose by 1 level. On top of that, he thoroughly grasped the essence of Boss Snake's second skill, 2 levels up in one night. Cool. Lin Feng was satisfied. At this time, Ning Evening Chio walked up to him. That bar serpent rib is really fierce. Hearing what she meant, Lin Feng scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. Sorry I lost my head last night. Once a beast like a boss snake revealed its true nature, it would go berserk and disown all of its relatives. Last night, the 2 of them had suffered. It's okay, I'm praising you. Ning Evening Chio smiled sweetly, with a lot of flavor between her brows. Lin Feng was mesmerized. No wonder most men liked mature women, because they let go. Even they do. It could make a man mesmerized and intoxicated. For example, last night, after Ning Evening Chio changed into a blood drop, Lin Feng stormed out on the spot. That's what led to the later misadventure. Exploding in the evil ways. You're getting more and more S. Lin Feng hugged her. She smiled coquettishly. But don't you like me like this? Bird. This mature flavor of hers. It really wasn't comparable to Jiang Qingzhu. What the little girl has, she has it all. What little girls don't have, she has it all. When it comes to a woman like this, every man will be confused. This thing called love is very evil. Some people don't even touch, already love to crazy. Some people don't even love. They are already tired of playing with each other. That's why Lin Feng has always been cautious about his feelings. This was something that Ning Evening Autumn had felt long ago. She wasn't dissatisfied with this mentality of his, because what she practiced was, love, do it until your legs are weak. If you don't love, do it until you love. Rough but effective. At least Lin Feng to her, is not in the beginning of that kind, dispensable attitude. She has, into his heart, is not it? The 2 of them embraced each other and talked for a few moments. After Jiang Qingzhu got up, Lin Feng similarly took her into his arms. The 3 of them watched the sunrise while surfing the internet. From yesterday until now, the entire internet hot topic was all related to treasure chests and evolution. Those bestializers who had obtained the evolution program began to team up to go into the mountains to hunt for foreign beasts. But there were also some beastizers that hunted their own kind in the city. Various organizations sprang up. The world was getting more and more chaotic. Ning Evening Chio wasn't interested in any of this. She was in a forum, finding information about the stone tablet. After browsing through a dozen or so posts, Ning Evening Chio looked at Lin Feng. A total of 9 heavenly tablets have appeared in human cities. Some people have comprehended techniques on the heavenly monuments. Some people have been golden after touching them. Combined with the findings of medicines from all over the world, these heavenly monuments have different functions? Lin Feng nodded his head. Feats steel, evolution steel, strengthening steel. He recited 12 heavenly steel functions in a row. The heavenly steel that landed deep in the Shinong mountain has the function of refining the bloodline. This is the most precious of the 12 heavenly tablets. Having spent many days together, with regards to his character, Ning Evening Autumn had long understood him. So when she heard his words, she immediately guessed what he was thinking. You want to snatch this piece from Shinong Mountain? Right. Lin Feng gave an undeniable smile, and after letting go of the two of them, he stood up. I'm a selfish person, but also, I don't want to see the foreign beasts grow, because that wouldn't only be bad for the human race, it wouldn't be good for me as well. He looked at the two. If we want to go farther, we likewise can't do so without the strengthening heavenly tablet. Understood. Then grab it. Jiang Qingzhu's baby face was ferocious. A milky, ferocious, petulant look. Lin Feng smiled and pinched her cheek. Go, snatch it, damn it. Then Lin Feng switched his beast body and transformed into a big snake carrying the two women, galloping through the mountains and forests. He had 4 goals today. Enhance the strength of the two of them. Find out the source of the summons issued to Jiang Qingzhu. Find the treasure chest. Explore the stone monument and find a chance to carry it away. Cut off the future of the Shinong Mountain Fae. On the head of the snake sat 2 women. One was wearing a cheongsam, charming and charming. One wore a long floral dress, pure and beautiful. The day of winter, gradually cold, but it didn't affect their beauty. With their physique, they were already unaffected by the climate. The 2 women were doing while whirling on the snake's head. Jiang Qingzhu was putting the second half of the 9-tailed skyfox's evolutionary program into Ning Evening Chiu. Half an hour later, Lin Feng stepped into the deep range of Shinong Mountain. Just after stepping into this area, the ground suddenly trembled. The earth cracked. Sandstone trembled. A purplish-red earthworm broke through the ground and scurried out. Half of its slimy body was hidden in the earth, but the part that was exposed was already more than 80 meters long. Right after the photo was taken, this earthworm spat out fenugreek. A grayish-brown liquid flew. Lin Feng swiped his tail over, and it ended up being stuck to the snake's tail by this liquid. He flung it with all his might. He still couldn't shake off the liquid stuck to his tail. The super-strong stickiness caused Lin Feng's fire to turn over. Putting Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu aside, his huge beast body directly crushed into the purple-red earthworm. Seeing his prey rushing towards him, the purplish-red earthworm spat continuously. Its mouth was like a machine gun. Yubiu sprayed non-stop. In an instant, the surroundings were full of its saliva. Lin Feng's body was once again stained with 2 piles of it, and that disgusting feeling completely inspired his ferocity. Get down for master. He slammed his head into the purple-red earthworm, and the unicorn horn on top of his head pierced through its skin. As scarlet blood spilled, Lin Feng smoothly wrapped around the purple-red earthworm and pulled it out of the earth. The earth rumbled. The earth was lifted up. The fully exposed earthworm was 112 meters long. The moment it was yanked out by Lin Feng, the earthworm cut off the back half of its body and then burrowed into the earth. Knowing that it wasn't going to be able to defeat it, it braced itself for a ray of hope. Smart earthworm. But how could Lin Feng do what he wanted? The snake's tail flung out. The tail hook directly hooked it. At the same time, Lin Feng had a unicorn horn on his head and withdrew it from the purplish-red earthworm's wound. Black light lingered. A chain poked out from the unicorn horn and wrapped the 2 parts of the violet-red earthworm's body around it. You too, come over and feed. The 1-star mature body of the earthworm was enough for them to go further. Facing Lin Feng's feeding, the 2 women had no qualms. This earthworm was disgusting, but great tonic wow. After devouring the earthworm's flesh and blood, Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu shrunk their beast bodies to sit on Lin Feng's snakeback, running their racial gong methods to boil their beast bodies. After having an exclusive evolutionary program, their digestive ability had increased by at least 10 times. In the past, after devouring a mature-bodied beast, the 2 would have to spend at least half a day before they could digest it all. But now, it only took half an hour for them to finish digesting it. Ning Evening Chiu's beast body had already stepped into the 90-meter level, a 9-star primordial body, just 1 step away from entering the mature body. Jiang Qingzhu came later, with a volume as high as 96 meters. The reason why she was able to surpass Ning Evening Autumn was all due to the fact that she opened a treasure chest yesterday and obtained a pair of roaring eyes. After she refined it last night, the beast's body skyrocketed drastically. All the way deep, Lin Feng was transformed into a god of killing, and wherever he passed, blood and water floated in his wake. As long as he met the foreign beasts, all of them became rations for the 2 women. Under his feeding, they had stepped into the peak of 99 meters. Yet, they hadn't reached the limit yet. On this journey, in addition to devouring the foreign beasts, 5 gold treasure chests were also found, plus 1 diamond treasure chest. The 6 treasure chests opened out. 6 3-5-star spirit plants. These were all materials needed for the evolution of howling beasts. It was as if the heavens already knew that Jiang Qingzhu was about to step into a mature body and desperately needed these materials to evolve. Chasing after and feeding her, just afraid that she would fall behind others. This fucking. She's being pampered in the palm of her hand. I'm impressed. Nabla asterisk. The deeper they went into the Shinong Mountain, the foreign beasts they encountered gradually became stronger. The worst was the 1-star mature body purple-red earthworm. The strongest ones were all at the 3-star mature body stage. Beep, a bird chirping sound came from overhead. Only that vermilion bird from last night was seen, crossing over the forest. Heat waves rolled. It scorched the leaves of the trees underneath. Its sharp pupils stared at Lin Feng in the woods below. I'll give you a chance to live. Get out of here. Otherwise I'll roast you to death. Lin Feng's snake body wrapped around the tree. The huge beast body poked out from the branches and leaves and locked eyes with the vermilion bird high in the sky. Old sister. You'll die if you're so arrogant. Come and fight. Lin Feng spat out his snake letter. His red gold snake pupils boiling with battle intent. Unwilling reptile. The vermilion bird's wings revved up and rolled in raging flames as it rushed towards Lin Feng. With a beep, it opened its mouth and spewed out a hang of crimson flames. It was like a waterfall, dropping down from high in the sky. The blazing temperature swept through all directions. It burned when touched. A circle of several hundred meters was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Thick smoke swirled with flames as they rose into the sky. The blazing flames burned the mountains and forests. A large snake sprang out of the fire. Lin Feng was bathed in flames, his serpentine body haunted by black light. Like an overwhelmingly ferocious beast, he violently flung out his tail. The hooked snake tail pierced into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above the vermilion bird's head. The empty flash. This was Boss Snake's second skill. The body could merge into space in an instantaneous flash. A terrifying air-breaking sound came from above his head. The vermilion bird's wings lifted and turned into a fiery red stream of light to avoid it. With a bang, the air was shattered by the snake's tail. The vermilion bird turned back to look at the snake tail that was poking out from the void. Its bird pupil was filled with gravity. The power of space. No wonder you dare to be so emboldened. But that alone isn't enough for you to walk across the divine Nong mountain. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Other than my woman, no one can overpower me. You want to restrict me? Take your life and fill it in. The vermilion bird that has not evolved the 3 flavors true flame. What is it going to scream at me with? His snake tail twitched, once again penetrating through space, flashing on the right side of the vermilion bird, his hooked tail carrying the might of invulnerability, viciously stabbing it in the abdomen. The vermilion bird let out a chirp, and the flames that filled its surface turned into a shield. The shield exploded, and Lin Feng's snake tail crashed into the vermilion bird's abdomen like a crack. But also because of the flame shield's block, the strike failed to break through the vermilion bird's defense. The impact, however, still sent it flying out. The vermilion bird screamed in pain, and after stabilizing its body, it coughed out blood, its pupils filled with gravity. It originally thought that, as the same 5-star mature body, even if it couldn't crush this boss snake, it could still defeat him with some effort. But who knew that the flame divine ability it was so proud of not only failed to cause damage to him, even it was pressed and whacked by him. The same 5-star mature body, and both are ferocious beasts. Why is he so fierce? Not fair. The vermilion bird was a bit skeptical of bird life. It didn't dare to underestimate Lin Feng anymore and lifted its wings and chirped. It started summoning helpers. If you can't beat them, shake the beast. That's great. In order to live. It's not bad. But Lin Feng was on fire. He was enraged by this behavior of the vermilion bird, and his snake tail flung continuously, constantly flashing from the void, stabbing left and right at the vermilion bird. Puffs of air bursts went on and on. The air currents in the entire sky were stirred up by Lin Feng. The vermilion bird couldn't catch a glimpse, and after dodging several times, it was accidentally hit by Lin Feng. It screamed in pain and its huge body fell from the sky. Lin Feng quickly scurried over. There was a rumble. The earth trembled. A small mountain was smashed by the vermilion bird. Dust and smoke stirred. Rocks flew everywhere. It coughed out several mouthfuls of blood in the pit and struggled to stand up tremblingly. The vermilion bird lifted its wings and prepared to take off again. At that moment, a snake head cut through the dust and bit the vermilion bird's stomach. The vermilion bird's pupils contracted and flames rose from its body. It wanted to scorch Lin Feng in this way to make him let go of his mouth. But it was useless. He devoured it even with the fire. It was so fierce that it made the vermilion bird's scalp go numb. Its sharp beak and claws, constantly bombarding his snake body. Ding ding ding. Sparks splashed everywhere. Its sharp claws and beak that could claw out rocks and pierce through steel plates could only scratch white marks on Lin Feng's scales. A feeling of powerlessness surged up from the vermilion bird's heart, turning into a wave of despair that rushed across its body. It was numbed by the impact. It completely gave up resisting. At this time, a barking sound came. The vermilion bird, whose eyes were lax, heard this sound and its pupils rekindled the fire of hope. The helper it shook came. Are you excited? Is it because you think that you'll be able to escape from death when the help comes? Lin Feng's cold tone exploded in the vermilion bird's ears. Wasn't it? The vermilion bird beast rekindled its flames. It was going to lift its wings and fly. The next second, a super strong suction force surged into its wound. The vermilion bird immediately sensed that its flesh and blood were being sucked as if it were a dike. No, don't! It panicked. Desperately, it began to struggle. But the more it did, the more Lin Feng devoured it. A beast with bird wings on its back, 2 bull horns on its head and a tiger-like body came across the mountains and rivers. When it arrived, what it saw was a field of bird feathers and a well-fed boss snake with black flames lingering all over its body. You ate it? It was jealous, with a ferocious light in its eyes. Poor man, its body resembles a tiger. Its head has a bull's horn. Its back has hedgehog hair, and its voice is like a dog's bark. Lin Feng spat out his snake letter. It's delicious, but you came a step late. Otherwise you can share a wing. This was definitely a fucking provocation. Porchi woofed twice and pounced on Lin Feng with monstrous killing intent. Dare to eat my bird sister. Grandpa will kill you, reptile. I'll whip you and skin you and roast you in the fire for 69 days. As a result, the next second, it was whipped away by Lin Feng's tail. The 152-meter beast drew a parabola in the air and heavily collapsed a mountain. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and raised his tail to whip it violently. One after another, the poor Chi was screaming. Skin split open. Blood splattered everywhere. It didn't even have a chance to resist. It was whacked into the ground. Then it was bitten by Lin Feng's neck and yanked out. Ruthlessly slammed on the ground. Bitten again and slammed again. After a dozen or so times, the poor Chi was lying in the pit covered in blood. His eyes were full of fear and disbelief. It knew that Lin Feng was very strong. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to kill its bird sister. But it didn't expect that he was so ridiculously strong. Against him, it didn't even have a chance to fight back. It was directly pushed to the ground and rubbed. It made it wonder if it was fucking dreaming. Otherwise, they were both ferocious beasts, and their strengths were at the same level. Why was it the one that got beaten up? It is very puzzled. But Lin Feng wasn't obliged to give it an answer. After whacking it until the poor monster was incapable of resisting, Lin Feng's head unicorn glowed and the power of space turned into chains, tying it up. Then, he called over Ning Evening Autumn, who was hiding and watching the battle, and Jiang Qingju. Eat, don't be polite. It was the time to grow their bodies, so he couldn't starve the two of them. After all, the stronger they were, the happier he would be. The two women weren't polite either, pouncing over and biting into poor Qi and began to devour it. Poor Qi barked twice with a panicked face. As a result, he was knocked out by Lin Feng's tail. Its huge beast body was gradually becoming smaller. The blood and flesh turned into nourishment to nourish the two women's growth. 1 hour later, there was only one skin left of the poor beast. Ning Evening Autumn, who had eaten and drunk enough, and Jiang Qingju were lying on the ground simmering the beast's body. Why are they the same ferocious beasts? But in your hands, they only get beat up? Ning Evening Autumn looked at him curiously. The difference was simply too great. It was simply unbelievable. There are 2 reasons. Lin Feng's gaze was deep. 1. It's the beast body gap. 2. It's the racial difference. These foreign beasts that had awakened the bloodline of ferocious beasts and gained racial inheritance. They were different from beastizers. There was no need to rely on an evolutionary program and evolve in a step-by-step manner. As long as there was sufficient energy, their size could rub off on them. Without simmering, the beast's body was naturally weak. The boss snake was different. This was a race that paid extreme attention to its body's refinement. In a word, boss snakes were tanks that could unleash long-range attacks. After popularizing these basic postures, Lin Feng looked at the two. Now you know why I've been asking you guys to toughen your beast bodies, right? It's useless to just be big and thick. Being strong on the outside is flashy. Sometimes short and small was more lean. This flurry of preaching and receiving fluids came down. They benefited greatly. They looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Not only was this man's combat strength unrivaled, even his knowledge was equally vast and profound. They had reached a higher level. It could even be said that if they hadn't met Lin Feng, not only would they not have been able to access this knowledge, it would have been even harder for them to have their current strength. It was even possible that they would have died in the mouths of other animalizers or alien beasts. They would have become the nutrients for other people's evolution. It was him who forcefully supported them to move forward. What's wrong? Look at me like this. Facing the hot and tender gaze of the two, Lin Feng was a little unsettled. A gesture of wanting to eat me. Then do you give a damn about eating? Ning Evening Chio narrowed her eyes, her pink pupils tinged with a few hints of teasing. How do you say this? If you want to eat, can I still not allow it? Lin Feng was about to stick the snake's tail over immediately. In this regard, Ning Evening Chio had experience. But just at this time, an energy fluctuation came from the sky. It was violent and surging. Lin Feng looked up and saw a 3-colored haze across the sky. The tides of energy transformed into streams and rivers that flowed through the sky in that area. It's that strengthening heavenly tablet that's causing the commotion. Lin Feng had seen this scene online. It was still fresh in his memory. Come up and go take up a position. The two women hurriedly shrunk their beasts and jumped onto his head to lie down. Why do we need to grab a spot? Isn't this a group reinforcement? Jiang Qingzhu asked him. It was indeed group reinforcement. But the outer location of the heavenly monument was definitely different from the inner side of the heavenly monument. The closer one was to the heavenly monument, the greater the energy washing one received. And of course the more dangerous it was. A beast body that wasn't strong enough, or a beastizer, would definitely be crushed by the energy on the spot. After hearing his words, the two women glanced at each other. Looking at the surprise in each other's eyes, they nodded unannounced. The more they felt that Lin Feng was unfathomable. It was as if he had already known about these things. Every step he took was all laying the groundwork for what was to come. They even suspected that the so-called boiling of the beast body wasn't a characteristic of the boss snake race. Rather, it was the foundation he had built beforehand in order to seize the heavenly monument's creation. The two women's minds rose and fell. Lin Feng didn't know any of this. His huge snake body crossed the mountains and rivers. It was like a bolt of lightning, spanning tens of miles in an instant. The closer he got to the heavenly monument, the more majestic the energy between heaven and earth became. Get out of here! A furious roar came out. 100-meter giant ape was seen, standing horizontally between the mountains. It had a fierce face and opened its teeth and claws at Lin Feng. It wanted to block him from moving forward. To this kind of roadblocker, Lin Feng swiped his tail directly over. The giant ape roared and grabbed at his snake tail with both hands. But it overestimated itself and underestimated Lin Feng's strength. The moment the great ape's palms and Lin Feng's snake tail came into contact, its hands turned into a blood mist. The great ape. Miserable screams echoed through the mountains and forests. Another tail whip came. The giant ape was whacked. The blood and flesh filled the air. Lin Feng opened his mouth and swallowed it. The other beasts in the surroundings saw this image and were so scared that they turned around. Lin Feng didn't bother with them either. This was because at this time, the tidal wave of energy that was floating in the sky had turned into a circle of three-colored energy shields. This meant that the strengthening baptism was about to begin. He carried the two women on his back and walked through the primitive old forest and stepped into a plain. Thousands of meters away, a gray stone monument stood in the center of the plain. It was 100 meters tall, and the surface of the monument was smooth and flat, engraved with an ancient character, Zeta. Majestic energy surged out from this character. It covered all directions like water. The shadows of beasts surrounded the area. All kinds of foreign beasts lay on the ground. Between heaven and earth, 4 areas were divided. The white barrier, the outermost, was 5,000 meters away from the heavenly monument. The black barrier, at the center, was 2,000 meters away from the heavenly monument. The red barrier, was the inner core, 1,000 meters away from the heavenly monument. As for within the red barrier, the zone where the three-colored haze was the most intense, there wasn't even a single foreign beast at the moment. Lin Feng's appearance attracted many foreign beasts to look at him sideways. However, after seeing his size, the majority of the foreign beasts didn't dare to make a move. Lin Feng passed through the beasts, breaking through one area after another. The oncoming energy grew stronger as he stepped into the red barrier. He told Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu to come down first. You guys get used to it first, and then you'll advance slowly. Ning Evening Xiao knew what he was going to do and nodded. Be careful, don't be brave. Lin Feng hummed, his snake body crawling forward. At this time, a big dog on the right that was 161 meters in size, blood red in color, born with 2 heads and a bone armor on its back opened its mouth. That little snake. I advise you that it's best not to continue forward. See all that blood and flesh on the ground? Bang! All of them are beasts that were burst by energy. Lin Feng glanced sideways at the big dog, a 6-star mature body of the Tengu bloodline. Thanks for the reminder, but I still want to try. The 2-headed big dog snorted. Good words are hard to persuade the damned. Never mind. Master Dog is happy to enjoy a blood rain feast. It had a playful look in its eyes. But in the next second, 4 eyeballs almost stared out. It only saw Lin Feng rapidly advancing. He was as powerful as a bamboo, piercing through the light membrane head-on. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of meters and stopped less than 700 meters away from the heavenly monument. This move made the foreign beasts that were inside the red barrier look at them with jaws dropping. The 2-headed big dog grunted a few times and spat out its dog tongue. Holy crap! Is this guy's body this strong? Surprisingly, it can withstand such a violent energy squeeze. How the heck? How does it eat? It turned back, looking towards Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu. Both of you. Who is this brother to you two? Our family man. Ning Evening Autumn returned. The 2-headed large dog's eyes glazed over, and his eyes immediately became strange. Snakes with foxes and rabbits? Grandson. Quite good at WoW. Someday I must pay a visit and learn a few tricks from this snake. If it is really fun, the dog master will also go to find a few foreigners someday. Lin Feng didn't know what the two-headed big dog was thinking. What he felt at the moment was that it was as if he was being pressed by a huge mountain. The energy coming from all directions was constantly squeezing his snake body. It was impacting his snake scales, as if it was going to squeeze him. But these energies, at the same time, were washing his beast body. The cells sent out pleasurable signals. The blood in his body was boiling as if it was being roasted on fire. It hurt, but it was also very refreshing. He could feel that the trace of Boss Snake's bloodline in the blood crystal was slowly growing. The two natural skill runes belonging to the Boss Snake, after absorbing the strange power contained in the energy, became more and more brilliant. Noticing all the changes, Lin Feng's eyes were scorching hot as he stared at the heavenly monument not far away, his eyes full of greed. Get close to it. Move it. A voice echoed in his mind, prompting him to move forward 100 meters once again. In an instant, the energy wandering around seemed to thicken, setting it firmly in place, unable to move. Ka-ching! The fleshy wing at his neck was the first to crack. Blood spilled out, causing his pupils to contract in pain. Puff Yuam. It hurts. This feeling was like the pain of having his skin ripped open by a pair of large hands and then crushing the wound. No one knew how intense the pain he was enduring at the moment, but the foreign beasts that were in the red area saw that he had once again traveled 100 meters forward. One after another exclaimed, "Crap! There are only more than 500 meters left from the stone monument. How did this snake do it? In their place, let alone walking there." But wherever they dared to step out of the red zone, the end would definitely be exploding into a bloody mist. Didn't you see the blood and flesh that fell all over the ground outside the red zone? All the traces of those who tried. A bloody lesson. But what about Lin Feng? This guy is really strong. I dare to beat my chest and guarantee that he can whack me with one tail. Same beast. Why is the difference so big? They couldn't figure it out. But the next scene touched their hearts even more. It almost shocked their eggs. Crap. Why did they go out too? I'm fucking crazy. These two white foxes and rabbits that don't even have mature bodies. Are their beast bodies even this strong? There were cries of alarm. *0. In the gaze of their incredulous gazes, after adapting to the energy in this area, Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu, one after another, stepped out of the red area. This action of theirs shocked the other alien beasts to the point where their eyeballs bulged out. There was a lot of indignation in their hearts. Lin Feng was fine with it. After all, everyone was a 5-star mature body, and he was a boss snake, slightly behaving outrageously. Everyone could still barely accept it. But this fox and rabbit, they even overshadowed them as well. This was a fucking slap in the face. Wow. Slap. The kind that slaps with a slipper. Can you stand it? No. A man can't live under a woman for so long. You have to turn over to be on top. There are beasts with high spirits, head held high to get out of the red zone. Dude, are you ga? I don't want to be compared to a beast weaker than me. I want to fight for my breath. Don't be impulsive. Wow. It'll kill you. However, the beast that was emotionally charged, how could it possibly listen to advice? One step through the red barrier. The next second, its fighting spirit turned into panic. Then with difficulty, it turned back and looked at the brothers behind it. Big brother. Brother regrets. O-degree. Degree O. There was a thud. It exploded. It turned into a mist of blood, nourishing the green grass at its feet. Grass, a great favor. Suck it first. This explosion sounded an alarm for the other beasts. Douse the flames of fighting spirit in their hearts. Forget it. It's better to lie down and enjoy it. Looking at the red area outside, that a snake, a fox and a rabbit, all the beasts' eyes complex, in plain sight. Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu comfortably lay on the ground, running their racial gong methods and devouring the energy released from the heavenly tablet. Hundreds of meters away, Lin Feng was once again advancing. Under the gaze of thousands of horrified foreign beasts, he lay on his back a few meters away from the heavenly monument, enduring the baptism of energy pressure. This fucking... A group of beasts were so shocked that they even swallowed saliva. A strong scorn passed through their eyes, as well as a touch of admiration. But at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly curled his tail around the heavenly steel. As the snake's body wrapped around the heavenly steel, he opened his mouth and bit down on it. The power of space covered the entire heavenly steel, hardening it and pulling it out of the earth. There was a rumbling sound. The earth trembled and cracked. Terrifying energy shockwaves swept out, crushing through the earth, collapsing the ground while toppling a foreign beast. A serpentine cry resounded through the clouds. Under the shocked gazes of countless foreign beasts, the heavenly steel was swallowed into Lin Feng's stomach in one gulp. This fucking... so ferocious. They couldn't even get 1,000 meters closer to the heavenly steel. He actually swallowed the heavenly steel in one bite. This disparity caused all the beasts to develop a sense of insignificance. An inferiority complex. At this time, a voice rang out abruptly. Motherfucker, he actually moved the public items home. What will we use in the future? Upon hearing this, the foreign beasts that were in shock snapped back to their senses. A ferocious light showed in their eyes as they stared viciously at Lin Feng. That snake. Hand over the heavenly tablet. It's not your private product. You can't keep it for yourself. They only understood a little bit about the role of the heavenly tablet, but it was the function at the tip of this iceberg that was enough to make them go crazy over it. This was a good thing that could promote bloodline enhancement. Who could ignore it? Lin Feng met an unkind gaze after storing the heavenly tablet in space. Want to go back to the heavenly tablet? Come over and beat me to death. TMD. This arrogance enraged many foreign beasts. You are very strong, but with so many of us beasts, I don't believe we can't kill you. A gray crocodile with scales and a unicorn horn stared at Lin Feng with fierce eyes. Another huge golden eagle that flew up in the air similarly spat out human words. Brothers, you have to know when to stop. If you trigger the anger of the crowd, you'll be pulverized. If you don't hand over the heavenly tablet, the three of you will definitely, today, find it difficult to leave here alive. Although the other foreign beasts didn't say anything, but looking at their posture, it was obvious that they meant the same thing. Thousands of mature-bodied fey beasts. Their ferocious might was monstrous. There was a sense of oppression that suffocated Ning Evening Autumn and Zhang Qingzhu. Just as the two women were panicking, a serpentine tail suddenly pierced through the void, directly slapping down the giant eagle that had let loose its vicious words. With a bang, it was slapped on the spot. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Lin Feng was bathed in a rain of blood and pounced on that one-horned crocodile. Pounce you am. The one-horned crocodile cursed angrily. Really treating me as a soft persimmon? I'll slash you. Oh. It was furious and opened its mouth to spit out a ball of water. Then it turned around and ran. Motherfucker. This snake is too vicious. It couldn't take it. After all, the giant eagle with the same two-star mature body as him was smashed by his tail. How many times could it take? Lin Feng smashed the water ball released by the crocodile and didn't continue chasing it. He moved his huge snake body and came to Ning Evening Autumn and Zhang Qingzhu, giving them both a look. Many times, they had communicated deeply. They had known each other for a long time. The three of them had a tacit understanding. With a look from him, the two women immediately shrunk the beast's body and then jumped onto his snake's head. Lin Feng's body was filled with black light. While the other beasts hadn't reacted yet, he swiped away the two beasts that were blocking the front path with a tail, and his snake body violently scurried out. Damn it, he's trying to escape. Block him. Unfortunately, it was too late. There were indeed many foreign beasts coiled around, but there were also many that were afraid of death. After running out of the area where the group of mature body alien beasts were, Lin Feng continuously slapped a dozen or so primordial body alien beasts to death. They were so scared that they didn't dare to gather around. Lin Feng turned into a stream of light and escaped. The beasts roared. The ones flying in the sky and the ones running on the ground were whisking behind them one after another. The sound was overwhelming. It was scary as hell. Lin Feng ran across the mountains and rivers to the outskirts of Shinnong Mountain, and after putting the two women down, you two find a place to hide first. This battle was not something they could participate in. You be careful. Don't be brave. Ning Evening Chiu was full of worry. Lin Feng turned around and the snake letter shivered on her face. It also gave Zhang Qingzhu a bite. It rained down on them all. Don't worry. Your man is fierce. Today, I'm going to kill them until they are cowed, and live under my shadow from now on. As he turned around, his snake body crushed through the earth and rushed towards those pursuing foreign beasts. A snake hiss resounded through the mountains and forests, and as the airwaves fluttered, he took a bite of a flying sparrow. After swallowing it into his stomach, Lin Feng wiped a few primordial body foreign beasts with his tail, bathing in blood and charging. Roar! A two-star mature body six-eared macaque swung an iron rod in its hand and smashed at Lin Feng. It collided with Lin Feng's snake tail and there was a thud as waves of air tumbled and a fierce shockwave swept through the 8 directions. The mountain shook and the trees were shattered by the impact. The six-eared macaque took a few steps back and fell to the ground, smashing the earth down. Dust and smoke stirred. Lin Feng opened his mouth to bite at it. At that moment, a one-legged bull crashed over. The two bull horns slammed into Lin Feng's abdomen, and although it didn't manage to break through his defense, it knocked Lin Feng back tens of meters. The saved six-eared macaque leapt up from the ground in a carp roll. With a rumble, the ground was trampled by it. It swung its iron rod and charged at Lin Feng once again with the vigor of a rainbow. Other foreign beasts that followed suit joined the siege. When the lightning rolled over the dark clouds, the beasts crushed the earth and killed with a fury. Lin Feng didn't retreat but advanced. He was like a great beast that had returned from the ancient times, carrying a monstrous might and crashing into the beasts to fight. Blood splattered. Flesh flung wildly. His battle spirit rose to the clouds as he charged through the beasts. I killed the beasts to honor heaven and earth. I will swallow their flesh and blood to refine their bodies. Kill. He fought to the point of madness, no longer defending. His firepower was on full blast. The power of space swept through the 8 directions, transforming into chains that pierced through space, suddenly appearing behind a gossamer beast and piercing through its huge body. A mournful wail came out, only to see a ball of flame, dropping down from high up in the sky, as if it was magma pouring down on Lin Feng, searing his snake body black. Pain swept through his entire body. Lin Feng opened his mouth and spat out a hang of black light, transforming into a snake head that pierced through the void and bit into the fire-breathing 9 phoenix. The 9 phoenix spilled blood, lifted its wings and shattered this energy anthropomorphized snakehead and flew away in the air. At this time, a scaly snake scurried out. It spat out lightning and crackled on Lin Feng's snake body. A tingling sensation swept through his entire body. Lin Feng roared up to the sky. His hooked snake tail poked out, piercing through the scales of the scaly snake. Then he yanked hard. A large piece of meat was pulled out by his hook, and the Jiao snake howled miserably. Lin Feng also wanted to take the opportunity to devour the Jiao snake. Unexpectedly, other beasts surrounded him. Thousands of beasts were fighting with Lin Feng. In this battle, they killed until the earth collapsed and the mountains and rivers tumbled. Miles of mountains and rivers were full of holes. Beast after beast bled. In the blood-stained ruins, a large snake stood on top of the pile of corpses. Shadows of beasts surrounded it, but not a single beast dared to come forward again. A blood-stained scaly snake lay dying on the ground. A flame-breathing 9 phoenix, its body full of teeth holes, sobbed blood as it lifted its wings in the sky. A white Fuju with 4 horns on its head, like a deer. They are the ceiling of the Shinnong Mountain's battle power, proudly standing at the top of this mountain range. With the strength of a 6-star mature body, they were at the top of the food chain. Yet now, they were sobbing blood and seriously injured, crouching on the ground like dead dogs, their eyes staring in horror. The great serpent that stood in the sea of corpses and blood, their livers trembling with fear. 2 fears. A single snake fought against 10,000 of their beasts. This worldly strength completely crushed all their pride, turning it into fear that filled the hearts of all the beasts. Lin Feng was similarly scarred. The snake's body was filled with traces of fire and electricity. His scales were cracked and his wings were broken. Even the tail hook was broken. He looked quite wretched, but his aura was even more blazing than before. Mighty pressure in all directions, deterring them from coming forward. At this time, the 2-headed big dog that had been hiding in the shadows and watching the battle for a long time, wandered into this battlefield. Give Master Dog a face. Let's stop here. Gone Lin Yang. Seeing this dog thing appear, the bull body, white head, snake tail, 4-head-born one-eyed gossamer beast, almost couldn't hold back to jump out to fuck it. When the fight was going on, the heavenly dog was nowhere to be seen. But now he's jumping out to be a peacemaker? Worthy of being a dog. What a fucking dog. The heavenly dog ignored the pairs of angry eyes as it grinned and looked at Lin Feng. Brothers, there's no future for beast beings who fight and kill. Flowering before the moon, hooking up and listening to music. That's where we should be heading in tandem. We men should put the battlefield on the bed, so that it's not in vain to have traveled to Earth. Lin Feng was perched in a pile of blood sea corpses, watching it perform while continuing to devour foreign beast corpses to recover. Not talking? Then Master Dog takes that as your approval. The Sky Dog flicked its tongue and turned to look at the other beasts. You guys leave neatly and mellowly. Don't disturb me and my brother here to talk about life. The other beasts heard this, although they hated their teeth, but the heavily wounded beasts were telling them that it was wise to leave now. Otherwise, when Lin Feng recovered, they would surely die by then. So after the Tengu said this, they all dragged their broken bodies away. Lin Feng didn't stop them. His body didn't allow it. Otherwise he wouldn't mind getting all these foreign beasts that had awakened the inheritance of ferocious beasts killed. You're smart. Lin Feng stared at the Tengu, but I dislike it. Your kind of cleverness. Facing his murderous gaze, the Sky Dog hemmed and hawed. I'm not a female. If you really like it, fuck me. That would be really weird. This dog. Lin Feng's eyes drooped slightly. So you stayed. For what? I'd say it's to befriend you. The Tengu's double-headed 4 eyes blinked. Surely you wouldn't believe that. But I did have that in mind. After all, you're so mighty, and I'm so wimpy. I'm sure I'll need you to back me up. He was a smart dog. From Lin Feng opening his mouth and swallowing the heavenly tablet, to him powerfully fighting 10,000 beasts. The 2 events were enough for the heavenly dog to determine that this big snake had the qualifications to back him up. It was good to have a big tree at your back. This was an ancestral motto engraved in the depths of heavenly dog's memory. So you're going to be my watchdog? Lin Feng spared a thought. Brother, over ha. Tengu flicked his tongue. Doesn't dogleg sound better? Worthy of being a dog of the heavenly dog clan. Just as shameless from top to bottom. You and I are barely befriending each other. and you will definitely be the one who gets hurt in the future. Collecting a watchdog was indeed good, but this guy is a foreign beast. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. Lin Feng wouldn't dare put a time bomb by his side. It's fine, I can wipe the oil. Tengu smiled lewdly. But you definitely don't like this mouth. But that's okay, I can hold your gun for you. Strive to be in the same boat as you. This brazen look of its was equivalent to Lin Feng's speechlessness when he looked at it, solely no longer bothering with it. The Tengu was blathering on the side. Lin Feng continued to devour the corpse of the foreign beast. 2 hours later, hundreds of alien beast corpses were swallowed into Lin Feng's belly, turning into a blazing fire of energy, boiling his snake body. He sucked up the lake of blood on the ground in one gulp, and the wounds on his snake body coefficient repaired. The heavenly dog that witnessed the whole process was shocked by his appetite. It was said that a heavenly dog could swallow the sun and the moon, but in front of Lin Feng, the heavenly dog sadly realized that it couldn't compare to him at all. With the amount of food he had, he could only swallow, at most, 300-meter beasts. What about him? He ate 69 of them in a row. Can't compare, can't compare. The Tengu's head swung around. Brother, have you eaten enough? No. Why don't you give in and serve me as dessert? Lin Feng's eyes were playful. Tengu backed up in fear. I treat you as a brother, but you treat me as a dish? This heart of mine is wow. Lin Feng didn't bother with this dog and turned around to leave. The huge snake body crushed through the sore earth as he arrived at the outskirts of the Shinong mountain. A white fox and a black rabbit leapt down from the right side of the mountain. The two women who had observed the entire battle were still in a mood that was difficult to calm by now. One person had fought nearly 10,000 foreign beasts alone, although most of them were all newborns, and there were only 100 or so mature bodies. But of the 100 or so mature beasts, nearly half of them were ferocious beasts that had awakened their inheritance. But they were still chilled by Lin Feng. This battle power was so strong that it made them blossom. If it wasn't for the other beasts, the two of them would definitely invite Lin Feng and find a place to do fill in the blanks. Go find the source of that summoning you. The two women nodded and shrunk their beasts to jump onto his head. Tengu, who was on the side, was filled with envy. Brother, what kind of feeling is this? A sentence without a beginning or end. It filled Lin Feng's head with questions, and he looked at it sideways. You'd better stay away from me, otherwise when I get hungry, I don't mind swallowing you in one bite. That can't be. The Tengu hemmed and hawed. I don't think you're that kind of beast. Beasts like you who have deep feelings for each other will only block the knife for their brothers. They will never stick the knife into their brothers. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Then will you block the knife for me? No. Tengu was serious. I'm a goon. The beast body is as fragile as paper compared to you, and you're willing to watch me bleed? Shame on you. Lin Feng swatted it away with his tail and carried the two laughing women, scurrying deeper into the Shinong mountain. This was a gorge with a gurgling stream. It was surrounded by lush grass. Thousands of meters of giant trees rose into the sky. The bottomless valley was filled with black mist. The energy was raging. But these black mists contained an extremely strong corrosive power. It was as menacing as a gaping mouth that wanted to eat people. Are you sure this is it? Lin Feng asked. Jiang Qingzhu's voice came from above his head. That's right. The source that summoned me is at the bottom of this valley. That feeling was extremely strong. It was constantly tickling her heart. Brother, don't be impulsive. Wow. The heavenly dog woofed. This is a place that eats beasts without spitting out bones. No matter how powerful you are, you'll surely die once you enter it. This place can be called the Forbidden Land of Shinong Mountain. After the heavenly change, there were frequent visions here, attracting many beasts to explore. After entering the valley, none of the beasts came back. It didn't need to be said. Lin Feng also realized that this place was dangerous, because even his current beast body strength, after touching the black mist floating above the canyon, he couldn't withstand the corrosive force. This was still outside. If he entered inside, he would definitely be dissolved. Lin Feng, who never did anything he wasn't sure of, decided to withdraw first and come back later to find out what was going on. Jiang Qingzhu agreed with his decision. Chance was important, but if you had to risk your life, she would rather not withdraw from this forbidden land. A snake, a fox, a rabbit and a dog slithered around in the depths of Shinong Mountain looking for treasure chests. This time, no more beasts dared to mess with them. In the previous battle, Lin Feng had killed them until they were chilled. So much so that when Lin Feng passed by their territory, these ferocious beasts were so scared that they shrunk their bodies and hid in the nooks and crannies. It wasn't until he left that they dared to go out. After wandering around for more than an hour, he had only found 3 treasure chests in total, and they were all bronze. From this, it could be seen that there were basically not many treasure chests left in Shinong Mountain. But after opening them, the items in the chests almost made the eyeballs of the heavenly dog protrude out in shock. It was considered to be the beast that had opened the most boxes among the many foreign beasts. Having opened so many boxes, the heavenly dog had long since figured out a set of rules. That was why it was startled when it saw Jiang Qingzhu open out the remains of a ferocious beast, as well as a 3-star spirit plant from the bronze treasure chest. It stared at Jiang Qingzhu with strange eyes, thinking in its heart, this fucking luck is truly heaven-defying. It's even more terrifying than the money beast. But Master Dog isn't bad either. Even though I don't have this luck like her, I got into their gang. Give yourself credit for being smart. Oh Omega Oh. A rabbit with unbelievable luck. A bass snake with terrifying battle power. And a white fox whose details are unknown for the time being. Plus Master Dog's covered wisdom. This gang will surely grow big and strong, rampaging across this heaven and earth. Even if they descended in the future, they might not be without the power to fight. Tengu was bursting with confidence and followed Lin Feng as they continued to look for boxes. Nightfall. The mountains and forests where the moonlight fell were covered in mist. The cold wind that was as bitter as a knife passed through the mountains and curled the bonfire by the lake. The fire glowed. Lin Feng was perched by the fire simmering his snake body. Ning Evening Chiu, who had switched to human form, was wearing a light red cheongsam, and her plump figure looked even more enchanting under the firelight. Her slender jade hand held an iron spoon, stirring the soup in the pot that glowed with a haze. Jiang Qingzhu, who was wearing yoga pants and a halter top on the side, kept adding spiritual plants to the pot. The tight yoga pants outlined her legs as long and straight. The household was exquisite. Looking at Lin Feng gave rise to the idea of moving in. Her 2 rabbit ears swung against the wind. The rabbit's tail behind her buttocks evened out the temptation for her. Lin Feng's heartbeat accelerated, but he heard Tengu's voice. Sisters, is this soup ready yet? The great atmosphere was all gone. Lin Feng stared at it with bad eyes. You blow a dur. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the pot and stew you together? This dead dog, it's been sticking around. It's an anointed one. Tengu glared. How can you say such cold words with that 37 degrees mouth of yours? We are brothers, yeah. What's wrong with me eating a little bit of your food? After it finished, it silently added in its heart, it's not like it's going to sleep with your wife. Lin Feng sneered. I don't treat you as a brother. Keep following. When I finish digesting this wave of energy, then I'll devour you. Again. Difficult to deal with. Oh, you guy. The Tengu shivered his harangue. His eyes moved away from the pot of medicinal soup and looked at Lin Feng. I'm not as strong as you, but I'm not a loser. You'll need me to contribute in the future. Lin Feng's snakehead probed over and stared straight at it. Do you know something? He always felt that the dog was hiding something. You're coaxing me. Make me laugh and I'll tell you. As a result, Lin Feng whipped it away with a tail. After crashing through a few large trees, it quickly ran back. Didn't you eat? Lin Feng's snake pupils narrowed slightly. His snake tail swayed and landed on the Tengu like a whip. It whipped it into a wailing scurry. Master doesn't hurt. It's still a bit refreshing. It opened its mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. After avoiding a blow from Lin Feng's tail, it bared its teeth and licked the blood from its mouth. Enough. Hit me again and I'll flip my face. You flip one for me. Lin Feng rolled it, his snake pupils cold as knives, staring the Tengu straight in the heart. This look and stance of yours will make me misunderstand that you want to see me. Lin Feng shook it away in disgust, and the sky dog barked twice in triumph. Then it shrunk its beastly body and returned to the campfire once again. Sisters, first give me a mouthful of soup to warm my stomach. Ning Evening Autumn smiled and scooped up a bowl, placing it on the ground next to it. The heavenly dog shuddered through it in one mouthful, feeling the energy in its body. It had a look of emotion on its face. Nine-tailed Skyfox deserves to be an expert in refining pill ceilings, born close to spiritual plants, no need for a prescription. With only an understanding of medicinal properties, one can boil and formulate a high-end medicinal liquid. This technique, top-notch. Wow. Asterisk asterisk. Seeing its expression of enjoyment, Ning Evening Autumn's heart was extremely unsettled. After the heavenly transformation, she was extremely close to spiritual plants, and with the increase in strength, as well as after obtaining the evolutionary program, Ning Evening Autumn's understanding of the medicinal properties of various spiritual plants became even more intriguing. With just 2 1-star spirit plants, the medicinal soup she made was comparable to a 3-star spirit plant in terms of energy content. This was the nine-tailed sky fox's skill, but now it was broken by the heavenly dog's words, and from what the heavenly dog said, it could be seen that it seemed to know the nine-tailed sky fox very well. Thinking of this, she raised her eyes and locked eyes with Lin Feng before looking back at the heavenly dog, just about to open her mouth to ask. But then she heard it say, I know what you want to ask, but Master Dog won't say. Let's eat dog meat hot pot, slaughtered and eaten now. Lin Feng's eyes were cold, his snake tail raised high. Tengu hurriedly dodged aside. Calm down. Beast beings shouldn't be swayed by grumpiness. We have to learn to harness our emotions so that we can find beauty. Jiang Qingzhu looked at it. Since you want to follow us, you should be honest. And shouldn't tease us like we're fools. I don't think like that. Tengu had a sincere look on his face. Believe in this bare heart of Master Dog. When I make friends, I never stab them from both sides. Only stabbing a friend at a critical moment. It added in its heart. Jiang Qingzhu still wanted to speak, but he was stopped by Lin Feng. People who aren't on the same path. It's always difficult to be on the same page. Drink the soup. After you finish this pot of soup, the main road will face the sky. You and I will go our separate ways. If you dare to follow with a deadbeat again, I will never be merciful. The heavenly dog sighed. Fate hasn't arrived, so you really can't force it. Forget it, Master Dog will leave now. It turned around forlornly, wagging its tail with each step. Leave me open your mouth. You only need to make one fucking sound, and Master Dog will immediately turn back. However, it walked out 100 meters and still didn't hear the desired call. Ruthless, brother. It turned around in anger and trotted back. I confess, I'm lenient, okay? Really? Never seen a beast as cold as you. At least Master Dog is a ferocious beast, yeah. Is it so unworthy of your retention? Lin Feng eyes impatient. Less nagging. Hurry to get to the point. Okay, the Tengu got down again. 3 days ago, I opened a purple gold treasure chest. From it, I obtained a beast illustrated guide, which records the specialties of various ferocious beasts and divine beasts. Very comprehensive. It emphasized and continued. In addition to these, this iconography also records one more thing. A great calamity that is about to happen. What calamity? I don't know. The Tengu shook his head. Lin Feng suppressed his fire. Do you think it's delightful to be a tease? No, I'm never a tease. Tengu playfully smiled. I like to be straight up Mang. That would be more enjoyable. The heavenly dog was very experienced, but when it saw Lin Feng's eyes were not kind, it hurriedly explained. I really don't know. The illustrations only say that they will descend with a killing calamity and the world will shatter as a result. This who they are. The illustration didn't label it. I'm not lying to you guys either. The world is going to be dried up and shattered. Isn't this not a great calamity? Open a box and get a hint of the future? But who is this them? Lin Feng didn't know anything about it. After all, in his last life, he had only survived for a year after the heavenly change. Other than this, is there any other information? The Tengu shrugged it off. No, but we can look for the White Zephyr. It has the ability to predict the future. Or else, wait until the next Skyfall treasure chest and we'll take our chances. It looked at Jiang Qingzhu. Your wife's luck is so top-notch. Surely the heavens won't let her go and die horizontally in a haphazard manner. Lin Feng was puzzled, but he didn't bother to continue breaking up with it. Chatting further would only be a lonely chat, a waste of spit. After drinking the medicinal soup, he coiled up on the earth and continued to boil the snake body. The two women were protected by him and similarly entered the simmering state. The next day, a large double-headed dog carried a man and two women out of the Shinnong mountain range. The dog chattered incessantly while walking. I have always been the only one who rides others. Who is qualified to ride Master Dog? That is, I treat you as my own brother. Otherwise you will not want to get on my back. Brother, Master Dog is so kind. Do you want to do the same? On the dog's back, Lin Feng had his left arm around Ning Evening Chiu. Jiang Qingzhu was lying on his lap, her two rabbit ears being coiled by him. She was so amused that her face was as delicate as a peach blossom, and her eyes were like autumn water brimming with blue waves. What do you want? Lin Feng was in a good mood and didn't mind shattering a few words to it. Master Dog doesn't want much. The Sky Dog hemmed and hawed. Why don't you give me the method of boiling the beast body? Each race of ferocious beasts all had exclusive techniques. The technique of boiling the beast's body was also included within the Gongfu. However, the Ba Snake clan's body refining technique crushed all races. Even the Xuanwu divine beasts couldn't compare to the Ba Snake. This was something that the heavenly dog was fully certain of within his heart. No, Lin Feng didn't even consider it. He directly rejected it. It wasn't that Lin Feng was petty. Mainly this dog was a foreign beast. He could have Ning Evening Chiu pass on the first part of the body refining technique to the human bestializers, but he just couldn't give it to these beasts. Besides, this dog had malicious intentions. Lin Feng was always on its guard. I'll introduce you to bitches. Do you want to die? Ning Evening Chiu kicked it in the head with her high heels. My brother is so well behaved. If you dare to teach him bad, my mother will kill you and stew you. The heavenly dog wasn't angry. Sister, whether you can kill me or not, let's put this aside for now. But you say he is honest. This matter we have to argue. Like him to embrace left and right, can be considered honest? Why not? Ning Evening Chiu asked rhetorically. Because it's something we did willingly. Okay, Epsilon, #, you win. It's me who's shallow. Tengu spat, but was still a bit undeterred. I mean it, brother. You teach me the body refining technique. Master Dog teaches you to corner. Guarantee that these two sisters of mine will smile and laugh. Lin Feng looked disdainful. I use you to teach me? Then I'll teach you to tie knots. No need. One person and one dog. Walking and juggling. Moving towards the South China Sea. This way. Walking and stopping. With Jiang Qingzhu's luck adding to it. All the materials needed for the two of them to evolve were quickly gathered in place. The two women evolving to a mature body in the limit was as easy as drinking water. It wasn't like suffering like Lin Feng. Ning Evening Chiu, who had stepped into a one-star mature body, had an extra tail and a teardrop-shaped mark on her brow. Jiang Qingzhu had changed the most. Her beast body was originally all black. After stepping into the mature body, her entire body's fur turned white, and her rabbit ears remained black. The shape of the head is vaguely similar to a tiger's head, with sharp fangs, and the pupils of the eyes have changed from black to gold. After seeing her beast body, Tengu was shocked and wowed. Holy shit. Sister, you just entered your mature body, and your appearance is already 70% like a roaring beast. Have you ever swallowed a howling beast's essence blood? Or an organ bone or skeleton of some sort? Swallowed a pair of eyes of a howling beast. Jiang Qingzhu returned. No wonder. Tengu looked envious. How the hell did I not have this luck? Opened dozens of treasure chests, and all of them are fucking 1 or 2 star spirit plants, not to mention the ancestral beast's remains. I didn't even get a single hair. Ning Evening Chiu, give me those plants, and I'll make some soup for you to drink. No way. I'm so poor. You still have the nerve to beat up Master Dog? The heavenly dog tossed his head and immediately sidetracked the topic. After the nine-tailed sky fox evolved into a mature body, did it awaken a discipline of cold ice fiery flame? Seeing her nod, the heavenly dog looked enviously at Lin Feng. Brother, you're blessed. Ice and fire, yeah. It's awesome. Lin Feng kicked him and was about to speak. An explosion came from the foot of the mountain. This one sound was as if dominoes had been toppled. In the next second, the explosions were unending. Raising his eyes, he only saw the seashore once again, scurrying up one shell after another. With an overwhelming might, they fell directly into the sea. Bang bang bang, airwaves fluttered, and seawater rolled backwards. Terrifying shockwaves swept in all directions, and in the angry waves, one fish beast after another exploded. Blood stained the surface of the sea. The remnants of flesh floated. On the seashore, there stood a towering steel city wall. It stretched along the coastline for an unknown number of miles. The city wall was mottled and full of traces of being hit. On top of the city, there were heavy cannons mounted one after another. These lethal weapons constructed a heavy firepower defense line, blocking the sea beasts from attacking the land. It looked really good, but Lin Feng knew that this way of treating the symptoms did not cure the problem, because in the sea, those truly ferocious beasts hadn't appeared yet. It's really a wise move for the officials to build a defense line here. Ning Evening Chiu had admiration in her eyes. If there wasn't this line of defense, the foreign beasts in the sea would have already attacked the city. After the heavenly change, these fish alien beasts no longer needed to rely on water to survive. The other day on the internet, Ning Evening Autumn had seen a video. In the video, it was the image of some flying fish leaping out of the sea and then gliding briefly to pounce into a fishing village on the seashore. If it wasn't for the officials arriving in time, plus other beastizers rushing to their aid, this fishing village would have definitely been killed by the swarms of flying fish. Lin Feng nodded and was just about to speak. Suddenly several feet of waves were lifted. A sobbing scream swept up from the sea. In the next second, a large fish leapt out of the sea. Seeing the appearance of this foreign beast, Tengu's pupils shook. Crap. Surprisingly, it's this thing. Now those humans are in trouble. A charred yellow carp leaped out of the sea. It was shaped like a carp and measured up to 171 meters. The head bore 2 horns. A tentacle grew from the forehead, and a lantern hung from the end of the whiskers. The gills are like wings. The fins are like flames, and the face looks like it is wearing a ghost face. The horizontal male fish just leaped out of the sea. A shell immediately bombarded it. There was a bang. Flames rolled and smoke rose in the air. The rolling shockwave crushed through the sea, lifting up 100 meters of waves. The sky and earth rumbled. The power of this cannon was enough to level a 1,000-meter mountain. However, when the fire and smoke cleared, the horizontal male fish was unharmed. It felt as if, just now, it had just been touched. Its huge fish body crashed through 100 meters of waves. Carrying an unrivaled ferocity, it crashed towards that steel city wall. Bang! This collision directly toppled the steel city wall 100 meters later, hardening 2 holes. The city wall trembled. The artillery mounted on the wall, under intelligent control, opened fire at the horizontal male fish in unison. The Gatling spun, and the fire snake gulped. Ding ding ding! The bullets hit the fish and were bounced off, not to mention causing damage to it. It couldn't even break its defense. Somewhere inside the base, seeing this scene through the video, a group of Beastizer warriors were filled with gravity. This guy is so hard. Looks like the first line of defense. Can't stop it. Notify all battalions of Beastizer warriors to prepare. A certain big brother, before he could finish his sentence, was stunned by the images in the video. Where did this snake come from? A silver-haired old man sitting at the top of the table saw the large red, yellow, green, and black snake in the screen, and his glistening white eyes flared with a flash of white light. It's him. The old man's words attracted sideways glances from everyone in the conference room. Old leader. Who is he? Is it a Beastizer? The silver-haired old man smiled and nodded. The serpent of time and space. I spied his overwhelming elegance in a corner of the future. Also, bestializers, exotic beasts, body refining techniques, spirit plants, class divisions. These are all provided by him. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked. He's with that Ning girl child? Yes. The silver-haired old man nodded his head and looked at the screen with approval in his eyes as he looked at the barbed snake that was crossing the ocean and rushing towards the horizontal male fish. This is a good little fellow. Unselfish and pure in character. To be able to maintain this kind of character in this chaotic world, it's worth cultivating him. Cultivate? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Looking at the large snake with a volume of 156 meters. A 5-star mature body. Does this kind of strength still need them to cultivate it? One must know that only a small number of them had just evolved into mature bodies. This gap, can he beat that horizontal male fish? After all, it's a 7-star mature body ferocious beast. It's 2 stars stronger than him. And it's a horizontal male fish fiend beast that's known to be indestructible. I'm worried that he'll get screwed. After the marveling, it was a wave of worry that filled their hearts. A difference of 2 stars in strength didn't seem like a large distance, but after this period of time, battling with the Fey beast, and figuring it out, they deeply knew that the difference of 1 star was like a world of difference. It was a gulf that could not be crossed. The silver-haired old man's gaze gleamed. Regardless of whether we fight or not, we must be prepared to strike. Once he is in a vulnerable position, immediately, before the old man could finish his words, he was shocked by the image in the screen, causing the latter half of his sentence to come to an abrupt end. Crap! This motherfucker! So fierce? As their incredulous gazes watched, Lin Feng took a bite of the horizontal male fish and then flung it with all his might, flinging it 1,000 meters away from the steel walls of the coast. This horizontal male fish that couldn't be shot by a gun and couldn't be blasted by a cannon. By his bite, blood spilled into the air, staining the surface of the rough sea. At this scene, the mouths of everyone in the conference room opened into an O shape as they watched. It's bleeding. A serpentine sound came. In the middle of everyone's shock, Lin Feng drilled into the sea. A huge shadow swept across the surface of the sea. He quickly scurried to the area where the horizontal male fish had fallen. When it was about to leap out of the sea, the snake-tail barb dug into the body of the horizontal male fish while wrapping around it in a smooth manner. Lin Feng once again opened his mouth and bit down on the belly of the horizontal male fish. It hurt so much that the horizontal male fish struggled vigorously. It hurts. I don't want it. Let go of me. It spat out human words. What it got in return was a unicorn horn piercing through its chin. Black chains sprang out from its wound and ran into the horizontal male fish's esophagus, stirring wildly inside it. It stared at the fish's eyes in pain, leaving 2 lines of clear tears. The raging sea. A large snake wrapped around a fish. The snake's head, buried in the fish's abdomen, was feasting. Black light haunted his snake's body, turning into flames that boiled his beastly body. Nowadays, Lin Feng's whole body had all the snake bones jadeized. The section of bone at the snake's tail was white with mottled gold spots. There was a hidden tendency to become gold. This was a kind of invulnerable, indestructible might. Once the entire body was transformed into golden bones, the beast's body alone would be capable of shaking an inquisitive body ferocious beast. This is settled? How fucking ferocious. The strong and ferocious horizontal male fish didn't even have the power to resist in his hands. This kind of battle power. Everyone's throats rolled as they watched. Looking at the boss snake that was devouring the horizontal male fish, they marveled in their hearts. And there were colors of yearning in their eyes, but there were also doubts that couldn't be dissolved. Are his teeth and tail hooks so sharp because of the simmering beast body? If so, just how far has he boiled down the beast body? No one answered this question of his. Even the silver-haired old man was similarly filled with astonishment. Let's not speculate here. The silver-haired old man smiled. All difficulties will eventually be solved the moment we see him. Instead of troubling ourselves here, it would be better to prepare to welcome this meritorious man of ours. A middle-aged man comprehended the meaning of the old man's words and immediately conveyed instructions. The old leader is right. Notify the heads of each battalion in each district to immediately come over to learn from the experience. They beat gongs and drums, preparing to go out to greet them. However, after devouring the horizontal male fish and returning to the mountain, Lin Feng took out the reinforced heavenly tablet in space. He coiled his snake tail around this heavenly steel and threw it with force. The heavenly steel flew towards the center area of this base. You send a message to the old man, explaining the function of this heavenly tablet. He carried the two women and quickly traveled through the forest. Behind them, the heavenly dogs barked and chased furiously. Ning Evening Chio held her cell phone, and the rechargeable treasure she had collected earlier. And while her fingers tapped words on the screen, she opened her mouth to ask him, "Why did you hand over the heavenly tablet?" In her perception, Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person who was selfless, doing things based on preference. There was no distinction between good and evil. When he was good, he was like a spring breeze. When he was bad, he swallowed even the people around him. The heavenly tablet isn't much use to us anymore, Lin Feng explained with a smile. They're fighting for the future of humanity, guarding 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. This kind of selflessness and self-sacrificing spirit, it's worth me helping them out. If there hadn't been a Tengu saying that great calamity was coming, Lin Feng wouldn't have come to the South Sea, much less contributed the strengthening heavenly tablet. But now, he had to. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he, alone, could harden himself against an unknown catastrophe. This catastrophe had to be overcome with the help of a group force. And why don't you meet with them? Jiang Qingju looked curious. Or join them? This was a rare opportunity to show one's face. Although the order was now collapsing and the world was in chaos, but if one could befriend the officials, some kind of official position in this huge group, wouldn't the probability of surviving natural and man-made disasters be greater? I thought you already knew my strengths and weaknesses well enough. I didn't expect that you wouldn't understand me enough. Lin Feng sighed. I'm a person who likes to run amok. Encountering any constraints or squeezes makes me feel uncomfortable. That didn't sound wrong, but it was made word for word wrong by Tengu's sentence. Master Dog is equally uncomfortable with. Tengu wagged his tongue behind him. But sometimes the only way to release your true self is to bind and squeeze. It got it again. This dead dog. With a red face, Ning Eveningshio threw out a ball of energy with her right hand and smashed it. The Tengu hemmed and hawed as it avoided it. With a bang, the tree was blown apart. It bared its teeth and smiled. Sister, you're a bit annoyed. Mo wasn't tight enough? But it doesn't matter. My brother's big as wow. Fuck off to the side. Ning Eveningshio spat. Her right hand slapped Lin Feng on the head. Let's eat dog meat hot pot tonight. Just what I was thinking. Lin Feng glanced sideways, his eyes glancing unkindly at the Tengu. You're send it. I made a reservation. Tengu shivered in fear. Brother, I didn't expect you to have such heavy tastes. You really have to have it. Master Dog let you shiver a mouthful. Motherfucker. Lin Feng swung his snake tail and swept it away through the void. The heavenly dog crashed through a dozen big trees one after another and crushed a huge rock before it stabilized its body as it flew backwards. It stood up, blood flowing from the corner of its mouth, and bared its teeth. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. Wow. A mouthful of blood was 2A out of it, and the Tengu stepped on all four limbs and chased after it again. To be honest, brother, can you stop hitting me all the time in the future? It doesn't hurt, but it costs blood. Wow. Sisters, at night for me to boil over the medicinal soup to make up for it. Lin Feng lazily ignored it. Did the old man say anything? Thanks and regrets. Ning Eveningshio smiled coquettishly. Thanks for your contribution and regrets for not being able to fight alongside you. Also said that he spied in the future that the 10,000 Beast Mountain had you created. Worthy of being White Zephyr. Even this could be predicted. This ability was truly divine. The 10,000 Beast Mountain was supposed to be Lin Feng's next target. After the heavenly change in March, the 10,000 Beast Mountain gave birth to a boss snake. It rose through the ranks, eventually becoming the Beast King. It led a group of ferocious beasts from 10,000 Beasts Mountain and conquered territories one after another. With the power of time and space, one snake took on 5 infernal body beastizers alone, killing until the sky fell apart. Lin Feng had only one purpose, to swallow it, collect the materials needed for the next stage of evolution on the way. First glean the creation of the mountain of 10,000 beasts. Then he would come back and fight for the opportunities in the South Sea. This time, he was going to kill from the south of the sea to the north of the sky, deep into the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Stir it up. 3 days later, the light of the breaking dawn spilled over the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. A certain cave. A heavenly dog lay on its back at the entrance of the cave, listening to the chanting sounds coming from inside. It had an annoyed look on its face. You mess around inside. I'll guard the entrance. Dogs aren't even as good as you. If it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't beat Lin Feng, the Tengu really wanted to rush in and kick him out of the way and then take on the fight itself. Motherfucker. Master Dog is on fire. No, I'm going to relax. It looked back at the cave and quietly got up before spreading its legs and rushing into the mountain of 10,000 beasts. The Tengu left before it did, and Lin Feng walked out with Ning Eveningchiu in his arms. Her face was as red as a flower, and her brows were as charming as water. The worm that got up early had a bird to eat. Compared to Zhang Qingzhu, Ning Eveningchiu was very diligent. She got up early in the morning to exercise. This eyesore dead dog is finally gone. She hooked Lin Feng's neck. We can let go and play. Should we wake up Qingzhu? Let her sleep. Howler beasts evolve partly by sleeping. Lin Feng was just in the middle of his sentence when he was interrupted by the sound of a dog barking from the distant mountains. The next second, he saw a swarm of tiger bees as large as oxen, chasing after the Tengu. The dogs, running towards this place. Seeing this image, Lin Feng's eyes were fierce and he quickly pulled out and put down Ning Eveningchiu. You go in first and wake up Qingzhu. He took a step and switched his beast body, transforming into a large snake coiled at the entrance of the cave. Brother, help! The Tengu woofed and ran. As a result, just as it got close to Lin Feng, it was whipped away by his tail, knocking over a dozen tiger peaks and landing heavily. Woof woof. The Tengu hurriedly turned into a bigger beast body, its golden light lingering all over its body, and after crashing a few of the tiger peaks that rushed over, it ran away without looking back. Brother, over to you. Master Dog is going to dig out their lair. Lin Feng clenched his teeth in anger and looked at the swarm of tiger bees that buzzed and rushed. He looked at the two women who had already switched beast bodies and walked out of the cave. Come up. When they jumped on their heads, Lin Feng turned around and ran. This swarm of tiger peaks was only a one-star mature body, and their battle power was as crummy as a dog. But this thing was extremely poisonous all over. It couldn't be eaten. So why bother? Lin Feng was carrying the two girls and was quickly weaving through the mountains. The group of tiger peaks saw that they couldn't catch up and immediately turned around and went home to find that dead dog. After shaking them off, Lin Feng put the girls down. You two follow me. I'll be in charge of clearing the troop line. You two pick the spirit plants. The two girls nodded their heads. At this time, a frog cry came from the distance. A three-legged toad clad in golden armor and nearly 180 meters in size was seen leaping down from a 1,000-meter mountain. A three-legged golden toad? Lin Feng grinned. With the daughter of luck by my side, luck is always with me. This golden toad hadn't evolved to the level where it had money in its mouth and a unicorn horn on its head. However, this little thing's third leg happened to be the evolutionary material that Lin Feng needed. So when he saw it, Lin Feng didn't even think about it and turned into a black light that crossed the cliff and pounced towards it. Whoa! The golden toad that landed by the waterfall. The moment it saw Lin Feng, it made a violent turn. Its two front limbs propped up on the ground, and the moment the back half of its body buckled, its sole foot viciously kicked at Lin Feng's abdomen. Lin Feng was kicked into the waterfall by this kick, hitting the cliff wall and causing it to tremble, only to see the three-legged golden toad spit out a piece of golden light, transforming into an arrow that pierced through the water curtain. Ding ding! The sound of golden goads clashing came. The three-legged golden toad's eyes were puzzled, but when it saw Lin Feng appear unharmed, it rounded its eyes and turned around to run. You want to run away after shooting me so many arrows? Lin Feng threw out his tail and viciously smacked the golden toad in the back. It let out a wow. The huge body of the beast was lifted off and crashed into the right rock, opening its mouth and spitting out a mouthful of red gold blood. Pause. Let's shake hands and make up. Big deal. I'll make up for some of your gold. The three-legged golden toad shouted stop in a hurry. You think this is a movie? There's still a fucking pause? Lin Feng's eyes were cold and stern as he quickly pounced on it. The three-legged golden toad jumped 1,000 meters in place, leaping towards a huge mountain. At the same time it opened its mouth once again and spat out a shower of golden arrows. The rain of arrows fell, carrying a sharp penetrating force. A brain crashed into Lin Feng's snake body. Sparks splashed everywhere, clanking and echoing in the mountains and forests. The three-legged golden toad watched his scalp go numb, and after he landed, he hurriedly shrunk the beast's body and zipped into a crevice. Controlling both gold and earth skills, it traveled through the earth. Trying to catch me? Eat farts. It was smug in its eyes. But this stinking reptile, the beast body is really hard. That rain of arrows of mine can even injure a 9-star mature body ferocious beast. And yet it couldn't leave a single mark on his body. Thinking back to that scene just now, the three-legged golden toad's liver trembled with fear. But it's over. From now on, you and I will never meet again. Gah! But right at this moment, the surroundings violently shook. The soil collapsed. The three-legged golden toad was startled. What's going on? The next second, its eyes widened in disbelief as if it had seen a ghost. This fucking, the power of space. The three-legged golden toad wailed, quickly picking at the earth. It was strangely fast, but the black chains behind it were even faster. Two chains anthropomorphized by the power of space arrived instantaneously as if they were large snakes. They bound the three-legged golden toad and then directly yanked it out of the earth. The moment it broke out of the earth, the three-legged golden toad changed into a larger beast body. Attempting to use this method, it broke the chains binding it. Unfortunately, it failed. A black light flashed, and the three-legged golden toad only felt a sharp pain coming from it. Then it aimed with its own eyes. Its golden third foot parted ways with its body and was pocketed by that boss snake. Give me back my foot. I can't live without it. This was the foot that gathered all of its essence. Along with the blood crystals and talent runes, it was hidden within it. If it was snatched away, it would really be useless. It screamed miserably and wailed out begging. What it got in return was a snake tail from Lin Feng. After slapping it unconscious, he turned back to the two women not far away. Come here, I'll give you guys something to eat. Eat what? Eat bien bien? Ning evening Chio. The two-tailed white fox was the first to run over. Lying under Lin Feng, she took a bite on the back of the golden toad. Jiang Qingzhu, who was a step slower, could only bite the golden toad's broken foot. Seeing the two of them eating so happily, Lin Feng was satisfied. In this area, this three-legged golden toad is the biggest threat. After you two finish eating, you can boil the beast's body while searching for spiritual plants. Okay then. The two of them replied back in unison. Lin Feng turned around, his snake body weaving through the grass, one thrust after another. It quickly disappeared into the forest. Brother, save me. The dog's voice echoed in the mountains to the right. Lin Feng was unmoved and wanted to go straight into the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain. There are bee crystals here. Hearing this from the sky dog, Lin Feng stopped crawling. To say that he was saving that mangy dog for nothing, he would never waste that effort. 3-star spirit plant. Lin Feng's eyes glowed. With this spiritual plant, the pot of 7 treasures soup that late autumn said can be boiled. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly scurried towards the Tengu. Good brother, I'm coming to save you. The Tengu, who was being whisked away by a swarm of tiger bees and was covered in swollen bags, couldn't help but wag his tongue when he heard this response from him. If every human is as shameless as him, there's no way for us fey beasts to live. Ouch! Don't fucking stab me. There was a pain in his ass. The Tengu screamed miserably and turned back to bite off the peaked thorn as it fell straight down. Man! Shit! They're so poisonous. After being stabbed so many times, the toxins that had settled in its body exploded. Looking at the swarm of tiger bees buzzing around, Tengu was numb. If it is stabbed again, it will really die. Dog wow. At this time, a shadow flashed past its head. With a snap, a snake-tailed, calf-like strong tiger peak was slapped to burst a dozen or so. Green blood spilled into the air. Lin Feng was bathed in blood. His snake body slammed hard. Another few tiger peaks were crushed. This ferocious image was a sight to see the heavenly dog marvel and envy. If Master Dog had such a strong body, he would be able to cross the world, calling the wind and rain, do whatever he wants, stab through heaven and earth. Must get. Boss Snake's body refining method. Looking at the greatly powerful Lin Feng, the Tengu was determined inside. With a buzz, a purple gold-colored, nearly 170 meters in size, tiger wasp covered in black veins flew in. It hovered high in the sky, its tail pin showing. Pffffffffff. One energy stinger after another was spat out. Crossing the sky, with a harsh breaking sound, they shot towards Lin Feng. Facing this wave of bee stings, Lin Feng didn't even bother to dodge. He let the bee stings stab his body. His sparking snake body rushed straight to the bee king, and the unicorn horn on top of his head stabbed into its chest. Blood gushed out. Lin Feng pulled back hard. Only a giggling sound was heard. The king bee's abdomen was sliced open. It was a hiccup. After finishing off the king bee, Lin Feng shook his snake body, shook off the blood that stained his body and looked sideways at the Tengu lying on the ground. This mouth of yours, you're quite capable of talking and pounding, but this fighting ability, it's really not that good. Was this despising Master Dog? The heavenly dog was so angry that he drooled. Be careful of Master Dog convincing you with his 3-inch tongue? That's all you can do. Lin Feng's eyes were disdainful. Where are the bee crystals? Let me slow down a bit first. The Tengu cursed. These little bees. What a bunch of fucking things. It's just that all of them were killed by you. Otherwise Master Dog would have to capture them to make soup. It was good to hear this kind of talk. If Lin Feng hadn't appeared in time, it would only be this dog that would be captured and boiled in soup. A few moments later, the toxins in the Tengu's body had all retreated. It woofed and rolled over and stood up. Master Dog has risen again. Let's go. Let's go to its lair. I'll take the lead this time. You just need to stay behind me. Look at its majestic and vigorous pace. Lin Feng's eyes were playful. He sensed that there was a faint ferocious might in the ground in front of him, but he didn't say anything. Sure enough, it didn't go far. the ground suddenly trembled and cracked. A purple gold centipede scurried out of the ground. Mountain rocks shook off and sand flew. Before Tengu had time to dodge, he was dragged into the ground. "Brother, save me!" it cried out in alarm, its body blossoming with golden light as it attempted to break free from the purple gold centipede's entanglements. However, the feet of the purple gold centipede held it firmly in place. Even though the heavenly dog used all of its strength, it was still difficult to break free. "Motherfucker, it hurts!" The purple gold centipede's foothooks pierced into the skin of the sky dog, causing it to wail in pain. Only then did Lin Feng come out with his tail. His snake tail poked out and his tail hook hooked onto the purple gold centipede, yanking it and the Tengu out of the dirt and lifting it up, then slamming it heavily into the ground. There was a bang and dust flew up. 2 miserable screams came. "Holy shit, it hurts, Master Dog. Brother, you're a little lighter. Bear with it, it won't let go until you exert yourself." Lin Feng's eyes were teasing, his snake tail hooked onto the purple gold centipede, like he was playing with a meteor hammer and flinging it around. Dang dang dang. The earth was smashed into potholes. The surrounding stones and trees were equally victimized. Crumbs flew and broken rocks splashed. He was having fun. It cried out in pain. "Gently, it hurts." Not to mention it, the purple gold centipede couldn't stand it either. The skin armor was cracked and blood flowed horizontally. It hurt so much that it hurriedly let go of the heavenly dog. The sky dog fell from midair, but Lin Feng didn't stop. He hooked his snake tail around the purple gold centipede and smashed it into the ground again. There was a rumble. The purple and gold centipede was in pieces and blue blood splattered everywhere. It spilled and nuisance sounds all around. Lin Feng's snake tail was corroded by the poisonous blood of the purple gold centipede, corroding out curls of smoke. However, it didn't break the defense. Shaking off the poisonous blood that was staining his tail, Lin Feng looked towards the Tengu that was spitting out its tongue and lying on the ground, gasping for air. "It's not like you're an underwear guy. Stop pretending in the future." The sky dog was furious. "I suspect that you were deliberately retaliating just now. Otherwise, with your strength, there must be countless ways to resolve it without harming me. You didn't suspect wrongly. I did it on purpose." Lin Feng bared his teeth. The Tengu's 4 eyes rounded. "You're so fucking apathetic already that you don't even give a shit about lying to me? You'll lose me quickly if you break Master Dog's heart like this. Then you go. Forget it. Master Dog is generous and forgives you once more." The heavenly dog had slowed down, and after climbing up, he walked over to the corpse of the purple gold centipede. With a claw, it smashed its head and picked out a blood crystal and swallowed it. Golden light lingered on its body surface as it gradually recovered from its injuries, pounding the hive to go. It didn't take a few steps. It suddenly stopped and sardonically looked at Lin Feng. "Brother, this time it's your turn to go to the front. I'll back you up at the back." It was scared. If it went through this again, it would really die a dog. Goon. This dog, other than being a smart ass, is useless in other aspects, at least for now. A snake and a dog came to the tiger bee's lair, but the scene in front of them almost made the heavenly dog vomit blood. TMD. Where is Master Dog's hive? Looking at the empty cliff face, the heavenly dog was furious. It had risked its life to hook away that swarm of tiger bees. It almost even lost its dog's life. As a result, it was surprised that the fruit was picked. The heavenly dog was so angry that its body was covered in golden light, shrugging its 2 dog noses and sniffing around. Suddenly it turned around and ran towards the south. Brothers quickly follow. "Get this motherfucker." Lin Feng didn't sing against it this time, because he was equally angry. The 7 treasures soup had the effect of speeding up the boiling of the beast's body. Bee crystals were also an indispensable material for the 7 treasures soup. Robbing him, this was dragging the pace of his evolution. One had to pay back with one's life in order to calm his anger. The Tengu led the way in front. Lin Feng followed behind. A snake and a dog ran wildly for 50 miles and finally found the alien beast that had stolen the hive. It had a dark purple snake body with a scythe-shaped tail. The snake's neck was bifurcated with 2 greenish-colored hideous skulls, and its size was 186 meters long. 8-star mature body phallic willow. Seeing this one, Lin Feng's eyes stared for a few moments, but the Tengu didn't care and directly opened his mouth to curse. "You're the one who fucking stole from my house, aren't you? Roll over to Master Dog and get down and kowtow." This Shangliu was so fierce and strong. But so what? Master is a dog that has the backing of his brothers. Thinking this in his heart, the heavenly dog wagged his tongue. "If you can't satisfy me today, Master Dog will set up a pot and light a fire to stew you." Sagittarius turned around, its snake body crushing over the mountain with a rhythmic sound. Its 2 skeletal heads faced the Tengu, and large, black eyes in their sockets filled with glare. "A dead dog, plus a stinking snake, with just the 2 of you. How dare you come to the door looking for trouble? Don't say that the hive isn't yours. Even if it is, it's your honor to have it taken away by me." arrogant, flamboyant. Tengu let out a sigh of relief. Okay, you're just being smart with me, aren't you? Let's see me pick you off with my 3-inch tongue. Next, Tengu caught Shangliu and gave him an output. His mouth was like a machine gun. From Xianglu's family to its 18 generations, it greeted him 800 times. It disliked Shangliu to the point that it was filled with smoke. Its 2 skulls were ablaze with green flames. You seek death. Sagittarius fumed. The green light transformed into silk threads. Thousands of them, crushing through the sky like snakes. Buzz. The green threads were as sharp as knives, slicing through the air to produce a bursting sound. The Tengu's scalp went numb. He didn't even have the courage to resist for a bit. He turned around and ran towards Lin Feng's side. Brothers on. Slash it. I'll press you from behind. This dog thing, it's a master at fighting words. Combat power is a crummy mess. The key is also a wimp. Relying on it to press the front, it might as well stab itself twice. While spitting, black light filled Lin Feng's head, transforming into a thick chain across the sky. You can't block it. Sagittarius' eyes were disdainful. This move of its, spatial cutting, although it couldn't really cut through space, it could cut through everything. This was the watchword of their race. Overrate yourself and seek your own death. In his sneer, the strips of green silk and the black chains collided into one piece. The smile on the Sagittarius lynx face gradually disappeared, and it stared at its 4 ebony pupils, full of incredulity. Duong. The moment the roiling green threads and the black chains collided, they dissolved in the sound of the Dao Jingo. The power of space. What kind of beast are you? The part of its inherited memories that it had awakened didn't have any information about other ferocious beast clans. That's why Xianglu was shocked to see that Lin Feng could also use the power of space. Scared, aren't you? The sky dog jumped out again. It wagged its tongue. Master Dog told you that my brother is a boss snake, the spokes beast of time and space. If you fight with him in the power of space, it's like playing with a sword in front of the god of Guan. You're sure to get stabbed. Dog. Lin Feng slapped it with his tail. Then with a thought, the black chains were like a dragon coming out of the sea, crushing through the void and smashing into Xianglu. The phase willow beast body was illusory and suddenly disappeared in place. Dang. The place where it had just stood was smashed by the black chains and burst open. The Sagittarius that appeared 100 meters away. After seeing this image, there was no more contempt in its eyes. You're strong enough to make me fire. You'll have to be careful next, or you'll be lifeless. Green light covered its huge snake body, and its energy was like a river boiling, shaking the heavens and the earth. At this point, its beast began to shrink, settling at 20 meters when Shangliu suddenly disappeared in place. The airflow on the right rioted. Lin Feng swiped his tail and collided with the halberd-shaped snaketail that poked out from the void. The airflow exploded. Xianglu's tail retracted and disappeared, then appeared above Lin Feng's head. With a titanic momentum, it smashed down from the heights. Clang! The 2 tails clashed together again. Shangliu was like a ghost assassin, hiding in space, changing a dozen directions one after another, launching attacks on Lin Feng. Each time, Lin Feng caught it with precision. Both sides of the snaketail collided hundreds of times, until the skill CD of the Shangliu arrived and appeared from the hidden state. Its tail skin was broken. 2 of the 3 forks were broken, and it was drenched in blood. Shangliu eyes full of horror. Why is your beast body stronger than mine? Is this your strongest killing move? Lin Feng replied, transporting into the void. This move was indeed good, but it didn't have enough comprehension of the power of space. The beast body wasn't strong enough to utilize the power of this move either. What do you mean, looking down on me? The 2 skulls of Shangliu were hideous as ghosts, and the green light in its eye sockets turned into flames. With ferocious might. Yeah, I'm just looking down on you. Lin Feng unleashed an air flash and appeared on Xianglu's side in the blink of an eye. He threw out his tail and viciously smacked the right side of Xianglu, only to hear a bang as Xianglu flew out backwards. Lin Feng disappeared again and appeared in front of the Xianglu. Another tail whip sent it flying. His figure kept flashing. The dragon came out of the sea. Spirit snakes drilling holes. A whip and a bounce. All the poses that Lin Feng had mastered. He performed them all on Xianglu, pumping it around like a sandbag. After a minute, Lin Feng stopped. His snake tail curled around the scaly and dying Xianglu. 10% of your power, I caught it with ease. And with 60% of my power, I almost made your soul return to heaven and earth. You say, am I good enough to belittle you? Shangliu even struggled to catch his breath. How could it have the strength to answer him? All that was left in its heart right now was countless early no's. If I had known that robbing the bee crystal would end up like this, I wouldn't have gone for it. Had I known, it regretted. Still arrogant, the heavenly dog ran over, furiously raising its dog paw and slapping Sagittarius' face a few times. Why bother? Just now, when I approached you to ask for the bee crystals, how much better it would be for you to just hand them over. Had to pretend with me. Now it's okay, isn't it? You didn't hold it and you got a C. Quite regretful in your heart, aren't you? Xiang Lu glared at it hatefully. I'm not as good as him, but if I were to replace you with this dead dog, I could still whack you to death even if I'm injured. Losing to Lin Feng, it was convinced, because not only was the other party's beast body stronger than it, even his comprehension of the power of space was also far stronger than it, so there was no shame in losing to him. But this dead dog, what right did it have to show off with it? Hey, my violent temper. The heavenly dog waved its tongue. Brother, let go of it. Master Dog would like to see just how hard its bones are. Lin Feng glanced at it. Are you sure? Yes. The sky dog bared its teeth. Confident. I'm going to have a fair 1-versus-1 duel with it. No need for you to make a move. Master Dog will teach it to be a beast today. Fair? Xiang Lu was seriously injured. What do you call this fair? Lin Feng's eyes were playful as he let go of Xiang Lu and turned around to leave the field to them. Don't say I'm bullying you. Master Dog can give you 5 minutes to recover from your injuries. The Tengu looked at it bruised and battered and became more confident. Lest if you lose later, you'll say I won. Sagittarius coughed up blood and slowly raised its upper body. Against a dead dog like you, even if I only have 1 breath left, I can still crush you. Tengu's eyes narrowed. I like your arrogance. It's definitely strong enough to see later. Ready? I'm coming. Its 2 dog mouths snapped open, directly launching its racial skill. Swallow the sky and eat the earth. Before Sagiri could react, he was swallowed by 2 large mouths. An unexpected scene, not to mention Xiang Lu. Even Lin Feng had a surprised look on his face. Ha ha. The Tengu laughed wildly in triumph. I, the future king of the Tengu clan. From today onwards, I will swallow the mountains and rivers with my breath. Never again will I allow other beasts to pretend in front of me. Who dares to pretend? Master Dog see who. It was majestic, showing off its domineering demeanor. Who the hell let you eat it? A snake tail slapped over, whipping the heavenly dog away on the spot. With a bang, it smashed into an old forest, breaking a dozen or so gigantic trees that were 1,000 meters tall one after another. The sky dog flipped over and jumped down from the ground. Looking at Lin Feng, whose eyes were full of ferocity, it wagged its tongue. What's wrong, brother? Don't eat it. What's the point of keeping it? Yo! Lin Feng looked at its body with golden light lingering around. Its strength is not bad. You can keep it as a fighter. The main reason for keeping it was to GA its waist. The waist of the Shangliu, Great Tonic, and the Snake Whip. In the last 2 days, Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu have been playing more and more aggressively. He can't stand it. He must get some to make up for it. The Tengu heated up. This is the kind of thing that sells its head. So it's not qualified to accompany you, brother. Besides, if you have a brother like Master Dog, who is invincible all over the world, it's better than training 1,000 beasts. Don't worry. In the future, I'll pick something. If I can't solve it, I'll find you again. Pick? Your fucking ability to pick things is really good, but you don't have the ability to solve things. If it wasn't for the fact that this dead dog's whip was the main material he needed for the next stage of evolution, and that it wasn't time to harvest it yet, Lin Feng would absolutely slaughter it. Suppressing the murderous intent boiling in his heart, Lin Feng put away that 100-meter high hive into space, then turned around and went to find Ning Evening Chiu and the girls. The night was few and far between. A big dog was lying at the mouth of the canyon quenching its energy. In the valley, a woman was singing. Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu, who were exercising their ability to see clips, seeking the truth amidst the bumps. The Tengu grunted. Once you're like this at night, good luck with your kidney loss. Hearing this kind of sound every day, it was going crazy. It's just that there's no love belonging to its master dog in this mountain. Despondent the heavenly dog lay down with a helpless face. At this time, a figure appeared in the mist. She walked in a graceful manner. The figure was enchanting, like a willow in the wind, and every time she took a step, her waist swayed to the left and right. Bells ringing, breaking the silent night, attracted the eyes of the heavenly dog. Upon seeing this woman in human form, the Tengu's 4 eyes popped out and flames ignited in his eyes. Although it can't be compared to my 2 sisters, but with this look, when placed among human women, it's definitely an outstandingly beautiful item as well. It flicked its tongue and stood up, staring straight at the woman who was getting closer and closer. Whistling, the Tengu's mouth grinned. Pretty girl, want to play a friendly match with Master Dog? The woman stopped in her tracks, the bells hanging from her ankles silent. The mountain wind blew her long snow-white hair, but also her cold and absolutely beautiful face, all presented in front of the sky dog. Seeing it drooling, at this time, the woman took a few more steps forward. A pair of long legs, from time to time from the feather weave long skirt open fork revealed. If hidden, as if it was a peepa, it was half hidden. This sense of hazy visualization teased the Tengu to the core. Did you kill Ayanami? Revenge came? The heavenly dog hastily shook his head. It wasn't me. It was a boss snake. It was you. The silver-haired woman frowned. You had it sent on you. You were the one who ate it. It really wasn't me. Tengu denied again. I just fucked with it. So maybe that's when I got it sent. But pretty girl, why do you miss a dead beast? Come with Master Dog, and I promise to double the pleasure it can give you. Pleasure? The silver-haired woman's eyes were cold. Do you think I'm helping it get revenge? Didn't it? It owes me 5 3-star spirit plants, and you ate it before this debt was settled. So this debt must be paid by you, or I'll arrest you back as a watchdog. She lived in the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, with a territory spanning 800 miles. She was one of the top 10 overlords of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. After the sky changed, she started lending money. Xiang Lu was one of her clients, and had just borrowed a 3-star spirit plant from her yesterday. As a result, it was killed today. This made Nine Phoenix furious. Being a watchdog, do I need to help my master warm the bed and sleep with him? The Tengu's eyes were filled with anticipation. If this service is available, I can. She was so pretty and had a great body. It would definitely be enough. Nine Phoenix raised an eyebrow and a murderous aura emerged in her eyes. 5 3-star spirit plants or I'll get you killed. Get what? Tengu hemmed and hawed. Want Master Dog to lie on the ground? Do you like being on top? Why don't you ask me to contribute instead? After all, Master Dog is a... Before it could finish its sentence, the sound of breaking air suddenly exploded. A hang of white water crushed through the void and turned into a spear stabbing at the heavenly dog. I'll dodge. The heavenly dog leapt, and the spear flew past its head, crashing heavily into the right side of the mountain. Only a rumbling sound was heard, and the mountain rocks shook off. A cold air exploded, freezing tens of meters in a circle in the blink of an eye. This power, it made the heavenly dog look shocked. It turned back towards the canyon and shouted, "Brothers, first draw your guns and turn off the fire. Don't do it. An enemy has hit the door. Quickly come out to meet the enemy." Nine Phoenix looked into the canyon. There are still your accomplices inside? Yes, he's the one who killed Xiang Lu. Tengu nodded repeatedly. You find him and settle the score. Secretly, he's rich. Since Master Dog doesn't have a chance, let's give it to my brother. Very rich? Nine Phoenix's eyes glowed, and even the wing-shaped mark on her brow followed suit and ignited with white light. You tell him to compensate me for 10 3-star spirit plants and this matter will be written off. Otherwise this place will become a place for you to bury your bones. Tengu grinned. Don't say 10 plants. Even if it's 20 plants, it's not a big deal. But it needs you to talk to him face to face. It made way for the entrance to the valley. Nine Phoenix was bold in her art. With the strength of her 9-star mature body, she had the confidence to face and take care of all conspiracies. So when she saw the heavenly dog make way, she raised her feet and walked towards the valley. As she passed by Tengu, she grunted. You watchdog, not loyal at all. I've changed my mind. If he doesn't compensate me for the spirit plant, I'll definitely dismantle you. The heavenly dog narrowed his eyes. Fine, fine. Wait until you come out. Provided that you can come out alive. That guy is getting high. You're definitely going to pay in blood for going in and disturbing him like that. Tengu looked at Jiufeng who disappeared into the mist. Brother, I'm giving you a gift. Whether you can catch it or not, it's up to you. But with Lin Feng's strength, this stupid bird, it was 100% going to be shelled by him. Jiufeng had just walked into the valley when she heard from ahead the sound that made her heart beat faster. Although she had never eaten, but had seen quite a few. In the mountains, every time spring came, the moment everything recovered, the beasts in the mountains would move non-stop. Now, hearing this sound, Jiufeng immediately knew that the owner of this place was in the heat of the busy. But what's it got to do with me? I'm here to collect a debt. With a red face, Nine Phoenix took a deep breath to suppress the fluttering in her heart. The beasts inside listen. Nine Phoenix have come to demand a debt. Please stop struggling first and come out to talk. Demanding a debt? Struggling? Lin Feng, who was burying his head in the sand. How could he care about anything else at this time? After waiting for a while, the voices inside shouted endlessly. It just didn't respond to her. This made Jiufeng angry. She raised her eyebrows. A pair of blue pupils lingered in turquoise waves, and her entire body glittered with blue light, transforming into a hanging stream of water circling around her body. I'll give you one more chance. Put down your weapon and stop your reckless behavior. Come out and talk to me at once. No response. No, you can't say there was no response, because the voice, it got even higher. Provoking? Nine Phoenix's eyes were cold. The fire is so big. Let me put it out for you. She made a move with her plain hand. The water current that lingered on her side, hovering like a dragon, rushed forward with a clatter. Then it split halfway and turned into a dozen spears. Buzzing gas explosions echoed in the valley. The dozen or so spears, carrying cold and icy chi, were directly stuck into the mist and rushed deeper into the depths. A serpentine sound rang out. It was immediately followed by a thumping sound. The next second, a hooked snake tail poked out from the mist, carrying a titanic momentum and ruthlessly smashing towards Nine Phoenix. This is the rhythm of reneging. Then fight. Nine Phoenix flung her right hand, and azure water currents emerged out of thin air, condensing into a curtain of water, blocking the snake tail's strike afterward. Her body quickly retreated, and blue light lingered behind her, transforming into two colorful wings. The moment she flew up in the air, she clenched her left hand into the void. The blue light was like water, transforming into a spear that she held in her hand. The wings behind the Nine Phoenix lifted. I'll take the form of a half-beast and cut you down. With a swoosh, she carried a monstrous battle intent and plunged headlong into the rolling mist. Those who were good at battle were primed in all 8 directions. Her aura rumbled, wanting to rely on force to collect her debt. However, just after entering the mist, Nine Phoenix was entangled in chains. The power of space. You're a boss snake? In the mists, a snake head poked out. Lin Feng probed in front of Nine Phoenix and looked at this overwhelmingly beautiful face. It just so happens that I'm on a roll. You come and give me a boost. Jiu Feng's face suddenly changed. Let go of me. I don't want this account. Motherfucker. If she had known that there was a boss snake hidden in this valley, she wouldn't have come. This is a fucking boss snake. How could there be 2 boss snakes in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain? What you say doesn't count. What I say counts. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. He slapped her with his tail and then dragged her into the mist. Kiriko Kirikou. The night color was enchanting. The breeze was just right. At the mouth of the valley, the Tengu walked around, a little agitated. It's been half an hour, hasn't it? Hasn't there been a fight yet? It shouldn't be. Just that guy's temperament, being stirred up with interest. He'll definitely get cranky and mad, and then teach her a hard lesson. At that moment, a strange voice floated into his ears. Hearing this voice, Tengu let out a wild laugh. I told you, with Master Dog's brother's strength, this woman is definitely going to be planted. Showing off with me? I'll backhand you and push you into the fire. Let you lose your virginity in blood. But then again, the wind at the mouth of this valley is a bit cold. When will Master Dog find a woman who is compatible with me? It lay on the ground with a languid gaze, missing its former playmates a bit. Some wooden pillars soak in water every day. Some wooden pillars can only be exposed to the sun until they crack. Such is life. The moon sets and the sun rises. The sunlight dispersed the fog that enveloped the canyon. Nine Phoenix dragged her tired body out of the canyon. She turned back with indignation, her eyes full of killing intent. The debt had not been recovered, but instead, she had gotten herself involved. The heart was dripping blood. Stinking snake, one day I want you to pay for your blood. She switched beast bodies, turning into a half-human, half-beast, 2-headed bird. She flew away. This type of beast had the upper half of its body as a human and the lower half of its body as a bird body. After evolving into the divine body and completely returning to its ancestor, it had 9 snake heads. It can control water and turn snow. Watching her massive beast body, it crushed through the sky and disappeared with an airburst sound. Ning Evening Chill retracted her gaze and looked at Lin Feng on the side. A one-day couple? At best. A bubbly friend. Lin Feng was full of concern. It's different from you too. She was heading for the gun. That's why I'm not interested in her. Is that so? Ning Evening Chill smiled meaningfully. There is only one way to a woman's heart. You took this road to her last night. Her heart, in turn, was branded with your shape. It's hard to get it back. Lin Feng couldn't care less. Then again, that pot of 7 treasures soup you had last night was really fierce. The energy contained in it was simply comparable to a 9-star mature body foreign beast. He drank half of the pot, pushing the speed of the beast's simmering body at the same time. It also made Lin Feng lose his mind again. If it wasn't for the 9 phoenixes who happened to hit the head of the gun, the 2 of them, Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingju, definitely couldn't set him straight. 8 treasure soup is even more powerful. Ning Evening Autumn covered her mouth and laughed softly. It's a pity that it requires a lot of spirit plants, and all of them are no less than 3-star level. Otherwise, I'm sure I'll boil up a pot for you to try. Lin Feng smiled and wrapped his arms around her waist. There will be opportunities. After all, I have a little wife with unbelievable luck. He looked towards Jiang Qingju, who was still asleep, on the blanket. Ning Evening Chiu took one look at her appearance and smiled along with her. She called with her family yesterday. The Jiang family is currently in a bad situation. Regarding this, Lin Feng wasn't surprised. The monetary system had collapsed in gold. Silver and jewelry were no longer useful. If you wanted to enlist people and make them work for you, you could only rely on spirit plants or blood crystals, and force deterrence. Without these 3 things, who would work for you? Thinking of this, Lin Feng raised his eyes and looked out of the valley. Find some time to go back to a city, help the little wife's family, and stabilize the throne of a city's overlord. As for Ning Evening Chiu, like him, she was born as an orphan, so she didn't suffer from this aspect. The two chatted for a while. Jiang Qingzhu got up and continued searching for spiritual plants with Ning Evening Chiu. Lin Feng went out with his dog. Brother, I found a good place. The Tengu wagged its tongue and said, that area is covered in majestic energy. There are definitely a lot of treasures. There was a kind of person in the world who never contacted each other when there was nothing going on. Once something happens, they immediately come to the door and shout for their brothers. The heavenly dog was this kind of beast. This dog's heart had at least 18,000 holes in it. So hearing its words, Lin Feng stopped and looked at it. I haven't settled the score with you for last night. You're fucking trying to count on me again? Last night? It was fine if he didn't say it. But when he mentioned it, the Tengu grew furious on the spot. You heartless. If it weren't for Master Dog, could you have been the groom last night? I was outside eating the cold wind. You were inside soaking in the hot spring. You don't thank me. And you're still fucking complaining about me? Dogs aren't even as doggy as you. It blathered on and on. It made Lin Feng a bit embarrassed. You're useless yourself. You can't blame others. You're apologizing? The Tengu rolled its eyes. Brother, this is typical of you that after you've had enough to eat, you leave the cooking behind. Is that because I'm useless? Master Dog was watching you finish the 7 treasure soup, fearing that you wouldn't get enough to eat. So he risked his life to hook you up with a pretty girl for dessert, sharing the cannon fire between my 2 sisters on the way. But what about you? Forget it. Tengu looked sad. There's no set of beast body boiling methods for this. I'll never forgive you. Lin Feng was unmoved. Seeing that he was silent, the Tengu became anxious. I've finished. And then what? Then it's your turn to show it. The heavenly dog bared his teeth. You have to show sincerity and heal the trauma inside me in exchange for my forgiveness. Lin Feng spat out his snake mail. Your forgiveness is worthless to me. Or if you really don't see eye to eye with me, you can leave now. The hell with you. Worthy of being a snake-like beast. How cold-blooded. The heavenly dog had never seen such an oily beast. It sadly realized that its own 3-inch tongue was useless against him. This made it annoyed and helpless. A rumbling sound suddenly came from the front. Lin Feng raised his eyes and looked, only to see a haze lingering 100 miles away. Majestic energies were strewn across the sky, exuding a mesmerizing aura. That's it. The heavenly dog barked. This is the place I was talking about just now. Last night when I observed the heavens at night and spied this precious place, I knew that it was extremely extraordinary. Now you should always believe Master Dog, right? Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to it. His eyes burned as he stared at the area that was covered in tides of energy. Moonfall Valley? He remembered that in his previous life, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Falling Moon Valley, after the 4th month of the heavenly change, gave birth to a spiritual plant that contained the creation of heaven and earth. 10,000 beasts competed for it. In the end, Boss Snake came out on top and swallowed the 6-star spiritual plant. In one fell swoop, the door to heaven was opened, and from then on, the mountain has been on a high. This mountain range seems to be favored by God. There are opportunities everywhere, and it can be called a spiritual plant everywhere. Every few days, a high-level spirit plant would be brushed out. It could be said that if the Shinnong mountain range didn't have the strengthening heavenly tablet, it definitely wouldn't be able to suppress the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's pair of red gold snake pupils glowed. Then he turned into a black light and quickly ran towards the Moonfall Valley. Crap, you're going to eat alone again? The heavenly dog took one look at his stance and hurriedly spread his feet and quickly chased after him. Wait a minute, Master Dog. A chilly wind was blowing and a light rain was falling. The colorful haze lingered around the sunset Moon Valley, and thousands of meters of mountains loomed into the clouds. Between the mountains, hibernating one exotic beast after another, there were snakes coiling the mountains, and monkeys standing on the end of trees. Tigers roar in the forests and tortoises crouch at the bottom of the cliffs. Birds soar in the sky, and cows reside in the plains. Every beast was paying attention to the Moonfall Valley. That thick and boundless energy pressure, spreading across the 8 directions, caused 10,000 beasts not to dare to approach. At this time, a ferocious beast with the head of a bird and the body of a turtle, with a tail that looked like a snake, emerged in the lake outside of Moonfall Valley. It was like a small mountain, based in the center of the lake. The tail wrapped around the turtle's body was ablaze with blue flames, and the snake's head at the end of the tail spat out a letter. Xian Turtle. Not Xian Wu, but its ferocity was no weaker than the Xian Wu, a divine beast. Lin Feng had seen that a Xian Turtle bestializer of the ultimate body, with a Xuan Wu of the same level, it killed until the sky fell apart. The strength of the battle was comparable to a divine beast. I, Xian Turtle, will take this one creation of the fallen Moon Valley. Which one of you is in favor of it? And who is against it? The heavenly dog was the first to not fork out, but it didn't open its mouth. Instead, it ran over to a prisoner bull that was 191 meters in size, with a bull's head and a snake's body, born with 2 dragon claws. Big brother, you are the prisoner bull, right? The high and cold prisoner bull just glanced at it. This indifference of rejecting others could not hold back the Tengu's passion like fire. It began to blah blah blah. Dragons give birth to 9 sons, and the sons are like dragons. Noble as you are the king of this world. Since you are the king, how can you be provoked by your subjects? Prisoner bull buddy. Tengu had a fawning face. You give me a chance. I'll overturn this shin turtle for you right here. Prisoner bull faced it squarely this time. You're no match for it. So what? The heavenly dog looked loyal. I see that you, prisoner bull buddy, have the stature of a divine beast, and have the heart to be a servant from the dragon. As long as you give me the chance, even if I have to spell out this life, I will also bite this rebellious and sinful son. This stream of righteousness, generous attitude. Looking at the prisoner bull was very satisfied. It nodded. Since you want to follow me, how could I possibly let my little brother die for nothing? Wait here, and watch as my brother forcefully pulls down the mountain. After prisoner bull finished speaking, he stepped on the ground with both feet, carrying a monstrous ferocious might as he walked towards that Shen turtle. Turtle son, come out and fight. It was as powerful as a rainbow, crushing the earth and pouncing into the lake, battling with the Shen turtle. When the heavenly dog saw this scene, the dog's mouth grinned and flicked its tongue. Brainless goods. Is mixing in the Jianghu based on fighting power? That can only be reduced to being a punching bag. A real big shot relies on brains. Change a pawn. Keep messing around. Tengu is like a lighter, fanning the flames everywhere. Relying on a dog's mouth, it froze and provoked a melee. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, but it can spit out knives. This made Lin Feng's scalp go numb. He once again learned how powerful the dog was. This 3-inch tongue. It's really powerful. That's not. The heavenly dog scurried out from nowhere, each of its 2 dog mouths holding a star spirit fruit. As it chewed, it said, with this group of brainless goods, Master Dog, relying on his 2 mouths, was able to sell them to mining, and even get them to willingly, give me the waste GA for stew. It looked at Lin Feng again. So that's why you have to be nice to Master Dog. With me behind you to boost you, you can definitely save a lot of effort. Lin Feng was about to open his mouth when he suddenly heard a breaking sound. He only saw one piece after another. Dozens of meters of stone smashing down from the air. It was like a rain of stones, smashing wildly against a humanoid mountain cream holding a stone axe and clad in scale armor. The mountain-anointed hand swung a 15-meter-long stone axe, wildly swinging and chopping. Pieces of stone were smashed and split. A few of them smashed towards Lin Feng's hiding place. Bang bang bang. He smashed these flying boulders with his tail, then rolled the Tengu back another 1,000 meters. Standing on the outskirts of the battlefield, he continued to watch the beasts fight. The battle between the prisoner bull and the Shen turtle was the most eye-catching. Those great and ferocious beasts in the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain did not come out. The 2 of them belonged to the current ceiling of combat power, fighting like 2 tanks colliding with each other. The falling moon lake was stirred up to the point where the lake rippled. The area of the lake, hard by these 2 beasts plowed wide nearly half. Mountains tumbled. The earth cracked. The Shen turtle's tail, which was wrapped around its body, fiercely sprang out, and the snake head at the end of its tail bit into the prisoner bull's snake body. It roared in pain and raised its dragon claw and slapped it hard on the back of the Shen turtle's brain. Only a thud was heard, like the sound of a drum echoing. Chi energy burst. Shockwaves swept in all directions, shaking the lake water backward. The turtle's head, like a bird, slammed into the prisoner's chin, and sent it flying out on the spot. A large piece of flesh and blood, from the prison cow body off. The turtle's mouth made a bird call, stepping on the lake water, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to cut away the prisoner's life. At this time, a leopard roar came. A huge figure ruthlessly crashed into the Shen turtle. With a bang, the Shen tortoise was sent flying 100 meters, smashing over several foreign beasts one after another, and crashing heavily into a large mountain. The beast that slammed into it was a vicious beast with a jackal body, dragon head, deer horns on its head, and a tail like a sword. Jarius. It was clad in green armor and was 196 meters in size, towering like a mountain. It straddled in front of the prisoner bull, its gaze menacingly staring into the distance, at the dust and smoke stirring up the mountain. Brother, you're here. Prisoner bull endured the pain and greeted. Jarius nodded. You rest for a while and eat a few beasts to recover from your injuries. I'll go over and whack that turtle son first. With a stride of its 4 large long legs, its strong body crossed the mountain range and rushed towards the Shen turtle that had just climbed out of the pit. Injuring my sworn brother. I'll take your life to pay for it today. Jarius never ate overnight meals. When there was revenge, it was avenged on the spot. The two ferocious beasts were in a melee. Jayircanthus spat out black knives and slashed at the back of the Shin turtle. The knife light exploded. Terrifying devouring power spread, and the vibrant flowers, plants, and trees around them were swallowed alive by this power. The Shin turtle's defense was strong, but under the attack of this Jarius's corrupted blade, the energy covering the surface of the Shin turtle's body was getting fainter and fainter. Its energy was being rapidly eaten away. Noticing this, the Shin turtle opened its mouth and threw out a mouthful of saliva. It directly breathed on Jayircanthus' face, turning into a blue flame that scorched it. Jair roared, and his sword-like tail chopped at the Shin turtle's tail from bottom to top. With a giggle, the Shin turtle's tail snake was cut off. In pain, it let out a mournful scream and its huge beast body thrashed about. Jarius was inadvertently toppled by it and flew out. After taking the opportunity to extinguish the blue flames wrapped around his head, Jarius rose again and rushed over to press down on the Shin turtle and give it a whack. Thud thud thud. The sound of hammering echoed through the mountains. As tough as the Shin turtle, Jarius was whacked to the point of dying. Just as it was preparing to bite off the Shin turtle's head, a voice exploded from high above. Let go of my borrower. A large, two-headed, half-human, half-beast bird opened a pair of large, colorful wings and crushed through the sky. Her 210-meter size rushed into the battlefield with a sky-blurring elegance. With a chirp, ice spears rained down from the sky. Swooshing air-breaking sounds resounded through the heavens and earth. Hundreds of ice spears pierced through the void, and they came at Jarius with a brain. Faced with this level of attack, Jarius was so frightened that he jumped off the back of the Shin turtle. It then bit down on the Shin turtle and pushed upwards. Put! The Shin turtle, whose armor had long since been smashed into tatters and fragments, was pierced by the ice spear on the spot. The heart, however, did not soar, as it was similarly pierced through. Shin turtle this death. The 9 Phoenix angry to the fire. Another fucking debt. She stared viciously at Jarius. The Shin turtle's debt. It's on your head. Why? Jayircanthus threw the Shin turtle's corpse. The earth was shaken with a rumble and trembled. It looked at Geophone with an arrogant face. It borrowed it from you. You find it and ask for it. I am not going to recognize it. It's dead. What about me fucking asking a ghost for it? Blue light lingered in Geofeng's eyes. It won't recognize it, right? Good. Blue light lingered in her right hand, transforming into an ice spear that stabbed at Jarius. Jarius dodged and was about to spit a knife between his open mouth, but right at this moment, the snake-headed 9 Phoenix's neck suddenly poked out. Her neck extended and the second head bit down hard on Jarius' neck. Jayircanthus, which was about to release a skill, was directly interrupted. As it screamed miserably, 9 Phoenix devoured Jarius' flesh, blood, sinew, and bones. Seeing his sworn brother behind bars, Prisoner Bull didn't even think twice about rushing over to save Jarius from the water. As a result, just as he got close to 9 Phoenix, he received an ice spear from her. Holy shit. Tengu looked jaw-dropped. This new daughter-in-law of yours is really fucking fierce. Surprisingly, it's a 2-star full-bodied ferocious beast. The heavenly dog was so shocked that it stuttered in its speech. It was now very fortunate that it had come to the east last night and didn't choose to get tough with 9 Phoenix. Otherwise, what happened to Prisoner Bull and Jarius at this moment would be its end. With a palpitating heart, the Tengu looked at Lin Feng with admiration in its eyes. You're even more powerful. Even the 2-star full-bodied 9 Phoenix can be crushed underneath you. This fighting strength, Master Dog is convinced of you. Motherfucker. He only had 6-star mature body in terms of energy and volume, but by relying on his strong beast body, his combat power could, surprisingly, forcefully suppress a 2-star full-bodied ferocious beast. This made the heavenly dog drool with envy. Now it finally understood why Lin Feng had said to Ning Evening Autumn and the 2 girls before. Energy was just the blue for performing skills. It could only be used to assist. It couldn't be used as a main force. The truly powerful ones had long since gotten out of the blue limitations. Without using blue, relying on the beast body alone can crush everything. One force will be reduced to 10, shaking heaven and earth with his body. No, Master Dog must get the method of boiling and become a melee tank dog. Between the ups and downs of the heavenly dog's mind, 9 Phoenix had already finished devouring Jarius. She walked towards the prisoner bull who was nailed in the mountain by her spear. You definitely don't want to recognize it either, right? Alright, I'll send you to hell right now. Blue light surged and water currents tumbled. It transformed into a rooted ice spear. The prisoner bull was startled and was about to open his mouth to say, "This debt hangs on my head." At this time, a snake chirped. Only a red, yellow, green and black, 220-meter long boss snake appeared out of thin air. The fishy wind was loud. Black light lingered. It lashed its tail at 9 Phoenix. In her haste, Nine Phoenix could only summon her ice spear to block. Bang bang bang! The green-colored hook-like snake tail was as powerful as a bamboo stick, crushing an ice spear before slapping fiercely on Jiufeng's body. With a bang, she was jerked away on the spot. It collapsed a small mountain. Big brother. Seeing this boss snake, prisoner bull cried out in joy. The boss snake nodded its head, its pair of green pupils staring at Nine Phoenix in the dust and smoke. Eating my second brother and injuring my third brother. Today, this life of yours, I want it. Nine Phoenix stood up from the ruins and looked at this boss snake in front of her. Even though she knew it wasn't him, but she still couldn't control the killing intent in her heart. Just right. I also want to kill you. Boss snake laughed fiercely. Kill me? Who gave you this bottom? It obtained half a volume of the Time and Space Sutra and rose from the minutest of beginnings. Swallowing the remains of the boss snake, it rose high all the way. After countless battles, it became one of the overlords of this 10,000 beast mountain. Although it does not dare to say that it is invincible, but it dares to pat its chest and say, as long as it does not want to die, no beast can kill it. This confidence stems from the three major spatial skills that it has mastered. Less nagging. Come and fight. Nine Phoenix's wings lifted. Between the flying sand and rocks, she soared into the air. With every flap of her wings, pieces of ice spears fell. The boss snake curled around the prisoner bull and flung it out of this battlefield afterward. It looked up at the sky, ignoring the ice spears falling from the sky. With a flick of its hook-like snake tail, it suddenly appeared behind Nine Phoenix. Nine Phoenix, who had prepared for this, released a piece of ice shield to block behind her. Bang! The ice layer exploded and fragments splashed. Nine Phoenix had already moved hundreds of meters away. She looked downwards at the boss snake that was traversing against her ice spear. Nine Phoenix's eyes were filled with gravity. This boss snake's beast body was also ridiculously strong. It must not be allowed to get close. She wanted to take the kite approach, but as if the boss snake had already anticipated this, after carrying down a wave of ice spear attacks, its scaled and cracked snake body blossomed with black light. In the next second, it leapt into the air. The huge snake body crashed into the void and reappeared already below the Nine Phoenix, accompanied by a resounding snake cry. The boss snake opened its mouth and bit down on Nine Phoenix's leg. Come down you! Nine Phoenix was yanked down from the heights by it. The two beasts smashed into the mountain, and the boss snake didn't give her a chance to react, directly entangling her. Just you still want to kill me? Boss snake's hideous pupils were filled with contempt. An ant presuming to swallow an elephant. Self-indulgence will only end up as my food. It opened its mouth and bit at Jiufeng, wanting to devour her. This boss snake was so powerful that it made Jiufeng despair. Compared to the boss snake that had taken her body, it was half as powerful. The eye was about to be swallowed by the boss snake in one bite. Nine Phoenix's eyes showed despair. In one day, she had encountered two boss snakes. One of them had eaten her dry. Now this boss snake was going to similarly eat her up. Bitter fate. The stench hit her face, just as Jiufeng closed her eyes and waited to die. This boss snake suddenly shut up. Immediately after that, Jiufeng realized that the binding force on her body disappeared. She opened her eyes, only to see that the boss snake from earlier had already disappeared 1,000 meters away. Replacing it by her side was another boss snake. It was him, the same boss snake that made her bleed last night. What are you doing here? Nine Phoenix had complicated eyes. I haven't played enough. You can't die. Lin Feng's tail hooked around her. Without giving Jiufeng the chance to speak again, he threw her with a forceful shake and threw her flying into another big mountain. Then Lin Feng raised his eyes and looked at the boss snake that was coiled at the top of the mountain, 220 meters long. Same plan? The boss snake was similarly looking at him, condescending. On account of being a snake of the same race, I'll give you a chance. Get down and lick my tail. Offer your loyalty, and I'll spare your life. Being able to meet a fellow clan member, boss snake was happy, but it was also very unhappy because this fellow clan member not only let go of its food, but also attacked it. This was a capital offense. But thinking that Lin Feng was young, the boss snake was willing to give him a chance. The last beast that was arrogant in front of me. It had already turned into poop and was lined up in a ditch somewhere to be used as fertilizer. Black light lingered on Lin Feng's body, and his red gold snake pupils were fierce. Soon, you will also be turned into a pile of poop. How dare you compare me to shit? Boss snake was furious and hissed with his mouth open. The huge beast's body was heaving with black light, like a black river, crushing the earth and making rumbling noises as it swooped down from the top of the mountain. Lin Feng similarly rushed over. The two barbed serpents flung their tail hooks, only to hear a ding of golden gobble sound. The two tails collided and sparks flew everywhere. The resulting recoil turned into shockwaves that swept out, cracking the surrounding trees, sand and soil flying. The boss snake's green pupils shrunk into the shape of needles. The paroxysm of pain coming from its tail caused it to feel a wave of incredulity. It didn't expect that the beastly body of this snake of the same race was even a few points stronger than it. But so what? I am nearly 60 meters longer than him in size. The energy is 6 stars higher than him. In this battle, the victory is mine. It hissed and raised its snake tail once again while releasing its spatial skill. A spear that released a spatial aura blasted towards Lin Feng along with its snake tail. Between the two tails colliding again, the spatial spear released by the boss snake ruthlessly stabbed Lin Feng in the head. Ding! A burst of sparks splashed. In boss snake's incredulous eyes, Lin Feng laughed and directly wrapped himself around it, his beast's body sinking in black light. A vast spatial force spread out, sealing a 300-meter radius, cutting off all its back roads. Feeling the fluctuation of this pressure, boss snake's pupils contracted. You obtained the complete time and space scripture? It only had half a volume of the space-time scripture, although it could also perform spatial skills, but it couldn't do so, sealing off square space. Moreover, a complete time and space scripture meant that he possessed the perfect method to boil down his beast body. No wonder his beast body is stronger than mine. This thought surfaced in his mind, and boss snake was shocked and envious. With that, these two emotions transformed into greed. Everything about you will eventually become mine. After swallowing you, I will have the complete inheritance. Under the squeeze of the power of space, the boss snake hardened against the vast pressure and opened its mouth to bite at Lin Feng's abdomen. As a result, only a duong sound was heard. Its teeth were chipped and numbed. 1 bite per person. It's my turn. In the boss snake's surprise, Lin Feng bit back, his sharp fangs penetrating the scales of the boss snake. A sharp pain came. The boss snake raised its snake tail in pain, constantly bombarding Lin Feng's snake body. There was an endless stream of clanging sounds. The sound was overwhelming, but it was useless. Every blow that was strong enough to crack mountains and rocks landed on Lin Feng's snake body. It was like tickling him again. It couldn't even break his defense. So how could it harm him? Master Scraper. Boss Snake. On the other hand, the boss snake himself, was Lin Feng bite through the defense? Its body energy in the rapid flow, sinews and bones, hidden signs of dissolution. It hissed continuously, its snake body exploding with black light. It tried to use the energy of a 2-star complete body to break away from Lin Feng. However, it was useless. He was wrapped around the boss snake in death. The power of space lingered around, turning into a black chain that bound it firmly. It couldn't break free. It couldn't run away. Boss snake was shocked and furious. Air explosion. Rolling energy burst out from its snake body, shaking the space with ripples. A terrifying force covered the area. There was a rumbling sound. The ground shook. The mountains cracked and collapsed. In the midst of the landslide, the two boss snakes were still entangled together. It should be said that it was Lin Feng who was still entangled with it. This made the boss snake desperate. It had already amplified its moves. Yet the damage it caused to Lin Feng only shook its skin and scales. It looked bloody and the wounds were hideous. But boss snake was clear that this kind of damage was only a skin wound to Lin Feng. On the contrary, it had its spine broken by its own skill. This disparity ignited the boss snake's indignant and unwilling heart. Why is it that, being the same boss snake, you obtained a complete inheritance while I only have a half-volume inheritance? So it only obtained a partial inheritance? No wonder, being the same boss snake, its beast body was so weak. It took the energy route. But that's not right. In his previous life, this boss snake clearly controlled the two powers of time and space. Can't it be that it only obtained the complete inheritance at the back? Lin Feng continued to overeat. Not to mention, the boss snake's blood, flesh, sinew and bones were truly delicious. It was getting smaller. The energy was likewise being lost at a rapid rate. Sensing all of this, the boss snake's inner unwillingness turned into panic. Fellow clan, can you stop talking about this? You've already devoured nearly 40% of me. Isn't that enough? Do you have to kill everyone? Spare my life and you and I will be brothers from now on. Lin Feng's cold voice rang out. It's a brother, so you let me have my fun. He didn't intend to spare it. As the same boss snake, its blood crystals and skill runes were a great tonic for Lin Feng. It could definitely propel him further. Alright, with my pain, I'll let you have enough. But after you've had your fill, remember to leave me alive, haha. It was so naive. Completely unaware of how to write the 4 words hearts are dangerous, but it didn't matter. Lin Feng would teach it. 5 minutes later, boss snake hissed, you don't fucking keep your word, asshole. The angry curses came to an abrupt end. It used its life to learn the true meaning of the 4 words, the hearts of men are treacherous. A snake skin was left behind, floating down from the sky. Lin Feng opened his mouth and swallowed it along with the snakeskin. He didn't even give it a hair. Lin Feng hissed up to the sky, and a pair of fleshy wings fluttered around his neck. His beast's black light turned into a flame and rose half a meter. The energy contained in the boss snake was too huge. It was like a river, rushing through his body. Lin Feng operated the time and space sutra and harnessed this energy, turning it into a flame and refining his beast body. At the same time, he melted the boss snake, the skill runes branded in the blood crystal, into his own runes. He lay on his back in the ruins of the collapsed mountain and transformed. Rolling ferocious might swept through the 8 directions, deterring other foreign beasts from approaching. Another mountain. Lin Feng stood on top of the mountain. She looked at the boss snake with black flames rising from its body surface in the ruins of the collapsed mountain in front of her. Her eyes were complicated. A 6-star mature body that swallowed a 2-star complete body boss snake. You're so strong. What should I get back at you with? Marry him. The Tengu, lying next to him, had a playful look in his eyes. And then give him hundreds of babies. Let him coax children every day and run for his life. Give birth to hundreds of children? Lin Feng glanced at it. I'm afraid that before he's busy dying, I'll die in bed first. But what it said seemed to make sense. After all, he was so powerful. Trying to rely on force would never have any hope of revenge. But that's at least a cool death, isn't it? The Tengu hemmed and hawed. Being screwed to death is better than being screwed to death, right? How ferocious that guy was. Tengu knew it best. It was also that Master Dog was more slippery on his feet. If he were any other beast, he would have been eaten on the table. You're right. Lin Feng's blue pupils flickered with light. Perhaps this is the best solution. Then, Tengu's eyes were playful. I wish you a good pregnancy. Lin Feng nodded her head and her eyes were a piece of determination as she looked at Lin Feng. Black flames flared. Lin Feng's snake body grew to 199 meters. The energy contained in that boss snake was just too huge. It was equivalent to 10 ferocious beasts with 9-star mature bodies. The majestic energy was so hard that he disliked him into a 9-star mature body, and even had some energy left over. Lin Feng followed the trajectory of the secret method and turned the remaining energy into flames to boil the bones and organs. Boiling bones, refining organs, calcining sinews. Before entering the complete body, he had to hammer these 3 steps to the limit. Bones transformed into gold, organs like iron, fascia as tough as steel. Only when he reached this level would he be able to carry the erosion of the power of the ages at the complete body stage. Currently, he only had the snake tail transforming gold bone, that 6-star spirit plant. He looked towards the distant falling moon valley. The multicolored energy shroud covering the canyon had yet to dissipate. Outside, all sorts of foreign beasts fought furiously. Mountains crumbled and the ground cracked. All sorts of skills flashed in that area. Lin Feng's snake pupils were haunted by black light, and he thrust his snake body forward. He disappeared into a black light. The prisoner bull, who had been saved by Boss Snake earlier, was currently in a fierce battle with a mountain cream. The 2 beasts exchanged fire, and the mountain cream was pressed to the ground and rubbed by the imprisoned ox. It was bruised and battered. The prisoner bull's dragon head swayed and bit into the pig's scalp of the mountain cream. Between bites, it tore off a large piece of its pig's scalp. It wolfed it down. It wailed in pain. At this time, a boss snake suddenly appeared. The prisoner bull didn't have time to cross-flash. It was coiled by the boss snake and it was bound in place. It was shocked. You're not Big Brother. Who are you? Who am I? I'm your next door Larry. Hey, I'm the enthusiastic caretaker of other people's wives. Lin Feng bit down on its neck. As the prisoner bull wailed, he sucked hard. Just like eating jelly, he sucked the prisoner bull's flesh and blood into his mouth. The knot in his throat rolled as he ate his mouth full of blood. It shivered in pain. It hurts. Don't. However, the prisoner ox's pleas were not exchanged for pity. Instead, Lin Feng increased his devouring efforts. In 2 minutes, its entire body was empty. Only a skin was left, draped over the mountain cream. Witnessing the prisoner cow being devoured with his own eyes, the mountain anointing was so scared that it lay on the ground and didn't dare to move. Its eyes were wide open as it looked at the boss snake that was pressing down on it, its entire heart trembling with fear. I've never seen such a fierce beast, eating a captive cow in 1 bite. What kind of terrifying appetite is this? Mountain Anointed swallowed. Big Brother, are you full? If you're full, can you get off of me first? You're pressing down on me like this. It's making me so panicked. Not yet. Just short of your dish. Lin Feng hissed and opened his mouth to bite the bloody pig's head of the mountain cream. 3 or 2 bites. After swallowing this 191-meter head of mountain cream, Lin Feng turned on binge-eating mode. He once again pounced on a leopard-bodied, bird-headed beast. The other party was fighting with a crocodile. As a result, there was a pain in its neck before it could see who it was. It felt a brutal force surging into its body, brutally sucking and tearing its flesh and blood. The crocodile likewise didn't escape. Lin Feng bit the leopard beast while his tail curled around this tin crocodile. After devouring the leopard beast, his hideous fangs pierced right through the back of the tin crocodile as it gazed in horror. Such a ferocious scene. It scared the other alien beasts that were fighting to a halt. They stared at Lin Feng with wary eyes. This boss snake is so fierce. His digestion is even more ferocious. One bite at a time. With this eating style, Tao Tai isn't even as fierce as him. I'm afraid. As the same 9-star mature body, why do I feel, in front of him, like a baby? That feeling of powerlessness pressed down on the other foreign beasts, making it difficult for them to catch their breath. Each beast's eyes were filled with scorn. With thousands of gazes watching, Lin Feng turned around and walked away with a big swing. It wasn't that he couldn't eat. It was that he had ingested too much energy and he couldn't suppress his nature. He needed to find a vent. His huge snake body crushed through the earth and arrived at the peak where Nine Phoenix and Skydog were. Brother is back? Was the meal outside delicious? After eating, we should have a set of horse-killing chicken. Come, I'll give you a press. Tengu's expression was fawning. It portrayed the lapdog to the fullest. Lin Feng glanced at it, then coiled and nestled on the ground. His snake body's black flames burning as he looked sideways at Jiu Feng. You haven't left yet? Jiu Feng, who had switched to human form, raised her two smoky eyebrows slightly. Her pair of blue pupils stared at Lin Feng. You're the first one to walk through this path of mine, or trampled through the night in the most brutal way. So, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. So, I'm going to marry you. Jiu Feng's cool phoenix eyes lit up with a touch of determination. Give you children. Use the child to get back at you. This silly girl. Tengu was helpless. Was this something that could be said? As if it saw a raging storm, it quietly took a few steps back. As expected, Lin Feng's eyes turned teasing after hearing her words. Getting back at me by having a child? Right. Nine Phoenix nodded her head. I'll satisfy you. Lin Feng, who was already on fire, switched his human form, then carried her on his shoulder and rushed into the woods on the right, preparing to teach her to climb trees. The Tengu saw this scene and wagged its tongue. After one whipping, still so naive? This bitch doesn't remember wow. With this kind of mind, how could she be able to lend money in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain? It was a bit puzzled to think that with this mind of Jiu Feng's, where did she get this kind of business acumen? Can't it be that there's someone behind her? The more the heavenly dog felt that this possibility was very high. Otherwise, relying on Jiu Feng alone, it was impossible to dish out this mess. Having an organization meant having great wealth. With great wealth, it would be worthwhile for Master Dog to go out and grab it. No, it's to take it. Take the entire Beast Mountain. Just do it, when he finishes his business, and then tell him this little trick to get rich. Master Dog, get rich. The heavenly dog bared its teeth and narrowed its eyes, its two dog faces flashing with the light of wisdom. But it didn't expect it. This wait was 2 days. If it wasn't for Ning Evening Autumn, who happened to be picking spiritual plants and was passing by, and Jiang Qingzhu, who stepped forward to help, Nine Phoenix might have died. The top of the mountain, under the large tree, he hugged Ning Evening Chiu, his legs resting on Jiang Qingzhu's thighs, enjoying her rubbing and pressing. Nine Phoenix was in the back, helping him pound his shoulders. The pupils of her blue eyes no longer had a clear coldness and resentment, only a softness remained. After 2 days of Lin Feng's enlightenment, her heart was savagely inhabited by him. A cavity of resentment was whacked, turned into a fine rain dyeing the heart, breeding a wave of worship and adoration. So, women do not listen to beat a meal is. One cannot, and then a few. Love is made. At the moment, her eyes were full of love. Is this force okay? Lin Feng hummed, his head leaning back, embedded in a piece of softness. Receiving praise, Jiu Feng worked even harder. This scene fell in the eyes of the heavenly dog. It looked at it with envy to the point of heartache. This sister can't do it either. Wow. It's only been 2 days and she's been slept over? It had wanted to create some trouble for Lin Feng, not letting him enjoy the happiness of a man. Unexpectedly, it had allowed him to glory in the ultimate happiness. Master Dog was very distressed. It felt that Jiu Feng's mind wasn't firm enough. No, Master Dog must find a woman who can destroy this thief's prestige and make him sleep and eat in peace. Its 4 eyes gurgled. In the middle of the day, the heavenly dog stood up and came to Lin Feng with his dog legs. Brother, are you interested in sensing a big ticket? It had gone out and slipped around for the past 2 days, gathering quite a lot of intelligence. Lin Feng raised his eyes to look at it. Dog thing, you're unsettled, unjustly accused. My lord, the Tengu looked aggrieved. Am I that kind of black-hearted dog? You're still fucking true. Nine Phoenix had already told him that the idea of having a child to get back at him was the trick given by this dog. If it wasn't for the fact that it ran fast last night, Lin Feng definitely pulled out its dog Bien and stewed it. He has always been the only one who gives others a hard time. He was the only one who gave others a hard time. The artist is a good artist. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll break your legs first. Don't help. Tengu hurriedly spoke. The thing is like this. I inquired about the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. There is a phoenix that is very rich, with all sorts of spiritual plants piling up. How about the two of us brothers go borrow some from it? How dare you? Nine Phoenix was anxious. That's my sister. You guys aren't allowed to hit on her. Tengu gave a heave. Sisters should be more likely to share their husbands. Have you ever thought about how dangerous this 10,000 Beasts mountain is? She's a weak woman. Living in such a place of deep water and fire is like stepping on a tightrope. The slightest carelessness will lead to her falling into the mouth of other beasts. Sister, you also don't want your own sisters. Corpses and bones, right? Nine Phoenix was silent, and Tengu's eyes were filled with laughter. But if you let her bring her family's fortune and come over to join my brother's embrace, her safety will be guaranteed. This sounded quite reasonable. Nine Phoenix knew how powerful Lin Feng was. With his strength, he could completely run amok in the 10,000 Beast Mountain. This was not to be doubted. But you're underestimating that sister of mine a bit. Nine Phoenix sneered. She is a 6-star complete body, activating 30% of her bloodline as a fire phoenix. The strength of her battle power is the ceiling of this 10,000 Beasts Mountain. No beast can fight against her. Including my brother? Tengu asked this question. It numbed Nine Phoenix whole. She glared at it fiercely and then looked at the back of Lin Feng's head, falling into silence. He was only a 9-star mature body. In terms of size and energy alone, it was 1,000 miles away from her sisters, but his beast body was too strong. Strong enough to be able to overcome 10 with one force. To crush 10,000 beasts with his body. This kind of savage power. Against her sisters. Fear could dislike her to death. Wow. Don't listen to this bitchy dog. Ning Evening Chiu raised her head from Lin Feng's arms. She looked at Jiu Feng with a coquettish smile. Little husband won't touch your sisters. But it would be even more wonderful if she were. Like, to give us some spirit plants. Like this. Nine Phoenix nodded. Why don't I go talk to her? Could be. Ning Evening Chiu's smiling eyes curved. Nine Phoenix let go of Lin Feng's shoulders and switched her beast form. The moment she spread her wings and took off into the air, her size rose to 210 meters against the wind. With a chirp, she shot straight up into the clouds. With her straightforward nature, she'll easily suffer. Jiang Qingju said. Lin Feng thought deeply, but although Jiu Feng was big-headed, she wasn't brainless and reckless. At least after she had suffered a loss, she knew how to self-reflect, then learn from the experience, continuing to be reckless in a different way. You two teach her more in the future. Lin Feng smiled and pinched Jiang Qingju's fleshy baby face. Ah nah. She smiled sweetly, her golden pupils wise light flowing. Looking at this scene, the Tengu fluttered his tongue. Drool splattered. Its eyes were filled with disdain. The sky dog was fed dog food. JFYF. But with that phoenix's temperament, there was something to play with next. Its eyes teased and its heart was filled with anticipation. At this time, a rumble came from the sky, only to see the energy shroud covering the Moonfall Valley break off at this time. It slowly fell to both sides. A multicolored haze rose into the sky, holding a spiritual plant. The moment they saw this spiritual plant, Lin Feng, Ning Evening Chiu, and Tengu were wide-eyed. Crap! Surprisingly, it's spinach. Popeye ate spinach. Ever seen that? But this spinach. But it wasn't that spinach. But it was spinach-like. A spiritual plant that can strengthen the beast's body and open dusty memories. It's a fierce mess. Even Lin Feng's heart was racing at the moment, his eyes greedily staring at that spinach in the sky. Grab it! He let go of Ning Evening Chiu and moved his legs out of Jiang Qingju's arms before leaping and scurrying out as a barred snake. It wasn't just him. The beasts that surrounded the Moonfall Valley and hibernated among the mountains. Upon seeing this spinach, they all poured out. The earth was crushed and rumbled. Beast after beast, close to 200 meters in size, once again started to fight. Lin Feng had black light in his mouth, and his huge snake body rushed into the chaotic land. A tail flung out, smashing a one-horned rhinoceros that was in the way. Blood mist flew. He bathed in a rain of blood, opened his bloody mouth and bit a golden-winged rock. Ah! The golden-winged rock bird screamed miserably, its wings shaking rapidly. A golden feather flew out, dyed with sharp golden light, chopping at Lin Feng like a knife. It clanked incessantly. Sparks bloomed in his snake scales. Lin Feng was like a whale swallowing water, letting the golden-winged rock bird bombard him. He sucked it down in one bite. The golden-winged rock bird that was devoured. Only a patch of chicken feathers remained floating down from the air. With a serpentine cry, Lin Feng's serpentine body was ablaze with black flames, just like a ferocious beast of the ancient times. The ferocious might was monstrous. He was like a tank rushing across. Wherever he passed, blood rained down. No beast could stop him. 3 tails, 1 head, 1 bite, so fierce that all the beasts didn't dare to come near him. Lin Feng stormed straight through and rushed to the entrance of the Moonfall Valley. But just as he was about to pick the spiritual plants, a huge figure suddenly leapt down from the right peak. With a grace that covered the sky and the moon, it ruthlessly crashed into Lin Feng. Ow! It was a silver wolf. Its silver-white fur glistened, and at 211 meters tall, it was like a lofty mountain that straddled the entrance of the Moonfall Valley. It bore a piece of silver-colored scale armor on its back that extended to its head. It was as if it was clad in a piece of armor. Looking quite majestic, the kingly aura swept through the 8 directions. It intimidated the other beasts. Lin Feng, who had been knocked flying, stabilized his figure and then looked at this ironback silver wolf. Here's a multiple-choice question for you. C. Leave here and spare your life. B. Become my dinner. I choose A. The ironback silver wolf bared its teeth, a pair of silver pupils filled with killing intent. Eat you. Eat me? Unfortunately, I don't give a chance for a right now. So, Lin Feng directly pounced over. If you don't choose C, then let me choose B for you. The snake tail slammed down from the air and was dodged by the ironback silver wolf. The earth cracked under this tail. Lin Feng's snake head exploded, opening his mouth and biting at the ironback silver wolf. I top. The ironback silver wolf raised its head with force. Its head slammed into Lin Feng's chin. Bang! The scales on its head cracked and blood splashed. The ironback silver wolf let out a cry of pain. Its lax pupils filled with disbelief. My iron head skill. Not only did it not blow him up, instead, I shocked myself to the point of dizziness. Is my kung fu not deep enough? Or is he too hard? The ironback silver wolf shook his head and met a pair of teasing red gold snake pupils between his raised eyes. How does it feel? Are you fucking mocking me? The ironback silver wolf was ferocious. Right. Lin Feng nodded his head and his snake tail violently sprang out from behind, viciously smacking the back of the ironback silver wolf. The violent force was like a huge mountain falling on the back of the wolf, hard smashing the ironback silver wolf down. Its back scales exploded and blood splattered. It let out a miserable cry. You sneak attacked. You don't talk about martial virtues. Bang! Another tail fell, slapping the ironback silver wolf, which was just trying to get up, back to the ground. Only the sound of clicking bone cracks came from the ironback silver wolf. Before it had the chance to release its skills, it was smashed and broke its vertebrae, sprawled like a dead dog in the collapsed pit. If you can let me rest for 5 minutes. I'll definitely be able to bounce back. It coughed up blood and barked, trying to use this way, in exchange for a fair duel. Fine, I'll give you this chance. Lin Feng stopped his explosive hammer. His snake tail retracted and he opened his bloody mouth to bite the ironback silver wolf's neck. Oh wow Ed. Motherfucker, you don't honor your word. Credit? Real men never engage in this. Lin Feng's eyes showed disdain and he devoured the ironback silver wolf in 3 or 2 bites. A snake cry resounded through the Moonfall Valley. Those beasts that still wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to seize the spinach saw him devour a full-bodied ironback silver wolf in 3 swallows, and were so scared that they turned around and ran away in a hurry. Lin Feng didn't chase them. His snake body leapt into the air and his head pierced through that film of multicolored light. In one bite, he swallowed the spinach lingering with multicolored haze into his mouth and turned to collect it into the space. Seeing this scene, all the alien beasts that were killing each other stopped. They were upset, but no beast dared to go forward. Lin Feng stood horizontally in the canyon and turned his snake head to scan the circle, then turned into a black light and scurried out of the Moonfall Valley with a swoosh. A moment later, a 666 came out. It was Tengu clapping and shouting 6, worthy of being my brother. Standing proudly at the top of the beasts, his style presses the world. This little word hole, one set after another. Feasible Lin Feng did not eat this set, signaling Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu to go up to the top. Then he carried the 2 of them down the mountain and rushed towards the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Although this creation of the Moonfall Valley was not small, but it was not as good as the other chance. The sun set over the western mountains. The evening sunlight filled the sky. The silver moon half hung in the sky. Cold winds blow through the mountains like knives. A large snake trekked across the mountains. Across the mountain range straight into the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. The Tengu followed behind, wagging its tail. Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu sat on his snake's head. That's 6-star spinach. You don't want to give it away. It's the main ingredient for the 8 treasures soup. Lin Feng hummed. I'm not that selfish. A good thing. Definitely share it with the 2 of you. What about me? What about me? The heavenly dog hurriedly ran over. There's a share of master dog in this matter. You can't leave me out. It's hard to get fat eating alone. Brother Der. You're in everything. Lin Feng glanced at it. Can you have some fucking face? The Tengu hemmed and hawed. Face is useless. It's not like it can feed me. In order to live, not only can I not have a face, even if there's a need, Master Dog doesn't mind giving you a shiver. Dog calf. Lin Feng disgustingly whipped it away with a tail. It didn't take long for it to run back with a grunt. Seeing it as a dog, Lin Feng was filled with helplessness. Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu covered their mouths and laughed lightly. Doggy, Are all the dogs of your clan as brazen as you? Sisters, misunderstanding no. The heavenly dog waved his tongue. Master Dog is the one in 10,000. The one that is unrivaled in the world. There is one stone of shamelessness in the world. Master Dog accounts for 9 buckets. It was not ashamed to be proud. The way it was proud of itself made the two women laugh. Lin Feng similarly couldn't help but smile. You're a fucking genius. Combat power isn't great. Flirty talk by the bucketload. Compared to shamelessness, you're absolutely invincible. Can't say that either. Tengu had a stony face. There are still beasts that are better than me. These words had piqued the curiosity of the three. To be able to make a heavenly dog marvel at itself, how bitchy does it have to be? Who can make you be inferior? Him. It raised its dog paw and pointed at Lin Feng. In terms of cheekiness, he's the only one with a stone. Dog thing. Lin Feng's snake pupil's murderous aura filled the air, scaring the sky dog into jumping away. Amidst the laughter of the two women, it said this, even if you kill me to silence me, it's still hard to change this fact. An indestructible beast body. Isn't that cheeky? It's what other beasts dream of and strive for all their lives. What about you? Already standing on the ceiling, looking down on the worldly beings. The dog's mouth blared, extinguishing the fire in Lin Feng's heart. Your only living value is to lick me. Then have I licked you happy? The Tengu had a fawning face. The feats are not bad. Lin Feng smiled. Then teach me the method of boiling. The Tengu hemmed and hawed. You also don't want your own little brother to go out and be bullied, right? A character like you, brother, can't do everything yourself. There has to be a lapdog to saddle up for you. I, on the other hand, am the fiercest and bravest of the lapdogs. Looking at this bitchy phase of the Tengu, Ning Evening Autumn's eyes showed a hint of meaning, and she came over to whisper in Lin Feng's ear. Don't you have a stage of evolution material that requires the use of a heavenly dog's whip? The nine-tailed Skyfox clan has a record that taking the whip of the Tengu of the infernal body and supplementing it with the 8 treasures soup, you can gain 1,000 miles in a day. The method of boiling was to devour energy into flames to boil the beast's body. After boiling the heavenly fox, the effect of its thing would definitely be stronger, but at most, it can only pass on the first 2 of it. Saying this, she looked at the thoughtful Lin Feng and deliberately amplified her voice. Little husband, the dog is so obedient. Why don't you teach it? It's still sis who's kind-hearted. The heavenly dog offered a blow of horse's ass. Don't worry, if there's anything you need to do in the future, just let me know. Even if I have to go up a mountain of knives and down a sea of fire, I'll still do it for you. It descended from dog master to dog brother. Its seniority has dropped, but it was happy. There was Ning Evening Autumn's pillow wind blowing again. The Tengu believed that sooner or later, Lin Feng's ears would be blown soft. At that time the method of boiling would be at hand. See how it behaves. Lin Feng listened to what Ning Evening Chiu said. In fact, this was also the purpose of him keeping the Tengu. As long as you satisfy me, I can teach you. The sky dog bared his teeth and smiled. One day, Master Dog will come into your heart. At that time, you will love me hard. Know my depths. Fuck off to the side you. The night was getting thicker. Lin Feng was ready to find a place to rest. At that moment, a chirp came from the sky. Only a huge ball of fire was seen running through the night sky. The blazing flames dyed half the sky red. It dispelled the darkness of the earth, running neck and neck with the moonlight. Its wings flared, and the flames ignited. Rolling waves of heat fell from the sky, dispelling the cold wind between heaven and earth. KIR. For all, the pleasant chirping sound of the phoenix was permeated with a monstrous hostility. It circled half a circle in the air and stopped above Lin Feng's head. You're the one who seduced my sister? She had an imposing chest. It was like she was asking for punishment. This made Lin Feng dislike it. After the two girls, Ning Evening Chiu slid down from his back. He raised his eyes to look at the air phoenix. I'm very dissatisfied with this attitude of yours. 323 with who? Roll down. He flung out a tail. The hooked snake tail pierced into the void and appeared behind the phoenix. The wild air-breaking sound startled the phoenix, and it hastily lifted its wings and flew forward. After avoiding his strike, the phoenix's beak opened and spat out red flames. The flames soared, like a waterfall pouring down from the sky. The momentum was overwhelming. Waves of air flew. The heavenly dog hurriedly carried the two women, spreading his feet and running wildly. The flames fell and instantly lit up the mountains. The moment the flames fell, Lin Feng had already performed the skill of air flash, moving hundreds of meters across the ground. It was impossible not to dodge. This phoenix's flames had already evolved to the level of 3 flavors of true fire. This level of flame was still very threatening to him. Spatial skill? No wonder you dare to be wild with me. There are a few abilities, but that's all. Her wings flapped and her huge beast arced through the air. Blade after blade of flame flew out from the vibration of her wings. Swoosh! The blades of fire crushed through the sky. bringing with them the sound of air explosions as they chopped towards Lin Feng on the ground. With a buzz, a black chain sprang out from the unicorn on top of Lin Feng's head, like a 1,000-meter snake, roaring and dancing in the air. Bang! The chain and the fire blade collided, and explosions echoed through the sky and earth. Starfire drooped down. With the momentum of a prairie fire, it spread rapidly across the earth. Seeing this, the phoenix's eyes showed a flash of surprise. The inheritance you obtained is even more complete than that boss snake. No wonder you can devour it. Somewhat capable, but not enough. Gibberish. Lin Feng's red gold snake pupils were radiant. The black chains were like scaly dragons probing out, charging straight at the phoenix in the sky. She lifted her wings to avoid it. However, the chains were like a tracker. No matter how she changed her trajectory, the chains wouldn't let go. The phoenix violently turned around, and a pillar of fire erupted, colliding with the chain. The fire exploded, as if the power of a cannonball, rumbling the sky. Only a black chain was seen, scurrying out from the roiling fire. The head of the chain pierced through space, blinking to the bottom of the phoenix's belly. With a lightning-fast momentum, it ruthlessly slammed upwards. With a bang, the phoenix, who was unable to avoid it, was knocked away by the chain on the spot. Her huge beast body flew hundreds of meters backwards in the air, letting out a painful wail. The phoenix sobbed blood. It spilled from the air like magma, scorching the earth with hole after hole. Some foreign beasts that couldn't avoid it enough were burned to ashes on the spot after splashing into the phoenix blood. Mom couldn't even recognize them. Come down you. Killing intent boiled in Lin Feng's eyes. The black chains were like whirlpools that rolled towards the injured phoenix. The phoenix, which had just stabilized itself, saw this and endured the pain and flapped its wings to continue retreating backwards. The chains followed her like a shadow. It was about to wrap around her when an anxious voice sounded. Don't! The 9 phoenixes flew in and blocked in front of the phoenix. The chain stopped and Lin Feng looked at her with cold eyes. You're going to stand on her side? No, I'll stand on your side of the whip. 9 Phoenix shook her head, her eyes pleading. Lin Feng, spare my sister for once, okay? Hearing her words, Lin Feng extinguished his anger. After dispersing the power of space, he stared at the phoenix. You should be happy to have a good sister. Happens to be deep in my heart. Otherwise you'd definitely die today. Phoenix? As long as it hadn't evolved into the ultimate body and mastered the true flame of nirvana. Even if it was a divine beast, he could still kill it. Seeing him put away his skills, 9 Phoenix breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the injured phoenix. Sister, I've told you that you're no match for him. Why don't you just listen? Phoenix's eyelids twitched. You little heartless, I'm still not trying to help you out? She had originally wanted to show a little bit of powerful strength, to deter Lin Feng, so that he would know that Jiu Feng's mother's family was very strong. That way he wouldn't dare to bully her at will. Who knew that this stinking snake would be so fierce? Good lord. She had a 6-star complete body and had mastered the 3 flavors of true fire. As a result, with this kind of strength, not only did she fail to press him, instead, she was pressed and whacked by him. The space skill was simply the biggest bug. He didn't bully me. That kind of thing shouldn't be considered bullying, right? After all, I'm quite joyful too. 9 Phoenix added in her heart, and hurriedly continued. Sister, just don't worry. I'm not the kind of beast that suffers. You're not? Phoenix rolled her eyes. Her own sister's personality was what she knew best. That kind of stupid naive straight, if not have her behind the support. 9 Phoenix has long been dead in the depths of the Beast Mountain. Thinking this in her heart, the Phoenix was looking at Lin Feng. Brat, be nice to my sister. If you dare to break her heart, I'll spell out this life and die with you. Dropping these words, she turned around condescendingly, her eyes full of pain. Motherfucker, it hurts so much. Hurry back and heal your wounds. If the blood continues to flow like this, my period won't be normal next month. Watching her turn into a ball of fire, crossing the sky and disappearing into the night sky, 9 Phoenix retracted her gaze and looked towards the earth that was burning with flames. Her wings lifted, and her beastly body, haunted by blue light, hovered in the air. Water vapor filled the air. Blue snowflakes were continuously flung out from her wings, turning into blizzards. They landed on the flaming earth. The fire was frozen, extinguished in the ice. In an instant, the earth was blue. She fell from the air and transformed into a woman with white skin. The woman wore a colorful feathered dress that set off her figure in a tall and graceful way. The curves were concave and convex. At the opening, long legs that were hidden. The visual sense formed by combining them together made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. She stepped on snowflakes with her bare feet and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. The wind blew her head full of silver hair, adding a bit of holiness to her. Black light flashed, and Lin Feng switched human forms. She threw herself into his arms, smiling like a flower. Don't be mad at my sister, okay? She gave me a lot of spirit plants as dowry this time. Lin Feng wrapped his arms around her thin waist, lifted her smooth chin and pecked her on her red lips. Narrow-mindedness is a patent of you women. As a man, I will only open up the frontier. A man has to be big. Being small-minded won't lead to money. And it's not liked. Nine Phoenix couldn't understand the mystery. But it didn't matter. She just needed to know that Lin Feng wasn't angry with the Phoenix. At this time, the sky dog flew over with the two girls on its back. Lin Feng hugged Xiu Feng and leapt onto its back. Dead dog, go east. The sky dog Tue took a bite. Motherfucker, you're really taking the dog as a mount? Beware of the dog master flip face. Okay, it has a flattering face. Say brother, this east what ah? This guy is ruthless, but as long as he goes to the place, there will be good things appear. How can I say this feeling? It was as if he knew in advance which place would have a chance to appear. At first, it thought that this was a benefit driven by Jiang Qingzhu, the daughter of Qi. Later, the heavenly dog realized that it was Lin Feng's advance prediction. It was like this trip to the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Why would he travel thousands of miles to come to the 10,000 Beast Mountain instead of going to the Flame Mountain? Or the 10,000 Bone Cave? Or the Spirit of Ecstasy Plain? Don't say it's a coincidence. 99% of all coincidences under the sky are man-made. Cut the crap. You just go. Lin Feng's cold voice interrupted Tengu's thinking. There were big creations in the east, but there were also big pecks. The kind where you could be buried in it if you were a little careless. It waved its tongue. It's so cold and you're still speaking coldly to me. It'll make that heart of mine freeze. Brother, you may as well not worry that I will think ill of you. So you could have been warmer to me. Even if you held me in your arms, I would only think of it as brotherly love, and won't think that you are trying to argue swords with me. Sword fight with you? I'm afraid you'll break the jian and sink the sand. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What else can you do besides beeping? I can also shout 666. Tengu grinned. Without my cheering shouts, your pusillanimity is going to drop by at least 5 points exponentially. Without me as the green leaf to accentuate, you're going to be eclipsed by 3 points. Without me, you can now embrace the 9 phoenixes? It's fine if you don't mention it. Once you mention it, Lin Feng had the urge to chop its dog's head off. You're fucking real. Before he could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly collapsed. The dog didn't even have time to cross the flash and fell directly into the trap hole. It was a long time before a heavy smashing sound could be heard. This your mother at least thousands of meters deep nah. Dust and smoke stirred in the trap hole, and the dog wailed. Master Dog's waist was burst by your sitting. Good brother, quickly come down. Don't you twist so violently. I can't top it. Wow. The heavenly dog was lying on the ground, its 5 senses twisted together in pain. On its back, Lin Feng had already switched out of his beast body and protected the 3 women in it. The 199-meter-long snake body almost crushed the Tengu and exploded. After removing himself from it, Lin Feng let go of the tail that was curled around the 3 women, and his red gold snake pupils surveyed the surroundings. This was a vast underground cave. Or rather, an underground space was more accurate. The rocks were jagged. The roof of the cave was covered by a film of colorful light, as if a boundary had been laid. The surrounding energy was as thick as water, glowing with a dense haze. You guys looked to the right. Ning Eveningchio stared at the right side. A small pool of water emitting energy fluctuations. Her pair of pink pupils shone brightly. What a dense energy fluctuation. The water in the pool was milky white. It was thick. It released an extremely amazing energy. Bell's milk? The Tengu's waist and legs didn't hurt anymore, and he crawled and rolled to the edge of the pool. The dog's eyes glowed as if they were 500-watt bulbs. Motherfucker. It's really milk of the bells. Wealthy wow. The haze of light lingered on the surface of the pool, and the Tengu greedily took a deep breath. A touch of intoxication appearing on his doggy face. Worthy of being a 3-star spiritual plant. Just this one bite almost made Master Dog become immortal. Exaggerated ha. Lin Feng pushed it away with his tail and with a thought. He saw a white bucket and water spoon appear out of thin air. He wanted to do it himself, but instead he ghostly looked at Jiang Qingzhu. Little wife. You do it. Jiang Qingzhu let out a humna, picked up the water spoon and started scooping into the bucket. Save some for Master Dog. Tengu was beside him, grunting and wagging his tongue. Don't you fucking fling your saliva in. Then save some for me. I want to taste the Nai water brewed by Mother Earth. A taste of childhood innocence. Leave a door. When have I ever treated you badly? These words silenced the heavenly dog's question. Come to think of it, apart from the method of simmering, in other aspects, he really hadn't treated it poorly. Thinking this way, the heavenly dog immediately released and opened his heart. Evening autumn sisters, turn around and boil a pot of. Before it could finish its sentence, the second half of the sentence turned into a groan. Tengu 4 eyes wide, staring straight at the middle of the bottom of the pool. That piece of white light flow, like the heart of the jade. Mother's heart? Not only did it contribute the mummy water, it even gave us its heart? Stone heart. 4-star spiritual plant. An extremely rare type of spiritual plant, containing stone marrow. The energy value was enough to rival a 5-star spirit plant. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Qingzhu, his eyes filled with laughter. This pair of hands of his little wife always gave him surprises. The daughter of Qi Luck is in my arms. Good luck is always with me. If it wasn't her, why did she fall into this underground space? There are so many beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, and many of them appear in this area. Why didn't they fall in? Nima, the dog's head is numb. Another one. Tengu let out a cry, interrupting Lin Feng's thoughts. He looked over, only to see that Jiang Qingzhu had already made a move and dug out the stone heart. Then again, from the small pit, she pulled out a glass bead like crystal. One after another, she went through that small hole. One after another, she pulled out 12 stone beads. Looking at these stone beads of 3-star spiritual plants, all the people and beasts fell into silence. Is this the treasure favored by the heavens? The heavenly dog looked at Jiang Qingzhu with complicated eyes. Compared to you, we're all born of a stepmother. These words were a bit meaty, but this time, it won everyone's approval. According to the evolution program, Ning Evening Chiotsked, the probability of a 3-star bell milk pool like this one to give birth to a stone heart is only 1 in 10,000. And this stone bead, she let out a bitter laugh. This type of spirit plant can usually only be opened by a spirit stone with 5 stars or more. But now, a 3-star bell milk that gave birth to a 4-star stone heart, plus 12 3-star stone beads. Who the hell would dare to believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Against common sense. Wow. Jiang Qingzhu reddened her pretty face and handed the palm-sized stone heart, plus 12 stone beads, to Lin Feng. There's no need to be so surprised. I'm just a little bit luckier than you guys. It's a billion points, right? The Tengu waved his tongue. Sister, you already had it. There's really no need to act like a pussy. Listen to Master Dog's advice. One of these will do. Too many instead. Before it could finish its sentence, it was whipped away by Lin Feng's tail. Dead dog. Any more nonsense and you'll be eating dog meat hot pot tonight. Zhou Feng's eyes lit up. Is dog meat hot pot good? In the past few days, she had eaten a lot of good food from Lin Feng, all crystallized from thousands of years of human melting culinary culture. Braised beef whip, jade abalone sauce, for happiness pills. Ning Evening Chio had made these delicacies and ate them until she couldn't forget them. Dragon meat in the sky, dog meat underground. Ning Evening Autumn smiled. In detail, braised dog meat is the most wonderful. Zhou Feng's mouth watered as she listened, her eyes staring unkindly at the heavenly dog. There was only one voice left in her head calling out, hammer it to death, eat dog meat. The glowing eyes made the heavenly dog's scalp go numb. Sister, a beautiful and generous, gentle and kind pretty girl like you, surely you wouldn't do such a miserable thing, right? Nine Phoenix shook her head. I'm not kind, I'm fierce. Was she fierce? Tengu looked at her. Indeed fierce enough. The bra of big boobs. The two of them tugged at their calves. After Lin Feng put everything away, raising his eyes, he looked at this endless underground space. Go, explore forward. For some reason, Lin Feng always felt that this underground space was a bit familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember. The three women skillfully jumped onto Lin Feng's head. The Tengu shrunk its beast. Brother, let me ride you too. It drew up. It was whipped away by Lin Feng's tail. Shit, don't be so heartless. Why shouldn't I be? Lin Feng glanced at the dead dog with no self-awareness. Because you're a male, so a female is fine? The Tengu realized. Then I'll cut myself now. Is that okay? You cut it. Lin Feng's eyes were playful. Forget it. Master Dog is more reckless. Doesn't like being reckless by others. The Tengu grunted. Then again, with such an underground space, with so many beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, how come they didn't find it? Nine Phoenix suddenly said. I remember my sister said before. A deed related to this underground space. What? The three people and one dog had their curiosity aroused. It was said that a long time ago, on a stormy night, a woman went out alone. Cough. It's off. It is said that the mountain of 10,000 beasts was transformed into the 4 great sacred body beasts after their deaths. Nine Phoenix narrated. Looking down from the sky, the 4 major regions of this mountain range are bird-shaped, snake-shaped, turtle-shaped, and tiger-shaped. This area we are currently in. The mountains are undulating like snakes. I heard my sister say that after the boss snake died, its snake body transformed into a mountain range and its blood crystals formed an underground space. After hearing her words, Lin Feng came to a realization. No wonder I have a familiar feeling about this place. This was the fucking purpose of his trip. Boss Snake's secret realm. Let's put aside the truth or falsehood of the story that Zhou Feng told. After the heavenly change in his previous life, an underground secret realm appeared in the eastern part of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. By the time human animalizers discovered this place, the treasures in the secret realm had already been snatched up by the beasts. Later on, there were beastizers that posted pictures of this secret realm online. It included the place where the bellows milk was just discovered. You know this place? The Tengu asked. Lin Feng didn't answer it. He would be in shock this time. Walking and bumping into a subsidence. Falling into the boss snake's secret realm that would only open in 10 days? This luck. Lin Feng felt a lot of emotions in his heart. With his little wife by his side, anything was possible. This is the boss snake's secret realm. Lin Feng spoke. Secret realm? The Tengu was so shocked that his tongue almost flung out of his mouth. Are you sure you're right? This is really a fucking secret realm? The illustrated book that it had obtained. The narrative about the secret realm was only a sparse paragraph. A place where heavenly chances were given to chickens and dogs. Seeing Lin Feng nodding his head, the sky dog let out a wild laugh. This wave of master dogs will surely lead to heaven. Watching it go dog crazy, Lin Feng carried the three girls and continued on. Wait, master dog. The sky dog hurriedly chased after him. Let me tell you guys. It was said in that icon that master dog obtained earlier. The secret realm is a blessed place for chickens and dogs. So if you guys want to hug my dog's leg, hold on tight. Otherwise, when this dog of mine ascends to heaven, and then wants to please master dog, it will be too late. Just as it finished saying this, the vines on the right cave wall suddenly sprang out. Countless vines flew in. I'll dodge. The heavenly dog jumped. But it was useless. Old master's move. Even me you was bound. The heavenly dog was tied into an egg and suspended in midair. The barbed vines contracted and stabbed it, making it wail. Brothers, save me. This thing, it's sucking my blood. Ice blades flew in and chopped at the vines that wrapped around the Tengu. Green liquid splashed. The heavenly dog fell from the sky to the ground, smashing out a huge crater. As if these vines possessed a spirit, they shrunk back after being chopped off. But the next second, the ground suddenly trembled. One vine after another broke out of the ground. The Tengu, which had just broken through the vines and climbed out of the pit, was knocked over by several vines. It was so painful that it cursed. Motherfucker, you really take the dogmaster as a dish, don't you? Today, Master Dog is really going to fuck with you. Its body of golden light lingering, teeth bared, two dog heads suddenly become bigger. At this moment, it was as if it was possessed by an ancestor. It had the power of swallowing mountains and rivers, and the mouth of the sun and the moon. After all the vines were sucked into its mouth, the heavenly dog shook its two heads and pulled back with force. Only a crunching sound was heard. Its teeth fell out. It hurt so much that the Tengu quickly let go of its mouth and jumped to Lin Feng with blood flowing. Bro, I chipped my teeth. Waste. Lin Feng's eyes were contemptuous. He didn't get comforted and was even mocked. The Tengu was screaming with anger. At this time, Jiang Qingzhu, who was sitting on the snake's head, suddenly leapt as she switched beast bodies, transforming into a tiger-headed black rabbit-bodied roar. With a height of 186 meters, it was like a big mountain, blocking all the vine's attack routes. Golden light flared in her eyes, and with a large mouth, a golden vortex coalesced in her mouth. A suction force that was even more terrifying than the Tengu erupted, and the moment it curled around all the vines, a terrifying corrosive aura erupted with it. Black smoke curled up. It spread rapidly along the vines. In an instant, the emerald green vines turned gray. All the vitality turned into energy, all of which was devoured by Jiang Qingzhu. A mournful scream came from the ground. With a bang, the earth exploded. A huge object sprang out of the earth, flying sand and stones. It was a Tianqi, up to 201 meters tall. The oddly shaped Tianqi, its entire body trembled with vines, but none of it could fall off. Clinging to those black smoke on its vines, it attempted to break its arms in a heroic manner. However, Jiang Qingzhu was one step faster, only to see her whole body golden light. The vortex in her mouth swirled even more fiercely, and the black smoke that clung to the vines quickly extended to Tianqi's body. In a flash, it trembled as if it was electrocuted. It screamed miserably. The power of decay quickly infiltrated its entire body, quickly devouring the vitality of this Tianqi. In less than 10 seconds, it turned into ashes and spilled onto the ground. Jiang Qingzhu dispersed his divine ability and turned his head to look at the dumbfounded Tengu. A heavenly dog that swallowed the sun and moon with its mouth? Just this? This tone and look were like two knives that ruthlessly stabbed at the heart of the heavenly dog. Sister, are you looking down on me? Or else you want to practice? Jiang Qingzhu narrowed her eyes. Forget it. Master Dog is afraid of hurting you. The heavenly dog shrunk his head, a touch of scorn in his eyes. Motherfucker. How did she become so strong too? It doesn't make sense. How many days has it been? Not to mention the surge in size. Even the skill of roaring has been mastered so well. Is she a genius? Or is Master Dog too useless? No, it must be that guy who gave her a little cooking. He looked at Lin Feng with a grudging gaze. Brother, what exactly did you use to make her combat power rise so fast? Why ask so many questions? Lin Feng glanced at it. Anyway, this method, there's no way I'm going to use it on you. There really was a method. Ha! The Tengu's eyes glowed. What method, yo? Feel free to use it on me. Forget it, I don't want to be a shit stirrer. Lin Feng's snake tail curled around Jiang Qingju and threw her over his head. She shrunk her beastly body and landed firmly on his head. Ning Evening Chiu stroked her fluffy rabbit fur. 186 meters, you're growing too fast, aren't you? After her animalization, she was only 170 meters. Strength was 1 star less than Jiang Qingju. Combat power, even more so, was worlds apart. Similarly, she had been given a small meal by Lin Feng, and Ning Evening Autumn ate even more than her. As a result, she was still behind Jiang Qingju by a large margin, which made Ning Evening Autumn lose her head a little. Next, have a big fine meal. That's how one could grow happy. Roaring ferocious beasts like this, develop by sleeping. Nine Phoenix explained. Jiang Qingju nodded. My sleeping scripture can actively devour the energy of heaven and earth after I fall asleep. But it's mainly Ah Feng. If he hadn't kept feeding me. Her pretty face burned, and she didn't continue on. But both Ning Evening Autumn and Nine Phoenix knew it all too well. After all, they were eating at the same table. They chatted in whispers. The more Tengu listened, the weirder his expression became. That boss snake thing, it could still raise its strength? It looked at Lin Feng's snake tail. The dog's eyes filled with disbelief. Bro, give me a shivering bite of wow? Scram, don't be so cold. Brother, Tengu chirped. I'm very skilled. Damn you. Lin Feng whipped it away with his tail and quickly scurried forward. This dog, it was getting more and more out of line. In order to improve its strength, it's even hitting on him? You don't even have any integrity anymore. Thud. When he reached the mouth of the cavern, a loud bang suddenly came from outside. Lin Feng's head just poked out and he saw a world of birds and flowers, only to see a large lake with a dragon head and fish body of a foreign beast scurrying out of the lake. A finch happened to fly by and was swallowed into the belly of this chi dragon tail. It was as tall as 280 meters in size, azure like water, and smashed heavily into the lake, sending up splashes in the sky. A chi dragon, the ninth son of a dragon, and looking at its form, the dragon blood it contains will never be less than 30%. Nine Phoenix spoke with glowing eyes. Evening Autumn, can this be braised? It can. Ning Evening Autumn nodded with a smile. Provided you can catch it. She couldn't do it. Once a chi dragon was in the water, it wouldn't show itself easily unless it was tempted enough. Don't think about eating all day. This is a fucking secret realm. Lin Feng climbed out of the cavern with the girls on his back and stood at the top of the mountain, overlooking this world covered in a film of multicolored light. Light flowed in his eyes. I'll let you eat your fill later. Now hurry up and gather some more spirit plants before the secret realm appears. How many chances and what kind of chances were in here? Lin Feng wasn't sure. But one thing was certain. There was definitely the remains of the boss snake here. After the heavenly change, this place turned into a secret realm. Then the bar serpent's remains would definitely be remodeled as well. As long as he found this, his speed of boiling bones and refining marrow and hammering sinews would definitely be able to increase drastically. In addition, Lin Feng guessed that their appearance would definitely change the time when the secret realm came out. It was impossible to monopolize the secret realm. The only thing that could be done was to get as much as possible. You three go all the way. Lin Feng explained a few words to them before taking the Tengu and quickly scurrying down the mountain. A snake and a dog traveled through the mountains and forests. At this time, the sky dog wailed. Bro, look to the right. What's that? A tree on the right. 2 eggs were hanging. These 2 eggs were hanging from the tree like cocoons. The fluorescence is glittering, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. The heavenly dog sniffed his nose and panted with a face of intoxication. I can't. Master Dog's stomach acid is already boiling. I can't help but take a bite out of them. It drooled and fluttered its tongue as it ran over furiously. Lin Feng didn't stop it, staying where he was and looking at the back of the Tengu with some pity in his eyes. This dog thing, it's a fucking miracle that it can survive until now. His voice of emotion had just fallen when something happened to the Tengu in front of him. A bird call came from the sky. A figure that covered the sky and moon flew in. It was shaped like a pocket, up to 286 meters in size, red like fire, and had 6 legs. Only where there should have been a head, there were 4 black wings growing. Emperor River Bird. The mouth and eyes are born on the abdomen. Hairless but with red scales, its 4 wings flapped and stood horizontally in the sky. Its call was like a song, rich in charm and evil. Red sound waves emanated from its belly. The heavenly dog was instantly hit. It was as if it had lost its soul, and its eyes were listless. Under the control of some power, it slammed its head against the boulder on the left. With a bang, its head exploded. Blood splattered. The heavenly dog came back to its senses from the severe pain and rolled on the ground screaming in pain. In the sky, that emperor river bird, once again, unleashed its skills. Rolling sound waves were like whirlpools, spreading from the sky to the earth. Terrifying trembling power shook the heavens and moved the earth. Mountains crumbled. Where the sound wave enveloped, the trees turned into pieces. The entire mountain was flattened for the most part. The heavenly dog lay on the ground coughing up blood, its 189-meter body full of trauma. Seeing his life hanging in the balance, Lin Feng moved. A black chain sprang out from the unicorn on top of his head, fluttering against the wind like a scaly snake flying up into the sky. In an instant, it pierced through the layers of space and rushed into the sound wave with a vicious vibration. With a buzz, the roiling waves of sound were dispersed. The emperor river bird looked towards him. Stinking reptile, since you can't wait to find death, I'll fulfill you first. Its ferocious might was monstrous, as if it was a ferocious beast from the ancient times. The four wings on its shoulders flapped continuously. The winds in the sky and earth were fierce, and the large mouth on its abdomen grinned as a pair of black pupils turned white. Beep. Nabla asterisk. It was like a mic in a KTV, singing high in the colorful sky. The huge beast body twisted to the rhythm. Come on, get high with me. Notes in the form of energy were constantly spewing out of its mouth, like raindrops falling from the sky, converging into a hanging wave of sound like a shocking wave. Only a rumble was heard in the sky. The terrifying red sound wave crushed through the sky, carrying the might of the mountains and seas as it pressed down. The black chains were crushed. Between heaven and earth, only this wave of red sound remained. At this time, a snake tail rose up from the ground and slapped towards the red sound wave. The two forces collided, turning into an explosion that resounded through the clouds. The red sound wave exploded. Lin Feng's snake tail was unharmed, and as he contracted back, he rolled up the scarred Tengu and threw it to the back. The eyes underneath the emperor river bird's belly were rounded in disbelief. Relying on a tail, you were able to harden my winking song? This guy wasn't to be messed with. The volume was clearly less than 200 meters, and it had yet to step into its full body. But his beast body was stronger than it by an unknown amount. How the hell did this grow? Couldn't it be that all the energy he ingested was used to refine his beast body? With doubt in his heart, the emperor river bird looked at himself and the two eggs hanging on the tree. If you guys leave here, I can disregard your presumptuous behavior of trespassing into my territory this time. This was a decision it made after weighing the situation for a moment. After all, this snake's beast body was too strong. The emperor river bird felt that it would be at most a 50-50 fight with him. Once injured in this place, it was a very deadly thing. It cherished its life and didn't dare to take any risks. You're not going to fight me, but I'm going to settle the score with you for hurting my dog. Lin Feng spoke in a bland tone. The heavenly dog who was lying on the ground at the back, healing his wounds, listened to his heart. So, he's not really heartless. He has me in his heart. Tears seized up from his eyes. The wounds hurt, not from being touched. You're the younger brother of ignorant dancer. You don't know what's good for you, do you? The emperor's bird carried a wave of sarcasm. Settle a score with me? Old lady flying in the sky, you a stinking snake crawling on the ground. Where do you get the courage to call my bluff? Get lost, or I'll eat you both. What's so great about flying in the sky? The phoenix was injured by me. You're a dur-ah? Lin Feng flicked his tail, spanning a distance of 100 meters and hooked its egg. My egg. Don't. Big brother, leave the eggs under the tail. They're still children. Please don't hurt them. The emperor river bird took a look at its own two eggs being coiled by the snake's tail. It was so scared that it lost all of its arrogance. Come down, or I'll crush your eggs. So ruthless? The emperor river bird's eyes were hesitant, and finally gritted its teeth and flapped its wings to fly upwards. A child can be regenerated if it's lost, but old mom's life is only one. Mom is sorry for you all, but I'll go find your dads and come over to avenge you all. Seeing the emperor river bird fly away, even Lin Feng's 2 lifetimes of experience made him a bit numb. You don't even want your children? What the hell kind of mom is this? However, when he thought that the other party was an emperor river bird, Lin Feng was instantly relieved and happy. The emperor river bird was the most life-thirsty and ruthless beast. Stinking snake, you wait for me. The child's father will hammer you to death. A threat came from the sky. Lin Feng narrowed his snake pupils and with a hook of his tail, he hooked down the 2 eggs hanging on the tree and flung them to the scaly heavenly dog. Dinner's ready, dog. Eat 2 eggs and replenish your body. The heavenly dog was not polite. The dog's paw slapped and hugged the egg and directly gnawed on it. Shivering sounds rang out. Hearing Lin Feng's eyes trembling, he simply dropped a 3-star spiritual plant to it, then turned around and was about to leave. Brother, don't go. Wow. I'm scared here by myself. You're scared, dear. Lin Feng turned around without a good mood. You're already a mature dog. Not a child. Learn to be bolder. Don't always be such a wimp. The words were right. The problem is, that bitch shook people going wow. Once you're gone, in case it and its husband come, won't the dog master be dismantled? Lin Feng felt that it was also true. This dead dog was a bit cheap though, but with that mouth of its, it could at least give him relief. It would indeed be a bit of a shame if it really got killed, haha. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Feng nodded. Then you find a place to hide first. I'll search the neighborhood first. Now was the time to fight for hand speed. He didn't want to stay where he was and wait. That's fine too, haha. The Tengu nodded, flinging one of the eggs onto its back and the other, which was broken open, in the dog's mouth. But just as it was about to turn around to leave, a roar came from the sky. Who the hell dares to harm my child? Rolling black light drenched half the sky. A terrifyingly ferocious beast came flying through the air. The heavenly dog saw this scene and then looked at the egg it was carrying in its mouth. Its scalp went a little numb. What should it do? The sky dog threw a look of distress at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't look at it. He was already attracted to the large snake. It was up to 299 meters in size, with a golden head that looked a bit like a dragon's head. Half of the snake's body was green and its tail was purple. There were spikes on its spine and its neck bore 6 wings. Transformation snake. Seeing this big guy, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A wave of greed surged through him. Lin Feng stared straight at the head of the transforming snake. Transforming snake brain. This was one of the main materials he needed to step into his complete body. The blood crystals of the boss snake. The legs of the golden toad. Currently, he had collected 3 main materials. There were still 9 more to go. As for the 36 auxiliary spiritual plants, Lin Feng had already collected most of them, but this one was a bit hard to get. The transforming snake had the ability to move clouds and make rain. It can control water as well as transform clouds. It's hard to catch it in the sky. One had to think of a way to trick it into the ground to get it. Throw you old M. Seeing one of his own children being eaten, the transformation snake stared at the heavenly dog with fierce eyes. You sua hi. Don't want the dog's head, huh? Dare to eat my son. Take your life to pay for it today. Its majestic energy was like a tidal wave filling half the sky, turning into rolling black clouds. The monstrous ferocious might scared the heavenly dog's limbs. It kind of wanted to pee, curse it and provoke it to land. Lin Feng's voice rang in the sky dog's ears. This voice was like heavenly music, instantly erasing the panic within the heavenly dog. Its smiling eyes curved and it swallowed the egg that was in its mouth in one gulp. It also deliberately chewed up the eggshell. Then the heavenly dog removed the one behind its back and pressed it with its dog's paw, looking at the transformed snake in the air with a provocative face. Little snake, you don't want another child to be eaten by me, do you? Call your wife over. Master Dog has his eye on it. I want to play a friendly match with it. In front of you. The transforming snake burst into a rage, and black clouds rolled in the sky. It was like a monstrous tide, crushing the sky and rumbling, eating my children and trying to sleep with my wife. You dog thief. I must whip you into shape today to release the fire in my heart. The heavenly dog cut. Don't say I won't give you a chance. Master Dog is standing right here. Come over if you can. Land on the ground and fight with me, to split the difference between high and low as well as life and death. Come down. It was wild. It was just like a hanging attitude. It dared to be so arrogant because Lin Feng stood behind it. But the transforming snake didn't know. Seeing that this 7-star mature body heavenly dog dared to provoke itself like this, the transforming snake was furious. It directly fell from the sky. Its huge size was like a small mountain. And the moment it landed, it stomped on the ground. Dust and smoke stirred as black light lingered on its body surface. You absolutely have no way to live today. This is what I say. Even the gods can't stop it when they come. I'm going to pull out the bones of your entire body, one by one, chew them in front of your face, and let you die slowly in desperate pain. So ruthless? Being stared at by its fierce eyes, the Tengu was so scared that it had a jolt of fear and hastily moved its feet towards Lin Feng. Only by being close to Lin Feng could its uneasy heart be a little more solid. You want to eat Master Dog? What the hell are you relying on? Relying on your clever mouth? Come over and lick Master Dog's PIs. You're a pouncer. It transformed into the king of the mouth. It caught the snake and sprayed it all over again. From his wife to his mother, even the 3 nuns and 6 grandmothers, all of them were sent the most sincere greetings by the dog. A war of words? Master Dog was flying in 6, but when it saw the chemical snake pouncing over, it immediately jumped back in fear. Let Master Dog's brother play with you. You're not good enough for Master Dog to fight. Brothers on. Get it. The furious transformation snake didn't care about this, opening its mouth and spitting out a hanging black light that turned into a monstrous flood. The sound was overwhelming. It had the power of crashing the sky and destroying the earth. Wherever the water flowed, Mountains collapsed and huge trees were uprooted. The transforming serpent came over the water. Standing up for this dog thief? Then you die together. A tiny boss snake. It hadn't put it in its eyes. Want to stand up for a dog? Then you'll die together. The transforming snake showed its fierce light. But in the next second, the ferocity in its eyes turned into shock. Only heard a giggle. A black chain sprang out from the ground, directly tearing through the rolling flood water, like a dragon sweeping across the water surface and rolling towards the transforming snake. The transformation snake was startled and jumped on the surface of the water, wanting to lift its wings and fly away. With a swoosh, a chain from 100 meters away violently pierced into the void, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the transformation snake and wrapped itself around its tail. The transforming snake's body was filled with black light, and the snake's body gradually faded, showing signs of transforming into clouds. But at this moment, another chain scurried over and fiercely encircled its neck. With its life gate locked, the misty snake body of the transformation snake solidified once again. It smashed and stepped into the water. The flood that covered the sky also disappeared in this instant. Other black chains swarmed up and tied the transformation snake up. The transforming snake tried to mobilize its energy to break free of these chains. However, it sadly realized that its entire body's energy was sealed by a force, the power of space. Looking at Lin Feng, who was haunted by black light not far away, the transformed snake's heart was filled with shock and anger. Stinking bitch harmed me. The Emperor River Bird had told it that boss snake was just a mature body. The beast body was just a little bit stronger, and it hadn't activated the spacetime skill. It was because of this sentence that the transforming snake hadn't put Lin Feng in its eyes. But now, looking at the chains wrapped around his body, the transforming snake really wanted to kill the Emperor Bird. Wasn't it just that you were Jay in the first place? You weren't also quite cool. Otherwise you could follow me for so many years, and also gave birth to 2 children. It can't figure it out. The Emperor River Bird, why betray it? It was in a daze. But the heavenly dog was refreshed. The dog stepped on 4 legs, carrying an egg, and came to the side of the transforming snake's head. It raised its dog paws and gave the chemical snake a few slaps. Aren't you quite arrogant? Come on. Give Master Dog another wild one. Stare at me? You're fucking looking for a fight, aren't you? The transforming snake's eyes widened in anger. Dog thief. You dare to insult me? If it wasn't for that boss snake, you would have been crushed by me at this time to break bones all over your body. It can't be helped. Tengu grinned. Master Dog has a bully brother. That's called the bottom line. If you had such a brother instead, would you be crazy? Mad? Although Chemical Snake was suffocating, he again agreed with Tengu's words. With someone backing you up, it was indeed possible to be arrogant and domineering. But that's not your own strength. So what? Tengu was full of concern. If my brother is strong, it's fine for me to follow in the light. Master Dog's responsibility is to help him find a woman and then give him a bird of prey. This is very dog. Lin Feng couldn't even listen to it. Do I need you to help me? Motherfucker, who are you looking down on? It's just me. That can pick people to walk. Get lost. Lin Feng smacked it away with a tail and looked at the transformed snake that was bundled up so much that it couldn't move. Dude, I want to borrow something from you. Borrow what? Want my wife? Then feel free to take it and enjoy it. Brother is giving it to you, but you have to let me go. After all, before the transforming snake could finish its sentence, the chain circling its neck violently contracted with force. With a poof, its head flew up. Blood splattered like a spring. Lin Feng quickly put the head of the transforming snake into space and looked at the headless snake corpse on the ground. Borrowing your head for a while. But don't worry, I'll send my sister-in-law down to accompany you. As he spoke, Lin Feng opened his mouth and bit into the body of the transformed snake and started to feast on it. Don't kill that Emperor River Bird first. Turn around and make it half crippled. Then give it to Master Dog to play with. The heavenly dog drooled and said, tasty but dumplings. Fun but sister-in-law. Can't be wasted. It had been holding back for a long time. Tian watched Lin Feng and the others play poker. As a bystander, it was watching with a belly full of fire long ago. Now it wasn't picky anymore. It was fine if it was a female. Lin Feng didn't bother with it. This dead dog, it was the same as a machine gun. As long as it returned a sentence, it was the same as pulling the trigger. It's like a machine gun. If you say something back, it's like pulling the trigger. Chatting with a dog? Lin Feng really didn't have the inclination. If you have this kind of time, why don't you look for more spiritual plants? If you don't want to help, you can tease Ning, Evening, Autumn and the others. I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure what to say. 5 minutes later, the snake only had one skin left, and Lin Feng's snake body was ablaze with black flames. The sense of oppression that was released shocked the Tengu to the point of exploding. It let out a straight cry of good guy, and for a moment, it was like seeing a sacred body of a boss snake. Obviously, Its size was only a dozen meters longer than it, but this might gave the heavenly dog a sense of insignificance. Brother, is this your bloodline raising again? Returning ancestors and bloodline were closely related. The purer it is, the fiercer it is. It was too damn scary. Lin Feng glanced at it and was about to speak when he saw a two-tailed white fox running towards this little husband. Ning Eveningchiu stopped in front of him, a pair of fox charming eyes smiling. Hurry up and follow me. We found a large area of spiritual plants. A large area. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Get on my head. Which head? She smiled coquettishly, with a bit of teasing his heartbeat. If it wasn't for a dead dog on the side, Lin Feng would definitely have a fight with her. Doing while whirling. Not teasing you. She laughed and shrunk her body, jumping onto his head and getting down. Lin Feng gathered his energy and leapt forward quickly with Ning Eveningchiu on his back. Wait for me. The Tengu hurriedly took the rest of the egg and swallowed it in one gulp, spreading his feet to keep up. East, at the edge of a field that was nearly 6 acres in size, there were a dozen or so different types of foreign beasts lying around. There were also some foreign beasts hiding in the distance and eyeing them intently. It was only due to the ferocious might of the two women that they didn't dare to come over to fight for it. Nine Phoenix was covered in blood, and Zhang Qingzhu was similarly injured. Seeing the two of them in this state, Lin Feng's eyes showed pity. Tough job, daughters-in-law. Leave this place to me. You guys hurry up and devour the beast corpses to recover from your injuries. Seeing him arrive, Nine Phoenix and Zhang Qingzhu's hearts were a little more solid. The two women didn't say anything. Each ran to a beast corpse and opened their mouths to bite it. Seeing this, Lin Feng first raised his eyes and scanned the surroundings before placing his gaze on this vegetable patch. To his eyes, it was full of vegetables lingering in a haze of light. Cucumbers, eggplants, white radishes, red radishes, dozens of varieties. The grades were all at least 1 star, and the most superb was a lettuce, a 4-star spirit plant, a dozen meters tall, emerald green and lush, and looking completely enticing. This wave is going to be rich. Getting rich. Lin Feng looked happy. Who found it? Is there a need to ask? Ning Eveningchiu jumped down from his head. It must be your little wife. I guess it's her too. No one else has this kind of luck. This luck of the youngest wife is practically hanging on. Lin Feng grinned, but you two didn't get a lot of credit, so I'll go back and love you harder a few more times. Then I'll have the head soup. Ning Eveningchiu's eyes were tinged with redness at the end, translucent with a touch of fire. Looking at her greedy face, Lin Feng smiled with his eyebrows. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Men, they can't do anything else, but this kind of thing, absolutely must be awesome. I'll put these away first. His snake's mouth opened, his snake body filled with black light, and a spatial force spread out like a tidal wave, covering the entire vegetable field. The next second, the ground trembled and the soil turned over. All the spirit plants disappeared out of thin air. Thousands of spirit plants were taken away, and the ground was empty. The foreign beasts hibernating in the distance were upset and let out wails. Lin Feng glared over with a single look, and the monstrous ferocity scared them so much that they turned their heads and disappeared into the mountains. At this time, the heavenly dog also arrived. Seeing the situation in front of him, it was a bit bewildered. Where are the spirit plants? It's all put away. Ning Evening Autumn returned. The heavenly dog was just about to ask how many plants there were, when suddenly the energy between heaven and earth boiled like water. The ground shook and the mountains shook. The layer of haze covering the sky trembled. The secret realm is going to appear. Lin Feng saw this scene and looked sideways at Ning Eveningchiu, who was at the side. What about the things I explained to you earlier? How did it go? Ning Eveningchiu nodded. I've already informed that old man. They just arrived at the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Lin Feng hummed. This secret realm had a lot of resources, but they couldn't eat them alone. Instead of cheapening those beasts, it would be better to get the officials involved to get a piece of the pie. As for whether they had the ability to do so, Lin Feng wasn't worried at all. At this stage, the alien beasts were indeed a lot ahead of the human bestializers, but the thermal weapons that humans had mastered weren't just for show. Unless they were an ultimate body, they wouldn't be able to carry a shell blast. There was nothing that couldn't be solved by artillery fire. If there is, then another one. If 2 don't work, then 10. Truth is within range. While the two of them were talking, Jiu Feng and Zhang Qingzhu had each finished devouring a foreign beast, and with the assistance of the boiling method taught by Lin Feng, the injuries on the two women's bodies instantly recovered. The two of them continued to devour the rest of the alien beast corpses. This appetite and recovery ability made the heavenly dog flutter its tongue. If it had such a strong beast body, plus a 3-inch tongue, where couldn't it go? Even if the beast it was facing was no longer strong, it would still dare to move the earth on its head. Unfortunately, I'm not a female. Otherwise, why do I need someone else to help me blow my mind? Master Dog himself blew it for him. Dog, Do something for me. Lin Feng looked at it. Once the secret realm opens, go pick up my human race's beastizers and give them some knowledge about it. After it's done, I'll pass on your boiling method. The heavenly dog rounded his eyes. Brother, didn't lie to me? Have I ever lied to you before? That was really true, and there were quite a few times, but this could only be said in his heart. The heavenly dog didn't dare to speak openly. That's really not. Tengu had a fawning face. Who is my brother? An open-minded gentleman. How could he possibly do that kind of villainous behavior? Don't you think so? This dog. Giving him eye candy. Lin Feng shook his head. You don't have to worry. Since I said I'd give it, then I definitely won't back out. But you have to do things beautifully, otherwise don't talk about the boiling method. I'll even kill you and stew you. Although the dog's strength wasn't great, it was experienced. With it guiding from the side, the official beastizers, too, would be able to make fewer detours. He didn't want them to lose a lot here. Next, whether it was the South Sea side, or the upcoming Great Calamity, all of them would need to contribute. Then don't worry, Tengu patted his chest. Master Dog will definitely serve them comfortably. Lin Feng nodded his head. His red gold snake pupil was radiant, and he split a black light to crash into the Sky Dog's brow. This was one of the two ways of transmitting power. The one used on the Tengu only had Gong technique and didn't contain Lin Feng's experience in comprehending Gong techniques. The other was when practicing the concave divine technique. Along with the Gong technique and experience, it was passed on to the other party. But this trick was only suitable for use on women. I'll give you the opening chapter first, so you can practice it first. Lin Feng looked at it and bared his teeth. I'll give you the rest when you come back from your errands. Ajk. The Tengu's eyes curled in a smile and he made a hand gesture. Finally, the fucking guard is up. I, Tengu, rise from this day forward. No one can stop me, I say. The dog is very ambitious. At that moment, the film of colorful light in the sky cracked open. The earth stopped trembling. An energy as thick as water sprinkled down from the sky, turning into a fine rain to water the earth. Master Dog goes too. With a grin, the heavenly dog quickly ran towards the entrance of the secret realm. Brother, wait for me at home when you're clean. Master Dog will get you some bitches back. This dead dog. Looking at its distant back, Ning Evening Autumn shook her head. You're giving this to it? You have other schemes, right? Lin Feng didn't hide it and told her what was on his mind. At the end, he added, apart from that, I also want to test the dog's thoughts. If it has the heart to be close to the human race, it can be kept. But if it doesn't, then it should be killed. A flash of killing intent surfaced in his snake pupil. Perhaps in the future, humans and beastmen would join forces together to answer the calamity. But it would have to be humans as the leading force, with the beasts as the supporting force. Anyone with malicious intentions could only be slaughtered and eaten for meat. Ning Evening Autumn's eyes showed adoration. She thought that her own little man was just a reckless man. She didn't expect him to have so much heart. When it comes to scheming, he's got it all. Men can't just be straightforward. You have to know how to turn the corner. It's hard to move forward if you're not smooth enough. Ning likes this kind of man the most. If he is smart and brave, he can live longer. No woman wants to marry a short man. It was only when they lived long that they were happy. Little husband. Ning Evening Chio's eyes were like water. Do you want to find a place to do it first? Sit down? Lin Feng somewhat didn't react. Can't we sit here? Don't. Ning Evening Chio's eyes grew shy. She did like to be straightforward. She was never euphemistic in this regard. But this place was too empty. And Jiang Qingju and Nine Phoenix were still tempering the beast body. Seeing her shy look, Lin Feng realized her meaning. It's that dua. He was moved. Lin Feng nodded and was about to open his mouth when an explosion came from the distant sky. Flames rose up in the sky. Thick smoke rolled. Is this a firefight with a foreign beast? Ning Evening Chio was also attracted by the commotion. Can the dogs hold up the scene? Should we go and give them a hand? Lin Feng shook his head. I've given the creation. Whether they take it or not can only depend on themselves. Being a nanny and sheltering those people? Lin Feng didn't have the time. Besides, don't underestimate the officialdom. How strong was the country's heritage? Lin Feng knew more or less. Humans were able to rise up after the heavenly change, amidst the oppression of the foreign beasts, and gradually leveled up. 90% of this was due to the country. That old man in particular was the real terror. Listen to you. When he said he didn't have to, he didn't have to. And Ning Evening Autumn never talked back to him. Even if she had to talk back, it would only be him. Let's go. Keep looking for spirit plants. Jiang Qingju and Nine Phoenix had already finished devouring all the foreign beast corpses. The two girls and Ning Evening Autumn shrunk their beast bodies, jumped onto Lin Feng's head and lay down on their backs, continuing to boil their beast bodies. On the other side, the Tengu had already arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. The image that was reflected in front of his eyes made his doggy eyes glaze over. Is this the fucking mountain of 10,000 beasts? At a glance, there were war fires everywhere. Between the flaming mountains, a tank was weaving in and out of the scorched earth. Chariot wreckage was all over the ground. Scorched corpses were ablaze. The great mountains and rivers had turned into purgatory in an instant. However, what really surprised Tengu was, those ferocious beasts were all stopped more than 10 miles away. The human animalizers, together with these weapons, have erected a line of defense here. It's really fucking fierce. This kind of combat power. Still need the dog master gaha. Bang! A shell came in, scaring the Tengu into jumping up in place. Boom! The hillside behind it was blown out a big hole. This power, looking at the skydog scalp numb, hastily opened his mouth and shouted, "I'm a friendly army, don't get hurt by mistake." The tanks that turned their guns around, only then did they stop attacking. At this time, a birdsong came from the sky. A large colorful parrot with a size of 131 meters flew in and hovered over the Tengu. "Who are you?" "I'm next door Alare." "No, I'm Ning Evening Autumn's dog." "It's not right either." The Tengu wagged its tongue. "You fucking kissed Master Dog Num." It was Lin Feng and Ning Evening Chill who asked Master Dog to come over and help you guys. The big colorful parrot stared at Tengu. "How do you prove it?" "What proof do you want, Master Dog?" Before the heavenly dog could finish, the earth beneath his feet suddenly shook. The surface of the ground cracked open, and a large centipede drilled out from the cracks, killing the colorful parrot in the sky with lightning speed. Motherfucker! The moment he saw the centipede, a ferocious light appeared in the eyes of the heavenly dog. Woofing and barking, it rushed over. Eat Master Dog's collision. The skydog slammed into the purple gold centipede so hard that the impact erupted, knocking the centipede into a small mountain. The colorful parrot, who had escaped, was about to open his mouth to thank him when he saw the heavenly dog charging into the mountain forest that was collapsing. Master Dog bites you suahai. It pressed down on the 6-star mature body's purple gold centipede, and the dog's claws crackled and hammered. This ferocious appearance made the colorful parrot's scalp numb as he watched, and he felt an incomparable warmth in his heart. My own dog. Can't be wrong. Protecting it like this, it must be a good friend from the human camp. She took the situation and reported it back to the command center through her headset. While waiting for instructions, she continued to look at the Tengu that burst hammered the purple gold centipede. "Let you bite me. Master Dog get you killed." It cursed and hammered at the same time. The purple gold centipede's eyes were blank. "When the hell did I bite you? I just drilled out of the earth, and I was almost knocked out by you. And before I could slow down, I was hammered by you on the ground. Where the hell did I get the chance to bite you?" The purple gold centipede was aggrieved. However, the heavenly dog didn't care about that. It opened its mouth, and its 2 dog heads bit down on the purple gold centipede's head, devouring it in one big gulp. Try the boss snake boiling method. Although it was only the opening chapter, but it was incredibly effective. In less than 15 minutes, only the shell remained of the purple gold centipede. The method of boiling? The colorful parrot that witnessed the entire process was even more certain that this dog was a friendly. This was because the leader had said that currently, apart from human bestializers, the foreign beasts did not possess the method of boiling the beast's body. "Big brother dog, call Master Dog." The heavenly dog interrupted her, lying down on the ground in a beautiful manner, its entire body ablaze with the fire of energy. It could clearly feel that under the simmering of this energy fire, the injuries on its body were rapidly healing, and the strength of its beast body was gradually increasing. "Little parrot, you are a female, right? Turn into a human and show it to Master. If you look pretty, Master Dog will support you in the future." The colorful parrot's eyelids twitched, suppressing the fire and saying, "You'd better come with me to meet the leader first. After all, you don't want to delay things, do you, Tengu-ood? Threatening me? But Master Dog is really eating your words. It can't be helped. What about the mission my brother gave me? Let's go. Take me to see your steward." Following behind the colorful parrot, the heavenly dog strutted and skipped along, passing by those cannon carriages arranged at the top of the mountain. It couldn't help but pat them with its dog paws. If it wasn't for the colorful parrot stopping it, it really wanted to dismantle one and study it. Why did this tiny iron lump have such a fierce killing power? Moments later, a dog and a parrot shrunk their beasts to about a meter and walked into a canyon filled with marching tents. The moment he saw the silver-haired old man, the Tengu's mouth grinned. "I recognize you. You're the king of the humans, aren't you?" It had seen the old man before when Ning Evening Autumn had swiped the video, and it had also learned of the old man's identity from their chats. "If that's how you like to be addressed, then I am indeed." The old man smiled broadly. The Tengu rolled its eyes, and as the others watched, it walked over to the old man and leapt onto the table next to him. "That little parrot, I think I've already told you guys, right? Master Dog came here this time, mainly to bring you guys into the secret realm, as well as to help you guys answer all kinds of doubts. So if there are any questions, you guys can feel free to ask me." The old man nodded his head. In fact, before Heavenly Dog came, he had already received a text message from Ning Evening Autumn, and also knew of Heavenly Dog's intentions. So when he heard this from Tengu, the old man immediately opened his mouth. "The other things are not urgent for now. What I want to know the most is, what is Lin Feng's current strength?" He wasn't asking this for the sake of curiosity. Rather, it was because over in the South China Sea, these 2 days dense haze light shone brightly. The energy rose by 3.5 values compared to before. Judging by past experience, it should be a precursor to a treasure, or a secret realm about to appear, and it wasn't ordinary goods. This should have been a happy event. However, the South Sea foreign beasts were numerous and strong. He wasn't sure of the beasts' mouths. Tengu stared at him for a few seconds. "You're an interesting old man. Let me put it to you this way. Under the complete body, my brother kills indiscriminately. Above the full body, he can exchange 1 for 10. Although the dog had a frivolous character, it wasn't stupid. What was Lin Feng's purpose in sending it out? Its heart was as clear as a mirror. To show loyalty, to set a stance. In addition to this, the Tengu had added 1 for itself, to give Lin Feng a facelift, but it didn't exaggerate. After all, the battle power that Lin Feng had displayed was so powerful that even it was frightened. This kind of combat power, if you traded your life for a life, you could definitely trade away 10 ferocious beasts. Already this strong? The old man and the others glanced at each other, looking at the surprise in each other's eyes. He smiled. "Can you arrange for me to meet with him?" There was something he wanted to talk to Lin Feng face to face. It was about the future of the human race. "Tengu, it's something I don't dare to promise you indiscriminately, but since you have Ning Evening Show's contact information, you can contact her. Secretly, my brother favors her the most. A 30-year-old young woman. Who could not love her?" The old man was pondering, and was about to open his mouth when he heard a phoenix chirp from outside. Immediately afterward, the temperature rose abruptly. A terrifyingly ferocious might crushed in from the air, oppressing the crowd with wildly changing expressions. "There's a big guy coming. Quickly prepare for battle. Nobody move." Tengu jumped off the table. "Let Master Dog come." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but seeing it walk out of the tent, they hurriedly and quickly followed. In the sky, firelight reflected. A phoenix close to 300 meters in size hovered in the air. Rolling waves of heat swept through the heavens and earth. The monstrous and ferocious might was like a huge mountain, pressing down on the crowd and causing their heartbeats to miss a few beats. A phoenix that was only 1 step away from entering the ultimate body. How can this be fought? If it was an ordinary full-bodied alien beast, it could still be killed in a fight. But this one in front of us is a fucking divine beast phoenix. Unless you use a small mushroom, you definitely won't be able to kill it. A shadow fell over the crowd. We can only rely on it. Everyone looked towards the Heavenly Dog. Phoenix girl. Still really know each other. Ha! Everyone was taken aback, followed by joy in their hearts. It's done. No need to fight for your life with this divine beast. Thousands of meters in the air. The phoenix, who was preparing to perform a fire show, looked down to the ground when she heard the sound. When she saw the Heavenly Dog, her pair of bird pupils narrowed slightly. "Why are you with these humans? They are your brother-in-law's clan." Tengu's eyes implied. "My brother-in-law's clan? Doesn't that mean that Nine Phoenix's husband is a human?" Phoenix's pupils contracted fiercely, but on second thought, he immediately regained his composure. As long as one was strong enough. So what if they were human? "I see." The phoenix nodded and looked towards the old man in the crowd. "Since we are family members, cease fire. I'll find a few others to say something, then sit down and talk." "Alright, I'll trouble Phoenix sister." Tengu turned back and looked at the old man. "Have your people? Stop for now." The old man nodded and gave a look to the middle-aged general at the side. He then asked, "This phoenix has a deep relationship with Lin Feng? She once almost died in my brother's hands." Tengu gave a meaningful smile. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. This was a full-bodied phoenix. Almost died at the hands of Lin Feng? Just how strong was he? Was it hard to believe that he could really wrestle an ultimate body ferocious beast? One by one, questions rose in their minds, while a strong curiosity ignited. "Didn't you just say that her sister is Lin Feng's wife? A brother-in-law beating up his sister-in-law? So what?" Tengu narrowed his eyes. "A sister-in-law is more fun, isn't it?" Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. "Is that what I fucking asked?" "Prepare the place for negotiations." Tengu turned around. "The one who came out this time is definitely that overlord from the depths of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. It's basically impossible for you guys to monopolize the secret realm. Unless Lin Feng is here, you guys alone aren't qualified to deter them." Everyone knew this point by heart. They hadn't thought about monopolizing this one secret realm either. On this side, the battle had stopped and both sides were preparing to negotiate. On the other side, Lin Feng was completely killing mad, as long as it was a ferocious beast that was above a full body, but was found by Lin Feng. All of them were buried in his belly. The main materials he needed to evolve were also being gradually perfected. The tail of the nine-tailed sky fox, the heart of the fire light beast, the whip of the ping pang, the unicorn of the multiplying, shang, yellow, the belly of the chi dragon. From the various ancient ferocious beasts, he collected 8 materials, plus the previous 3. Only the last one was missing, the pangolin's eye. This thing could only be found in the sea. Alone, he killed from the east to the north of the secret realm. Wherever he passed, corpses were everywhere. The hearts of the beasts were in fear. The ferocious beasts that possessed a threat to them have basically been swept away. Ning Evening Chiu stood beside him. Is it still going on? The breeze whipped by, blowing the hair all over her body. The 2 fox tails behind the woman's hips swayed gently in the wind. Under her feet lay a large red, green, black and yellow snake. Lin Feng's snake body was bruised and battered. The energy fire wrapped around his body, boiling his beast body. He first looked at the sky. The 9 phoenixes were carrying Zhang Qingju and were flying around, searching for the remains of the boss snake. Leave the rest to them. The dozen or so full-bodied ferocious beasts in this secret realm had all been slaughtered by him. Even the chi dragon in the lake had been seduced out and killed by him. The biggest threat was no longer there, so the remaining mature beasts were just for them to practice on. Ning Evening Chiu nodded and was about to speak when a bird's song came from overhead, only to see the 9 phoenix flying back with Zhang Qingju on its back. The entire northern district has been searched, and there are no bar serpent remains to be found. These words made Lin Feng's heart doubtful. There were no bar serpent remains in the bar serpent secret realm? It shouldn't be. Or is it not related to me? Not even an anomaly? Lin Feng was a bit disheartened. Zhang Qingju jumped down from the back of the 9 phoenix. No. With my luck, if there really was a boss snake remnant, it would definitely be discovered by me. This was a bit of a wild statement, but it was an indisputable fact. Moreover, the entire secret realm had been strolled through by them. If there really was a boss snake remnant, it definitely wouldn't be able to be hidden. Thinking about this, Lin Feng's gaze was ghostly. Chance can't be forced. Let's go. Leave the secret realm first. Since there wasn't one, there was no point in staying here and wasting time. Over there in the South Sea, there was a bigger creation waiting for him, carrying the 3 women back the same way. After leaving the secret realm from the cavern, the 3 switched human forms and flew up into the sky on the 9 phoenixes. As for the heavenly dog, don't want it for now. Thousands of meters in the air, the cold wind whistled. 9 phoenix, with a volume of 232 meters, was like a moving island. The plush back of the bird was spacious and comfortable. Lin Feng wrapped his arm around Ning Evening Chiu and transformed into a dribbler. Go back to a city first and solve your family's survival problem. Zhang Qingju, who was lying in his arms with her clothes half undone, tilted her head slightly when she heard his words. Her eyes were affectionate and blazing like fire, and the ends of her eyes were haloed by a touch of scarlet, as if she had applied light eye makeup. My family's situation is not difficult to solve. The problem is the current situation. You deal with one wave of people and immediately another trouble will appear. According to the current situation, there were no strong people sitting on the ground. All the forces were all airy lofts and mirrors. In order to solve the Zheng family's predicament, just giving spiritual plants and eradicating hostile forces was not enough. Lin Feng naturally knew this. Or you can ask if they're willing to move over to the South Sea. I've discussed this issue with Sister Evening Autumn before. Zhang Qingju's mouth smiled. It is indeed a good solution. Yet it can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. To survive in this world, one can only rely on oneself. Only when one's own strength is strong will one have the backbone to solve all troubles. She was no longer the same person she was back then. During this period of time, she had followed Lin Feng around, and under his enlightenment time and time again. Not only had she changed from a girl to a mature woman, even her heart had undergone a huge metamorphosis. Looking at problems, there was a deeper insight. Then what do you mean? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Letting your family grow up freely? If this really happened, the Zheng family would definitely become dust in history. Not to mention the Zheng family. Even some small countries were subverted after the heavenly change. Groups of men rose up, and some people took advantage of this to draw land and become kings, occupying the mountains and rivers. They made themselves a scourge on the earth. If a country is like this, how can it be a family? Life and death have their own destiny, wealth and riches. Zhang Qingju's tone was indifferent. It's not that I'm heartless, but this world is inherently cruel. Unless it's me who stays in the Zheng family and sits on the fence. But do you want to let me go? Not waiting for Lin Feng to answer, she smiled with a beaming smile. Even if you do, I can't afford to leave you. With her current strength, sticking to one side could indeed intimidate the group, but what that amounted to was putting a shackle on herself, cutting off the way forward. People not making progress was equivalent to regressing. She was not willing to be surpassed by those who came after her, reduced to someone else's stepping stone, worthy of being Jiang Qingzhu. It was true that she was just as cold and wise as she was in her previous life, but she was right. Sheltering from the rain under someone else's umbrella was far better than holding your own umbrella. So a city is not going? Still have to make a trip. Seeing his eyes doubtful, Jiang Qingzhu smiled and sat up straight. The beacon of chaos is burning. Do you have any thoughts of wanting to dominate? Ning Evening Chiu, who had buried her head in her hands, also raised her head at this time. Qingzhu and I want to see you. Standing at the top of the heap, she wiped the saliva from the corners of her lips. The dog said that they were about to descend. Though I don't know what kind of heist it is, but it's definitely not something a few of us can handle. With more people and more power, the probability of survival is naturally greater. This was true, but have you guys ever thought? Lin Feng placed his right hand on her head and gently pressed it downwards as his mouth continued. Soldiers are refined, not numerous. The power of a group is indeed not to be underestimated, but it will also slow down my progress. When there are more people, there are more things to do. There is naturally more consumption. If you wanted a horse to run, you had to give it grass. Lin Feng didn't have that many resources to offer to others to evolve. Besides, individual power is enough to crush all forces if it's strong enough. After hearing his words, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes showed a touch of helplessness. However, one had to admit that his words did make sense. With a liability, one would become forward-looking in doing things. There was even an additional weakness. A lone wolf, who might have to do everything himself, could reduce a lot of trouble. Let's not talk about this, you guys. Since we're not going back to a city, we'll go directly to the South Sea. Ning Evening Chiu was too busy to speak. After Jiang Qingzhu heard those words of his desire to dominate became faded, and he simply put that behind him and lowered his head to help Ning Evening Autumn. But right at this moment, the energy between heaven and earth suddenly surged violently. Look to the north. Nine Phoenix's voice interrupted the three who were about to play poker. Lin Feng raised his eyes and looked, only to see that the north was covered by a dense haze. The haze was rising. It was like a fairy undressing in a light dance. This image made Lin Feng's heart jump wildly. Xiao Ju, fly over and take a look. From memory, there didn't seem to be any treasures appearing in the city during this period. But since being reborn, quite a few of the original trajectories had collectively advanced. This made Lin Feng vaguely a bit uneasy. It always felt like it was a bit of a rush. It seems to be advancing some kind of rhythm. Alright, the 9 phoenixes lifted their wings and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the north. The three of them were running their energy in mimicked clothes to cover their bodies. Judging from this bearing, it seems to be the Black City side. Ning Evening Chiu's pair of peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, her pink pupils transmitting wisdom. First, a secret realm appears in the region of foreign beasts, followed by the birth of treasures in human places. This feeling is a bit strange. It's like rushing to distribute things. And have you guys ever thought about the reason for the origin of the heavenly change? And why did humans become bestialized? And who bestowed the various spirit plants and evolutionary techniques? This series of questions, not to mention Jiang Qingzhu and 9 Phoenix, even Lin Feng was equally a bit confused after hearing them. He hadn't really considered any of this. After he was reborn and came back, he only had one thought: grabbing chances and seizing creation. Step by step, he would go to the top, become a strong person who could dominate other people's destinies. Now that he heard the question Ning Evening Chiu had thrown out, Lin Feng's thoughts immediately turned over. What do you care? Jiang Qingzhu smiled faintly. Only the strong are strong enough to touch the truth. Without strength, even if you know it's a conspiracy, what can you do? But if you're strong enough to pinch all the trouble. It's so fucking true. Why do people think so much when they're alive? Thinking but not acting is futile. Even if one guessed the truth now, it would only add to the troubles. Lin Feng nodded. If I have a daughter today, I'll sleep with her today, and if I don't have a daughter tomorrow, I'll go and rob her again. First figure out what's going on in this Black City. Xiao Jiu, throttle up a bit. Black City. This city that was covered in greenery was turned upside down at the moment. The asphalt road crawling with vines cracked and tumbled, like a giant beast turning over underground, and multicolored haze erupted from the ground. Majestic energy pressure swept through the 8 directions, forming a film of light that covered half the city. What the fuck is going on here? There should be something good about to appear. Didn't you see the official video released? I heard that over at the 10,000 Beast Mountain. When a secret realm appeared, it was the same kind of sight. Previously, after receiving Ning Evening Autumn's information, the official had sent out a notice to gather the troops. and it had also opened a live broadcast to explore the secret realm and popularize the knowledge for all the Beastmasters. Then doesn't this mean that we're going to get rich? Someone's eyes were glowing. After the heavenly change, many forces appeared. Those single men and women who didn't join the organization stood alone. These beastizers and corpse puppets were more timid and simply hid in the city, relying on drinking the northwest wind to evolve. Those who are more daring, take up their backpacks and go into the mountains to hunt for beasts. Those who were more ferocious, hunted and killed their own kind of animalizers. The latter two types of animalizers, the strength increases very quickly. Those who were more lucky could also come across some spiritual plants. Those who were more wimpy were so poor that they hadn't even seen what a spiritual plant looked like. So when they heard that this was a secret realm, these beastizers who were cowering in the city, their little moods suddenly became excited. At this time, a tiger whistle resounded through the clouds. Numerous beastizers raised their eyes to look, only to see the south side of the street. There was a white-black striped tiger with a volume of 156 meters, jumping and shuttling on the roof of the building. Behind it, there was also a group of cheetahs with a volume of no less than 100 meters. Seeing this group of tigers and leopards, the faces of all the beastizers changed wildly. The Hu clan is here, one of the Black City overlords. Before the heavenly change, the Hu family's power ranked in the top 10 in Black City. After the heavenly change, the Hu family's strength increased greatly and jumped into the top 3 in one fell swoop, occupying a mountain range in the north and obtaining quite a few spiritual plants. The white-black striped tiger stopped and transformed into a 2-meter-tall, burly youth. Black light flowed over his body surface, covering his shirtless body. Here, the Hu clan, will take it. Hurry up and leave if you don't want to die. Hu Shaojia's eyes showed a ferocious light, and his might was compelling. All the beastizers present had ugly expressions, but no one dared to squeak due to the Hu family's power. Moreover, this Hu family's great young man was ferocious by nature and often went around snatching other people's wives. When he got tired of playing with them, he would eat them and become the nutrients for his evolution. The Hu family counts as a devour. A giant silver eagle measuring 171 meters flew in, followed by a group of vultures. The silver eagle landed on the rooftop of a building and turned into a silver-haired youth. He locked eyes with Hu Shaojia across the sky, his eyes full of playfulness. Your Hu family's strength is good, but it's not strong enough to eat alone. Yin Xiong. Seeing this silver-haired youth, Hu Shaojia's narrow eyes chilled a few points. Keep an eye on your wife. She was lucky last time. Next time, I don't think she'll be that lucky. You'd better watch closely. Don't let me catch you, or I'll get her to death. Hu Shaojia licked his lips, his face filled with regret. When he thought of Yin Xiong's wife, he was a bit angry. That was the person he had been obsessing over for a long time. Beautiful beyond compare. It was a pity that her husband watched her too closely. Hearing him mention the incident of 2 days ago, Yin Xiong's eyes flared with murderous anger. Don't worry, you don't have a chance. He had secretly entered into a cooperation with the Lu family, taking this opportunity to join forces to eradicate the Hu family. Hu Shaojia was crazy, but not stupid. As soon as he heard Yin Xiong's words, he instantly realized that this fellow was definitely plotting against him. Daring to speak like this, it's obvious that he has the certainty of a sure kill. Relying on his Yin family alone? Definitely not enough. Unless he joins forces with the Lu family, this probability was high. Thinking of this, Hu Shaojia recruited a subordinate and instructed the other party to contact his family and send more people over. Then he raised his eyes and looked at Yin Xiong on the roof of the opposite building. Brother, why don't you and I join forces and split the contents here together equally? As long as you nod your head, your wife will be my sister-in-law from now on. Even though I'm a scum, I won't hit on my own sister-in-law's idea. How's that? Sister-in-law is definitely even better to play with, he added silently in his mind. Joining hands? Yin Xiong sneered and was about to open his mouth to speak when he heard an elephant roar coming from him. Raising his eyes, he saw a mammoth, leading a group of ordinary elephants towards this. The purple mammoth with a volume of 176 meters. With every step, the ground followed and trembled. The sound was overwhelming. Seeing this group of elephants, Hu Shaojia narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the mammoth leading the group. Lu Hua Hua. Something wrong with calling out to your mother? Red light filled the mammoth's body surface. A moment later, a muscular young girl stepped out of the light. She was 2 meters tall and covered in tendon flesh. Underneath her short purple hair was a clear and pretty face. The extreme contrast looked rather comical, but no one dared to mock her. Even a maniac like Hu Shaojia's eyes were filled with scorn after seeing Lu Huahua. It's nothing, to say hello to you. Lu Huahua clenched her fists. I don't care what you bastard grandchildren think in your heart. It's best not to hit me, otherwise I'll blow your dog's head off. She punched the wall. The concrete wall was directly whacked and crumbled. The building shook. She raised her eyebrows in the dust and smoke. Hu Shaojia's eyelids fluttered. I don't have the guts. The main thing is that you're too strong looking, not my cup of tea. The face is okay, but her lumpy flesh, touching it has no feeling. Wow. This female bodhisattva, even for nothing he did not want, count on you to be a bit self-aware. Lu Huahua hummed and looked towards Yin Xiong's side. The two exchanged glances without a trace, only to see Lu Huahua looking back towards the city that was covered by a film of multicolored light. Unfortunately, from the outside, it was impossible to see what was going on inside. At this time, Hu Shaojie spoke again. Two of you, how about the three of us join forces and clear out the other beast transformers first, and then we'll share this chance together equally? The moment he said this, the other beastizers and corpse puppets were indignant. The chance is a gift from the heavens. What gives you guys the right to monopolize it? Someone unwillingly opened his mouth to question. By what right? Hu Shaojie let out a wild laugh. That's a bit idiotic of you to ask, but I'm still willing to answer you back. Just based on the fact that I'm better than you guys. You can come and fuck me to death if you're not convinced. I'm just standing here without moving. Which one of you dares to come over? He was arrogant. It made people gnash their teeth in hatred. But no one really dared to go over and move him. No one dares, right? Hu Shaojie's eyes were contemptuous. In this world of the weak and the strong, you guys don't even have the guts to call me out. And you have the fucking nerve to ask me on what basis? God gave us the ability of bestialization to become as fierce as wild beasts. As a result, not only did you guys not become beasts, but you still chose to be poultry instead. Cowards like you. It's a waste to give you any more resources. This was a wild statement, yet it made sense. Even Yin Xiong and Lu Huahua recognized Hu Shaojie's words. Since you chose mediocrity, you should endure the pain of bullying. God never favors cowards. Not willing to be enslaved? Then you have to show your fangs and fight and scrap with others. But strength doesn't become a reason for you to hold the strong and bully the weak. Yin Xiong smiled. That brother was right just now. The heavenly opportunity should be shared by everyone. That's why I won't cooperate with you and oppress others together. Pounce on Yum. Hypocrite. Hu Shaojie cursed in his heart. If it's not Dawarashi, he must die. Tenderize him to death, and then snatch his wife. But, at this time Yin Xiong spoke again. His eyes teasingly stared at Hu Shaojie. I can join forces with them and drive you out of Black City together. He would utilize great justice to drive the Hu family completely out of existence. This would not only allow him to take revenge, but also pull in a group of beastizers to strengthen the Yin family. Then he would slowly nibble away at the Lu family. There could only be one overlord of the Black City, and it was not his Yin family. Drive me away? Hu Shaojie laughed. It's not that I look down on you. It's that you really don't have the strength, even if you add them. He pointed his finger into the air a few times. Being in the company of a bunch of goons, even if you are an eagle, you will be reduced to a grass chicken. Aside from Lu Huahua, Hu Shaojie placed all of them in his eyes. A bunch of goons. What's the use of having more numbers? What if you add me to it? Lu Huahua stared at him with unkind eyes. The smile on Hu Shaojie's face froze. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Both sides fell into a standoff. They didn't notice that the film of light that covered half of the city was slowly expanding. Once the buildings and plants that were flooded by the film of light decayed in an instant. Lu Huahua, are you sure you want to join forces with Yin Xiong? Hu Shaojie had a serious expression. If it was just one Yin family, he was confident in killing through them. But if the Lu family was added, things would become quite tricky. Even if their family possessed a batch of weapons, they wouldn't have much of a chance of winning against these two families. But even so, they still had to fight. Those surnamed who had never been a wimp. Dog, I've long wanted to get you killed. If it wasn't for the fear of the hot weapons that the Hu family possessed, she would have whacked Hu Shaojie long ago. This dog thief, not a good thing. All day long, he goes around committing crimes. This made the cynical Lu Huahua, always thinking of whacking him to death to do justice for heaven. Then let's see who dies first. Hu Shaojie didn't say anything, transforming into a white-black striped tiger and leaping down from the tall building. The group of leopard-like beastizers he brought with him saw Hu Shaojie's hand and pounced on the Lu family's beastizers. Beast roars burst forth. The killing aura was awe-inspiring. Good timing. Lu Huahua's eyes widened in anger as she switched her beast body to transform into a mammoth. She stomped the ground. The tarmac cracked and a red glow rose from the soles of her feet, instantly extending her entire body as if a battle armor covered her. The tens of meters long elephant trunk flung out, lashing at Hu Shaojie like a whip. Hu Shaojie, who pounced down from the roof of the building, opened his mouth and spat out a white ball of light, which collided with Lu Huahua's elephant trunk, only to hear a bang. The impact of the explosion. Hu Shaojie lifted off, but also Lu Huahua shocked back dozens of meters. Both sides were shaken and smashed into the roadside building. On the other side, Yin Xiong also transformed into a giant silver eagle and led a group of bird-type beastizers. swooping down from high altitude and swooping down on the Hu family's beastizers. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Accidents happened suddenly. Dang, dang, dang. The earth vibrates with a certain rhythm, faster than the next. Who the hell can stand that? The beastizers in the midst of the battle were shaken to the ground. Who put a vibrator on the earth? This frequency is so fast. At least 5 gears? The vibration makes my heart jump and love burn. Some teasing experts spoke flirty words, but before they could finish speaking, the film of light that covered half of the city suddenly expanded rapidly. It was like a mouth that ate people without spitting out bones. It annexed the entire Black City in one go. Ah! Miserable screams echoed within the light membrane. Their bodies were rapidly stiffening and decaying. The energy in their bodies was forcibly extracted and surged inside a huge egg. The entire Black City, all covered. Little husband, is this really the secret realm? Thousands of meters above. Ning Eveningchio's rosy little mouth opened into an O shape after witnessing this scene. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. This image is so familiar. Just like back in the Sunset Cloud Mountain range when that mudstone beast set up a pit to kill people. It's different this time. Lin Feng shook his head, his eyes burning as he stared down below, at the film of light that covered the Black City, a city that accomplishes a person. White Tiger, Hu Shaojie. There were mixed reviews about this overwhelmingly powerful man in his previous life. He preferred human wives, has the bones of a prime minister, unrivaled in battle. He had the posture of Tadian. Later, someone dug up the deeds of his rise to power. Only then did they know the truth about the disappearance of tens of millions of beastizers and corpse puppets in Black City back then. This was a place where the divine beast, the White Tiger, was seated. The day it opened, it devoured more than 12 million beastizers, sucking their essence and blood energy to complete the inheritance. The beneficiary is Hu Shaojie. This is a heaven-defying creation, but it's a chance that belongs to one person. The heavens have ordained a person with a destiny. Lin Feng was a bit regretful. Let's go. This place has already been taken first. A few women were pondering. The northern winds were rustling and snowflakes were drifting. 1,000 meters above the sky, the 9 phoenixes lifted their wings. On the back of the plush bird, Lin Feng was lying in Ning Eveningchio's arms, enjoying the rubbing of her delicate fingers. He was holding Jiang Qingzhu in his arms, dribbling a ball in his palm, and his thoughts were fluttering. This man Hu Shaojie, he didn't rate, but his contribution to the human race was something to be admired. It could be said that the reason why the human race was on par with the foreign beasts had a share of his credit, but this guy has a very different style of doing things. Always likes to hook up with other people's wives. 7 or 8 out of 10 of the wives of those strongest people on the battle power list had an affair with him. That's why people respect and hate him, but he doesn't care what others think. In his words, I'm fighting for the human race. What's wrong with having fun with your wives when I'm not busy? We are all in love, and there is no coercion. This is a bitch that is comparable to a dog. However, it is undeniable that this guy is 100 times braver than the dog. Once alone, he killed into the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. That boss snake's secret realm was what he fought down. Now at the beginning of his rise, he was bumped into by himself. Did this mean that there would be a crossover between him and Hu Shaojie in the future? Thinking about what? Seeing that he was preoccupied, Ning Evening Autumn immediately stopped her hand movements and wrapped his head in her arms, embedding it in that soft place. She leaned her chin on his head, her tone soft as water. After leaving the Black City, all the way to see you soulful, is there something bothering you? Lin Feng leaned against her heart with a cozy face. Any more troublesome things? As long as I lean against you, they immediately dissipate. He rubbed against it. Ning Eveningchio let out a oomph and wrapped her arms into his head. Sweet mouth, let me taste it. She was a person who did practical things, never played false, and even more so, she didn't care if anyone else was there. This kiss, heaven and earth, hooking up a war, working at high altitude. It's a rather dangerous behavior, but it's exciting. Fantastic. 3 days later, the South China Sea, the endless sea, blue as jade. The cold wind caressing the sea surface was like a granny's hand caressing your face, rough and cutting. Lin Feng stood on the edge of a cliff, his eyes staring at the choppy sea level. This was a place that was more treacherous than any mountain range. The ocean, no one had ever glimpsed its full face since ancient times. It was like a yellow flower girl, waiting to be picked, but those who try to get their hands on it, basically have no good ending. There are too many ferocious beasts in here, especially those tens of thousands of meters deep under the sea. There were absolute ferocious things. This time is different from before. You 3 must never enter the water. 9 Phoenix was fine. She had the water control skill, so even if she entered the water, she wouldn't be affected. But Ning Evening Autumn and Jiang Qingzhu were different. If the 2 of them were in the water, their fighting strength would definitely be drastically weakened. Alright, we'll listen to you. Faced with his arrangement, The three women did not have an opinion. Should we bring the dog? The bar serpent's secret realm had already been explored, and the official harvest was full. The heavenly dog followed back to the South Sea base and had already met with them yesterday. Although it was a bit wimpy, the heavenly dog was equally watery. Ning Evening Chiu felt that with it following, Lin Feng could more or less relax. Even if it couldn't fight, it could at least carry things. Lin Feng shook his head repeatedly. Forget it, this dog is too annoying. He hadn't even finished speaking when the Tengu's voice came from behind. Ooh, Master Dog thought you four were playing poker here. Turns out, hey, big disappointment. Dog calf. Lin Feng turned around, restraining the urge to slaughter it and roast it red. What the fuck are you doing here? Not doing. The Tengu waved its tongue. Master Dog only likes females. You don't hit on me. Can't help it. Give Master Dog something nice and I can grudgingly give you a shiver. Motherfucker. This dog always evoked his anger. It wasn't that his heart wasn't calm enough. It was that it was too bitchy. I think your skin is itching again. What? You want to lick my ass? The heavenly dog was shocked and jumped up in place, turning his ass towards Lin Feng. After all, we're brothers. Come on. With my flower, I'll fulfill your needs. Pounce on you am so high. Lin Feng pounced on him. Jesus couldn't save you even if he came today. Had. You said that. Ha! The Tengu stomped on its hind legs, wagging its tongue and running wildly. Come and catch me. Catch me and I'll give you ha. After getting the method of simmering, it slayed in the bar serpent mystic realm. It had broken through 200 meters in size and completely evolved into a full body. The increase in strength made it lose itself. It felt that even if it couldn't beat Lin Feng, it could at least arm wrestle with him. As a result, it hurts. Brother, don't. The cries of pain and pleas for mercy resounded through the sky, covering the sound of waves lapping at the shore. The Tengu was held down on the ground and hammered furiously. The two dog heads were covered in bags, and the backbone armor was cracked wide open, causing it to bare its teeth in pain. Brother, quickly stop. I won't dare in the future. I promise to listen to you like a dog. Lin Feng pressed it. I still like the arrogance you had just now. Shall I recover? The sky dog asked in shock. I can, but I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself to hammer you to death. Lin Feng laughed sarcastically. Forget it then. Tengu's heart trembled and he hurriedly spoke again. Love what you love. Worry about what you worry about. If you are a brother, you have to follow your heart. It's a brother. Let me cut you a few times. Lin Feng bang hammered a few more punches on its doggy head. After jumping down from its back, he looked at the swollen-nosed Tengu and took out a 3-star spirit plant from space and threw it to it. Recover, then follow me down to the sea. After the heavenly dog swallowed the spiritual plant, it looked at him with odd eyes. Going down to the sea as a cowboy? When were you oppressed by life like this, to be so poor that you need to beg for a living by selling your body? Fortunately, Master Dog knows quite a few people these days. There's no shortage of rich women among them. I'll help you introduce a few later. Lin Feng didn't say anything and silently took out a cauldron from space, then stared at Tengu with grim eyes. Are you going to lie in there yourself? Or am I going to twist off your dog's head and then throw you into the pot? The heavenly dog hurriedly took a few steps back. Don't be like this. Those rich women are very pretty. Female presidents. Still all 30 years old yo. Lin Feng looked back at the coquettishly smiling Ning Evening Chill girls not far away. Am I that kind of person? He lowered his voice. Is there a picture? No. Tengu hee thief smile. But the dog master guarantee. Absolutely to your liking. It's all new. And definitely hasn't been test driven. Yossi. Lin Feng put away the cauldron. Kicked it. Business is important. Busy back and then find them to do while whirling road. Go. This time I'll take you with me to get rich. Bringing the Tengu back to the edge of the cliff, Lin Feng explained a few things to Ning Evening Autumn and the girls, then turned around and kicked the Tengu off the cliff. Crap! The Tengu exclaimed, then poofed into the sea. Lin Feng's body surface black light flowed, switching his beast body and transforming into a boss snake, followed by leaping down a 1,000-meter sea cliff. The scenery of life is like the wind of the sea, sometimes fierce and sometimes flat. Dear friend, be careful. As a result, before the Tengu could swim for long, it was swallowed into its mouth by a snapper that was close to 200 meters in size. Puff you amu. Master Dog couldn't beat that snake, but he can't mess with a fish like you? Its beast body expanded, bursting the snapper on the spot. Blood gurgled, coloring the azure surface of the sea. The heavenly dog was bathed in blood, its ferocious might sweeping through the 8 directions. Tiny snapper. Ridiculous. It opened its mouth and sucked in the snapper's flesh and blood crystals, confidently glowing. Master Dog swears that he will never let anyone bully him again. Whoever dares to bully me a little more, Master Dog will hammer him on the spot. There was a bang. It had just finished shouting when it received a tail from Lin Feng. I hit it. What's wrong with you? The Tengu bared his teeth. Master Dog said that he would never let a beast pat me on the head again. I'll kill anyone who dares. But you're different. You're a human, not a beast. And more than that, you're my brother. When a brother hits me a little, it's teasing me. Master Dog is so sensible. Can he be angry because of this little thing? The main thing was that he couldn't beat it. Otherwise, Master Dog would have designated to bite him. Stop playing with your sword. Lin Feng stared into the distance. There's a big guy coming over. Tengu hurriedly looked back. He saw a strange fish with a volume of 233 meters leaping out of the sea. It had a head like a snake's head, a white belly and red body, was born with 6 legs, and had eyes like horse-ears. Ran legacy fish. The heavenly dog's 4 eyes glowed as if he saw a stunningly beautiful woman, and his dog's mouth drooled. I have it recorded in my cookbook. The meat is tender and sweet and soft and cubum. Brother, do you eat fish soup? Lin Feng glanced at it. Can you beat it? The Ran legacy fish, known as the fast shooter of the sea, rolling energy bullets, faster than a production line. It had a part to play in the breaking of the South Sea defense line in the previous life. This thing, fierce, who are you underestimating? Tengu hemmed and hawed. I can't beat it, but I have you. Brother, you go on. You can definitely hold it down and rub it in the water. Lin Feng didn't respond to it because that Ran legacy fish had quickly scurried over. It was like a torpedo, weaving in and out of the water. Then as it approached Lin Feng and their distance of 100 meters, it violently jumped out of the water. Its C-shaped fishtail slapping towards the dog. Crap, bully the dog too much. Obviously Lin Feng was right on the edge and was even smaller than it, so it looked like a good bully to the naked eye. As a result, this Ran legacy fish didn't even mess with him, but instead attacked it. A full-bodied dog. Really treating Master Dog as a soft target, right? The heavenly dog was furious and ran headlong into the sea. Master Dog is atmospheric. I won't bother with you. Seeing it slink away, Lin Feng lashed out with his tail and collided with the fishtail of the Ran legacy fish. There was a snap. The energy exploded. The resulting shockwave rolled the seawater into a shockwave and also sent the Ran legacy fish flying out. Dang! Flying hundreds of meters backwards, the Ran remnant fish smashed into the sea, creating thousands of waves. There was blood staining the seawater. It was injured. The Tengu, which had emerged from another place, realized this and it roared loudly. Brother, rest for a while. Let Master Dog come. The Tengu's tail was like a propeller, turning rapidly in the water. Only a swoosh was heard as its huge beast body cut through the water like a cannonball rushing towards Ran legacy fish with boundless waves of air. Energy turned into golden light rose on the surface of the heavenly dog's body, converging like flames on top of its head, forming a dog's head. Little fishy fish, Master Dog has come to pamper you. The heavenly dog swallowed the moon. That energy dog head in the sky opened its mouth wide, and a terrifying suction force swept through the 8 directions, like a grade 9 typhoon, rolling the seawater backwards. That Ran legacy fish was yanked out of the sea, and was about to be sucked into the whirlpool of seawater in mid-air. After its bloody tail flapped out and smashed the vortex, the 6 feet under its belly rubbed rapidly. Red light filled the air. Energy surged. Only the moment Ran legacy fish fell into the seawater, it threw out 3 balls of energy light with a diameter of 10 meters and smashed them at the heavenly dog. I throw. The heavenly dog was startled, and after zipping into the sea, its tail turned madly. Its speed was as fast as a flying arrow. There was a bang. The sound of an explosion came from behind. The violent energy impact caused the area to vibrate crazily. Light shot out in all directions. The Tengu that was fleeing in the water was lifted off the ground and crashed hard into a piece of coral. Motherfucker, it's a good thing that Master Dog has been working out lately, or else this explosion would have designated him to lose layers of skin. Worthy of the world's strongest method of training. Really fucking horrible. The Sky Dog, who was unharmed, marveled. Still dare to come? Seeing Ran legacy fish appear, the heavenly dog's eyes widened in anger. You really take Master Dog as a crab. You can pinch it whenever you want? Yeah, shit you. Its 2 dog heads suddenly became larger. Its mouth held golden light, and energy surged in front of its body, forming a golden vortex. Terrifying devouring power swept out, swirling everything in the vicinity. Thousands of meters of seabed dark currents surged. Ran legacy fish's rapidly impacting body slammed directly into the golden vortex. Hiccup. The Tengu dispersed its skills and 2 bubbles floated out of its mouth. Its doggy eyes were full of satisfaction. If Master Dog doesn't show his power, he really treats me as a sick cat. If it wasn't for me wanting to hide my clumsiness, just you turtle grandson, you would have been swallowed by me in one bite. Being a dog should be low-key. The wind can't be covered. From the moment it was with Lin Feng, it had already found a good position. Being responsible for teasing was fine. Things like charging into battle should definitely be left to the master. The Tengu's mouth grinned. Its body was ablaze with golden flames, and its swollen belly was rapidly shrinking. 3 minutes later, the Ran legacy fish was completely digested by it, advancing its beast body even further. The heavenly dog scurried out from the bottom of the sea, and the image that came into its eyes dazzled it. Rumble! The waves transformed into 1,000 meters of shocking waves, and a large serpent stepped on the waves, carrying a monstrous ferocious might as it pounced on a large shark with a volume of 299 meters. Encompass silver shark? Holy shit, even this thing came out? This sea is really fucking menacing. Even this kind of underworld sea ferocious thing is out there. Just as it was marveling, the Encompass silver shark and Lin Feng completed another collision. The Encompass silver shark, which was 100 meters longer than Lin Feng and was as strong as a 9-star perfect body, was knocked away by 1,000 meters, and its stomach was cut out by his unicorn horn. Gurgling blood stained the surface of the sea. The water splashed everywhere. Curls of black smoke filled the air, transforming into one energy shark after another. Scrambling towards Lin Feng, a gloomy wind gusted. An eerie wave of sound spread out, impacting Tengu's headache. Motherfucker. A full-bodied Encompulsion silver shark has mastered the soul skill? Slipping away. It didn't dare to stay longer for fear of turning into a stupid dog. However, Lin Feng, who was at the center of the battlefield, was only briefly stunned after being hit by the Encompass silver shark skill before regaining consciousness. Looking at the group of energy sharks pouncing over, black light flared around him. Bang bang bang! One black chain after another broke through the surface of the sea, and the moment it sprang out of the water, it carried a monstrous mighty aura and smoked all the energy sharks. Immediately afterward, dozens of chains crashed together, crocheting into a large net between each other's entanglements before rushing into the water. The large net of chains entered the water and immediately stirred. The seawater churned. Under the pull of spatial power, it was instantly immobilized again. Spatial confinement? The Encompass silver shark was startled and hastily turned its head to run. Naya, if I had known that snake was so fierce, I wouldn't have messed with him. Play a dara. Knowing spatial skills, you should have fucking said so. The Encompass silver shark's face, which was as hideous as a ghost's face, was filled with panic. It swept away the surrounding seawater and fled as a stream of light. The speed was as fast as lightning. However, it was useless. The large network of chains that emitted brilliant spatial power suddenly disappeared in place, appeared again, already in the Encompass silver shark head. Its pupils quaked. No, don't. In the midst of its panic, the large net made up by the chains, which was like a small piece of heaven and earth, covered the Encompass silver shark. Clattering, the chains trembled and contracted, tying the Encompass silver shark in 5 directions. The spatial force that constantly impacted its body sealed all of its energy within its body. It couldn't struggle, nor could it escape. It was yanked out of the water and exposed to the sunlight. A 2-headed big dog swam over and stopped in front of the Encompass silver shark's head, lifting its paw to give it a hard slap. Just you fucking put skills on me just now, huh? Come on, let's show Master Dog another one. Being humiliated like this by a dog weaker than himself, Encompass silver shark was furious. Dead dog, try slapping me again. The heavenly dog yowled and gave it another claw. I see you're quite unconvinced. It looked at Lin Feng. Brother, let go of it. Master Dog will have a fair fight with it. Are you sure? Lin Feng's eyes teased. The Tengu shook its head. Forget it. A woman's kindness is not to be desired. It's better to just slaughter it. Just kidding. This was a fucking Encompass silver shark. It's a drop weaker than that legendary great sand eagle. If he really wanted to fight it, Master Dog wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it even if he put his life on the line. Stupid dog. Lin Feng cursed. A pair of red gold snake pupils narrowed slightly, and the chains binding the Encompass silver shark contracted once again. Amidst its screams, Lin Feng pounced over and took a bite out of its abdominal wound. Blood churned into his mouth. In less than a minute, a Encompass silver shark with a volume of 299 meters didn't even have a single hair left. The black light ignited and turned into flames to boil his beast body. Nowadays, Lin Feng's snake bones were 60% goldized. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were haunted with a haze of light. The blood crystal-like entry basket inside his unicorn horn was inscribed with 3 kinds of runes. These were his 3 natural skills. On top of that, each snake scale was 25 centimeters in diameter, and the snake skin had black light flowing through it. It gave a sense of impenetrable vision, and looking at Tengu, he even fluttered his tongue. Brother, you crossed into the 2nd stage of boiling? The method of Ba snake boiling was divided into 6 stages, 1 level and 1 heaven. It is said that when one boils down to the 6th stage, one can bathe in the river of time. The years do not stain my body. The 10,000 laws don't stain my body. Lin Feng didn't answer it. Looking at the 9 phoenixes hovering in the sky, he dove into the sea to continue hunting. He was going to cast and feed them. Women need to be watered and nourished. Otherwise how could they look as beautiful as flowers? From day to night, the sea, 100 miles offshore, was dyed red with blood. Several small islands nearby were affected and crumbled apart during the fierce battle. Upon seeing Lin Feng with a few women, on the seashore of a certain island, grilling a grouper that was 100 meters in size, South Sea Base, inside the command room, all the beastizers who had witnessed the process of Lin Feng's power today, one by one, fell into dead silence. From the moment Lin Feng entered the sea, they immediately mobilized their satellites to track him throughout. They had wanted to learn his fighting skills, but they had ended up being scared out of their wits. The gap between alien beasts and ferocious beasts is really big. A beastizer laughed bitterly. He didn't feel it before. After all, on this side of the South Sea Base, the chances of a beastizer going into battle were very low. It was basically all about fighting with hot weapons and going out to pick up corpses after killing them. But after this trip to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, and witnessing Lin Feng in combat, only then did they realize that there were different varieties of beastizers. It was a gap that couldn't be narrowed no matter how hard they tried. The combat power those ferocious beasts displayed was enough to crush them at the same level, especially if they ran into the likes of Lin Feng. They probably wouldn't even be able to catch a tail from him. It's extremely rare for fierce beasts and divine beasts to choose an evolutionary program. The silver-haired old man was calmer, but there's still a chance. Yesterday, he and Lin Feng had a long talk. In the end, Lin Feng took out 3 evolutionary programs and gave them to the old man. These were all opened by Jiang Qingzhu from the treasure chest. In exchange, when the great calamity came in the future, all the country's power must be at Lin Feng's disposal. There were also some other conditions. The old man agreed to all of them, and he also gave Lin Feng the chance that would appear in the South Sea tomorrow. Pass the order down. All the regional heads gather for a meeting. He was going to create a divine beast battle team. The other side, on the sea island, Tengu beautifully drank a big bowl of 7 treasures soup and lay down by the campfire to simmer the beast body. Sister, the handiwork is getting better and better. Ning Evening Chiu gave it a blank look. Handiwork or handicraft? You have to say it clearly. Otherwise let my little husband beat you up. The Tengu He carefully glanced at Lin Feng, who was hugging Jiang Qingzhu and drinking soup mouth to mouth. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to this side, Tengu he smiled. The 3 of you teamed up. Can you fuck him over? So what if I can? So what if I can't? Ning Evening Chiu naturally knew which side it was referring to. If I can, I won't introduce him to pretty girls. The heavenly dog grinned. If you can't, I'll trick a few back and help you guys share the cannon fire. Not afraid of chipping? Nine Phoenix had a bad look in her eyes. Tengu was made to feel furious by her look. Just kidding, why are you so unamused? I'm interjecting more because I want to remind you guys to keep an eye on him. Snakes are supposed to be. No need for it to remind. Several of them knew it by heart, because every time they went to war, they would never sound the drums until dawn. You don't need to worry about such things. Nine Phoenix stared at it. If you dare to find him a woman, I will not only break your dog's legs, I'll also take out your bien and make soup. So ruthless? The heavenly dog shrunk his head and hastily changed the subject. That said, have you guys noticed that the energy in the sea is twice as dense as the land? Their clan was extremely sensitive to energy. After entering the sea, the Tengu had already noticed this, and that was only in the shallow sea area. I suspect that the energy in the deep sea region is even more dense than here. You don't need to doubt it. It's just the way it is. Ning Evening Chiu smiled back, seeing its puzzled face. She continued, earlier, my husband said that ocean resources are inherently dozens, if not 100 times more than land. With 2 waves of blood rain pouring down, everything buried in the depths of the ocean was all activated. Not only did the sea creatures benefit greatly, but even those mineral veins, it's possible that they have been transformed into energy crystal veins. He knew again? The Tengu was surprised. It knew all this because of the information recorded in that one atlas. But what about Lin Feng? Where did he learn this information? The dog, which had originally wanted to show off. These fell into deep disbelief. It felt more and more that Lin Feng was inscrutable. Did he say anything else? I also said for you to fuck off to the side. Lin Feng walked over and kicked the Tengu away. Go stand guard outside. We're going to sleep. Tengu wasn't angry. He rolled over and jumped up from the ground, grinning and asking a question. Need a brother to help you push in the back? Roll. Okay. Tengu turned away in a hurry and walked to the mouth of the cave to get down, looking at the sparkling sea level and listening to the sounds of fighting and killing coming from the cave. How does he know so much? It was hard to let go of the Tengu, and the more he pondered, the more puzzled he became. The sun rises in the east. A great sun rose gaily from the other side of the sea. The sunlight dyed the end of the sky red. It was also at this moment that the energy between heaven and earth suddenly boiled up. The entire surface of the sea shimmered as if it was covered in a layer of golden armor. The seawater surged and stretched, undulating and stumbling, forming wave after wave that swept in all directions, layer after layer. In the center of the sea stained with multicolored haze, the seawater suddenly began to swirl, gradually forming a vortex in the midst of 1,000 waves. The energy became more and more turbulent and kept spewing into the sky, gradually turning into a film of light that covered hundreds of miles of sea. There were big fish leaping out of the sea. There were birds chirping in the sky. The heavenly dog barked at the edge of the cliff. Brothers, don't do it. Come down to the sea with me and touch the treasure. Lin Feng walked out with his pants, shaking off the water stains on his hands. He walked over to the sky dog and casually wiped his hand on its doggy neck a few times. It wasn't sticky anymore. But the dog blew up. It stared with 4 white eyes. How dare you rub sister water on me? Puff you am soy hi. It's fine if you don't call me when you're working and let me guard the door. Now you're fucking using master dog as a tissue? The heavenly dog bared his teeth in anger. Lin Feng looked at it lightly. This is your good fortune. No one else can even beg for it. I fucking thank you brother. The heavenly dog gritted its teeth. Buy me a seafood juice. That's a favor master dog took to heart. Motherfucker. Back when your sister-in-law came, master dog definitely gave you a push, so that you can no longer sit and enjoy the happiness of all people. Phoenix, that temperament. It is quite understandable. Want her to be the little one? There is no window. Just feed some medicine and wait for the two of them to have sex. By then. He. Thinking of the complacency, the Tengu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Feng looked at it a few times. This dog didn't hold its farts. However, he didn't have time to break up with it for the moment. Looking miles away, at the sea that was covered in a film of light, he turned back to the cave. Evening autumn, call the old man. Nah. Ning Evening Chio's voice came out of the cave. This coquettish voice made the Tengu fire up. It thought to itself, the seafood juice on its neck. Whose is it? Ning Evening Chio? Jiang Chengju? 9 Phoenix? The dog's mind was in turmoil as it silently looked at Lin Feng's right hand. At that moment, a rumbling sound exploded, scaring the sky dog. Looking up, it stared at the dog with white eyes. Crap, was the sound so loud? Lin Feng's face was bland, and a refined light lingered under his eyes. This scene was not unfamiliar to him. 9 energy-condensed scaly dragons were tumbling and circling in the sky. Dense haze filled the sky, setting this area off like a heaven on earth. The energy that was as thick as water was like silk floating in the air. What an amazing vision. There's definitely a big fucking treasure here. Tengu fluttered his tongue. Brother, are we going to start? Lin Feng didn't bother with it. This place where the visions were bursting out wasn't the secret realm about to open. Rather, this great creation was brewing. What exactly was it? Lin Feng wasn't sure, but in his previous life at the South Sea base, after a certain big shot got lucky enough to get it, he had been a step up from there. But it was hard to take this chance. After all, this was the South China Sea, and the sea was infested with strange beasts. Making a move now would only trigger them to mobilize. So Lin Feng was in no hurry. Wait for the boundary to disperse and consume a wave of them first. At this time Jiang Qingju walked out of the cave. Feng. She had just opened her mouth when an accident happened. On the surface of the sea, the film of light that was haunted by multicolored haze suddenly cracked, and energy erupted from the bottom of the sea as if it was a volcano erupting. Between the colorful energy surges, a stream of light scurried out from the seabed, cutting an arc in the air. Then, as countless foreign beasts watched, this stream of light flew towards Lin Feng's island and dug headfirst into Jiang Qingju's body. The light was 10,000 feet. Her entire body was toppled into levitation. Tao energy flowed around her body. Her golden pupils had thousands of runes flowing through them. A mysterious aura surrounded her. The heavenly dog was dumbstruck. Not to mention it, even Lin Feng was taken aback. A beast roar pulled him back to reality. Looking at the foreign beasts running towards the place from all directions, Lin Feng immediately switched beast bodies and looked at Ning Eveningchiu and 9 Phoenix, who had walked out of the cave. You two guard her. Dog. Work. The sky dog shrunk its head. Looking at the thousands of foreign beasts, it was panicking in its heart. Motherfucker. Worthy of being the daughter of the heavens, directly bringing the meal to its mouth and force-feeding it in. The problem is, the benefits you took. But the knife is to be blocked by the dog master. There's no such thing as doing a job like this. It looked at Jiang Qingju, who was wrapped in energy, and then at Lin Feng, who had rushed into the sea. The dog gritted its teeth. Mother gone Lin, who let master dog choose you? The path he chose himself. He had to finish it even if he crawled. Its beast body expanded at a rapid pace, transforming into a 2-headed heavenly dog with a volume of 201 meters. Woof woof. The dog raised its head to the sky and let out a long whistle. Its scarlet dog eyes glowing. All get lost for master dog. She's someone I cover. An eagle cry resounded through the clouds, only to see a large eagle measuring 203 meters with a reddish body pass through the clouds and swoop down from high above. It had scale armor on its back and a pair of eagle claws like swords. A puppy? How dare you speak up? Master Eagle hangs you. The great eagle was raging, rolling in boundless light. Swoosh! Its wings shook, and its energy condensed into a single feather that stretched across the entire sky, carrying a sharp might as it shot across the sky. Chi energy exploded. The sound of breaking air rumbled. The heavenly dog's double head became bigger, and the dog's mouth grinned. Tiny eagle child, how dare you show off in front of Master Dog? Eat a roasted bird tonight. It opened its mouth wide and its energy surged, forming a golden vortex hanging above its head. Thousands of energy feathers were engulfed. The heavenly dog's body was filled with golden light, and the wind rose in the sky and earth. A golden cloud boiled like water and transformed into a large dog's head, opening its mouth to swallow the large eagle. Miserable screams resounded through the clouds. A few bird feathers floated down. The heavenly dog fluttered its tongue. Who else is there? It stood on the edge of the cliff like a lofty mountain. The momentum was like a rainbow. Fierce might swept through the 8 directions. For a time, it scared those ordinary foreign beasts so much that they didn't dare to advance. A bunch of cowards. With you guys? How dare you oppose Master Dog? Thing that doesn't know how to die. Come on. Damn. It's too arrogant. Lousy's fists are hard. Fuck it. The foreign beasts that were still a bit hesitant originally roared up to the sky, moving their huge beast bodies and crushing through the sea to rush over. Tengu's pupils contracted. Top your lungs. The public's anger was aroused. Although these were all ordinary fey beasts, their combat power couldn't be compared to the ferocious beasts, but they were numerous. The dog panicked a little, but at that moment, behind him appeared 2 strands of pressure that was even more surging than it was. The monstrous ferocious might rolled like a tide. Roll. A 2-headed 9 phoenix took to the air, its 230-meter long size, like a hanging mountain, hanging over the island, displaying a heart-stopping sense of oppression. The beast stopped, looking at the 9 phoenix with fear, and below her, the 181-meter long 2-tailed white fox. The 3 ferocious beasts stood by the coast, forming a deterrent power equivalent to 2 small mushrooms. It scared those ordinary foreign beasts so much that they didn't dare to come forward. Sisters, knock them over. They didn't dare to move. Yet it didn't mean that the heavenly dog was willing to put things to rest. It had just devoured a large eagle and wasn't full yet. The energy contained in these ordinary foreign beasts was at most a tenth of that of a ferocious beast. Too little. It simply couldn't satisfy Master Dog. It wailed and rushed into the sea. In the middle of the sea, a barred snake scurried out of the water. Raging waves. Lin Feng stepped on the waves and swept across the sea, his snake body's black light lingering as he coldly looked at the dozen or so ferocious beasts around him. These beasts were extremely powerful. Each one was at least 280 meters in size, especially the song snake flying in the sky. Its aura was so powerful that it gave Lin Feng a hint of oppression. Here's a multiple choice question for you guys. C. Get lost immediately. B. I'll kill you all. I admit that you're somewhat capable, but not enough to threaten us. In the clouds in the sky, the 299-meter long song snake said with contemptuous eyes, for the sake of being of the same snake type, as long as you hand over your treasures and then become my slaves, I can give you all a chance to live. Otherwise today, this is where you will be buried. Be your slave? Lin Feng raised his eyes. Underpants? So fond of pretending? You have hard bones. Song snake's tone teased. I like hard bones like you, because it'll feel good to pinch it. Its massive serpentine body in the clouds moved. The golden-colored beast's body ignited into a blazing flame. Rolling waves of heat swept through the 8 directions, scorching the sky with ripples. White mist filled the air. It came an imperial fire. Meteor fire. Cluster after cluster of fireballs descended from the sky, carrying the might of destroying the heavens and covering several miles in a radius. The terrifying temperature made the hearts of the other 11 ferocious beasts tremble as they watched. They quickly withdrew from the skills coverage area and chewed on small fish to watch the show. Bang! After Lin Feng smashed a fireball with his tail, under the stunned gazes of the other ferocious beasts, he hardened himself against the sky of fireballs and weaved through the heat waves. Dawning explosions resounded through the clouds as he rose up into the sky bathed in blazing flames. A serpentine cry stirred the 8 directions. Lin Feng unleashed an air flash, a flash to the back of the song snake. His tail fiercely lashed at its spine. Get the hell down! The song snake lifted its wings, its huge beast transforming into a stream of light, narrowly avoiding this strike. The air was blasted by his snake tail, missing his opponent, and Lin Feng smashed down from hundreds of meters in the air. But just after falling tens of meters, his snake body disappeared once more. Immediately afterward, it appeared once more on the right side of the song snake, and space buzzed with a wild tremor. The song snake's pupils contracted and it didn't hesitate to scurry forward. Unfortunately, this time it wasn't able to dodge it. Lin Feng opened his bloody mouth and directly bit into its snake body. The song snake let out an ah, and between its screams the snake's tail flung wildly, smashing into Lin Feng's snake body with a thud. It smashed until its own tail exploded, but it didn't manage to cause Lin Feng half a bit of damage. He yanked the song snake down from the sky with a crushing grace. The two large snakes smashed into the sea and swept up a 100-meter wave. The seawater churned. The song snake's body was ablaze with flames. Trying to break free of Lin Feng's bonds in this way, the terrifying temperature burned the seawater to boiling bubbles. Lin Feng's snake scales were burned with cracks, but he was still wrapped around the song snake and wouldn't let go, letting the flames burn his body. He devoured the blood and flesh of the song snake in big gulps, sucking the boiling energy from its body. Giggling, the song snake's eyes were vicious as it turned back and bit down on Lin Feng's spine. As a result, only a clang was heard. Its four fangs on the top and bottom crumbled in response, causing it to hiss in pain. So hard, fire can't penetrate it. It can't be bitten. How is this guy's beast body so strong? The song snake was alarmed, yet the loss of energy in its body made it unable to think much. You have to fight me to the death, don't you? Don't force me. If you really want to use that move, you'll lose your skin even if you don't die, so it's best to stop there. It was afraid. Originally it was thinking that it was one level stronger than Lin Feng. It was able to crush this matured boss snake with its full body, plus it could fly. All the advantages were enough to be invincible. But who knew that Lin Feng could instantly move? In a brutal and unreasonable way. He had hardened its advantage of flying. What made the song snake even more horrified was that his beast body was so powerful that it could even break its teeth. Was this the kind of hardness a fucking snake could have? Rub YD divine oil on it, right? Seeing that he was still devouring, this unmoved attitude made the life-threatening song snake suppress that inner panic. Its eyes were maniacal. Want to eat me? Then let's die together. The song snake was enraged, and the flames on its body surface skyrocketed. The blood crystals in its brain case shone brightly, but right at this moment, a strange force wrapped its entire body like a cling film. In an instant, the flames on the surface of the song snake's body extinguished. Its blood crystal, whose light lingered, also became dull under this force, and all its energy was suppressed. Spatial confinement. The madness in Naruto's eyes turned into a wave of fear. No, let go of me. Ah! The angry waves on the sea surface gradually subsided. Just as the other ferocious beasts were in disbelief, Lin Feng scurried out from the bottom of the sea. With a bang, the seawater exploded and black light wrapped around his snake body like a flame. The monstrous ferocious might spread out like a tidal wave. It startled all the ferocious beasts. Was that song snake eaten by him? Nonsense. Why else would he be the only one to appear? A beast asked back, his eyes filled with scorn. This boss snake is not easy to deal with. Taking care of a song snake that's one rank stronger than him in 3 or 2 hits. This kind of combat power. It's by no means something we can deal with individually. Then let's go together and join forces to get him killed. The other ferocious beasts' eyes were vicious. However, no beast followed to concur. They stared straight at Lin Feng, whose body was ablaze with black flames. Feeling the might that burst out from him. This snake brother, you don't want to be surrounded by us either, right? A shin turtle was the size of a small island, perched in the seawater. Besides, a heavenly opportunity should be shared by everyone. It's hard to get fat on a single meal. I hope you're lost and don't make a mistake. Lin Feng looked at it. I have to be like this. What can you do to me? If you're not convinced, you guys go together. Either I get killed by you guys today, either I swallow you guys. 11 ferocious beasts. If all of them were swallowed, they would definitely be able to go further. His eyes blazed as he stared at the shin turtle. This kind of gaze, like a consumer going to a butcher store to sell pork and picking out parts, was very displeasing to the shin turtle. The snake head at the end of its tail bared its teeth and let out a hissing sound. It's good to be young and arrogant, but it's also easy to get beaten. Before it could finish its sentence, Lin Feng moved. His huge snake body was like a cannonball sweeping across the sea, directly rushing towards the shin turtle. This aura scared the shin turtle. This kid is too arrogant. Brothers fuck him together. It looked around, but saw the other beasts retreating. The ones that had screamed the loudest earlier had already burrowed into the bottom of the sea at this moment. This scene made the shin turtle's mouth spit out funfang. A bunch of eggless rats. Not even having the courage to fight. You guys cut it out while you can. Today, Turtle Father will let you all see what a true ferocious beast is. Take my move. Turtle Bu Qigong. Between flipping its huge turtle body, it plunged headfirst into the sea, creating waves. Under the water, a black shadow quickly fled. It ran away. Lin Feng's attack fell short. His snake body stood in place. His eyes skipped a few times. Not to mention him, The other beasts were equally surprised. Who would have thought that the Shin turtle, who had been so vocal, would come and suddenly run away? Nima, we thought that you were going to drill into the water to release a big move. In the end, you fled. You've got to be kidding me. What's the point of playing? Slipping away. It's not that they want to give in. The main reason is that this boss snake is too ferocious. Even if we all join hands and kill him, I'm afraid we'll lose more than half of them, who would also become one of those half. Brother, this time the chance is yours. Don't snatch it from me next time, haha. As the saying goes, reaching out doesn't make you laugh. They had spoken like this, so naturally Lin Feng wouldn't let them go. Just kidding. This was a bunch of fucking energy. It was related to his strength increase. Not eating it would be idiotic. Don't go. Let me give you a ride. Afraid of them escaping, Lin Feng didn't want to continue hiding. He was going to use his strongest stance. Space collapse. This was the third skill activated after devouring that boss snake. After spatial chain and air flash, a move that was even more powerful. But just as Lin Feng was about to power up, the sound of pleasant music drifted in from the distance. Not only him, even those ferocious beasts that hadn't left yet. When they heard the music, the look in their eyes became grave. In the north, a white fog floated in. There was the sound of a song floating in the fog. La 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 la. I'm a little connoisseur who sells newspapers. The singing was childlike, but the sound was as if ghosts were crying and wolves were howling. Of course that's not the point. The main point was that this voice carried a confusing meaning that impacted the human heart and soul. This was the reason why all the ferocious beasts were staring. It was still singing in the fog. That white fog was getting closer and closer. Gan Lin Yang, stop singing. It's hard to hear. A horizontal male fish with a size of 289 meters was the first to be unable to stand it, and the light of the lantern hanging from the tentacles on top of its forehead spread out. The monstrous energy exploded and swept the surrounding seawater, turning it into a stream of water arrows hanging above its head. Hundreds of water arrows crossed the sky, carrying unrivaled killing power, crushing through the sky and piercing into the white mist. Oh, the song was interrupted and replaced by an extremely seductive voice. Little yellow fish misbehaving, disturbing the high song. To be punished, yo. In the next second, white mist tossed and a white light exploded, but then dissipated. Immediately afterward, the horizontal male fish, which was ferociously powerful and fierce a second ago, suddenly had a dull gaze. Then, in the eyes of the other ferocious beasts in shock, it dispersed all its energy and swam into the area covered by the white mist as if it had lost its soul. Ah! Miserable screams burst out. Hearing it made all the beasts' scalps numb. A single sound can make an 8-star complete body horizontal male fish lose its mind and take the initiative to deliver? What the fuck is going on here? They were shocked and skeptical. Lin Feng, however, knew it by heart. There was gravity in his eyes, but more excitement. It's coming. My little baby has appeared. Now I don't have to look for it everywhere. Just as he was drooling with excitement, the white mist suddenly tumbled. Immediately afterward, the mist turned into ripples spreading in all directions, only to dissipate into the void. The sound of music came back to his ears, like a lover's call, a wife's scolding, stirring up the negative emotions they had hidden deep inside. One ferocious beast after another roared. They finished roaring with scarlet eyes and turned to pounce on other ferocious beasts. Lin Feng similarly felt that there was a bizarre force that was stirring up his heart. The technique was quite flexible and weird. After he took a deep breath and suppressed the surge of tyrannical emotions within him, Lin Feng coldly looked at the group of ferocious beasts fighting each other and stood in place as if he was an outsider. Rumble! The energy shock exploded and rolling shockwaves swept out, crushing the sea currents and sending waves tumbling. One wave of violent energy after another filled the area. Air waves flew. Blood splashed, dyeing the boiling sea water red. All sorts of skills flew as they killed with red eyes, like they had lost their minds. They fought for a moment, and all of them chose to blow themselves up. Bang bang bang! The sound of explosions resounded through the sky. The seawater was swept by the violent force, forming wild waves that crushed into the surroundings. The terrifying impact shook the sky and rumbled. Several small islands in the surroundings were instantly torn apart and turned into pieces in the energy impact. Lin Feng's entire body was haunted by black light. Standing in the midst of the furious waves, letting this force impact, his serpentine body was motionless, towering like a mountain. His eyes were always tightly fixed on that white mist. A soft eep sounded, and the outline of a figure appeared in the white mist. A 9-star mature body, yet immune to my charming sound. You're quite an interesting bow snake. Charming? A pangolin, also known as a sea demon. There was even a name known to all mermaids. This race's ability to charm was ridiculously strong. From her just now, mesmerizing 10 ferocious beasts to kill each other. One could prove how powerful this skill was, but compared to the 9-tailed sky fox, It was simply the little sister meeting the big sister. As a man with a nine-tailed heavenly fox, would Lin Feng be compelled by her? There are quite a lot of interesting things about me, but you didn't have the chance to try them out. Lin Feng's eyes were playful. Is that so? A delicate laugh came out from the white mist. Only the fog gradually faded. Its figure became clearer and clearer. It was a pangolin that was 303 meters long in size, with the upper half of its body being human and the lower half of its body being a fish. Its skin was white and beautiful. Its upper body was naked. The most proud place was displayed generously, but it's flat. The pangolin has no sex, but it is really beautiful, especially that little face. Can be called the national color? Beautiful bubbly. One couldn't help but have one's heart beat faster just by looking at it. Its long pink hair flowed. Both arms had purple-red soft touches, looking full of demonic beauty. Serpent of time and space, you are qualified to be my guest of honor. Yo! She tossed her winks and pursed her lips in a light smile. This little look was as provocative as it needed to be. If a faggot were to see it, it would really cover the old hat. It would definitely rush right over and have a mermaid love affair with it. Lin Feng, however, wasn't interested as he stared at the pangolin, locking eyes with its deep blue eyes. The guest of honor isn't interested, but I'm interested in one thing on you. The pangolin raised its hand and gathered its hair in front of its forehead. What about borrowing something? There's a price to pay. It was really fond of Lin Feng, this boss snake, because he was just too brave. Obviously, he only had the strength of a 9-star mature body, but he could easily decapitate a ferocious beast that was one class higher than him. This was a ferocious beast, not an ordinary foreign beast. A 9-star mature body was like a child in front of him. This crushing power all came from his powerful body. The pangolin's eyes blazed as it stared at his snake body and licked its red lips. I don't know, brother snake. Which kind do you want to borrow from me, and what kind of price can I pay? This little tart looked at Lin Feng and his fire churned. He really wanted to get it killed right now, but thinking about this guy's strength, he could only suppress the fire in his heart for now. Can you lend me your eyes? Borrow my eyes? The pangolin froze for a few seconds, and after reacting, it covered its mouth and laughed lightly. It's possible, not to mention the eyes. Even if you want my heart, I can dig it out for you. Yo, but I just don't know. What will you take in exchange? Slutty fish. What about 456 with me here? Looking at its flirtatious little face, Lin Feng really wanted to slap it, but thinking about the conditions for taking its fish, Lin Feng suppressed the riot in his heart. There's a dog in my house that I can introduce to you to play with. Pangolins are good dogs, just like a cat loves fish in a dangling way. So hearing Lin Feng's words, the pangolin's eyes glowed. What breed of dog is it? It was fond of playing with dogs, but it was quite picky about the breed. If it wasn't a ferocious beast, it didn't play with it. Tengu. Lin Feng spoke in a bland tone. The pangolin's heartbeat accelerated and its eyes turned red. Tengu was so wow. It would flap its tongue. Its inherited memories depicted the Tengu clan in great detail. Thus it was incomparably desirous of the skills of the Tengu clan. Quickly take me. As long as you can satisfy me, not to mention the eyes, you can have your heart and liver dug out for you. Seeing how impatient it was, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Don't be in a hurry. This is something I need to arrange. You wait a bit in this area first. Tonight you come to that island 100 miles away. Pangolins were different from other ferocious beasts. This clan's entire body was a treasure, but it had to be gifted by them of their own accord. Otherwise, once the organ was detached from their body, it would immediately lose its spirituality. Good. A PY deal was thus concluded. The poor Tengu didn't know yet. It had already been sold by Lin Feng. At the moment, it was lying on its back by the beach, up to 210 meters tall and burning with raging golden flames. After swallowing and killing hundreds of foreign beasts, the huge amount of energy ingested was pushing the heavenly dog's beast body to produce a metamorphosis. But it didn't dare to follow Lin Feng's example and immediately refine its internal organs. Currently it only dared to refine its fur. But even if it was just like this, it still allowed it to increase its combat power by a few levels. The sound of water waves came from the distance. A ship and submarine stood across the sea. Tengu turned back and looked at the top of the cliff. Over there, outside the cave, Ning Eveningchill was chatting with an official group of bigwigs. Nine Phoenix was guarding Jiang Qingzhu in the cave. At this moment, Jiang Qingzhu's aura had become even more ethereal. She had a rune dyed on her brow, and a pair of golden pupils that breathed soul-stealing power. Earlier, when Jiu Feng glanced at her, her soul was almost yanked away from her body. So when talking to her, Jiu Feng only had the option to close her eyes. This blood crystal mine, do you really intend to give it to those humans outside? Lin Feng had already told them before that the blood crystal mine was the same as the blood crystals contained within the bodies of foreign beasts. The only difference was that the energy was refuted. It wasn't as pure as the blood crystals contained in foreign beasts and beastizers, but even so, the value of the blood crystal mine was extraordinary. Give it away? Nine Phoenix was still a bit reluctant. The great power is coming. The great calamity is coming. A smile spread across Jiang Qingzhu's mouth. What we are doing now is to create a few more points of life. This calamity was coming soon. This creation she had obtained recorded this calamity in detail. The only way for the living beings of this world to survive this calamity was to kill their way through it in unison. Speaking this again? Nine Phoenix was a little annoyed. After Jiang Qingzhu digested that chance, she kept saying these ambiguous words, asking her for specifics and not speaking. She was ruffled. If you keep this up, if you get whipped by him in the future, I won't be able to help. Jiang Qingzhu's expression changed slightly. Let's talk about it together when Ah Feng comes back. Hearing her words, Jiao Feng bristled, and was just about to open her mouth to speak when she saw Ning Eveningqiu walk in. Big sister, those people are all gone? Ning Eveningqiu nodded and smiled. They're in a hurry to go digging. The three sisters chatted for a few moments before Lin Feng also returned. Seeing the three, his gaze fell on Ning Eveningqiu. You immediately make a pot of medicinal soup that can make people drink it and get beastly. What? You're so fierce. Do you still need this to boost your spirits? The three women looked at each other in disbelief and glanced at each other. But they heard Lin Feng thievishly continue. For the dog, he told them all about the deal with the pangolin. When he was done, under the trio's strange gazes, Lin Feng added, we can't let it stay a single dog. It's always thinking about pimping and finding me women. This sentiment makes me as a brother feel doubly ashamed. So I have to return it. The few women who originally had some opinions, when they thought about the dog holding back bad ideas all day long and going around looking for women for Lin Feng, all of a sudden that little opinion in their hearts dissipated. I'll make a pot of great tonic soup for it. It needs the 2-star spirit plant ocean eggplant, glowing confusion grass. Ning Eveningqiu smiled as she listed a dozen or so spirit plants. Seeing her promise, Lin Feng laughed and took out the spiritual plants she needed from space. Ning Eveningqiu set up a pot to make soup at the entrance of the cave. Lin Feng was sitting on the carpet, hugging Jiang Qingzhu and enjoying Nine Phoenix's shoulder-pressing service. What was that creation you got? Jiang Qingzhu was lying on his heart. A strand of heaven and earth origin, plus a piece of information about the future momentum. According to the information, the planet they were on was a spatial teleportation transit station millions of years ago. It could also be called a large shopping mall for the heavens and the worlds. Later on, a great war broke out, and the teleportation paths to the various realms were blocked. This world gradually moved towards the age of the end. Now that a teleportation channel has been activated, a civilization one level higher than ours is about to descend. According to the prompt, the approximate time is 1 week. A week? Lin Feng only felt a little confused in his head after hearing this information. Is this the fucking rebirth script I took? In his last life, he had survived for a year after the heavenly change. I've never heard of anything so outrageous. Now that the sky has changed for half a year, you're telling me that an otherworldly civilization is coming? I'll pounce on you. Lin Feng was in a heavy mood. Is there any specific information about this civilization? 2 lifetimes ago, even if his mood was a bit messed up, but he still accepted it. What else? If you can't change something, you can only accept it, and then find a way out of this change. No. Jiang Qingzhu shook his head. Combining all the information, one thing can be determined. This civilization that is about to descend is definitely coming with malicious intent. Otherwise, why would the heavens grant the ability of bestiality? There was also the change in this world. With all the signs, it could be seen that this was for the beings of this world to not be enslaved by the beings of another world. Or rather, it was for them to rebel. According to you, this world shouldn't have already given birth to self-awareness, right? There was a shocked look in Nine Phoenix's eyes. It should be, but it can't be certain. Jiang Qingzhu was pondering. Based on everything that was currently going on, there was a high possibility that Nine Phoenix had said this. Otherwise, how could one explain everything after the heavenly change? The reason why she didn't dare to be sure was because this was the first time she had heard about it. Everyone was always apprehensive about the first time. After all, it was something that was beyond the realm of perception. Lin Feng pondered for a few seconds. What about the world origin? This thing, he really hadn't heard of it, but it sounded like it was pretty awesome. After all, Jiang Qingzhu had really changed a lot. Doggy, it's time for soup. Ning Eveningqiu's voice echoed across the island. The Tengdu lying on the beach heard this and immediately jumped up from the ground, wagging its tongue as it ran back to the cave. Lin Feng and Jiang Qingzhu were still discussing the matter of the origin of heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of geocentric energy liquid. It had the ability to enhance the bloodline, as well as promote the comprehension of feats. What are you guys talking about? The Tengu had a curious look on its face. Lin Feng glanced at it. You hurry up and drink the soup. That pot is all yours. Drink something and talk to you. Okay. The Tengu walked to the side of the bonfire and looked at the pot of medicinal soup that was glowing with haze. It had an odd expression. Sister, are you sure this pot is all for me? In the past, at most it would share 2 bowls. It couldn't even dream of sharing a pot like this. Now that it saw Ning Evening Autumn being so generous, the dog's heart was suspicious. It always felt a bit uneasy. Facing its suspicious gaze, Ning Evening Autumn smiled faintly. That calamity is coming. The time is in 7 days. We need to raise our strength as much as possible while we're at it. In that case, the heavenly dog released and opened up, asking as he drank, just what kind of calamity is it? Ever heard of the heavens and the worlds? Nine Phoenix said indifferently, this calamity is related to otherworldly beings. They will follow the spatial passage and come over to this side to occupy the territory and even slaughter us. The pupils of the heavenly dog contracted as a storm of emotions raged in its heart. The illustration it had gotten from the treasure chest earlier. Besides recording only a few hints of the great calamity, there was also a strange pattern that it hadn't thought much about before. However, now that it had heard Nine Phoenix speak, it always felt that this picture had something to do with the so-called spatial transit station. Drinking the entire pot of soup in one gulp, the heavenly dog smacked its lips and felt the energy surging within its body. While it was running the method of simmering, a fierce light flared in its eyes. If they dare to raise their butcher knives, Master Dog will dare to fight with them. Want to kill Master Dog? Then be prepared to be bitten. It intends to find some poisonous ferocious beasts and borrow some poison from them, just in case. Look at its ferocious appearance. Lin Feng's eyes showed a flash of appreciation. This dog-like is good. I'm satisfied. You satisfied, Dura? The Tengu bristled. Just as it was about to open its mouth to speak, it felt a little dizzy in its head. Head is so dizzy. What's wrong with it? It shook. Something's wrong. Before it could finish its sentence, it lurched headfirst to the ground. Lin Feng looked at Ning Eveningchiu in shock. How did you mesmerize it? The dog was unconscious. How did the pangolin mess with it? Don't worry. The great tonic soup is just like this. Ning Eveningchiu got up. Faint first and then explode. No need to make a fuss. Let's go. Make room for them. Several people walked out of the cave. The pangolin came in style. Where's my puppy dog? Inside. Lin Feng stopped it. Give me the stuff first. Hate it. You're in such a hurry. The pangolin threw a dainty wink. Then his right hand dug into the eye socket. 2 fish eyes that were haunted with haze were gouged out by it. In the next second, 2 eyeballs once again grew out of its empty eye holes. Whoring, take it. It tossed the eyeballs to Lin Feng and couldn't wait to rush in. Puppy dog, I've come to love you. Lin Feng put away his fish eyes and looked at the cave. Let's go. Leave like this? What if it kills the doggy? Ning Eveningchiu was a bit worried. Don't worry. It can't spare it. Lin Feng smiled meaningfully. The pangolin was very playful, but as long as it didn't get tired of playing, it wouldn't harm its playmates. After hearing this from him, the few women immediately released and opened up, leaving this cliff with him. Finding a place again, they practiced the concave divine skill. This night was extremely uneventful. Not only was it the sea, but the digging squad sent out by the officials. A large number of people were digging for blood crystal ore in the sea. On the island, there was even more cannon fire. The following day, a dog barking sound spread all over the island. The Tengu angrily found Lin Feng, who was gulping heaven and earth essence on the seashore. I fucking treated you like a brother, but you turned out to be so inhumane. After medicating me, you even gave me to a genderless pangolin. You're so fucking nice. At least, it's okay to give me a pretty girl. Lin Feng collected his energy and got up to look at it. Cool or not? This. The Tengu bared its teeth. Is this something that can be cancelled out with a cool? What I'm telling you now. Lin Feng interrupted it. Is it beautiful? Beautiful? Thinking back to the pangolin's scourge-like face, the Tengu fell silent. Don't be ignorant. Lin Feng patted its doggy head. I'm treating you like a brother. That's why I let you have this good thing. That's a fucking pangolin. With that mouth of its, not everyone has the chance to enjoy it. Hearing him say that, the dog thought it was quite reasonable. After all, that kind of taste was really covering the old hat. But Tengu's words dissolved into a sigh in mid-sentence. Forget it. If there's something to play with, let's play with it first. We'll find something else when we get tired of it. That's right. Lin Feng laughed. To live, you have to keep seeking freshness. Otherwise, how boring is it? Get ready. I'll take you down to the sea. 1 person and 1 dog walked into the forest on the island. Ning Evening Autumn and the girls had already made breakfast. The pangolin was also there. And this misogynistic fellow, after turning into human form, that demonic charm went up a notch. The dog was originally a bit resistant, but after seeing it, he ran over. Breakfast was a big pot of medicinal soup. After eating it, the heavenly dog finished grinding with the pangolin. Master Dog is going to go to the North Sea with my brother. Are you coming with us or staying here? Into the sea? The pangolin raised a smoky eyebrow. I'm not going. Plus I suggest you guys don't go to the North Sea, especially that area of the northern abyss. Some sort of mutation occurs there. The foreign beasts that waited there were all infested by a strange energy and became crazy and murderous. There's still such a thing? Tengu was somewhat curious. Not even you are exempt? The pangolin, known as the ferocious beast of purification and charm between heaven and earth. With a handful of purification skills, it could erase all kinds of toxins. That's why I left the North Sea abyss. The pangolin's delicate face was filled with seriousness. After the heavenly change, a black altar appeared at the bottom of the 10,000 meters of the North Abyss. A few days ago this altar moved, emitting black smoke outward every day. The foreign beasts that are contaminated with the black smoke will see their strength rapidly skyrocket in a short period of time, but they will also have a drastic change in temperament. I tried purifying it with my racial talent, but I was almost infected. After hearing these words from it, Lin Feng frowned. The inheritance of your clan. There's no information about this altar? This altar, could it be related to the space passage? Not really. The pangolin shook his head. Right now, the entire northern abyssal sea has been infected by more than half. Even that Kuan Pang, it's hard to escape its fate. That's why I don't recommend you guys to go to the North Sea. After all, I just got a pet that took advantage of its mouth. I don't want it to die so soon. Bullshit pet. Tengu glared at it. Shut up if you can't talk. Treating Master Dog as a pet. Believe it or not, I'll whip you right now. Whip me? Then you'll have to be a little tougher. The pangolin covered her mouth and laughed, the charm in her eyes as hot and provocative as fire. It made the dog look at him and wag his tongue. If you two can't help it, you can settle it on the small hill behind you. The two of them really went there, one after the other. They walked to the small hill and started swallowing. It caused Lin Feng to only shift his position. After all, that sound, no one could really stand it. By the sea, looking at the ships cruising in the distance, Jiao Feng asked, you guys, that altar in the northern abyss, could it be related to the spatial passage? Jiang Qingzhu pondered for a few seconds. It shouldn't be. Worlds collide and otherworldly beings descend. This is the information I got. Although it's only a short sentence, the meaning is quite straightforward. Only by colliding would the seams open. Ning Evening Jiao pondered. If that's the case, isn't it true that by removing this planet, we can avoid colliding with another world? Jiang Qingzhu and Nine Phoenix looked at her. You are truly a genius. Hit the nail on the head. The question is how to move it. What, am I wrong? Very suggestive idea. Jiang Qingzhu looked at Lin Feng and realized that he was staring at the sea with a preoccupied look on his face. Feng, what are you thinking about? Thinking about what? I'm fucking thinking. The script has all but collapsed. All the plots I'm familiar with are now disrupted. What should I do next? Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. You guys shouldn't be agonizing yourselves. No matter what happens, being strong is fundamental. Men, they should be able to stand up to the sky, to support his own woman. Even if the sky collapses, they must hold on. Can't let them have pressure. The next few days, the South China Sea set off a bloody storm. Lin Feng led the Tengu to slaughter everywhere. Wherever they passed, corpses were all over the sea. Not to mention ferocious beasts, even small stray fish that passed by were bitten by the dogs. The extreme killing brought quite a rich reward. All kinds of spiritual plants in the sea were plundered by them. Until this day. Duong. A rumble came from the sky. The earth trembled. A terrifying shockwave whisked across the earth, like a tornado, and wherever it passed, mountains crumbled. Mountains and rivers toppled. Flying sand and stones. Some of the weaker beastizers, or foreign beasts, were crushed into meat on the spot. Dumpling just right. Wailing everywhere. It is like the end is coming. Duong. Another collision sound. On the bird's back of the Nine Phoenix, Lin Feng raised his eyes to look high up in the sky. That sky seemed to be sinking down. Rolling black clouds filled the sky like a tidal wave. The sky and the earth were bleak. The wind was rising. Energy boiled like boiling water. A terrifying sense of oppression was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. The heavens were terrified. Duong. 9 collisions in a row. And the sky collapsed. Berserk power swept through the heavens and earth, as brutal as if it wanted to tear this world apart. At this time, the sunlight pierced through the clouds. It was like a lover touching the earth. The earth stopped shaking and cracking. The torrential floods were smoothed out. The panic-inducing sense of oppression disappeared. The foreign beasts roared up to the sky, and the bestializers cried out wildly in the rain. However, the next moment, the black clouds in the sky disappeared. A world of light and weirdness appeared above the 9 heavens, riding on a haze of light. Seeing this world hanging upside down above the dome of the sky, all living beings were dumbstruck. It's still fucking here. Ha, I thought the officials were joking. What to do now? What else can we do? Fuck them. Right. These otherworldly dogs. If they really dare to take us as prey, we must bite them hard. Officially, 7 days ago, the news of the imminent descent of the otherworld had been announced, and a series of protective measures were made. Although the various countries were in disbelief, under the series of information provided by Yen Lao, they eventually agreed to form an alliance. A swoosh. Just as the world's discussion was in an uproar, a cannonball rose from all over the world. The flames reflected half the sky. The direction of these cannonballs was precisely that foreign world. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. Little husband, do you think these cannonballs will work? On the back of the bird, Ning Evening Chiu asked this. Lin Feng's eyes were stern. Unless they have the strength of an ultimate body, they won't be able to block the killing power of the little mushrooms. Even if they could block one, could they still block 10? Now all the small mushrooms in the world, all of them rose into the air. Thousands and thousands of them, crashing into that other world together. Even if they couldn't subvert this other world, they could at least break their bones. Bang! An explosion sounded. The first small mushroom penetrated the light membrane and directly crashed into that piece of otherworld and exploded. Flames shot up to the sky. Thick smoke rolled. A violent shockwave swept through all directions. Even their world was equally affected. The clouds in the sky were torn apart. The sky rumbled. In the other world, many living beings were engulfed. The earth shook. This scene fell into the eyes of all the beastizers, and as they watched, they raised their arms and shouted, "Motherfucker, thanks to my fearfulness, I thought how strong they were. Feelings can't even stop a small mushroom. Haha, it's a relief in my heart. With these nearly 10,000 little mushrooms, I can designate that I can get them killed. This is here to give away heads. I have a bold idea. To open a hookah in the other world. Brother, this idea is quite alright. I'll enter a share." Various voices resounded in various parts of the world, but right at this moment, a sword light flew out from the other world. The sword energy was brilliant. It penetrated into this world and chopped up hundreds of small mushrooms. The sky thumped and exploded. The blazing temperature scorched the canopy, and the terrifying shockwave tore the sky apart. The world went dark. Thick smoke rolled with flames and spilled onto the earth. All the bestializers, including the foreign beasts, stared with wide eyes at the figure holding a sword across the sky within the light membrane of the foreign world. The overpowering sword aura was so intense that it caused their hearts to panic. So strong. Tengu grinned, his dog eyes filled with gravity. This fucking definitely has the combat power of an ultimate body. Ultimate body? Lin Feng's eyes were slightly lowered, his red gold pupils glowing with killing intent. He stared straight at the being with 2 pairs of golden wings on its back. Humanoid bird wings. Kind of like the angels in the legends. Can be eaten. No need to have a psychological burden at all. The being with golden wings on his back. His body flicked and dozens of sword lights flew out. There was a rumble in the sky. All the small mushrooms were chopped up. Thick smoke rolled with fire reflecting the sky. His ice-cold voice came from the 9th heaven. How dare a bunch of food resist? I'll give you a chance. Take the initiative to wash up and wait for us to come over to eat. So arrogant, so ruthless, but so infuriating. Tengu bared his teeth. I've memorized this guy's appearance. Turn around, Master Dog, and tell him to chirp me. To eat? Lin Feng's eyes twitched. Aren't you afraid he'll yank off your dog bean to make soup? What are you afraid of? There's not a brother you. Tengu hemmed and hawed. The 2 of us brothers double swords together. Let him together for us to sound. Roll. Lin Feng kicked it in anger and was about to open his mouth to speak when another loud bang came from the sky. A piece of blue light flew out from the other world. It carried an unrivaled might and tore through the flames in the sky. As countless beastizers watched, this piece of blue light transformed into a figure in energy form. She bore 12 wings on her back and was 615 meters in size. Her might was monstrous. It was like an emperor high above, displaying the power of swallowing mountains and rivers. My name is Hatano, the king of the angel world. From this moment on, you will be slaves, and I will be the Lord, and you can live. If not, the living will suffer. The domineering and cold voice resounded through the heavens and earth, carrying a monstrous sense of oppression that caused panic. Holy shit. A volume of over 600 meters. This bitch's strength has definitely stepped into the sacred body. Tengu fluttered his tongue, his eyes full of marvel. This angel world is a bit strong. More than a little strong. It was simply outrageous. In their world, I'm afraid that there were no beastizers, or exotic beasts that had stepped into the ultimate body, right? At least the only one they had seen was the pangolin, an ultimate body beast. What about the other side? Surprisingly, there was already a sacred body, which was a bit fucking difficult to deal with. However, The appearance of this angel king allowed Tengu to discover a point of information. The sacred body wasn't the end of the line. Thinking of this, it looked at Lin Feng. Brother, what's next? Why don't we sneak into the other world first and fuck it up? You want to die, right? Lin Feng glanced at it. The angel king is so beautiful. Why don't you go explore first? Let her give you a shiver. Don't. Master Dog is afraid of being bitten off by her in one bite. The heavenly dog hastily shook his head, staring at the energy figure that was gradually dissipating above the 9 heavens. Master Dog is not a wimp. Master Dog is waiting for them to take the initiative to send them to the door. As the old saying goes, it's only in the nest that you can be horizontal. Going to the angel world? Life is unfamiliar. In case you are deceived and get wasted by karma, then it's not worth the loss. Lin Feng was too lazy to bother with this dead dog, because on the side of the angel world, troops were already being gathered. Bird shadows were blocking. The ferocious might was monstrous. The energy pressure released by these bird people was so powerful that it was destructive. Not to mention other people. Even Lin Feng felt the same pressure when he saw this scene. Rumble. The first batch of angel warriors walked out of the other world. They flapped those wings behind their backs and surged into this world with golden broadswords in their hands. Surrender. Or die. You guys pick one. A cold voice came from the angelic world. It was as cold as a sword. A large army was pressing down. Instead, it stirred the unyielding feelings in people's hearts. Motherfucker. A bunch of bird people are just a bunch of bird people. Dare to come to our doorstep to show off their strength. Fuck them to death. Right. So what if they are stronger than us? Even if I die, I'll take a bite out of them. Kill. A large eagle shot straight up into the clouds. It rolled a piece of golden light and transformed into blade after blade. Chop. The killing aura rushed into the sky. The blades that covered the sky crushed through the sky and chopped towards the group of angelic warriors. The blade light was so severe that it swung up with a sound of gas explosions. Classy little carving skills. A 4-winged birdman held a broadsword and chopped into the void. Rolling energy turned into sword light across the sky. Like a shocking wave, carrying a monstrous sound, colliding with those sword-ons. Bang bang bang. The explosions of energy collision were incessant, like rolling thunder, and the shockwaves formed a vortex in the sky. Overrate yourself. Today I'll teach you to know what it means to be self-important. The 4-winged angel with a volume of 320 meters vibrated its wings and rushed towards the large eagle. A sword light flashed. The large eagle with a volume of 299 meters spilled blood into the air. He shone with golden light and stood horizontally in the air. It was like an unclimbable mountain. Majestic. A bunch of mole crickets. Wouldn't it be fine to obediently bow down as slaves? Why do you need to resist? Resistance will only bring you death. Warriors of my clan, follow me to kill. With a wave of his long sword, tens of thousands of angelic armies came out from behind. The killing sound shook the sky. The golden light they released filled the air, and the sky was like a golden rain, one after another. The angels killed into this world and fought with the bestializers or foreign beasts. In the midst of the bloody rain, a large fish that resembled a fish and a rock leaped out of the South China Sea. Its size was as high as 350 meters, and the 2 black wings on its back were nearly 400 meters long. And when it gently vibrated, a gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. The Koanpang spreads its wings and rises 90,000 miles. With a bird's cry, the few angels that surrounded and killed were instantly torn to pieces by the sound wave. The Koanpang's mouth opened wide, and the sky full of blood and flesh was swallowed into its stomach. Black light lingered on its body, and as it opened its mouth once again, the energy between heaven and earth surged, turning into monstrous black water that waves struck the sky, clattering. Wherever the black water passed, the angels, or bestializers, or foreign beasts that were stained with it were all turned into white bones, sinking and struggling in the black water. They howled with their hearts torn out. Good boobs. Is this Koanpang a friendly army? Why did it even kill its own people? The Koanpang's appearance made people both happy and sad, because its attacks were indiscriminate. It didn't discriminate between friend and foe. As long as they were in its skill coverage area, they would all suffer and be turned into its evolutionary energy. Its black flames rolled and its ferocious might was monstrous. Dare to kill our clan's warriors? I'll kill you today. A 4-winged angel flew out and charged at the Koanpang with a murderous sword. As a result, the Koanpang's mouth opened wide and a super strong suction force swept the angel into its mouth. The Koanpang let out a chirp, and the black flames around his body became even more intense, like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, charging across the sky. It's that Koanpang from the abyss of the northern sea. In the seawater, the pangolin's expression was austere. I didn't expect its strength to rise so quickly. 10 days ago it was only a 9-star complete body, and now it has already reached a 5-star ultimate body. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it couldn't say, because although this Koanpang had gone mad, it was also a threat to those angels. Lin Feng didn't respond to it. Looking at the battle raging in the sky, he looked down at Geofoam. Little Nine, after you let us down, start killing. This was a calamity, but it was also a creation. After observing for so long, Lin Feng realized that the energy of these bird people was especially pure. If the purity of energy contained by ferocious beasts was 1, then these angels had definitely reached 2. With this purity of energy, swallowing one angel was equivalent to swallowing 2 ferocious beasts. Lin Feng didn't want to miss out. After jumping down from the back of the 9 phoenix bird, Lin Feng switched beasts. He only saw a barbarian serpent that was 210 meters in size, standing above the crumbling earth. The unicorn on top of its head was 56 meters long, and the black light was glittering, like a divine blade oozing with sharpness. In front of the unicorn, the slightly bulging flesh packet had a weird power floating in it. Each piece of its snake body has a diameter of 50 centimeters of snake scales, showing that it is indestructible. A 1-star complete body. A week-long killing, Lin Feng devoured nearly 50 ferocious beasts and hundreds of ordinary alien beasts. The energy he ingested allowed him to completely stage 2 the method of simmering. Together with the materials needed for the boss snake evolution program, he broke through to his complete body in the limit. Today, his entire body's snake bones turned into gold, and the black gas in his internal organs lingered, like a membrane protecting it. The might was so overwhelming that even the pandolin of the inquisitive body was cowed by it. What a terrifying pressure. Just the aura alone makes me feel threatened. If this were to fight him, I'm afraid it would only last a few dozen rounds, right? The Tengu riding on its back waved its tongue. You're overestimating yourself a bit. See the meat bag on top of his head? It hasn't transformed into horns yet, but it has already birth skills. If Master Dog is right, he must have already mastered the time skill. Time skill. The pandolin's pupils shrunk slightly, his eyes filled with scorn and envy. However, when he thought of that image of Lin Feng evolving and molting a few days ago, all the envy in the pandolin's heart disappeared in an instant. If you wanted to wear a crown, you had to bear its weight. The fact that he could have this kind of combat power was all exchanged for pain. It couldn't be envious. After all, it really couldn't afford to carry that kind of pain. It looked back at the heavenly dog. Get on the shore. It's my turn to ride you into battle. Blood rained down. Body after body kept falling from the sky. Blood stained the earth red. The sky was dark. Cannonballs had been fired for a day, and the entire sky was covered in thick smoke. Above the black clouds, the luster of various skills shone. Remnants of corpses that were missing pounds and weights kept falling from the clouds, crashing into the earth and swirling up heavy dust. As long as there were intelligent beings, they were all afraid of death. But in the face of the angelic world's invasion, not one of them retreated. Not only the human bestializers, but the foreign beasts also killed the heavenly dome and fought with the angelic army. A tragic aura spread between heaven and earth. Deaths were occurring every second. Everyone gave up their lives, using their bodies to defend against the invasion of the angelic army. But there was a dog, who after catching an angel, was studying his physiology. A dark forest. Dog, you better let me go, or I'll kill you by 1,000 cuts when my brother gets here. An angel was held down on the ground under a large tree full of dead leaves. She was big there, but it was being held down by a dog's paw. Those wings on her back were broken, blood dripping down, then golden feathers. Even though she was behind bars, the pupils of her deep blue eyes were still full of high and arrogant. To cut the dog master into 1,000 cuts. Ha! The heavenly dog flicked its tongue, saliva dripping onto the female angel's face. It disgusted her and made her dry heave repeatedly. Seeing her look, the heavenly dog narrowed his eyes. Master Dog has played with many beasts, just haven't played with an angel yet. I wonder how strong a bird with wings like you is to play with. It hemmed and hawed, its eyes full of teasing. How dare you? The female angel burst into a rage, staring at it spitefully. Dare to move me? I'll have my brother kill all of you. The heavenly dog sneered. Such a tough mouth. Ha! Master Dog will try to see how tough you are today. It slashed with its claws. The female angel's armor wrapped around her chest disintegrated. Mosaic. Extra money. Fine. 2 hours later, Tengu walked out of the grove with a satisfied face. It grinned. These birdmen with wings really do have something inside. Surprisingly, they still possess this kind of magical effect. Cool. The dog raised his eyes and looked towards the sky that was covered in smoke. Turn around and tell Big Brother. Find a chance to kill the angel world and capture their king. Play first and eat later. The sky dog's eyes were filled with greed. At this time, a boss serpent took to the air. A four-winged angel was smashed by his tail. Blood rained down. The boss snake bathed in blood, opening its mouth to devour the angel's flesh and blood. The wind was fierce. All of them were caught in his mouth. This scene fell in the eyes of the heavenly dog, and it looked at him with round eyes. I drop a ghost. Worthy of being Master Dog's brother. So damn fierce. A tail smashing a four-winged angel? This strength was so fierce that it made the dog shake his head. He has definitely stepped into the second stage of the method of boiling. As a fellow practitioner of the boss serpent boiling method, the heavenly dog knew better than anyone else how terrifying this body forging method was. Boiling to the sixth stage, one could swim in the river of time, untainted by cause and effect. There was no way to be bound. Stage 2. The body of adamantine. Tengu's eyes were filled with envy. Other people specialized in energy, going for energy evolution. They cultivated beast bodies and walked the path of physical evolution. These two paths from the surface. Energy evolution was a bit more violent. The beast body grows very quickly and can easily break through the layers of shackles and evolve to the next stage. But if they really collide, physical evolution can hammer energy evolution. Strong, right? It's just that it requires too many resources. Tengu laughed bitterly. Don't look at the fact that they were ahead of many beastizers and ferocious beasts, seizing many opportunities. But this time Lin Feng evolved and consumed all the spirit plants they had accumulated before. In addition to devouring hundreds of beasts and ferocious beasts, this was only enough for him to complete the second stage of boiling. This is only the second fucking stage. Tengu's heart and liver hurt a little. The further one goes, the more resources required increases several times over. Motherfucker. No. First tell him about the wonders of these angels. The energy value of each angel is equivalent to 2 ferocious beasts. It can't go to waste. Tengu ran wildly through the tattered earth. On the other side, Lin Feng was already killing like crazy. He couldn't fly, but with the help of spatial skills, he could briefly travel through the void and hunt the birdman in the sky. With his 210-meter-long snake body, every time he rushed up into the clouds, he took away a few angels. One day into the conquest, he had eaten nearly 50 angels. The huge serpent's body was ablaze with black flames. Terrifying ferocious might swept through the 8 directions, taking in other foreign beasts and ferocious beasts that didn't dare to approach. This boss snake is so ferocious. Even the 4-winged angels were swallowed by him in one bite. This combat power is simply frightening. What's truly terrifying is his beast body. Good fellow. Even the attack of that 4-winged angel just now couldn't break through his defense. This kind of strength is really outrageous. How exactly did he evolve? A 1-star complete body. The combat power that erupted from it. Even a 9-star inquisitive body couldn't block it. A 4-winged angel. Comparable to the 9-star ultimate body of an ordinary foreign beast. But many beasts didn't understand. They simply didn't know how big the difference between a fierce beast and an ordinary fey beast was. It always felt that being big in size was powerful. Is it good to be big? Do you understand? The smaller it is, the more powerful it is. Just like Lin Feng at this moment, facing the siege of 12 angels, he's charging straight at them, letting the angel's sword lights chop at his body. Lin Feng opened his bloody mouth and bit one of the angels. Only a series of clicking sounds could be heard as he chewed on it like chewing gum. Blood splattered. Fragrance filled his mouth. It smelled so good. These angels weren't like the beasts. They were cleanly washed. It seems like they bathed before going out to battle. Fragrant and delicious. He ate with his mouth full of oil. But those angels looked murderous. Treating us like food? You beasts are the food of our angels. Food rebels and still devours its master? Behead you. An angel was jealous and swung the longsword in his hand. The energy around it surged and chopped out a dozen sword lights one after another. The sword light chopped on Lin Feng's snake body, causing clangs and clangs. Sparks erupted. He loomed large and after swallowing the food in his mouth, he threw out his tail and slapped it on an angel. With a bang, the angel exploded. Blood and flesh tumbled. It was swallowed by Lin Feng in one bite. You seek death. 2 companions in a row were swallowed by him. The angels were furious and red-eyed. Go together and behead this beast. The remaining 10 2-winged angels chanted and beeped incantations under their breath. You are my little apple. As they chanted the incantation, the energy in the heavens and earth boiled up. Each angel's body was filled with golden light. It turned into a pillar of golden energy that shot up into the sky. Rumble. The rolling black clouds above the 9 heavens were torn apart. A terrifying sense of oppression hung down, pressing down on the area and rumbling. The earth's crust shook. A terrifying aura permeated the area, startling the neighboring bestializers and foreign beasts with their hearts racing. We are a family that loves each other. A sudden change occurred, with countless pairs of eyes watching. These 10 angels, bathed in golden light, opened their hands to each other and embraced towards each other. Balala cherubs, evolve. An incantation echoed between heaven and earth. Only the 10 angels bathed in the golden light pillar began to merge with each other. The golden light was great. It pierced people's eyes. Inquisitive angel. The golden light exploded. An angel with a volume of up to 310 meters and 4 large golden wings on her back was presented to the world's eyes. She had no clothes on, but there was golden light covering her body. It was like a mosaic. Red gold was like armor surrounding her body. This kind of hazy beauty that was like holding a pipa. Looking at Lin Feng, he couldn't help it immediately and flung his tail over. Bold! The four-winged angel's eyes opened, and as she clenched her hands, a broadsword of energy condensed. She swung the sword and chopped out. Kneel down. The golden sword and the snake's tail collided, making a clanging sound. The golden sword of energy exploded, and Lin Feng's serpent tail smacked the angel hard with a destructive force. With a snap, she was jerked out. It smashed straight into a large mountain. Only a bang was heard as the mountain collapsed and this angel was buried in gravel. This scene made the surrounding onlookers of the bestializers and fey beasts look at it with their eyelids fluttering. The incantation was recited so dangling. I thought how dangling it was. It turned out to be this dangling. It's to be expected. After all the 9-star inquisitors were devoured by him. Let alone this 2-star inquisitor angel. That's right, haha. But the fact that these angels are still able to fuse is quite surprising to me. What are you afraid of? Doesn't fusion require a process? While they're fusing, just pounce on them and screw them hard. That's also right, haha. While they were discussing, Lin Feng had already rushed into that collapsed mountain. That angel that had been swatted away was about to lift its wings and fly into the sky. As a result, it was bitten on the neck by Lin Feng. The angel let out an ah, with a hint of pleasure amidst the pain. It hurts, get lost, let go of me. The more she struggled, the harder Lin Feng pushed. The bite made her wail. Seeing that she couldn't break free, the angel flapped her wings and tried to take off with Lin Feng. However, as soon as she opened her wings, she was wrapped around Lin Feng's snake body. She fell back into the dust, like a falling angel. Her eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. There was also a hint of panic, because she felt the energy in her body. It was rapidly draining away. This snake was sucking her blood, devouring her energy. This panic gradually turned into madness. Want to eat me? Fall into the abyss forever together. The angel's golden light blazed, and the energy around her became furious. Oh no! She's going to blow herself up. But what's the point? The next second, a force of prohibition spread from the unicorn on top of Lin Feng's head, spreading all over the angel's body like a tidal wave. Then the energies surging through her body were all pressed back into her. The angel was stunned. What kind of power is this? Surprisingly, it was able to seal the energy. What the hell have you done to me? Fear rose from her heart. She was afraid. I haven't gotten to the bottom of you, much less want to do it with you. Just want to eat you. Lin Feng indifferently finished his reply, and the devouring in his mouth intensified. No, don't. She begged for mercy with eyes full of terror. In return, there was a merciless silence. Less than a minute. She was nothing. Not even a hair left. Turned into imported food. All her flesh and blood energy united to fulfill Lin Feng, devouring a four-winged angel. The black flame on Lin Feng's body blazed even more. The golden bone at the end of his snake's tail was half a meter long with purple spots. It looked like it was embedded with purple gems. It looked extremely dazzling. Evolving towards the third stage, Lin Feng was satisfied and raised his eyes to the 9 heavens above. The more and more intense fighting scenes. Angels? Just food. Originally, he thought that this otherworldly invasion would be an endless calamity. Now it seemed that it was God's fear that they wouldn't have enough to eat, taking great pains to transfer food from the other world. What was the purpose? Let's put it aside for now, but as long as they can have enough to eat, it's fine. One cannot be careless though. After all, there was still an angel king in the angel world. It was a fucking divine body. Lin Feng wasn't arrogant enough to dare to disregard the other party. Brother! A call interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. When he looked back, he only saw a heavenly dog weaving through the mountains. It fluttered its tongue, its face filled with excitement. I have a big secret. The dog ran up to Lin Feng and said with a doggy grin. The purity of the energy of these angels is twice that of ferocious beasts. That's all? Lin Feng glanced at it. I already knew that. What? The heavenly dog froze for a few seconds, but when it thought that he had already eaten a lot of angels, it immediately released and opened up again. That's right. After all, you've already eaten them. But, another thing you must have missed. It hemmed and hawed, because you haven't interacted with angels in depth, so you definitely don't know that they're hiding something inside. How many meanings? Lin Feng's snake pupils narrowed slightly. You fucked up? The heavenly dog After I did while whirling dervishes with an angel. Master Dog found out that the process of playing poker with them is beneficial for the beast body to simmer. The speed is twice as fast as if we were to do it on our own. There is also this effect? Lin Feng was a bit surprised. This was a unique skill of their boss snake clan, improving while doing it. But now, angels actually possessed this function as well? What made him even more dismayed was that the dog had already gone after the angel. This motherfucker. What a dog talent. Thinking of this, he looked at the heavenly dog. So, So should we catch a wave of female angels? Tengu blinked his eyes and hemmed and hawed. It's a good way to snap and boost your strength. 2 birds with 1 stone. Wow, no reason not to get it right? Lin Feng shook his head. Then how do you want to mess with it? Kill the angel world and capture the angel king. Tengu's eyes blazed. Isn't she high and mighty? Capture her and whip her hard. The effect of a 2-winged angel was so strong. Wouldn't the angel king be even more powerful? If she was captured and plowed day and night, it would definitely be possible to go 100 feet further. How impatient are you to live? Lin Feng's eyes were helpless. That's a fucking angel king. At least a 2-star divine body. Capture her? You're afraid you want to eat farts. Let alone the angel king, those 10-winged angels. He wouldn't necessarily be able to mess with them, especially since they could still fuse and evolve. That is to say, the angel world could appear at any time, with many sacred body angels. If he really wanted to kill into the angel world, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the life to come back alive. Words can't be said like that. Tengu pointed to his head. You have to rely on your head to do things. You can't just talk about brute force. Don't the Evening Autumn Sisters know how to dispense medicine? He. It smiled lewdly. Let her get some medicine and feed it to the Angel King. Won't that be enough? It kinda fucking made sense. But who's going to feed her the medicine? You. Tengu looked like he was taking it for granted. You have such high combat power that even if you go deep into it, you're bound to get out in one piece. You're flattering me. Lin Feng whipped it away with his tail. But your mischievous mind is making me furious. He had no knowledge of the angel world. Really charging in blindly would be no different than delivering something to the door. Lin Feng was a bit crazy, but he wasn't stupid at all. He would never act blindly before understanding his enemy. The Tengu ran back with a shy face and smiled fawningly to open his mouth. But at that moment, a mournful scream resounded through the sky. Lin Feng raised his eyes and saw a scene that made his killing intent flip. Above the 9 heavens, a golden broadsword that was 30 meters long carried a sharp light that pierced through the clouds and ruthlessly chopped at a large 2-headed bird. The 9 phoenixes sobbed for blood and fell from the heights. A 4-winged angel leapt out from the clouds. He flapped his wings and rolled the boundless gusts of wind, transforming into a stream of light and charging towards the 9 phoenix once again. How dare you call out to me with this amount of strength? I'll chop you up for stew today. Die and come. Between the 4-winged angel's raised hand, the golden light floating around him condensed into sword blades. As he swooped down, thousands of sword blades chopped at 9 phoenix together. His chi was flowing through the river, and he had an invincible momentum. Like a true god in the sky, he was majestic. But just when he was only 100 meters away from 9 phoenix, a black-eared, white-bodied, tiger-headed, rabbit-like roar leapt up from the mountain range. Golden light passed by, condensing into a vortex that swallowed this 4-winged angel. A miserable scream echoed between heaven and earth. Jiang Qingzhu stood at the top of the mountain, the beast's body burning with a layer of golden flame. Monstrous ferocious might was released from her, showing the power of swallowing mountains and rivers. A black chain shot up into the sky, coiling around the falling 9 phoenix and holding her steady as she landed on the ground. Lin Feng leapt over and looked at the wounds on Jiao Feng's back. His eyes were cold and then turned into pity. He took out a 3-star spirit plant from space and fed it to her. Afterwards, he took out some more spirit plants and gave them to Ning Eveningqiu to make soup and medicine. Heal your wounds first. I'll catch a few angels to give you a tonic. Evening Autumn, take care of little 9. Lin Feng finished his explanation and rushed out of this sore mountain range. After running wildly for dozens of miles, he was surrounded by black light and disappeared with a bang. The air flash skill was activated, and in the next second his figure appeared above the 9 heavens. His serpentine tail swung with a buzzing air-breaking sound, curling around the 3 angels that were surrounding a rock bird. Roll! The 3 angels swung their broadswords and chopped at Lin Feng's serpent tail, only to hear clanking sounds and sparks. Not only did they fail to chop Lin Feng, the energy broadswords in their hands were instead shattered by the shocking force. Looking at them, they were a bit skeptical of the bird life. Was it that hard? However, in the next second, the stabbing pain brought them back to reality. Lin Feng's hook-like snake tail had penetrated their bodies, stringing these 3 angels together. With their hearts pierced through, the 3 angels died tragically on the spot. Brother, thanks for the aid. The rock that was surrounded opened its mouth to thank. That's fucking called assistance. It wasn't aid. Lin Feng glanced at the other party. Angels contain twice as much energy as other foreign beasts and beasts. Many foreign beasts and beastizers hadn't realized this yet. Lin Feng reminded them because they were all on the same page. One person being strong didn't change the battle. But if everyone became stronger, counterattacking the angel world was never a delusion. The rock brightened up and looked towards the few angels he had skewered. Eat them directly? You can add some cumin. Lin Feng finished speaking and disappeared in a flash. Regaining the ground, Lin Feng took the 3 dead angels and fed them to 9 phoenix. then looked at Ning Evening Chio, who was making medicinal soup. Give Yen Lao a call. Tell him that angels contain twice as much energy as ferocious beasts, and that playing poker with angels will also boost the strength of the beast. Also tell them to stop the artillery attacks and release those angels down to the ground. He wanted to give 9 Phoenix an outlet. Kill him a few hundred angels to eat. Ning Evening Chio nodded. I contacted Elder Yen earlier, and he told me that within the next 2 days, heaven and earth would once again rain down opportunities. This was expected. Even though the script had changed, God's feeding would definitely not be interrupted there, because the angel world was the first, but definitely not the last. There were definitely more advanced worlds descending behind it. So in the meantime, the heavens wouldn't wean. Thinking of this, Lin Feng lowered his head and the snake's head rubbed against her face. After 9 Phoenix is healed, you'll go out with her. With the aid of her charm skill, Jiu Feng could definitely be more like a fish out of water. As for Jiang Qingzhu, the little wife was very powerful. There was no need to worry at all. That strand of heaven and earth origin had brought her far too much creation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that today's Jiang Qingzhu was the existence of the second expert in their gang. The strength of the fighting force was only one step behind Lin Feng. After the explanation, Lin Feng once again started hunting. This time, an extra dog followed. The battle spread across the sky and the ground. As the alliances of the countries stopped their artillery bombardment, the angels above the clouds began to attack the earth in batches. Now, the beasts got excited, because the news that eating angels could enhance their strength was like a spring breeze blowing across the earth. Everyone knew about it. So seeing the angels descend from the sky, they were like seeing delicious food. Charge, rob the angels and sleep on them to boost their strength. Don't grab them from me. I'm going to grab 10 female angels today. The bestializers and alien beasts, wailing, pounced over and fought the angels furiously. In the mountains, on the sea, in the metropolis, flames of war burned everywhere. The law of the jungle is in full effect. Either I eat you or you eat me. There was no mercy on either side, and they met and drew their swords. Angel world. Inside a palace that towered over the clouds, on top of the 99 steps, on a golden throne, sat a female angel with a delicate figure and white skin. She had long golden hair, her beautiful face was permeated with holy light, and her enchanting figure was covered by a set of scaly red gold battle group. Under the hem of her skirt, a pair of long legs were wrapped in black silk, adding a few points of seduction to her legs. She was the angel king, Hatano. Sitting on the throne, she looked down at the 2 rows of angels below her. Each of these angels had 6 wings on their backs. Their aura was like a rainbow. The body surrounded a golden aura. Continue to increase the troops. Within 3 days, take this world. Hatano's tone was cold, and it was characterized by an unquestionable dominance. After taking it down, slaughter all the living beings in this world. The cold voice made the other angels' hearts tremble. However, no angel objected. It was because they were clear that in order to gain life in the next calamity, they had to take this world, acquire the origin to grow the angel world. Only then would they have sufficient resources to continue evolving and have the strength to deal with the invasion of other worlds. Obey, my king's order. A group of 6-winged angels led the order and left. Hatano, on the throne, had a languid gaze. The clash of the heavens and the worlds. The winner is the king. The loser can only be reduced to rations. She got up. The 12 wings behind her moved slightly, and dots of golden light sprinkled down like fireflies. In the 8 wildernesses of the universe, only my angel race is supreme, a being at the top of the food chain. Other races? All of them are food. That's pretty dangling, but she had the courage to do so. The sacred body. At this current stage, it was enough to crush a world. Master Dog intends to open a hookah. Tengu stood on a rock, looking down at the group of minions below. Brothers, do you have any thoughts of joining the stock? In the group of beasts, a tiger with a white body and a pair of bird wings on its back grinned. Brother Dog, what kind of shares is this entry? 6 days ago, Hu Xiaojia met up with the heavenly dog. After being whacked by the dog, coupled with being stinky with it, he kowtowed to the dog on the spot, recognized it as his boss, and came to the South Sea base together. Nonsense. When Master Dog says stock, it must be the stock of the ass. A 2-legged, pig-headed man with a long fanged mouth of mountain cream smiled cheaply. There were 10 beast evolvers in this group. All of them had the Fierce Beast evolutionary program, and their strength was around the 2-star mature body. The strength was considered not bad, but they had all been whacked by Dog. Brother Dog, where are the candidates? These days, there shouldn't be any who want to be in this business, right? After the heavenly change, this industry completely disappeared. Those standing on the street, the ones inside the clubhouse, after obtaining the ability to animalize, they stopped earning cave sweat money. Of course, there were some cities that still retained this traditional culture. but very few. No one does it. So catch angels. Tengu grinned, his dog paw pointing up to the sky. It'll be cool and also boost your strength. So business is sure to be booming. Wonderful. Upon hearing its words, Hu Xiaojie and the others lit up. Ever since it broke yesterday, playing poker with angels could strengthen the beast body. They, the beastizers, immediately found the heavenly dog, capturing fallen angels everywhere and then all playing together. The flavor of it was wonderful. It was because they had experienced it firsthand that they agreed with Tengu's words. What's the charge? 1 2-star spirit plant at a time? It's a bit expensive. 1-star spirit plant. After all, there are so many angels. It's not like it's an oddity. It's also fine, huh? Between the 7 words, a clubhouse called Open Sky was quietly established in the South Sea base. The next day, the dog found Lin Feng, who had just finished a bloody battle. He was lying on his back in the middle of a sore mountain range. The large mountains around him had been flattened, and the gullies were 100 meters deep. The cracked earth was red with blood. This was his battle last night. One person had taken on 3 4-winged angels alone, killing the sky and the earth. In the end, they all fell into Lin Feng's rations. Something wrong? So cold. The Tengu waved his tongue, not daring to get too close to Lin Feng. There was no way. This guy's aura was too strong. A ferocious might was as monstrous as water, wanting to crush this area. The slightest proximity made the dog's heart tremble. He hurriedly recounted what he told Hu Xiaojie and the others last night. Lin Feng listened and looked at it with strange eyes. You're really a dog? The dog felt offended, but still smiled and explained. Brother, for a few of us to evolve, we need too many resources. If we don't find some ways to earn money, relying on gathering resources alone, we definitely won't be able to fulfill it. Wow. Master Dog doesn't care, but you don't want to. Those few wives of yours don't have resources, right? Lin Feng laughed coldly. If it was before, this matter would indeed be a problem. But now with this group of angels, do you still need to worry about not having resources? There was no need to, because a 2-winged angel, its energy value was equal to a ferocious beast, or a 4-star spiritual plant. Without spiritual plants, they need a few more angels. With him around, they wouldn't starve at all. But you have a point. Lin Feng narrowed his snake pupils. By engaging in this, not only will you be able to make 1 more income, if you're not doing anything during the week, you can go and have some fun yourself, right? Right. Tengu hemmed and hawed. Not bad for a fellow traveler. Fuck off. Who the hell shared the same path as you? Lin Feng bristled. It's not hard to catch angels, but have you considered how to seal their energy? That's not a problem. Tengu had an early response. I heard that the Alliance has newly researched a technological product called the Spirit Locking Ring. As long as it's locked, the blood crystals will be imprisoned. So I'm going to ask you to step in and give that old man a word to get a batch of spirit locking rings for me. There was this? All along, it had been Ning Evening Chiu who had contacted Old Man Yan. He was only responsible for giving orders or coordinating the country to kill the enemy. For other things, he hadn't really asked. You go find Evening Autumn and ask her to relay it on your behalf. Okay. Looking at the dogs departing back, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. The plot direction had been messed up. According to the script of his previous life, the appearance of the spirit locking ring should be 1 year after the heavenly change. Now it was 8 months ahead. In other words, Yan Lao and the others had secretly already excavated a secret realm. This was something that was not told to him. Is this in defense of me? Lin Feng's eyes were cold. He had given Yan Lao and the others a lot. Evolutionary programs for divine beasts and ferocious beasts, plus a blood crystal mine, and he also gave them the bar serpent's secret realm. As a result, and they were defending themselves against him. Lin Feng shook his head. The so-called working together is when the benefits aren't big enough to do it in the face of a life and death crisis. However, when the benefits were big enough, others would stab you twice in the back. This was a world of self-interest. No matter what kind of situation one is in, the human heart will always be sinister. It's better to look after yourself before considering others, Lin Feng whispered, his eyes growing colder and colder. Luckily, he hadn't spread all of the boss snake boiling method. Even more so, he hadn't made the specialties of Ning Evening Chiu and the few women public. This was his bottom card. Strength, that's what it takes to face everything. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the battlefield in the sky, a fine light passing through his eyes. Kill! Lin Feng transformed into a black light, weaving through the mountains and hills. It was the day after the angel descended. There was a small country in the west that had been massacred by an army of angels. The death toll was nearly 100 million. Some countries that had mastered advanced weapons could barely defend themselves against the angelic hordes. But the losses were equally not small. There were too many angels. The angelic army, which was divided into hundreds of teams, started killing all over the world. Wherever they passed, Corpses were everywhere. After killing, through some secret method, the bestializers, alien beasts, corpse puppets, they are transformed into balls of energy and devoured. On the eastern side, all the animalizers and corpse puppets, due to Yan Lao's timely notification, all drew closer to the South Sea side, so their losses were smaller. Of course, among them were Lin Feng. Those evolution programs, if it wasn't for the state, forming a divine dragon army, Luan bird army, plus all kinds of hot weapons to assist, it really couldn't have stopped that wave of the angel army's onslaught last night. Deep a phoenix chirping sound resounded through the heavens and earth, only to see a fiery flaming phoenix charging straight into the sky. Her 321-meter-long volume spanned the dome of the sky. It was like a small sun, releasing monstrous heat waves that scorched the sky with ripples. Her wings lifted and she flew over the heads of a group of angels. Monstrous flames fell, and this team of two-winged angels immediately turned into ashes in the flames. The phoenix opened her mouth to inhale, and all the flames were all swallowed back by her. The flames lingering on her body surface suddenly blazed 3 times. Rumble. At this moment, a popping sound came from above the 9 heavens. The clouds were torn open. The sky seemed like there was an additional abyss. Golden light spilled down. It was like a golden road, and an angel with 6 wings on its back, bathed in golden light, appeared in the eyes of the world. Kill my clan. Die. Dambara Dambara. The 6-winged angel mouthed an incantation as he spread his hands out. Surging golden energy boiled around him, gradually turning into flames. With him as the center, the temperature rose for miles around. Golden flames floated in the air. He was bathed in flames, like a god in fire. At a certain moment, the pupils of his golden eyes contracted. That face with a value comparable to a reader's became cold. Archangels. Gun. The wind blew the flames in the sky, turning them into lance after lance. Stabbing her. He pointed from afar, and thousands of flaming lances tilted. With an overwhelming momentum, they shot towards the phoenix pugilistically. The flames ignited. The sky was scorched and rippled. A flying bird with a volume of 299 meters was roasted on the spot as a result just because it was too close. This terrifying might. Looking at the other bestializers and exotic beasts, they retreated. This might is fucking fierce. But you're playing with fire with the phoenix? The phoenix let out a chirp, and the crimson flames rising from its body surface swept through the sky like waves. It turned into a film of flaming light. The moment the densely packed flame lances hit the light film, they dissolved like ice. Sculptor chick, and you dare to show off in front of my mother. Mom will teach you a trick today. The phoenix lifted its wings and rocked up to 90,000 Li. She opened her mouth and spat at the 6-winged angel. The crimson flames were like a waterfall, igniting the boiling energy between heaven and earth, crushing through the sky towards the 6-winged angel. The sky seemed to be burned through. Wherever the rolling heat waves passed, the sky looked like cloth shaking in the wind. This terrifying might scared the hearts of countless bestializers and foreign beasts. Even that 6-winged angel's pupils likewise shrunk fiercely as he hastily flapped his wings to avoid it. He fled. The phoenix also fled. Bye-bye, bird son. She quickly swooped down from a high altitude, rolling the flames in the sky and falling into a mountain range. Then she swallowed back these flames and switched her human form. Energy surged and transformed into a set of flaming red dress, covering her delicate body. The 6-winged angel, who realized that he had been tricked, burst into a rage. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle, the surging energy escaping and transforming into rolling sound waves. Fireworks were set off in the sky, and those bestializers and alien beasts that couldn't avoid them were all crushed by the sound waves. They were all crushed by the sound waves and turned into blood raining down on the earth. Bastard! Where to escape? Catch her. Pull out her hair. Only then could I vent my hatred. This thought filled the 6-winged angel's entire heart. Like he was having a seizure. He rolled a piece of golden light and rushed into that mountain range. With every flap of his wings, the energy released shook the surrounding mountains. Mountain rocks tumbled down. Tree after tree exploded under the pressure of his energy. Between the flying sand and rocks, a boss snake scurried up from a cliff somewhere. This was the plan that Lin Feng and Phoenix had discussed long ago. The moment the 6-winged angel flew over his head, Lin Feng opened his bloody mouth and bit down on this angel. The 6-winged angel tilted in a hurry and managed to avoid the bite. His body flew past Lin Feng's snake head. Want to eat me? Eat shit. He let out a roar and with his backhand, he gathered a flaming lance and ruthlessly stabbed it at Lin Feng's head. An air burst exploded and a snake tail flung itself from behind. The berserk sound startled the angel. I'll dodge. Oops, the skill CD hadn't arrived yet. Since I can't dodge it, I'll carry it with the hardest part. The angel gritted its teeth and forked its legs. The snake's tail slammed over. As a result, the disciple exploded. His little face went pale. His blood-soaked body flew backwards and smashed into a huge mountain. Lin Feng is also not good. Angel is shot. knocked down a piece of his snake scales. The scale exploded and bled a little. This made Lin Feng fiery, but it also made him realize the shortcomings. The beast body that had stepped into the second stage was indeed very strong. However, if the quantity was greater than the quality, he would still be injured. Bang! The rocks exploded and the angel, bathed in golden light, flew out of the collapsed mountain. He covered his crotch and stared at Lin Feng with sinister eyes. Stinking snake, dare to hit my brother? I'm going to whip you into shape. He was furious. His brother was already powerless. There was no more chance of rehealing. The gun can no longer pick holes. With the rest of his life's happiness destroyed, the six-winged angel had nothing but hatred in his eyes. Die, bastard! The angel danced in the air, and pieces of golden light turned into flames. With a rolling momentum, it crushed towards Lin Feng. He stood amidst the waves of fire, grasping a lance in each of his hands, as if he was as powerful and inviolable as a fire god. The flames burned. The mountain range turned into a sea of fire. Only a swoosh was heard as the first flaming lance was thrown from the angel's hands, piercing through the long sky and zipping over. Lin Feng's serpentine tail swiped, slapping the flaming lance, and then his huge serpentine body slammed directly into the monstrous flames. This scene fell in the angel's eyes and he watched with a fierce smile. There is a road in heaven that you don't take. There is no door in hell for you to break through. Turn into ashes. The angel laughed wildly with abandon. However, the next second, the smile on his face froze. Not only his smiling face, even the boiling flames, the howling wind, all stood still at this moment. Time stood still. This was Lin Feng's fourth skill. With his current energy, he could only freeze the target for 3 seconds. The range was only 100 meters. 3 seconds. That was enough. He bit down on the angel's neck. Skill CD2. The angel wailed. How is it possible? No. He had an incredulous face. Couldn't figure out why. All of a sudden he was bitten by Lin Feng. This was too fucking evil. It felt as if it was dreaming heaven and earth. However, the pain in his neck, the loss of energy from his body, were all telling him that it wasn't a dream. Get away. He tried to struggle. However, Lin Feng had already prepared for it. The moment he bit the angel, he even threw out the set of skills, the forbidden chains. The black chains tightly bound the angel, and the power of space sealed the blood crystals in his body. The angel who noticed this, his pupils trembled a few times. His face was filled with panic. The power of time and space. How could you damned inferior creatures possibly grasp this power? An illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. He was unwilling to accept this fact until the moment he died. This was the condescending Birdman. Can never accept that others are better than them, ultimately dying in arrogance. Lin Feng was lying on his back in a piece of scorched earth. Smoke and fire were blazing. A woman in a long fiery red dress came stepping through the air from a distance. Her bare feet were like jade, white and red. Every time the tip of her foot tapped the void, a flaming red lotus rose underneath her feet, dragging her as she stepped into the air. The woman was very beautiful, with a head of long fiery red hair that was as tantalizing as a flame. Between her eyebrows, there was a phoenix mark. Under the 2 smoky eyebrows was a pair of phoenix eyes, like an autumn pool brimming with seductive brimming. Her red lips were slightly pursed, and the corners of her lips contained a smirk. When she smiled, 2 small dimples emerged on both sides of that round face. She walked step by step to the front of Lin Feng's head, looking at the boss snake in front of her, which was simmering the beast's body. The phoenix's eyes were a little complicated. A 6-winged angel, a 1-star ultimate body. All of them were screwed over by you. Just how strong are you? If I'm not mistaken, that move you used just now, it was a time skill, right? This guy was too fierce. When he was still in his mature body, he was able to hold down her in her full body. Now that he had stepped into his full body, his battle power was up to that of an ultimate body. The former boss snake wasn't as fierce as him. Is it that method of training? Thinking of what 9 Phoenix had inadvertently said, Phoenix's eyes glowed. Grey Tanty's eyes sparkled. Let's have a frank exchange. Lin Feng raised his eyes to look at her. A shallow chat, or a deep conversation? Be serious. Phoenix's pretty face slightly reddened as she blanked him. My sister is already married to you. You can't hit on me yet. Can't sisters be together? Besides, such a beautiful sister-in-law. Who could not be moved? Lin Feng spat out a snake letter. Forget it then. I'm only honest with my own woman. Lao Miang. Fist hardened. But Phoenix held back. Her smiling eyes curved. I'll trade you a good thing for your secret. Afraid that he wouldn't agree, she hastened to add, you definitely won't lose out. Is it your big baby? Lin Feng stared at her fiercely. It was really big. It was a pity that it was a bit outwardly octagonal. Noticing where his gaze was looking, Phoenix once again clenched her fists. Brother-in-law, do you want some roasted snake sides? You want it? Lin Feng's eyes teased. There are two oohs. Holy shit. The already grumpy phoenix really couldn't help it. She hugged Lin Feng's snake head and clenched her fist and knocked it hard a few times. Lin Feng didn't dodge. Instead, he had a cozy face and eyes full of enjoyment. She vacuumed. Slowly, she realized something was wrong. Immediately, she let out a yip and let go of him in a hurry. Don't you move. Looking at her blushing face, Lin Feng suddenly felt that this sister was a bit funny. Mainly you're too beautiful. Kind of couldn't help it. But then again, if you want to reap, you have to pay first. You. Phoenix rounded her eyes and glared at him in exasperation. Shang, you don't say it right? Old lady, go ask my sister. Seeing her turn around to leave, Lin Feng contained her. Wait, it's okay to tell you. The method of boiling the boss snake. The opening chapter was no longer a secret. As long as sister-in-law asked a little, everyone could give her the answer. There was no harm in giving it to her. Not only was it going to be given, Lin Feng was going to give her the whole chapter. This was because Yen Lao was dishonest and treated him like a cow or a horse, wanting to borrow his power to open up the land. After realizing this, Lin Feng wasn't going to give a shit about them. Anyway, the things that were needed had already been gleaned. From now on, the road was wide open, each going their own way. Just take care of yourself, and the few women around you. But the angelic world, again, was like a sword hanging over their heads, relying on a few of them alone. It's really a bit difficult to compete in this chaotic world. So Lin Feng had a bold idea. To take Phoenix, his sister-in-law, into his door wall. Phoenix's face was delighted. Really give? Actually, she had already asked Phoenix. Nay, this one-track-minded guy was dead set on not opening his mouth. So angry that Phoenix almost wanted to cut ties with her. But even then, Phoenix still wouldn't say anything. Lin Feng nodded. The boss snake boiling method can be given to you, and I can quickly advance the beast body boiling. So good? The Phoenix was wary. Is there a but? No. Lin Feng looked at her meaningfully. For nothing. Phoenix was a bit shocked. She didn't have a deep friendship with Lin Feng, didn't know him very well yet, but also knew that this wasn't a generous guy. He was very stingy. He belonged to the kind of pickpocket forest where a dog passing by him would get a nibble from him. This kind of person's sudden generosity, in turn, made Phoenix feel uneasy inside. Or else, you might as well make a price. If you give it away for nothing like this, sister is a bit afraid to take it. Lin Feng laughed. Family, wouldn't it be bad feelings to accept money? One day I'll go to your house. Just open the door generously. Scramble my door? Phoenix had a question mark on her face, just about to open her mouth to ask, but she heard a breaking sound coming from the top of her head. Frightened, her bare feet pointed in the air and her body flew diagonally to the right. Lin Feng didn't hide. True men never avoided the front. If you run into any difficulty, you have to charge head-on. Only by smashing through the layers of shackles could one glimpse the true nature of the world. His snake's head went upwards and his unicorn horn collided with the energy broadsword that fell from the sky. Only a bang was heard. The energy exploded and waves of air flew. Rolling shockwaves spread, like a tsunami sweeping in all directions. And wherever they passed, mountains crumbled. The sky rumbled with energy. The earth shook and trembled. One angel after another, flapping their wings, flew in mid-air. Golden light. A terrifying and incomparable aura spread out from them, especially the leading six-winged angel. The aura was majestic, as thick and compelling as a mountain, a 5-star ultimate body, and the color of her wings was different from the other angels. She was black, with 12 four-winged angels on the outside. Such a force was enough to whack any small country. For a small world to be able to give birth to a being like you, it must have consumed quite a lot of origin. The female angel's 6 wings flapped behind her back, her black feathers lingering with circles of light, transmitting a demonic power. She stood tall, looking down at Lin Feng on the sore ground. Originally, you had the chance to join the angel race and become a war spear under my king. However, you killed a member of my clan, and this act has ended your way of life. Today, I will be the one to judge you. She raised her broadsword high, her black wings flapping behind her as she rushed down from the heights as a stream of light. Accept the judgment, sinful animal. Brilliant black smoke spread out with the flapping of her wings, gradually forming a black chain. Buzz. The air currents were swirled. There were electric arcs bursting out from this black chain, crushing the void and rumbling, like a dragon, rushing towards Lin Feng with teeth and claws. You play with chains too? Ha! Coincidentally. Then let me teach you the way of bondage. Lin Feng's serpentine body scurried, and black light erupted from the unicorn horn on top of his head. A black thick chain sprang up. It was like a black dragon dancing in the air, colliding with those chains of the angel, making clanging sounds. Electric arcs flashed and crackled. The sound was overwhelming. However, It was difficult to shake the chains that lingered with the power of space. This scene fell in the eyes of the black-winged angel, and she raised her eyebrows. The power of space? No wonder you could kill Ares. But with this power alone, you will surely die today. She flung the long sword in her hand, and the energy between heaven and earth boiled up. Rolling black clouds tumbled through the air. Lightning streaked through the clouds. She was like a god of doom as she pointed her long sword at Lin Feng. A thick black lightning bolt fell from the clouds. Immediately after that, one lightning bolt after another came and struck Lin Feng's snake body. Electric arcs flickered on the surface of his body, and the terrifying power kept squeezing his snake scales. Only a click was heard. Some snake scales couldn't withstand the energy pressure and cracked. However, in the next second, they were immediately repaired. In the cycle of crumbling and repairing, Lin Feng felt that the beast body was getting stronger. Surprisingly, it was possible to strengthen the beast body. This unexpected discovery made Lin Feng incomparably excited. A bold idea sprouted inside. He bathed in lightning and looked towards the black-winged angel in the sky. Didn't you eat? Come on, go on. That disdainful look deeply pierced the black-winged angel's heart. High and proud as she was, when had she ever been belittled like this? But this snake, why was his beast body so strong? While Muto Blue was angry, doubts were rampant in her heart. No matter, increase the firepower and continue to chop. I don't believe I can't kill this stinking snake. The blood crystals in her body rotated. Surging energy surged out, urging the clouds above her head to expand. Ka-ching! Thousands and thousands of black lightning bolts fell, covering the land for miles around. Only electric light remained in the heavens and earth. The lightning was like a waterfall, carrying the power of destruction, surging and splitting towards Lin Feng. Rumble! The ground stepped. The mountains also crumbled. Thousands of lightning bolts carried the might of destruction. Everything within a few miles was crushed. The terrifying might made the phoenix's scalp numb as he watched. Luckily, my old lady dodged fast, otherwise she would have definitely been chopped to death. I don't know what happened to my brother-in-law. If he dies, what can I do? Without his method of boiling, it would be hard to live in this chaotic world. Looking towards the area covered in lightning, Phoenix's eyes were worried. The black-winged angel, Muto Blue, continued to amplify her moves. It was like she didn't have a CD limit and wasn't bound by the blue bar. She kept discharging electricity at Lin Feng. One was fiercer than the other. This kind of power value, slightly altered, could definitely be consumed by a city for a night. A proper power generation chicken. It was fierce, but it was also quite ferocious. And Lin Feng, who was bathed in lightning, was split open. He collected the energy of his entire body and relied on his beast body to resist the lightning that filled the sky. He was bruised and battered. However, the harvest was also great. The section of golden bone in his tail had been 70% purple. It was like a long purple gold whip, with a sharpness that could open up the heavens. Without a doubt, the ability had definitely risen a few notches. Now Ning Evening Autumn and the girls have something to play with. Borrowing the power of my lightning to boil down the beast's body? Muto Blue raised an eyebrow, his eyes murderous. I'll let you borrow it. Split you to death. You big snakehead. Merge. At her command, the 12 two-winged angels, who were hiding in the distance to watch the show, opened their mouths in unison to chant an incantation. Use my essence to fill your emptiness. Then, the golden light on their body surface flared up, and the raging energy turned into a beam of light that crossed the sky and surged into Muto Blue's body. The 12 angels' light dimmed as they were hollowed out. Weak and powerless, they descended towards the ground. At that moment, the phoenix struck. She bathed in fire and rushed into the sky, carrying monstrous flames towards those 12 angels. Sinful animal, how dare you? Wotolan was shocked and furious, and with a swing of the longsword in his hand, a bolt of lightning struck at the phoenix. But at that moment, Lin Feng leapt up into the sky. His scarred snake body stepped into the air, intercepting the lightning bolt while unleashing his time skill. The wind stopped here. The lightning that fell from the sky was frozen in the void. Time skill. Muto Blue's pupils contracted, and the blood crystals in his body worked frantically. That energy borrowed from other angels exploded at this moment, hardening to hold open the power of time. The energy in her body was too vast. It turned into a long river that surrounded her body, colliding with the force of time. Rumble. The void trembled. Her black wings vibrated. You surprised me. I didn't expect you to have mastered the time skill. But it's useless. The difference in strength is too great. Even though your skills are no matter how strong, it's ultimately difficult to make up for the gap in energy. Is that so? Lin Feng laughed coldly and unleashed time stasis again. In an instant, within a 100-meter radius, everything was all stilled. Even the long river of energy circling around Muto Blue was fixed in midair at this moment. All the beings in heaven and earth were able to move for him. After Lin Feng crashed through that hanging river of energy and curled around Muto Blue, He immediately unleashed a spatial seal, strips of chains wrapped around his body. The released spatial power set up heavy chains within Wudo Blue's body, sealing her blood crystals in a savage way. Time skill CD2. Everything returned to its original state. Lin Feng rolled the frightened Wudo Blue and fell from a high altitude to the ground. Rumble. The mountain trembled. Her eyes were filled with terror. What are you doing? His restless snake tail made her feel an unprecedented panic. No, you can't do this. Don't be afraid. I just want to exchange whip techniques with you. Lin Feng didn't lie. When the god-striking whip came out, heaven and earth were eclipsed. It was an absolute divine weapon. No one could block its sharpness. Once it appeared in the world, it was a big surprise. 2 hours later, the god-striking whip returned to its sheath. Wudo Blue was dying, no longer in the same haughty, wretched state as before. Her disoriented and empty pupils had the fire of resentment dancing. If she wasn't still bound by chains and her blood crystals were sealed, she would definitely fight Lin Feng. If I don't die today, I will behead you in the coming day. Icy cold voice, permeated with endless indignation. Lin Feng narrowed his snake pupils, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw that the phoenix was walking towards this. She who had eaten 12 angels. Her aura became even thicker. The sense of oppression that escaped, even Lin Feng felt the pressure. This little eyes are full of hate. Seeing this miserable state of Wudo Lan, the phoenix pursed her lips and looked again at Lin Feng, whose beast body was ablaze with black flames and whose injuries had all been repaired. Your beast body has gotten stronger again, right? More than getting stronger. This wave was better than devouring 100 foreign beasts. Even the 8 treasures soup couldn't compare. Lin Feng was gorgeous. He didn't realize that this 6-winged angel's power to feed back was so powerful to this extent. On the spot, it made all the bones in that part of his snake tail purplish. Even the green scales on his exterior had likewise become 3 times stronger. This kind of progress caused his eyes to look at Wudo Blue with an extra touch of meaning. Obviously it is impossible for you to obediently give me a woman. In that case, I'll send you on your way. Crap. So damn cold-blooded. Plucked, heartless? Phoenix watched as his eyelids fluttered wildly. However, it did not stop it, and even felt that this was the right thing to do. Not being able to be united, keeping it would only be a scourge. Instead of that, it would be better to kill to save your heart. Want to kill me? Die together. Wudo Blue's empty eyes became maniacal. The body was broken. The evolutionary foundation was taken away. The path forward was completely cut off, and she no longer wanted to live. The energy in the blood crystal surged under Wudo Blue's hook. Her sealed blood crystals cracked open, hardening the layers of shackles and breaking through the spatial force that sealed her blood crystals. Raging and surging energy poured out like a wild horse out of control, surging through her body and holding her body apart. The rolling berserk force filled the air, frightening the phoenix into turning around and running. Lin Feng ran even faster than her. Who would have thought that she, whose blood crystals were sealed, would still be able to explode herself? Motherfucker. Carelessness. The construction of the angelic blood crystals was different from the bestializers and fey beasts. Rumble. An explosion resounded through the sky. The power comparable to a small mushroom explosion swept through the 8 directions like a tsunami. The sky shook and the ground moved. Wild winds howled. The entire land was like being plowed back and forth 500 times by a million oxen. The ground is sinking. Mountains are collapsing. The terrifying shockwaves crushed the earth and turned everything into ashes. Seeing that the shockwave behind him was about to catch up, Lin Feng hooked his tail onto the phoenix behind him and continuously performed air flash, flashing more than a dozen times in a row at a speed of tens of miles per second. 10 minutes later, 100 miles away from a certain big mountain, Lin Feng, who was standing at the top of the mountain, let out a long breath. Looking at the huge pit with a diameter of tens of miles in the distance, the area of thick smoke, his eyes sank. You almost got me killed. The phoenix standing beside him had a palpitating look on her face at the moment. The power generated by the explosion of a 5-star ultimate body angel was ridiculously strong. If this motherfucker had been one step slower, he would have definitely been crushed into dregs by that energy storm. Fortunately, at the critical moment, this guy was reliable, pulled her back from the brink of death. It was the other beasts and animalizers that suffered. A fire in the city gates was also a calamity for the fish in the pond. All the living beings in that area were turned into ashes. Your spatial skill didn't work? Lin Feng shook his head. It was an accident. He hadn't really thought that the angel's blood crystal even had a kernel. That was what allowed her to exploit the loophole. But since this loophole had been discovered by him, there wouldn't be a next time. It was just a bit of a pity. Originally, he had wanted to scare Wudo Blue, to subdue her in this way. Who had thought that this angel was so rigid, exploding herself at the drop of a hat? Motherfucker. Is this flowery world so unworthy of attachment? The phoenix didn't continue to dwell on this. She turned back to Lin Feng. When will the method of boiling be given to me? She just wanted to get this method as soon as possible to increase her probability of survival in this chaotic world. I'll give it to you now. Lin Feng's snake tail curled around her. What do you want? The phoenix looked puzzled. Does preaching need to be done in this way? It wasn't necessary to preach, but it was necessary to preach and receive fluids. Lin Feng didn't bullshit. It was given to her cleanly. The snake's head lowered. The moment it touched on her forehead, a black light flew out from Lin Feng's brow. Don't resist. Accept my strong and hot love. Bullshit love. The phoenix was extremely speechless, but when the first piece of information transmitted to her mind, she then realized that this love of Lin Feng was indeed very heavy, because this information, it didn't just contain the method of simmering the boss snake, it also contained a stream of experience that belonged to him. A moment later, the transfer of experience was complete, and Lin Feng let go of the snake tail that was wrapped around her. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, he let out a light smile. Does it feel great? The phoenix's eyes were complicated. Should I repay this love of yours with my body? If it wasn't love to the core, how could one give her their own senses? Lin Feng narrowed his snake pupils. You're going to gush at me in return? Then shouldn't I return her with a leaning? Forget it. Without waiting for Phoenix to reply, he added, there's something I need you to do. Phoenix froze. What is it? Lin Feng lowered his head and whispered in her ear for a moment. When he finished, Phoenix looked surprised. Are you sure? You'd better think it over. If you take this step, in the future, your human race will be a lot behind us foreign beasts. Lin Feng's gaze was firm. Go do it. If it was before, he would definitely put the human race first in everything, but Yan Lao's calculations made him very upset. People's hearts were wicked. His knowledge of these 4 words deepened once again. Of course, he wasn't favoring the side of the Fey beasts, because Fey beasts alone had a unique advantage. Together with the method of boiling, their combat power could certainly be raised up quickly. Using them as cannon fodder was the best. The phoenix nodded and chatted with him a few more times before switching beasts and lifting her wings to fly away. Eyeing her distant back, Lin Feng's eyes sank. He, who had always revered strength, actually didn't like counting people. But in this world, apart from strength, one needed a bit of intrigue to go far. The battle between the angels and the bestializers, the alien beasts, continued. The 3 parties became more and more glued and intense. The flames of war spread throughout the world, and a small country on the opposite shore of the South China Sea was captured by the angels. All the beastizers and corpse puppets in the country were slaughtered. Corpses were everywhere. Blood stained the earth. After pushing into the crystal of this country, the angel army didn't stay behind. They took all the corpses, converted them into energy and led their troops to another country for reinforcements. South Sea Base, Eastern District. The Open Sky Clubhouse had opened. Tengu and Hu Xiaojie, they had captured quite a few 2-winged angels. After these angels were put on spirit-locking rings, they were all converted into Firefall Masters. Lin Feng received an invitation. However, he didn't go to join in the fun. After resolving a wave of pursuing 4-winged angels, Lin Feng, who had eaten a bloated stomach, was lying on his back at the bottom of a cliff. Ning Evening Chill was sitting on his head, holding a mallet in her hand, and was horse killing him. Really want to disconnect from Yan Lao and the others, ah? Ning Evening Chill was somewhat unable to understand why he had changed his mind. Lin Feng hummed. The old man is too calculating. Can't continue to cross paths with him. Otherwise sooner or later, one day he'll stab me. Ning Evening Chill was thoughtful. Sitting in his position, what he is scheming for is definitely not a family matter. Lin Feng understood. But I just don't want to be a gun. Lin Feng sneered. They can only take what I give willingly. What I'm not willing to do, even if they come with great justice, it's still hard to change my will. Of course, if you have to continue contacting them, that's your business. Moral kidnapping? As long as I don't have morals, who can kidnap me? When he could, Lin Feng didn't mind lending a hand. But if even he was living precariously, where would I find the time to care about other people's deaths? What are you saying? Ning Eveningchio swung her mallet and thumped him on the head. I'm your daughter-in-law, so I'm definitely on your side. The original intersection with Yan Lao and the others was also Lin Feng's intention. If he hadn't opened his mouth, Ning Eveningchio really didn't have the heart or the ability to take others into consideration. Change standing to sitting. Sit by me. Lin Feng laughed badly, but in his heart, he was satisfied with her good behavior. Behave yourself. Ning Eveningchio rolled her eyes and knocked him a few more times. Let's talk about the small things first, then we'll get down to business. I've discovered over the past 2 days that the angel's body contains a strange kind of energy. From her pocket, she pulled out a 100 milliliter glass container. It was then placed in front of Lin Feng's eyes. What is this? Looking inside the container, a single golden particle. Lin Feng's eyes showed a flash of curiosity. The name is unknown. But, Ning Evening Chiu had a serious expression. I've tested it, and this small pellet possesses the power to strengthen the beast's body. It doesn't possess energy, but if you boil a medicinal soup and add a pellet into it, it can enhance the quality of the soup. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Which part of the angel was this dug out from? This. Ning Evening Chiu looked hesitant. A moment later, she was seen biting her lip. The purple palace and sack. What? Lin Feng's eyes rounded in astonishment, followed by relief and openness. No wonder playing poker with angels can strengthen the beast's body. So it's the efficacy of this gadget. Then you say, could this thing be eggs and sperm? That couldn't be, could it? Ning Evening Chiu the reason why she found this thing. It was still mainly an autopsy. An unexpected delight. But if she were to say what it was, Ning Evening Chiu really couldn't answer. Don't worry about that much. In any case this thing is not poisonous and can be used. Lin Feng nodded. Which was right. It was good to be able to eat it, whatever it was sent. If it's not clear, it's not a burden to eat. Turn around and use this little pellet. Boil a pot of medicinal soup for me to try. Nah. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Jiu Feng and Jiang Qingzhu returned in company. Ever since Jiang Qingzhu obtained that strand of heaven and earth origin, she had progressed at a rapid pace. Even if she consumed 90% of her energy to boil down her beast body after each devouring. However, her size was still as high as 265 meters. In terms of explicit strength, she far surpassed Lin Feng by 4 stars, and she had also stepped into the second stage of boiling. Overall, Jiang Qingzhu's combat strength was infinitely close to Lin Feng. This was God's bastard daughter. Fearing that she wouldn't have enough to eat, God carried a bowl and chased after her to feed her. Motherfucker. Looking at Jiu Feng and Ning Evening Chiu, they were so envious that they were drooling. But the two of them weren't bad either. Taking advantage of Jiang Qingzhu, the daughter of Qi, in addition to the staple food of hunting angels. Usually, there was no shortage of such snacks as spiritual plants. Every day when they went out, they would casually enter a mountain, and they would be able to harvest a large pile of spiritual plants. The level is not high, but it was more than enough. Feng, after hugging his snake head and kissing him a few times, Jiang Qingzhu let go of him and said with a red face, I sense that there is an energy rioting over there. She pointed to the east. Lin Feng was just about to open his mouth to ask something when he heard a rumbling sound coming from the sky. Immediately afterward, 10,000 rays of haze spread across the sky. Energy that was like a tidal wave churned through the heavens and earth. There was even a phoenix sound that echoed continuously. The energy condensed into celestial maidens that performed a stage show in the sky. Their bodies swayed and their steps were lotus flowers. The enchanting dances were as stunning as a feather. What a grand rehearsal! The phoenix spreads its wings and soars between the heavens and the earth, while the celestial maidens dance in the air. Ning Evening Chiu's eyes narrowed slightly. This battle, it's a bit of a special occasion. She became more and more convinced that the heavens were laying out a plot. Plotting against whom? Unknown. But one thing was certain. All of them were pawns. He was using creation to manipulate people. It is indeed a bit unusual. Nine Phoenix nodded. If it was before, making this kind of noise would be understandable. But now that the angelic world has descended and he's still messing around like this, it's obviously a bit deliberate. The three of them, Lin Feng, looked at her with sideways glances. Nine Phoenix was confused. Why are you looking at me? Lin Feng smiled. You seem to have gotten smarter. Even this big grinning stupid girl could notice the problem. Would other people not be able to see it? There were definitely a lot of beastizers and alien beasts that noticed this. But what could they do? The moment greed was aroused, knowing that this was a pit, people would still take a chance and give it a try. It's a conspiracy. As for who it was aimed at, it was hard to say. That's not true. The corners of Nine Phoenix's mouth lifted lightly as she said with a very happy smile. Actually, I'm not naive at all. Right. Ning Evening Chiu covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Since we know it's a game, are we still going in? Lin Feng didn't respond to her immediately, staring at the area where the visions were strewn about, pondering for a moment before speaking. That direction. It should be the Shinnong Mountain. Remember earlier, the call that Qingzhu sensed? The two women nodded their heads, only to hear Lin Feng add, Evening Autumn, you and Nine Phoenix stay at the South Sea base. I'll just go with Qingzhu this time. Not being able to gallivant with Lin Feng. How empty would it be? The thought of having no one to fill in the holes next. Ning Evening Chiu decided that she would eat enough before he left. The cold winter wind couldn't quench the fire in her heart. She enthusiastically issued an invitation containing. The canyon was hot with the cold wind. Angel World. The 12 wings behind Hatano's back spread out. She voided through the air and came to the edge of the space barrier. Just by pushing forward a little, she could go deeper into it. However, this film of light in front of her blocked her progress. unless she stabbed through this film of light. Otherwise, there was no permission to enter, because she was the king of the angel world, worthy of being the former mall of the worlds, even though it was crushed back then. But this heritage is still not comparable to other worlds. Blue light flowed underneath Hitano's eyes. It's just that for you to come up with such a creation at this time, it seems too deliberate. She was well aware that this was a bureau of his, but she couldn't resist the temptation of this creation. The angelic world was too poor. All resources had already been squandered by them, and heaven and earth no longer nurtured them. If they wanted to continue evolving, they could only snatch the origin of other worlds. Pass the order. Heavenly Sea Wing, put down the capture mission for now. Gather all the clansmen in Blue Star and fight for the secret realm with all your might. The moment greed overpowered reason, one would faint. Even the Angel King was no exception. The secret realm made a bit of a big noise this time. It wasn't just the country. The whole world was talking about it. The internet was abuzz. The beastizers from other countries had already set off and were on their way to Mount Shinon. Lin Feng was carrying Jiang Qingzhu, weaving through the mountains. The ferocious might was overwhelming. It scared the other beasts into retreating. Jiang Qingzhu, who was sitting on his snake's head, was surfing the internet with her cell phone, reporting to Lin Feng about the movements on the internet. Right now on the internet, all of them are discussing this matter. There are also people filming that the angels conquering all over the world are converging towards Shinon Mountain. Speaking of this, Jiang Qingzhu pondered for a few seconds, leaning forward slightly and locking eyes with Lin Feng's snake pupils. Feng, do you think the Angel King didn't realize that this was a setup? If Nine Phoenix could see it, would Badono not see it? Lin Feng spat out his snake letters. The word desire is like an abyss that devours one's mind. It's not that she didn't realize it, it's that he gave too much, but it can make her know that it's a trap and still drill into it. I suppose the resources of the angelic world should have been so scarce that she had to take a chance on it. People would only give up everything when they were at the end of their rope. Rich people. It was impossible to keep their heads on the waistband of their pants. Jiang Qingzhu nodded deeply. After sitting up straight, she put away her cell phone, raised her hand to gather her hair in front of her forehead, and with a pair of golden pupils, she looked away in the direction of Shinon Mountain. The sky above that area was still full of visions. What kind of world is this? Why has it attracted prying eyes from other worlds? Lin Feng couldn't give her an answer to these two questions, because he likewise couldn't write a sister for 100 tears. God was like a drug addict. The more he played, the higher he got. According to the plot of his previous life, he would still be humiliated in the Bo family. Then came the war between the beasts and the animalizers over evolutionary resources. Now, he directly threw out all kinds of creations one after another. He even fucking pulled another world over. This kind of gameplay was just like playing drunk. It messed him up. The head is full of water. One day later, Shinon Mountain periphery. Walking into this place gave one the illusion of coming to a zoo. As far as the eye could see, it was full of all sorts of strange and bizarre creatures. There was a ping pong, born with two pig heads, each at one end, the two heads cursing at each other. There is a fuju, shaped like a deer, with 4 horns on its head, treading water and floating in the air, up to 310 meters in size, suspended in the sky. The might was monstrous, shaking the 8 directions. A human-faced leopard body, ox ears and 1 eye, volume up to 333 meters Jugon, lying on the top of 1,000 meters of mountains, proudly looking at the beasts. In the sky, a kuanping with the form of a fish, with 2 bird wings on its back and a volume of 399 meters long, was swimming in the clouds. There was a golden Inglong, curling the boundless astral winds, tossing and turning between heaven and earth, and the monstrous water mist filled the air, turning into a torrential downpour. All sorts of ferocious beasts appeared in the world, releasing pressure that made other ordinary beasts dare not approach. In the midst of the mountains and peaks, the shadows of the beasts were blocking. It was like a full table, and Lin Feng was drooling. He really wanted to eat with an open stomach. If you have an idea, you can act on it. But just as Lin Feng was aiming for a father lifter, in the distance, golden light shone, and one angel after another appeared in the sky. They flew in groups, bathed in golden light, carrying boundless killing intent towards this side. This place, designated as a forbidden area for our clan. You all leave quickly, or else you will be chopped. A cold and domineering voice echoed between heaven and earth. The leading few 6-winged angels were as imposing as rainbows. You're a fucking panty waste, aren't you? So fond of pretending. Just go back to your world and pretend. Grumpy old man came online. It was a fat relic with 1 snake head and 2 bodies. Its scales were crimson, and red flames burned around its body. It was 381 meters long and curled around a mountain peak. The snake's head was tilted up to the sky, and flames were coming out of its mouth as it gulped its letters. The mountain it was curled around was ablaze with flames. Sinful beast, deserve to be killed. The black-winged angel Heavenly Sea Wing swung its broadsword, and a fierce wind blew between heaven and earth. Tao black ons churned and coalesced into a vortex. The wind swirled. A hanging 1,000-meter tornado crushed over towards the Fat Legacy. The terrifying tearing force crazily devoured everything in the vicinity. Wherever the black tornado passed, the ground turned up, and 1,000-meter trees were similarly uprooted, flying sand and stones. The other beasts were scared and ran wildly. Some of the ones that ran slowly were caught up in it on the spot. They were pulverized in the tornado. That's it? Fat Legacy's eyes showed disdain as his two snake bodies intertwined, resembling a pair of scissors. Cut your roots. The moment the flames rising snake bodies collided with the tornado, which hung as if it was going to swallow the sky and eat the earth, was immediately churned to pieces. The wind calmed down. Older brother 666. This scissor tail move is like a high-speed rotating motor. Watching it makes the heart tremble. Wind and fire Fatty Legacy. YYDS. Brother Snake, get her. Some of the melon eaters raised their arms and shouted. The fat relic didn't disappoint, as it scurried out from that flaming mountain, carrying a blazing flame, and rushed into the angel army. With its strength, it definitely couldn't fight the six-winged angels head-on, but against those two-winged angels, it was definitely more than enough. Even if it ran into a four-winged angel, it still had the power to fight, so its target was clear. It was that group of soft persimmon angels. This action completely enraged the Heavenly Sea Wings. Her body surface black light rose. Energy formed a storm. With her as the center, a wild wind blew in a circle of hundreds of meters. Bathed in the wind, she raised her broadsword and prepared to unleash her skills again. But at that moment, two pillars of water and fire light crashed towards her. The momentum was raging, forcing Sky Sea Wing to raise her sword in defense, only to see her broadsword swinging repeatedly. 100-meter-long wind blade chopped out. It collided with the two pillars of water and firelight, only to hear a bang as the energy exploded into a rolling shockwave that swept away, crushing the sky with a rumbling sound. She raised her eyes, her gaze fixed on the large river to her right. Wow! A large snake scurried out of the water. It had a bull's body and dragon's tail, with 6 snake heads, measuring up to 412 meters in size, and its 2 feet stepped on the black water waves. Once it appeared, a hefty and ferocious might swept through the 8 directions. It ingested people's hearts in fear. This is the 9 infants, right? Remove the word bar. This is the 9 babies. Motherfucker. More than 400 meters. This is the first ultimate body beast I've seen so far. To be able to evolve to this point in such a short period of time, this 9 infant had definitely received a great creation. But compared to their envy, Lin Feng was calmer. The path he took was different from all the ferocious beasts and beastizers. If he went for pure energy evolution, with the energy he devoured, it was enough to propel him to evolve to a 9-star ultimate body. So don't look at this 9 infant big. If he really wanted to fight, the short one could hold it down and whack it on the ground. It smells so good. Feng, I want to eat it. Jiang Qingzhu, who was sitting on top of Lin Feng's head, suddenly opened her mouth at this time. The golden light of her eye pupils lingered, full of desire and greed. Lin Feng froze slightly. Eat that head of 9 infants? Jiang Qingzhu nodded her head repeatedly, the rabbit ears on top of her head shaking slightly. That dull face was full of greed. There's an odor on it that's tempting me. A strange power. Hearing her say this, Lin Feng once again looked at 9 infants. How come I didn't feel it? What's going on here? For the first time, I saw Jiang Qingzhu develop such a strong desire to devour a certain ferocious beast. Between his astonishment, Lin Feng was about to open his mouth to ask, but he was interrupted by an explosion, only to see that head of 9 infants, treading water and floating in the air, battling with that 6-winged angel Sky Sea Wing. This guy was too fierce. The 2 types of skills, water and fire, were transformed into circles of light hanging above its head, taking along with its energy. The skill-constructed circle, like a machine gun, burst out, constantly releasing columns of water and firelight. Banging and exploding sounds resounded through heaven and earth. Tianhide was shot by it and dodged left and right. At this moment, how could she still have the domineering arrogance from earlier? She was in a sorry state like a lost dog, caught in passive defense. Sky Sea Wing, I'll help you. The other 6-winged angel lifted its wings and chanted an incantation at the top of its voice. But right at this moment, a serpentine cry came from the sky. In the clouds, a large snake poked its head out. It had a human face and a jackal body, bore a snake tail, had a pair of bird wings on its back, and had 2 antlers on its head. A stunningly beautiful face was a bit demonic, and the pupils of its silver-white eyes gently glared. Water mist filled the sky and earth. Handful after handful of water blades emerged, carrying boundless sharpness as they chopped at that golden-winged 6-winged angel. Light, Pieces of light shields emerged around the six-winged angel. The water knives chopped at it, and clanking sounds rang out. Sculptor's little skill. His eyes showed contempt. If you can't even break my light shield, you sinful animal will definitely die under my sword today. Just as he finished speaking, his pupils trembled fiercely, only to see the water blades in the sky converge and form a 1,000-meter machete. There was a buzzing sound. The machete chopped down. The golden-winged six-winged angel's proud light shield was chopped up like paper mache. The water machete was as powerful as a sword, directly chopping down on the six-winged angel. An awe scream resounded through the clouds as he was sent flying out by the chop. The body flying backwards spilled blood and crashed into a large mountain. A tiger's roar came out. A white tiger with wings on its back and 351 meters in size was seen suddenly leaping out of a mountain stream. It opened its bloody mouth and bit this six-winged angel. It wolfed him down and ate him whole. The white tiger was tinged with red light and stood at the top of the mountain, roaring to the sky. Then the wings on its back flapped and it soared into the sky, killing the angel army. In the sky, the transformed snake scurried out of the clouds. Its 425-meter-long volume was like a mountain, crushing through the long sky to pounce on the other angels. A great battle erupted over Mount Shinnong. These ferocious beasts that appeared seemed as if they had agreed earlier. They appeared together and surrounded the angels together. This kind of cooperation was bizarre everywhere. However, no one cared about this because all the beastizers, including those foreign beasts, had their eyes on the angels that kept falling from the sky. Those alien beasts and bestializers who were holding the stolen chickens rushed into the battlefield with a wail, catching the seriously injured angels and eating them. Some unlucky ones were hit by skills just as they entered and exploded on the spot. The energy here surged, covering hundreds of miles in a circle, and all kinds of skills were present in this area. Water, wind, fire, poison, all sorts of berserk forces covered the sky. Mountains were crumbling and the ground was cracking. Corpses continued to fall from the sky. Blood stained the earth red. But there was no waste. The corpses that fell were eaten by the beasts or angels on the spot. Each ate their own. If they grabbed the food, they killed them. The big brother fights in the sky, and the little brothers pick up the cheapest on the ground. It's like a chef cooking. The guests ate around the table, watching Lin Feng's appetite. Little wife, let's eat. Jiang Qingzhu hummed and jumped down from her head. The wind blew the hem of her skirt up. Golden light filled her body, bursting the clothes on her body. Pieces of cloth tumbled, and she transformed into a rabbit-bodied, tiger-headed roar in the golden light. Thud! All four limbs landed on the ground, shaking the ground. Between the flying dust and smoke, she stomped her hind hooves and scurried out as a golden light, heading straight for the chaotic battlefield. I'm an old Chinese doctor, specializing in treating all kinds of crap. Who the hell is spitting? Looking at the white-headed, red-footed, ape-like, red-faced, Fang Zhuyao, Lin Feng's eyes showed a flash of sympathy. Luckily I dodged fast enough. Avoid this wave of piss. That's right, an angel was hit with a wave of piss, plattering, flowing outwards. It's the Milky Way falling from the sky, 1,000 pores to moisten the earth. Looking at the fierce battlefield in the sky. Little wife, let's go over there. Lin Feng's tail swung wildly, like an electric motor, propelling his huge snake body to the north. That side was full of high-level ingredients. The most inferior ones were all four-winged angels. Lin Feng's mouth was tricky, eating two-winged angels' cough. Dang, a four-winged angel smashed to the ground. He stood up from the dust and smoke-stirring pit, and after opening his mouth and coughing out a mouthful of blood, he flapped his wings and prepared to take off. At that moment, a tiger head with rabbit ears poked over and swallowed the severely injured angel in one bite. Food delivered to the door is fragrant. Jiang Qingzhu's face was mesmerized as the beast's golden light flared. In the next second, another angel fell down, landing straight in front of her, and it was still roasted by fire. The aroma was pungent. Jiang Qingzhu swallowed and looked at Lin Feng who was at the side. Feng, this one is for you to eat. Lin Feng shook his head with strange eyes. God gave it to you. Eat it yourself. Why don't you just sit here and wait for takeout to come to your door? Anyway, with your godfather here, I'm not afraid of running out of food. God's favor towards her had gradually become insane. In the past, it was delivering spiritual plants, evolutionary programs, remains of ferocious beasts. Now even angels were being sent to her door. With this love added to her body, she could lay flat. Then be careful. If I find something good, I'll save it for you. Lin Feng nodded and left the small hill alone. Just a few dozen meters away, a four-winged angel fell down. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. God gave it to him? Is this time dipped in the light of his little wife? He opened his bloody mouth, ready to enjoy this love takeaway. As a result, this angel threw a backhanded slap over. Luckily Lin Feng dodged fast, dodging to avoid this fierce slap. Motherfucker! It was true that not everyone had Zheng Qingzhu's kind of treatment. Compared to her, everyone else was born of a stepmother. If they wanted to fill their stomachs, they could only do it themselves in order to have enough food. Spatial skill? The four-winged angel frowned. Not a bad skill, but you're too weak. It just so happens that I'm injured. So dedicate yourself to eating for me. He probed his hand and grabbed. Golden light lingered in his palm, and rolling energy gushed out, transforming into a large golden hand that crushed through the sky. Rumble! The chi flipped over. Lin Feng lashed out with his tail, and after slapping and exploding this big golden hand, he destroyed it and landed on the four-winged angel. Only a bang was heard as the four-winged angel flew out backwards. Six-winged angels are all dishes in my recipe. Let alone your tiny little four-winged angel? Bring it on you. Lin Feng's snake head dipped forward and opened his mouth to bite the four-winged angel that flew out backwards. After chewing 3 or 2 bites, he swallowed it directly into his stomach. His eyes were insatiable, and after burping, he raised his eyes to look ahead. The top of the mountains. A group of four-winged and six-winged angels were besieging several ferocious beasts. The fight was fierce. Both sides were injured. The fat legacy from earlier had already had a tail chopped off, and even the snake's head was scarred. There was a six-winged angel that had broken 3 of its wings. Having lost his ability to fly, he was fighting a predator. Seeing that the six-winged angel was losing the battle, Lin Feng hurried over furiously. When the six-winged angel wasn't paying attention, he opened his mouth and bit its head. The predator, with the body of a panther and hooves, 5 tails and a unicorn horn, saw the suddenly killed boss snake and it froze for a few seconds. When Lin Feng finished devouring this six-winged angel, the predator, who had reacted, instantly opened his eyes in anger. You fucking robbed me of my food? Lin Feng's mouth spat out energy haze, and black flames rose from his snake body. He looked at Pred. Get to the side or I'll even swallow you. So arrogant. Pred was furious. Robbing my food and you dare to threaten me? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Blood-red energy burst out from his body, as if monstrous waves of blood were churning, releasing an oozing brutal aura. Seeing that the battle was about to come to a head, Lin Feng suddenly opened his mouth. A beastizer? You too? Seeing him nod, the anger in Pred's eyes dissipated a lot. Brother, you're not being generous. I messed with him for half a day, only to have you come out to steal his head. That's because I'm good-tempered. Anyone else would have whacked you on the spot. Lin Feng looked at him thoughtfully. Putting aside the foreign beasts, to be able to evolve to a volume of 412 meters in such a short period of time, this guy was blessed with deep fortune. He must have been favored by the heavens. Another son of Qi? It's messed up. It's all fucking messed up. Lin Feng shook his head and looked at Pred. I'll count this as me missing you as a favor. I'll catch one to make it up to you. Catch? You think six-winged angels are ants? Brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you. With this small body of yours, he lifted his foot. Look at me. 412 meters. 1-star ultimate body. With my strength, it's so hard to get a six-winged angel. You're only a 1-star ultimate, right? You can't handle it. Brother, my name is Zhao Deju. Listen to my old brother's advice. Follow me and help me out for a bit. Turn around and I'll. Without waiting for him to finish, Lin Feng disappeared into thin air with a bang. Zhao Deju looked up with his eyes full of astonishment and saw Lin Feng suddenly appear at a height of 1,000 meters. The next scene made him a little skeptical. He only saw Lin Feng perform an air flash, crossing the void to come behind a six-winged angel, directly activating time stasis and opening his mouth to bite its neck. Taking this angel with him, he disappeared again, and after regaining the ground, Lin Feng flung the injured angel at Zhao Deju's feet. Give it back. Let's go. Ha! His serpentine body scurried forward, running towards another mountain. I drop a ghost. Zhao Deju marveled, and after opening his mouth and biting the heavily injured angel on the ground, he chewed while looking at the direction Lin Feng had left. This guy looks short, but this fighting strength is really fierce. Settling a six-winged angel in 3 or 2 hits. Could this be the legendary short and compact? But what he just performed was a space skill? No. Zhao Deju's eyes glistened the moment he struck out to capture this angel. It seems like I also sense time fluctuations. Space and time? As if he remembered something, his pupils collapsed. Boss snake. Crap. No wonder it's so fierce. It's a fucking race that went beast body evolution. So that beast body boiling method circulated amongst the beast evolutionists was also provided by him? This brother can handle it. Righteousness. In a chaotic world, one should befriend such righteous people. From today onwards, you're my Zhao Deju's brother. Lin Feng didn't know this. He bumped into, at the moment, a group of angels who were surrounding a basilisk turtle, facing the siege of 3 four-winged angels. The Xian turtle, which had broken off a piece of its tail, simply shrunk into its shell, allowing these angels to explode the hammer. One lightning bolt after another was released from the hands of these angels, mercilessly striking the turtle. Even if its shell was hard, it couldn't withstand it. In the midst of this furious bombardment, the shell of the Xian turtle cracked. With a bang, it exploded. Blood mist flew. One of the four-winged angels chanted a spell. The Xian turtle's flesh and blood was pulled by some kind of force and began to converge in midair, gradually forming a blood ball and then gradually becoming smaller. Eventually, the entire body's flesh and blood, along with the blood crystals, was compressed into a baseball-sized crystal. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the process of an angel ingesting energy. It felt a bit novel, and after refining, the energy seemed to be purified a lot. This tactic was similar to Ning Evening Autumn's technique of boiling medicinal soup, but it was even more brilliant. So can we learn it? Arrest them and force them to question them. Or else, torture roast. This thought rose in his mind, and Lin Feng was about to scurry out to catch the angel. But just at this time, an explosion sounded. Only a figure with a fierce aura broke out from the right hillside. With a bang, the ground cracked where his feet landed, and dust flew. His 3-meter-high body that was haunted by a monstrous black aura was like a black lightning bolt crushing through the earth. And with a thud sound, he pounced on the three angels. Swish! The 3 four-winged angels, before they had time to react, one of them was pounced on by him. He roared, and the moment he opened his mouth, the fangs in his mouth pierced through the angel's neck. The angel, which was up to 328 meters in size, had its body rapidly dry up the moment he bit it. It turned into a dry corpse in the blink of an eye. The speed of this devouring was so fast that it was like it wasn't even slightly worse than Lin Feng. What really surprised Lin Feng was that this guy was a corpse puppet. No, to be precise, this form was already out of the corpse puppet category. His 3-meter-tall body was gnarled and hideous, branded with one weird black rune after another. The black light lingered, and these runes released a rich fury. It was bitingly evil. Where he stood barefoot, the grass and trees around him withered, and even the soil was dyed black by his baleful aura. A pair of scarlet pupils, evil and cold. What the fuck is this? New species? Zombie? No, there should be no such thing. A drought demon? Kind of. From the looks of it, it does look a bit like a drought demon. If it really was, then he should have gotten the evolutionary program of the harpy. Lin Feng's heart was beating wildly, his eyes filled with the excitement of wanting to understand him. At this time, the other 2 angels also came back to their senses. They stared at him with angry eyes. Viciously. Lowly being, how dare you kill my clan? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. Fan Tong raised his eyebrows, his 4 golden fangs peeking out from the side of his mouth, his blood-red pupils, translucent with a teasing look. Liang Jingru, who was that? The angels didn't recognize it, but they were completely pissed off by his actions. Give my clan a burial, despicable creature. Golden light rose from the 2 angels' bodies as they mouthed words. As they beeped, the energy between heaven and earth came alive. The surging energy turned into a golden cloud, and electric arcs flashed in the cloud. A terrifying sense of oppression was like a tidal wave, crushing over towards Fan Tong. Bang! The place where he stood cracked under this energy pressure. Compared to the 2 angels, Fan Tong, who was only 3 meters in size, was too small. However, he, who was like dust, exploded in this instant with a might that was even more terrifying than the 2 angels. A beastly roar emanated from his mouth, and the rolling baleful energy around him spread out, anthropomorphizing into a huge beastly shadow hanging behind him. The terrifying shadow was devouring light. The square miles became dim, and the moment the monstrous baneful chi swept away, Fan Tong disappeared in place with a swoosh. He became one with the baleful aura and disappeared into the darkness at the same time. All the flowers, plants and trees around him withered. Even the earth looked like it had lost its essence, drying up and cracking. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. After the angel on the left was contaminated with the baneful aura, its body quickly dried up like a tire with a puncture, and all its vitality was swallowed up. The angel on the right side was jealous. Go to hell, lowly thing. Lightning fell from the sky, like a sharp blade slicing through the darkness. The baleful aura that filled the surroundings quickly dispersed as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Seeing this scene, the remaining angel's eyes grew more and more maniacal, energy spewing out from its body as if it didn't need money, tickling that golden cloud in the sky. It wanted to unleash a great move to kill this abominable and lowly creature in one fell swoop. However, Fan Tong was faster than it. The fury churned, and Fan Tong appeared behind the angel as if it were a ghost. With a fierce smile, he circled the angel's neck with both hands and opened his mouth to bite between its necks. The angel let out a grunt and tried to struggle with terror in its eyes. But just as this thought rose, it was drowned out by the rolling baneful aura. The golden cloud in the sky dissipated. The electric arcs in the sky died out with it. Cool is just one word. I want to do it again. But, like a tidal wave of surging baleful chi, Fanton's satisfied voice was heard, and then his tone turned cold. The one hiding in the shadows and watching the show. Is it for me to ask you to come out? He appeared in the Fury Chi, his blood-red pupils staring straight at where Lin Feng was hiding. A few miles away, the thorn bushes shook, and Lin Feng's huge snake body scurried out of the grass. Looking at the arid area, Lin Feng met Fanton's bloodthirsty pupils. The word hide doesn't suit me, and you ate my prey. If you don't give me an account, I can only eat you. Account? Eat me? Fanton laughed harshly, his golden fangs glistening with a creepy sheen. You're the first beast that dares to talk to me like this. As a reward, I will first crush your entire body of snake bones, then peel off your snake skin and pick out the snake whip to make wine, then regenerate and swallow you. Who is he? Fanton. After the heavenly change, countless life and death crises had molded that heart of his into a cold and invincible one. Don't say that the other party was just a boss snake. Even if it was a true dragon or a phoenix, he had the confidence to swallow the other party. This confidence stemmed from his own strength base. You're very brave. Lin Feng's eyes showed appreciation. The last one as brave as you has already become my feces. Is that so? Fanton's eyes teased. That's because you didn't meet me. I will be your finisher. Fanton stomped his toes. The moment the ground cracked, he slammed into Lin Feng as if he was a cannonball carrying a monstrous fury. If there's an afterlife, you'd better not meet me again. He had a fierce smile on his face, but just as Fanton approached Lin Feng's 100-meter range, the smile on his face froze. In the next second, black light surged from the unicorn horn on top of Lin Feng's head, turning into a black chain that wrapped around Fanton across 100 meters. The boiling baleful chi on Fanton's body surface subsided, and all of it was sealed back into his body. Time skill CD arrived. Everything around him returned to normal, but Fanton's eyes were filled with panic. He wanted to struggle, but found that his body was entangled in a black chain, and there was no way for him to move. What made him even more panicked was that the blood crystals in his body were motionless. No matter how much he tried to seduce them, it was as if they had been silently cut away. Did you cut my blood crystals? I also gar your waist. Lin Feng swiped his tail over and flung it at Fanton's face, snapping it and sending him into a golden star. Harry, are you still pretending? Call me pretty boy. Fanton conditionally reacted back, then glared round his eyes. Let go of me if you have enough balls to have a fair fight. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to lose. The main thing was that, without even having the time to release his skills, he was seconded by a set of skills. This made Fanton very unhappy. Lin Feng sneered. How many more times do I give you a chance? You're just as useless. Now answer me. What the hell are you? Why can corpse puppets evolve? Did you obtain an evolutionary program? I've always been a tough talker. You won't be able to pry my mouth open. Seeing Fanton look like he'd rather die than give in, Lin Feng's eyes grew cold. You want to be tough with me? Success. Let's see how tough you are. Lin Feng opened his mouth and bit down on Fanton's neck. The stinging pain made Fanton's eyes round and he stifled a grunt. Why the fuck don't you follow the rules? I've loved strong all my life. Can't you ask more often? Stop sucking. I'll tell you. The sensation of energy draining from him awakened the panic he'd buried deep inside. He was in a hurry. However, Lin Feng was indifferent and even increased his devouring efforts. The curiosity about him was nothing more than a whim. This emotion was like playing poker. Starts strong, ends uninteresting. The moment he sucked in Fanton's flesh and blood, Lin Feng completely lost himself. It tasted like yogurt. Sour and sweet. Beautiful. And exceptionally pure. Let go of me, you stinking snake. Lousy's energy. Fanton no longer had the pushiness he had just now. At this moment, his eyes were filled with panic. This feeling that he could clearly feel that his life force was rapidly draining away. It made his ice-cold heart wrapped in endless fear. Mercy. His screams grew weaker and weaker. It gradually turned into gasps. A minute later, Lin Feng ate and drank his fill, and looked with immense satisfaction at Fanton, who was left with only a piece of skin. It was then that he remembered that he hadn't set out this guy's secret yet. It's all your fault. The blood and flesh smells too good. Caused me to lose control. Fanton, my fault whoops, Omega. If there's an afterlife, I won't try to be strong anymore. Lin Feng turned around and left. Finding a place to lie down, he boiled the beast's body while looking at the fight in the distance. Blood rained down there. Angels were falling from the sky like dumplings. The transforming serpent, Koan Pang, 9 infant, white tiger. With these ferocious beasts joining forces, the angels could only take a beating. It's not that they're weak, it's that these beasts are too strong. There are 12 monuments in heaven. The bloodline heavenly tablet is the strongest, followed by the hammering steel, followed by the feats monument. By observing these beasts fighting, Lin Feng came to a conclusion. Their blood crystals had all been purified by the hammering steel. That was why the energy was pure and long. And that was why the killing power was so strong. The angel's energy was equally pure, but it couldn't compare to this group of ferocious beasts. The destructive power of one strand of their energy that erupted was comparable to 10 strands of an angel's energy. The hammering tablet seems to have landed in the 10,000 bones plains, right? Lin Feng was a little unsure. The main heavens had gotten high. All the familiar trajectories were all rattled by him. But if it really came from the 10,000 bone plains, it would make sense. Where was the 10,000 bone plains? Deep in the Kunlun Mountains. It was a forbidden area. It was said that all of the strange and ferocious beasts from the classic of mountains and seas were here. Thinking of this, Lin Feng straightened his snake body. The devoured energy had all been consumed. It was time to continue eating. Nowadays, his snake bone was 105 meters purple. Third stage, amethyst body. Half of the evolution completed. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels are as hard as iron. Yanking out an intestine could be used as a weapon to whip someone to death. But what satisfied Lin Feng the most was the snake whip. Evolved to this stage. As long as he wanted to, a steel plate could be stabbed through. Deep in the Shinong Mountain, blood turned into rain and drifted down. The earth, which was full of holes, was strewn with corpses that were missing pounds. There were angels and foreign beasts. Angels were in the majority. The sky rumbled. Colorful energies transformed into various skills strewn across the sky. It was like colorful fireworks exploding in the sky, crushing the sky to rumble. A golden inglong with wings on its back and a volume of 431 meters long was weaving in and out of the clouds. It kept spitting downwards. The mouth was like a river. Each thick stream of spit immediately turned into a monstrous flood after it was spat out. The sound was overwhelming. It was mainly poisonous. It corrupts when touched. Those 2-winged and 4-winged angels simply couldn't bear the erosion of this corrosive power, and their bodies fell with white smoke. The 6-winged angels were quite resistant. The problem was, Inglong didn't play with them. It spat and ran away. The rest was left to the transforming snake. 9 infants. Tao Tai. The rest is up to them. The battle has turned into a daytime battle. Hundreds of miles of mountains have been razed to the ground. Both sides have gone red-eyed. The angelic armies keep coming from all directions. They have already given up on the stranglehold on the outskirts of Shinong Mountain. There is only one goal left. Kill these ferocious beasts. A phoenix sound resounded through the clouds. A flame-burning phoenix swooped down from the 9 heavens above. She opened her mouth and sprayed. The 3 flavors of true flame was like a waterfall rushing into the angelic army. Ah, screams echoed through the heavens and earth. A fragrant roasted bird. This is my sister-in-law's unique handicraft. Look at the clip skills. Sinful animal. Die. A furious shout rang out. One could only see a golden energy broadsword that was 100 meters long rushing up into the sky, crushing through the sky and chopping at the phoenix. The might was unstoppable. At this time, a stream of water descended from the sky and transformed into a blue shield, blocking the path of the energy broadsword. A thud. The sword collided with the shield, and water splashed everywhere. After the energy exploded, the violent force generated turned into shockwaves that swept through the 8 directions. Some of the angels and foreign beasts that couldn't dodge in time were crushed by this force. Blood rained down, coloring the earth red. A blue-colored unicorn that was 399 meters in size ran wildly through the void. When that 6-winged angel saw this, a murderous aura rose in its eyes and it flapped its wings to go after it. But at that moment, the mountain peak under its feet suddenly moved. The rocks shook. A mudstone beast stood up. With a jump, it opened its mouth and swallowed this 6-winged angel into its stomach, then plopped back down, once again transforming into a 1,000-meter mountain. With a bang, golden light sprang out from the top of the mountain. The 6-winged angel that had been swallowed by the mudstone beast broke out of the ground, and it was murderous. A mere infernal body dares to presumptuously swallow this ultimate body of mine? Arrogant sinful beast, go to hell. Its golden light was great, and its raging energy turned into a river churning. The terrifying energy pressure covered several miles around. It startled countless foreign beasts into fleeing. The mudstone beasts that transformed into mountains similarly trembled under this might. Phoenix, save me. It looked like the angel was about to amplify its move. At this time, a hook-like snaketail suddenly penetrated the void and appeared behind the 6-winged angel. The harsh sound of breaking through the air scared it. It hastily interrupted its skills and wanted to run. It was too late. Only a poof was heard as the tail hook pierced through its body. Blood soared wildly. The 6-winged angel was yanked to the ground and fell into the mouth of a barbed snake. Lin Feng chewed a few times and raised his eyes to look at the phoenix soaring high in the sky. The phoenix also looked down at him. Brother-in-law, it's only been a few days since I've seen you. You've gotten braver and braver. The day they were separated, he wasn't this powerful. Now killing a 6-winged angel was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Moreover, that pressure on his body was even more terrifying than the transformed snake in the sky. Just by getting a little closer, Phoenix felt his heartbeat quicken. It wasn't a feeling of heartbeat. It was a feeling of fear originating from the soul. Brother-in-law? This boss snake was Phoenix's brother-in-law? The water Qilin and the mudstone beast's eyes were astonished. Lin Feng was about to open his mouth to reply when a drum sound came from above the 9 heavens. The sound of the drum was like a demonic sound that filled the ears and gave people a headache. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of the drum penetrated through endless space and traveled out from the angelic world. All the angels who were fighting heard the drums and shook off their enemies, flapping their wings and rushing straight into the clouds. Don't leave. Duel until dawn. An angel had just taken off when it was toppled over by a turtle head. It was a basha. The dragon's head had 2 ram's horns, and its chin had the same horns. The green neck was as long as a snake, with scales running horizontally, and the golden tortoise armor had a horizontal ridge like a steel, with 2 bull horns borne on either side. It pressed down on this 4-winged angel and opened its mouth to gnaw. The angel arched into a wailing, bloody mess before swallowing it into its stomach. Similar situations like this are happening everywhere. The angels that withdrew from the battle circle originally wanted to turn around and kill back. However, the sound of the drums was like a death wish, and they could only leave with a wave of anger. When Lin Feng saw this scene, he looked at the dome, the angelic world, with some suspicion. Why did it suddenly retreat? This query was quickly answered. The angelic race was going to negotiate with the human race, and both sides had already reached a preliminary agreement. South Sea Base. In a closed conference room, a secret talk was taking place. Participating in this secret talk, besides the leaders of various countries, there was also a 6-winged angel. She sat high on the main seat, looking at the crowd with a proud brow. Cooperate with our clan and jointly develop this world. After this, when other worlds descend, my race will join forces with the human race. Otherwise, my king will go on a royal expedition and slaughter all living beings in this world. According to Hatano's original plan, it was to capture this world within 3 days. However, after the war broke out, all kinds of ferocious beasts popped up in just 2 days, bringing great pressure to Hatano. At the same time, he realized that he of this world had already laid out a plan. A strong attack would only bring heavy damage to the angelic race, as a last resort. But Dono could only change his plan, intending to gradually divide and eat away. After hearing this from the 6-winged angel, the leaders of the various countries glanced at each other. Only Yen Lao spoke in a deep voice. How much does the angelic race know about the heavens and the worlds? As long as you share this information with us, we can consider cooperation. Otherwise, the human race will fight with everything they have to block you from entering this world. Actually, Yen Lao didn't want to bow down, but the Angel King, that was a 5-star divine body. If she were to go on a royal expedition, it would be absolutely devastating to the human race and the foreign beasts. If it was just an angel world, it wouldn't matter. The big deal would be to fight for everything. But no, there are other worlds coming soon, and the human race must preserve their strength and bide their time, taking advantage of this to grow up quickly. Only then would they have the strength to deal with those more advanced worlds. The 6-winged angel pondered for a few seconds. Yes, 2 hours later, the countries officially announced that they had reached cooperation with the angelic race. This topic instantly rushed onto the Jitterbug hot list and became a hot topic for everyone. Some people were in favor of it, some were against it. Everyone had their own opinions, and the internet was abuzz. After Lin Feng got the news, he switched his human form, took out his cell phone from space, went online to read the relevant information, and then made a call to Ning Evening Show. After understanding the full inside story, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst out. A bunch of short-sighted guys. After the war with the angelic race started, although the losses of the foreign beasts and the human race weren't small, but compared to the angel race, this amount of casualties wasn't much. Overall, the human race and the fey beasts were at an advantage. According to this current situation, if the war continued, counterattacking the angelic world was definitely not a dream. Lin Feng was confident about this. After all, there was a group of great evils. The general trend was definitely on their side. Now because of a bunch of confused people, the advantage was gone. Cooperating with the angelic race? This kind of behavior was equivalent to opening one's home to welcome jackals, then giving the bandits a portion of their own things. Once they've had enough to eat and drink, they will surely show their fangs again to devour their masters. When the war resumes, the human race and the beasts will lose even more. They will even be slaughtered in one fell swoop. Motherfucker, I really fucking want to eat this group of straw bags. After the phoenix heard this, a flash of disdain surfaced on its stunning face. This is the matter of your human race. It has nothing to do with us foreign beasts. We only believe in, I am the master of my territory. If those angels dare to steal resources from us, I'll dare to smash them. She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with ferocity. In the group of foreign beasts, the phoenix was extremely well liked. and following the methods taught by Lin Feng. She had pulled together a large group of ferocious beasts. With these licking dogs? Ah no, it was the ferocious beasts that assisted her. She was really qualified to say this. Seeing this attitude of hers, Lin Feng's anger in his heart was mostly removed. Originally, he was wary of beasts. After all, in his previous life, human bestializers and foreign beasts were in constant strife. But now the trajectory had completely changed, and although there were small frictions between the two sides, there were no major conflicts. Instead, they also joined forces together to fight against the angelic world. So much so that Lin Feng's senses had changed a lot towards Fei. You tell the transforming snakes, Tao Tai and the others about this. And then this. Lin Feng whispered in her ear. The phoenix nodded and hemmed every now and then, her pretty face reddening. This was because when Lin Feng spoke, the air currents generated kept hitting her ears. It was like feathers scratching. It was hot and itchy. Her originally calm heart rippled at this moment. It was not easy for Lin Feng to finish speaking, so she let out a hum and glanced at him with her watery, warm phoenix eyes. After this is done, you can reward me. Reward you with a shot or not? Lin Feng's eyes were playful, looking her up and down. Give you a ride once? Don't. Phoenix couldn't hear his meaning. I prefer the feeling of flying. It's possible to fly when you're in love, and it was more beautiful and wonderful. Though that feeling was short-lived, it outweighed everything. Let's go. She switched her beast body and transformed into a phoenix to fly up into the sky. Sighting her departing figure, Lin Feng similarly switched his beast body to leave this place. When he found Jiang Qingzhu, she was in a canyon. The surroundings were full of spiritual plants that were above 2 stars and below 5 stars. There were hundreds of plants, all white radishes, large cucumbers, wolfberries, leeks, this kind. Looking at Lin Feng, he couldn't help but ask her offhand, where did you get them? He gave them to me. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes curled up in a smile. Walking, inexplicably came here and then found these spiritual plants. This wasn't a remote place either. There were countless foreign beasts that passed by here, but no one had discovered the spirit plants in the valley, and she was the only one who stumbled upon them. This luck. It's really fucking worthy of being God's favorite daughter. Lin Feng sighed with emotion and collected all these spiritual plants into the space he had opened up, then told her about the situation outside. A moment later, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes were cold. I don't believe that they can't see that this is a delaying tactic by the angelic race. Knowing the gist of it, they still agreed to cooperate with the angelic race. It must be that the group of angels gave them benefits that they couldn't refuse. Lin Feng thought deeply. Then what benefits do you think the angel king gave them? I don't know. Jiang Qingzhu shook his head. The angel world, though, is one level higher than our world. This race has inevitably existed for a longer time than us, and should know more about the worlds of the heavens. To be able to let down one's guard, it necessarily requires a common enemy, and that enemy, more than the angelic race, is a threat. You can ask Sister Evening Autumn about the content of their negotiations. She doesn't know the inside story. Lin Feng's gaze sank. This was the source of his anger. With his contribution to the officialdom, he was perfectly qualified to attend this kind of meeting. As Lin Feng's spokesperson, Ning Evening Chiu deserved to be invited. However, it wasn't. From this incident, it was clear that they should have already cut Lin Feng out. The only person who could make such a decision was that old man. Bai Zhe could predict the future. Elder Yen had obviously captured certain things. That was why he was wary of him. These people are so excessive. Jiang Qingzhu was indignant. Turn around and retrieve the strengthening heavenly tablet. From now on, don't be in charge of their deaths. Lin Feng shook his head. Let's talk about this later. Let's talk about the matter about the worlds of the heavens first. Among the information he gave you before, other than elaborating on the origin of this planet, was there any information about the world of the heavens? No. Jiang Qingzhu was a little depressed. I only know that the king of each world cannot leave the boundaries of this world. No wonder. The angelic race had suffered countless deaths and injuries, and Porto Novo still didn't show up. Dare I say it wasn't that she didn't want to, but that she couldn't. Otherwise, with the strength of her divine body's royal chariot, even if she couldn't sweep the 8 directions, she could definitely inflict heavy damage on the human race and foreign beasts. Lin Feng pondered. Cooperation with the angelic races. Apart from lure, there should be forceful oppression. But Dono couldn't leave the angelic world. This was something that Yen Lao and the others definitely didn't know, so it could not be ruled out. The possibility of the angelic race threatening in this way. Jiang Qingzhu nodded and was about to speak when the earth suddenly began to tremble. The light film covering the center area of Divine Farmer Mountain bloomed with 10,000 feet of haze. The secret realm has opened. Energy churned in the air like water, mirroring the 10,000 channels of haze, gradually forming a magnificent door. The purplish-red door stood in the center area of Shinong Mountain. transmitting a magic power that attracted people to go deeper into it. At this moment, the film of light ruptured. It turned into monstrous energy, forming a vortex that rotated in the center of the door. The secret realm is open. Is there any team up to brush the secret realm? Come with a few tanks with thick skin that can carry them. I am a Xuanwu, 2-star complete body, able to resist in fight. My team needs a few long-range attackers. Brothers, I'm a big rooster, 9-star mature body. Skill is sound wave. Can I join? I'm a maggot that can spit golden juice, begging to be brought down to the copy. Is there a milkmaid? I'm at the entrance of the copy. Wrong. On the outskirts of Shinnong Mountain, countless bestializers yelled to form a team. The scene was quite spectacular, including the Fae. There were billions of them, squeezing in together, even if they don't burst the secret realm. A mouthful of spittle from one person would definitely be able to drown the elite monsters, or bosses inside. Don't forget, there's also the angelic race. I sensed the murderous opportunity. Jiang Qingju looked at the door, a pair of golden pupils with runes flowing. Just now, her brain suddenly received a message. Pectoral muscles? Lin Feng froze, but after seeing her face in concentration, he instantly reacted to what Jiang Qingju was referring to. You're saying that this secret realm is dangerous? Jiang Qingju hummed. He won't let me go in. A reminder from Dad? This had to be listened to. Other people's advice could be ignored, but God's advice must be accepted. After all, this was a creation that he had messed up. Whether or not he messed it up, it was all up to his whim. Lin Feng nodded. Then don't go in. I'll talk to Phoenix. You have to go in. Jiang Qingju pulled him back. What? Lin Feng was numb. Just because I'm not biological, so he wants to screw me over? It says it's a test for you. Jiang Qingju's pretty face was slightly red. Understood. A test from a godfather-in-law. Can understand. But to ask me to go when it's so treacherous. He's trying to make you a widow. Lin Feng bristled. Tell your godfather to change the test to something else. It can't be changed. Jiang Qingju shook his head and smiled. But he said that there's a great creation left for you inside the secret realm. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What is it? Didn't say. Jiang Qingju shook his head. Then are you going? He had said so. Do I still have the fucking right to choose not to go? Even if I escape this time, as long as he isn't satisfied, there will definitely be other tests. In case a more sinister one comes, it's definitely going to be barbecue. Lin Feng let out a bitter smile. Go find Phoenix and tell her. As for how she chooses, it's up to her. It was now certain that this secret realm was a bureau. What his true purpose was, Lin Feng couldn't guess. However, one thing was certain. As long as one stepped into the secret realm, it would definitely be a 9 deaths in one life. So Lin Feng didn't want the Phoenix girls to take any risks. After all, there was still the angel race that was watching intently, as well as the other worlds. If all these ferocious beasts died in the secret realm, what strength would they take to fight against the other worlds? Can't say. Jiang Qingju's tone was a bit more serious. He won't let it be said. Lin Feng's snake pupils narrowed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded. He was laying out a plan, and didn't care if the beings died or lived. Or rather, even if this batch all died inside, he still had other means to deal with the worlds of the heavens. Motherfucker. The heavens and the earth are the chessboard, and all beings are the pawns. He's playing with us, and it's the kind that can't be refused. As long as he's interested, we must undress. Damn it. Forget it. If you can't resist, just lie down and enjoy it. After all, he is still quite good to the few of them. Be careful out there by yourself. Aha. Outside the vermilion door, a group of Johns. Nope. A group of bestializers and fey beasts, lined up waiting to go in and dig for treasures. They were enthusiastic and appeared to be very exuberant. If they knew that what they dug up when they went in might not be a treasure, and that they might be digging their own graves, I wonder if they would still be so happy. The top of a 1,000-meter mountain. Beside Lin Feng stood the Phoenix, plus a group of all kinds of ingredients. Ah shucks, it was ferocious beasts. He subtly reminded her. Do you want to go find the 9 phoenixes, or stay outside and hunt for treasures with Qingju? Actually, the secret realm isn't much better. As long as you follow Qingju around, the benefits you get will never be worse than the secret realm. The Phoenix couldn't refute his words. She had heard of Jiang Qingju's fortune from 9 Phoenix, and she had also personally seen it. It was indeed truly terrifying. Don't. My intuition tells me that this secret realm has great treasures. Seeing her face of confidence and yearning, Lin Feng really wanted to tell her, sister-in-law, your intuition is really inaccurate. I don't know if there are big treasures, but there are definitely big packs. I think so. You'd better not go in. Phoenix looked at him with odd eyes. You're a bit strange today. Suddenly you're so attached to me. Are you trying to pick me up? Not waiting for Lin Feng to answer, she added. No yo. I'm your sister-in-law. Nerve. Lin Feng rolled his eyes without a good reason, but she seemed to be right. Such a person with a face and body. What man wouldn't be moved when he saw her? What's wrong with a sister-in-law? Sisters should be married together. Forget it, don't stray too far from me when you go in. Look at these two people ear to ear, behind the group of beasts in human form. Envy and dissatisfaction. Phoenix goddess, how can she be so close to a snake? No, I need to find an opportunity to teach this stinky snake a lesson. The phoenix is mine. No one can steal it from me. Whoever steals it will eat it. Lin Feng didn't know that his actions had attracted the jealousy of a group of heavenly dogs, nor did he care about them, because the angelic race had come. A group of 4-winged and 6-winged angels flew in with great vigor. This group of angels had golden wings and black wings, all colors. There were also a few that had green wings and a green light around them. These angels, protected by the other angels, emitted a fragrance of life that made people want to take a bite. Healing angels? Lin Feng had seen this type of green-winged angels in the battlefield before. Their skills were all related to healing. With the arrival of this group of angels, the scene was a bit tumultuous. The angels, who had always been arrogant and domineering, even though they had signed a cooperation with the human race, but they didn't put the bestializers in their eyes either. A bunch of lowly things. How dare they grab the chance with us? Roll aside. They landed in front of the group, brutally slapping away the beastizers in this area. What was even more breathless was that these few beastizers that were slapped away not only didn't get angry, after standing up, they even smiled fawningly. Honorable angels, you gentlemen first. The angels snorted coldly and arrogantly walked into the secret realm. This scene fell in Lin Feng's eyes. He narrowed his eyes. Black light surged around him, switching his beast body. Go, let's go in as well. He scurried down from the top of the mountain and came directly to the front of the group. When he passed by those beastizers from earlier, Lin Feng opened his bloody mouth and swallowed them all in one bite. Dogs, so undignified, don't deserve to live. Ignoring the gazes of the other beastizers who were shocked and angry, Lin Feng rushed into the secret realm with the Phoenix girls. The wind swept the yellow sand flying all over the sky. At a glance, it was an endless desert. There were 2 suns in the sky. The yellow sand on the ground was still on fire. Rolling waves of heat swept across the heavens and earth. The heat was so hot that it made water flow. This wasn't the main thing. The most important thing was that Lin Feng realized that the blood crystal was sealed by a force and he couldn't sense the energy at all. Lin Feng was shocked. The fuck, this can't be specifically targeting me? He looked at the Phoenix. Auntie, did you feel it? Yes, quite strongly. Phoenix let out a bitter smile. Just now, a strange force rushed at her in a brutal manner. There was no sign, without a shred of defense. Her blood crystals were then blocked. The blue bar was blocked, but it didn't affect flying. But skills wouldn't be able to be released. In this barren and unfamiliar world, in case she bumped into a ferocious beast, the only thing given to her was a close combat. So it's not against me alone. Lin Feng was much more down to earth, as long as the group was blocked. As for not having energy and not being able to release skills, it wasn't really a big deal for him. Physical combat was his forte. This is some kind of restriction that he is targeting us with. The Phoenix was in tears. Is it too late for me to go back now? She regretted it. If she had known, she would have listened to Lin Feng and not gotten into this mess. Spiritual plants and whatnot. She really didn't lack them. The reason she came in was to see if there was a good pregnancy. She wanted to carry a big baby back. As a result, who would have thought that God would play such a big game? The blue stripe is directly sealed. Play this? What do you think? Walking into that door was a random drop. The only reason he landed a piece with Phoenix was because he hooked her with his tail after entering the door. Looking around, Phoenix sighed. Lin Feng squinted his snake pupils. Don't worry, I'm here, brother-in-law. Sis is relying on you. She looked at him miserably. This little look, so provocative. Lin Feng's heart poofed wildly. If she would be in human form this time, he would definitely have to love her hard for once. Let's go. Take a look around. Don't stray too far from me. The blood crystal was sealed, and even the ability to switch forms was gone. The Phoenix lifted its wings and took off, hovering just above his head. Lin Feng crawled through the yellow sand. The wind swept through the yellow sand. Heat waves were in the sky. The temperature of this ground was definitely not less than 300 degrees Celsius. It was only because he had a strong beast body that he wasn't affected. If it were any other bestialized person, or a foreign beast, they would definitely be scalded to the point of breakdancing in place. The snake body crushed through the yellow sand, and the fire rising in the ground was crushed out. The sand rubbed against his snake scales, making a rhythmic sound. After walking for not long, Lin Feng bumped into 2 6-winged angels. The thought of eating them had just risen. The sand dunes 100 meters away suddenly boiled up and churned like waves. The sand layer collapsed, stretching and undulating. A desert inferno scorpion with a volume of up to 399 meters scurried out from the sand layer. The fiery red outer body, furrowed and intertwined, had stuff flowing as if it was magma. It danced with its two large pincers, its tail hook poking upwards, and one of the angels was poked through on the spot. The other six-winged angel saw that its companion was injured and tried to go over to rescue it. As a result, the large scorpion swung its pincers over, directly pinning it down as well. As powerful as they were, in front of this desert inferno scorpion, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Weak as chickens. Ka-ching! The desert inferno scorpion merrily ate its snack, one bite at a time, chewing crunchily. Blood flowed horizontally, splattered on the ground, and was instantly vaporized. The blood-red liquid flowing from the grooves of its armor became even more red as it ate the two angels. Delicious. A foreign beast with wings. It's damn tasty to eat. It looked towards the angel hanging from its tail hook, its eyes sizzling with greed. Lin Feng moved. As the desert inferno scorpion was eating the second angel, his snake body leapt out, like a cannonball crushing through the ground, rolling yellow sand, and flying the desert inferno scorpion with his head. There was a bang. The desert inferno scorpion that was toppled over a few dozen meters let out a cry of pain, then rolled over and climbed up, swinging its two large pincers to smash over. Sneak attack me? Give me death. A pincer smashed on Lin Feng's snake head, and as a result, not only did it not damage him, the desert inferno scorpion's pincers cracked instead. The sharp pain caused it to become stunned. Is your head encrusted with steel plates? I have diamonds. Lin Feng whipped his tail over. The desert inferno scorpion was startled. Its scorpion tail flung out and similarly stung over. The two tails collided with a clanking sound. Sparks soared in the tail of the snake. The desert inferno scorpion's tail hook, however, broke, causing it to wail in pain. Stinking snake, you've angered me. The grooves on its shell emitted red light, and the scarlet liquid released monstrous flames. Go to hell. The desert inferno scorpion opened its mouth and a pillar of fire spat out from its mouth. Motherfucker, it could even release skills? Lin Feng was shocked, but he didn't retreat. After a tail smacked the fire pillar, in the desert flame scorpion's incredulous gaze, he curled his snake tail around it and wrapped it up in death. Tell me, why is your blood crystal not sealed? The desert inferno scorpion, who was in a state of shock and fury, was dumbfounded by his question. Could it be that you were sealed? Wait, you're not a beast native to this place? Are you an alien beast? I'm the one asking you. Lin Feng's eyes were cold, and he bit down on the desert inferno scorpion's head. The sharp fangs instantly pierced through its hard shell. It hurt so much that the desert inferno scorpion continuously plowed the sand, and its injured tail hook kept zapping his snake body. However, it was of no use. Stop biting, I said. Lin Feng let go of his mouth. It sobbed in pain. I don't know what this is about, but it must have something to do with the fact that you guys aren't original natives. And then this is the Sandstone Realm. What origin is unclear, but there are a lot of Fae living in this world. It blathered out a whole bunch of information about the Sandstone Realm. After speaking, it asked blearily, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go? Fine, I'll give you a ride. Lin Feng opened his mouth and once again bit its head, sucked it hard, and the sound of giggling came to mind. Ah, the desert inferno scorpion was in pain and its eyes were fierce. I'm so cooperative and you still refuse to let me go. So let's die together. Flames flared up from the surface of its body. The overbearing flames constantly scorched Lin Feng's snake body. However, it was difficult to harm him. Gradually, the flames were getting weaker and weaker. The desert inferno scorpion was also dying, until it only had one layer of shell left. Lin Feng then loosened his mouth. Although the blood crystals were sealed, it didn't affect his ability to boil the beast's body. Rolling energy was inside his body, boiling his internal organs and sinews. A phoenix sound rang out. The phoenix swooped down from the sky, and without the energy, her body surface no longer burned with fire. Brother-in-law, did you ask for any useful information? This scorpion, why can it release skills? Wasn't its blood crystal sealed? Lin Feng shared the news with her without a hush. After hearing it, the phoenix was dumbfounded. The aborigines weren't affected. Only the blood crystals of them, the outsiders, were sealed. Was this making a distinction? If it was just this, it would be fine. But heck, in this secret realm, the beasts with the worst strengths all had full bodies. What was even more terrifying was that the oasis in the center of the Sandstone Realm even had a sacred body. How can this be so awesome? If you mess up like this, you'll kill the beasts. The phoenix could not cry. I'm here to dig for treasure, not to deliver food. Why don't you sit on my head? Lin Feng was thinking that this would better shelter her. Which head? Phoenix looked at his snake head. Besides, your head is too small. You can't afford to look down on me. Look down on me? Lin Feng spat out his snake letters and was about to open his mouth to speak when he was interrupted by an angry roar coming from not far away. Looking sideways, the area to the right was rolling in sand and dust. Obviously someone was doing battle there. Take a look and go. Great Ant was a beast that loved to get together. Her temperament was the same as 9 phoenixes. Even though she was scared in her heart, she still wanted to go and have a go. To see her take off with her wings, Lin Feng hurriedly followed her over. On the opposite side of the hill, there was a swarm of ants. The ants were as red as blood and each one was about 321 meters in size. The tentacles on top of their heads were like horns, and they opened their mouths to spew fire-burning saliva. The saliva was super corrosive and dissolved when touched. Surrounded by them were a group of animalizers, a rabbit girl and a cat-eared girl. These 2 women were both in a half-beast state. In addition to the 2 of them, there was also a Xieji with a volume of 311 meters. His entire body was covered in dense dark fur. His eyes were as bright as 2 light bulbs, and he had a unicorn horn in front of his forehead, similar in shape to a unicorn. He took the 2 sisters and sprinted through the ant colony. The ferocity was incomparable. Wow, brother is so awesome, the cat-eared lady whined and clapped her hands in praise. Little brother, there's an ant over here that wants to bite me. The rabbit girl jumped in fear. Don't be afraid, sister. Brother is coming. Xieji turned around, and the one horn in front of his forehead pushed forward, killing several fire ants one after another. This formidable sight of the 2 sisters again caused them to wow. With a woman at his side, a man would be especially impulsive. As the saying goes, holding a sister in your arms doubles the damage. He exploded, twice his previous battle power. But so what? In bed, he'd be a prim and proper beast. But in front of a swarm of fire ants, he's just a dish. A Xieji that can't play a skill can't stand up to a swarm of fire ants even if it's fierce. Many ants can bite an elephant to death. So he died, along with the 2 graceful bunny girls, and the cat-eared lady. He was buried in the mouth of the ants. You don't have the skill to take on 5 girls and still want to lead them across the canyon? What's wrong with you now? The 2 girls deleted their numbers. Lin Feng coldly watched this scene and turned around to leave, but the group of fire ants wouldn't let him go. After discovering Lin Feng, some of the fire ants had already burrowed inside the sand layer. In an instant, the sand collapsed. Countless fire ants drilled out of the sand layer and surrounded Lin Feng in the center. Obviously, those 3 beastizers just now hadn't fed them. Therefore, their eyes were glowing ferociously as they stared at Lin Feng, drooling as hot as lava. The saliva dripped down on the yellow sand that was on fire. The sand was dissolved in an instant. This saliva not only contained the element of fire, it also had corrosive properties attached to it. The power was a bit fierce, but this fire ant was so fragrant. Lin Feng hadn't realized it before because he was far away. Now that he was close, he could smell the intoxicating scent of wine permeating this group of fire ants. It tickled his appetite. Giggling, the fire ants attacked. As soon as the horn of war was blown, they wailed and rushed over. They were raging. It was as if they had already treated Lin Feng as a dish. Lin Feng flung his snake tail, only to hear a bang, and smashed a few fire ants on the spot. Fresh blood was spilled. The fragrance of the wine that filled the air was even stronger. His eyes were greedy and he opened his mouth to bite a fire ant that popped up. With a click, his mouth was filled with fragrance. An unprecedented flavor bloomed in his mouth. It was so beautiful that Lin Feng couldn't help but hiss. Wolfing down the fire ants in his mouth, he opened up a feast of gluttony. These fire ants were indeed plentiful and they could also release skills. It was a pity that they had met Lin Feng. The roles of hunter and prey switched. A phoenix sound rang out in the sky. The phoenix swooped down from high above, 2 claws piercing through a fire ant, its beak pecking through the opponent's brain. Originally, she was planning to, after killing it, drop it, then proceed to kill and help Lin Feng share a bit of the pressure. But after the bird's beak pecked through the fire ant's brain, the juice that inadvertently flowed into her mouth made her eyes light up. It's the flavor of wine. It smells good. The strong and intoxicating fragrance made Phoenix completely lost. She devoured the fire ant in 3 or 2 swipes, chirped in the air, and continued her hunt. This snake, and that bird are so fierce. Quickly go and invite the Ant King. Invite Adur. The Ant King isn't a match for the 2 of them even if he comes. Hurry up and run for your life. How ferocious they were earlier. How scared they would be. In this tea time, they had already been eaten by hundreds of their little friends. 1 bite at a time. That eating look. It was like they had been starving for hundreds of years. Looking at them, they could only turn around and run. However, Lin Feng, who was already on top, how could he let them go? Even if he was willing, the phoenix wouldn't agree. The sister-in-law was like a drunken bird, flying around, her mouth yelling, I want more, keep coming. That voice, those little eyes, obviously into the soul, lost in pleasure. How ferocious was the maddened phoenix. although the blue bar was blocked, but she still had her beast body to use. The huge beast body was like a mountain crushing through the earth. The fleeing fire ants were knocked over. She was eating with her mouth full of oil. Lin Feng was similarly high on food. Two big stomach kings, starting an eating competition. Rumble. Just as they were feasting, an explosion suddenly came. Sand dunes tumbled. Yellow sand flew in the sky. A sandworm scurried out and opened its mouth to swallow the last few fire ants into its stomach. Lin Feng stopped, his snake pupil staring at this gluttonous sandworm with dissatisfaction. Dare to rob me of my food? Take you to make up for it. He was just about to charge up, but the phoenix ended up stealing a step ahead of him. Stinky worm, eat a claw of my mother. A pair of phoenix claws grabbed at the sandworm's head. The sandworm opened its mouth again and flames spewed out like silk. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped the phoenix into a ball. The blazing flames ignited her beast's body. The phoenix that was wrapped into a ball by the flaming threads fell down from a high altitude and was about to be buried in the insect's mouth. The lines of flame wrapped around her exploded, and flames splashed all over the sky. She looked like a king bathed in flames, her eyes carrying a disdainful elegance. Dare to play with flames in front of my mother? You're playing with a sword in front of Guangong. Wait for me to open your eyes. With a flick of her wings, those spilled flames were blown by the wind towards the sandworm. With its attack it. On top of that, the phoenix rushed out once again, cutting through the layers of fire and rain, and clawed at the sandworm's head. Wings flapping, she plucked the sandworm, burning with flames, out of the sand. Shake off your big sandworm. She flung it for a while and threw the dazed sandworm towards Lin Feng's side. Brother-in-law, for you to eat. A feeding from his sister-in-law. Emma, it smells so good. Lin Feng opened his mouth and bit the sandworm, swallowing it in 3 or 2 bites. Then he looked at the high in the sky, the divine and extraordinary phoenix. Auntie, not hurt, right? My old lady plays with fire. How could she be hurt by fire? She asked rhetorically, then landed beside Lin Feng. A pair of wings spread out, and a fierce wind swept the yellow sand. Her eyes were haughty. If all the beasts here play with fire, even if they come across a sacred body, I can still beat the other side. This battle was fought down. She had already lost her earlier panic and regained the confidence that belonged to a phoenix. Lin Feng didn't doubt this, although her beast body wasn't as strong as his, and her blood crystal was sealed and she couldn't release skills, but with this fire damage exemption physique of hers, she could indeed whack all fire beasts. Then, Lin Feng had just opened his mouth when the earth beneath his feet suddenly shook. The energy between heaven and earth rioted, turning into a harsh wind. Looking forward, Lin Feng's pupils contracted. Auntie, run! The wind swirled the yellow sand, turning into a rolling sandstorm that was like a tsunami carrying sparks and lightning crushing through the earth. The sound was overwhelming. The scene was magnificent and amazing. It covered the sky. Not to mention the phoenix. Even Lin Feng was startled when he saw this battle. He hurriedly shrunk the beast and leapt onto the back of the phoenix. You actually rode me? Also, why are you still able to shrink your beast body when your blood crystals are sealed? Is now the time for exactly this? Lin Feng's snake tail slapped her back. Hurry up and take off. That thing is scraping over. Lin Feng never took risks that were unprofitable. If there were benefits to be gained inside this sandstorm, even if it was dangerous, he would still dare to dive in headfirst and fish for it. But now, it was better to run first. The phoenix did the same, carrying him up into the sky, cutting through the sky as a ray of light. She flew in front, and the sandstorm chased after her. Wherever the storm passed, it dug into the ground. Those foreign beasts hiding in the sand were ripped out one after another. Then they were first chopped a few times by electric arcs, then burned by the blazing flames, before finally being torn apart by that fierce wind. This picture, looking at the phoenix scalp numb. This is not a storm. This is a fucking chaos. Chaos was formless, and later transformed into a thing, like a worm, born with 4 legs, mouth with tentacles, body blood red. It can control wind, electricity and fire. Lin Feng fixed his eyes on it, and sure enough, in the sandstorm, he spied a blurry figure. That was at least 600 meters in size and scared him. Auntie, you don't want to die either, do you? Hurry up and bring out your milk strength. Without him having to say anything, the phoenix was already on fire. The wings flapped non-stop like a motor. Several times it narrowly escaped from the mouth of chaos. But the other bestializers, the foreign beasts, weren't so lucky. All the living beings in this area were all eaten by chaos. Somewhere in the sand wall, the phoenix was tired and dehydrated, following the techniques taught by Lin Feng, running the boiling method to shrink the beast's body. Now it's my turn to ride you. Lin Feng looked at her shivering. You're suffering from this symptom of desiccation. Ha, why don't you take a break and then continue? Phoenix rolled her eyes in dismay. Emergency situation, you're telling me to rest? Hurry up. In case it catches up, both of us will be dead. If the blood crystal wasn't sealed, she would have flown for 3 days and 3 nights without taking a breath. Now, just galloping for 100 miles had exhausted the phoenix to the point of exhaustion. She could only switch to Lin Feng to carry her to escape. Don't worry, chaos didn't come after me. If it really wanted to come after them, Lin Feng would have run away long ago. How would he dare to stay here? But this sandstone realm, it's really dangerous. The damn thing hadn't even gotten far before he encountered a sacred body chaos, eating dozens of miles of living beings in one meal. This appetite. It's no worse than Kuan Pang and Tao Tai of the same rank. The fighting spirit that the phoenix had managed to ignite was directly doused by this chaos. She said with palpitations in her heart, I've thought about it. Let's not continue deeper. Let's first dabble at the edge, and wait for my beast body to step into the first stage, white jade body, then consider going deeper. This would be if there was an exit to leave the sandstone realm. The phoenix would absolutely dive in headfirst without hesitation. Although the opportunity was marvelous, one had to have the life to enjoy it. She now felt more and more that the sandstone realm was definitely more than just chaos sacred body. It was too damn terrifying. Only by facing this level of ferocious beast directly would one know how terrifying it was. How much are you still short of the full first stage of beast body evolution? 10%. The phoenix returned. It's just short of a pair of wings. What the hell? Lin Feng's eyes were stunned. So the first thing you strengthened wasn't the wings? Why strengthen the wings first? The phoenix was filled with doubt. I followed that boiling method of yours and started strengthening the tail first before strengthening the head. She also puckered her butt and showed off her 3 plumed tails. Look, isn't it bright? This stupid look made Lin Feng extremely speechless. Sister, the strengthening steps for birds and snakes are different. Snakes start with the tail before the head. Birds start with the claws before the wings. What's the point of strengthening a few plumed tails? Will it come in handy during battle? If she strengthened her wings, even without energy support, she wouldn't be tired as a dog after flying 100 miles at breakneck speed. The phoenix fell silent. After a long time, she noisily opened her mouth and asked, So I've gone astray? That's not true. Originally, I thought that 9 Phoenix was naive enough, but I didn't realize that my sister-in-law was even more naive. At least 9 Phoenix knew to strengthen her wings before strengthening her claws. But what about the phoenix? Surprisingly, he strengthened a few plumes and tails first. Wasn't this a waste of time and energy? Seeing this expression on his face, the phoenix also knew that it had gotten it wrong and hurriedly asked him, Will it affect my subsequent evolution? That's not so bad. Seeing her sigh of relief, Lin Feng added, But it will affect your combat power. That's all. I thought it was a big deal. The phoenix was full of concern. It doesn't matter. I'm not that bad at fighting. That's right. The phoenix is a fire player, majoring in energy evolution. The strength of its combat power relies on the power of its flames, and belongs to the fire-attacking type. Boiling the beast's body was to enhance its resistance to punching. It was equivalent to a mage wearing an extra ominous sign, not to be seconded by an assassin in a set. Let's go. Lin Feng crawled through the sand. A colorful phoenix stood above his head. He hadn't gone far when the phoenix suddenly spoke. Brother-in-law, look to the right. Does that look like a spirit plant? Lin Feng looked sideways and saw a cactus that was 100 meters tall, standing in the desert, blooming with a brilliant green light. Seeing this thing, Lin Feng remembered that one of the auxiliary materials he needed for his next stage of evolution was a cactus root. It's really a spiritual plant, and it's also a 5-star spiritual plant. Hurry, brother-in-law, hurry up. The phoenix excitedly urged him. Lin Feng, however, didn't move. A 5-star spirit plant, appearing in such a conspicuous place and not being eaten by other foreign beasts. Do you think it's normal? He had just finished saying this when a large bird flew from the sky. Lin Feng's eyes had a brilliant light flowing underneath them as he flashed behind a fire-burning sand pillar. Here comes the thunder-stomping one. This was a golden-winged rock eagle with a golden-winged koan head, starry eyes and leopard eyes, and a size of 299 meters. He was followed by a group of various bird-like ordinary exotic beasts, a group of flying birds vastly crushed through the long sky. Apparently they had also discovered this cactus. Boss, it's right in front. See, it's that cactus. A sea donching chirped and reported to the golden-winged rockbird. It's really a 5-star spiritual plant. Jia Rennie's gaze blazed. Dog egg, you're very good. I'm satisfied. Go, follow me down and pick it. With this spirit plant, he had all the materials he needed for the next stage of his evolution. When he left the secret realm, he would be able to evolve to the inquisitive body, and awaken the golden-winged rock's 3rd natural skill. At that time, the sky and the sea will be wide enough for birds to fly. So who can compete with me? Thinking of this, Jia Rennie's heart was filled with grandeur. He lifted his wings and swooped down from the sky. The heydonking dog egg, and several other birds followed closely behind. With a bang, Just when they were 100 meters near the ground, the sand layer exploded, and between the yellow sand flying, a huge thing scurried out. I once mended the heavens with a god. Afterward, I wrestled with the golden crow. In the course of years, I chopped the true dragon, stewed the phoenix, and ate the unicorn. Yellow sand exploded. A being with the upper half of her body as a human and the other half as a snake was revealed on earth. She recited true words. Her body was untainted by dust, and a red mist wrapped around her body. Those golden pupils flowed with thousands of runes. With just a single glance, Jia Reni, who had swooped down from the heights, didn't even have a chance to resist and exploded along with his small group of friends. Blood mist flew over. She opened her mouth and sucked. The large mouth was as if it was trying to swallow the sky and eat the brother, swallowing the blood and flesh of the sky into her stomach. The red mist lingering on her body surface became even more demonic. WCNM. The moment he saw this being, Lin Feng cursed in his heart and immediately turned around and ran wildly. What cactus root? He didn't want it. After fleeing tens of miles, he turned back with a palpitating heart. Seeing that the other party wasn't chasing after him, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Brother-in-law, find an exit and leave. The phoenix said pitifully. This place is too damn dangerous. It's not even a problem if a chaos appeared, but now even white quails are popping up. This is not giving us a way out. Not to mention her. Lin Feng was also numb. The white snail. Legend had it that Nuwa herself had created one of the spirits. The dragon snake and the white snake, a male and a female, had assisted Nuwa in mending the heavens. Whether this is true or not, there's no way to prove it. But the white snake beheading the golden crow and feeding on the true dragon phoenix. This is absolutely true. There's no water in it. This kind of absolute big boobs have? God is having a seizure. What exactly is the sandstone realm? What exactly is he scheming? Thinking about what? Being interrupted in his thoughts by the phoenix, Lin Feng sighed. Going? It's definitely impossible to go. Unless he's willing. Even if the exit is right in front of you, you likewise won't be able to walk away. He had laid such a trap. Swindling all the living beings in was by no means letting them come for tourism and sightseeing. It would likewise not let them, like this, wander around aimlessly. He would definitely make a big move next. Then what? The phoenix fluttered its wings anxiously and flew to his eyes. Why don't we find a place to hide? Lin Feng laughed bitterly. Do you think he'll agree? The phoenix stared straight at him. Intuition tells me that you seem to know something. Earlier outside, you kept persuading me not to come in. At that time, I was hasty. My head was full of big treasures. I couldn't be quiet enough to savor the meaning. In retrospect, you were subtly hinting at me then, right? Seeing him nod, Phoenix almost cried out. Brother-in-law, don't use hints to me in the future. You could have been bolder. Don't care about my feelings, even if you knock me out. I would like to, but the problem is that he won't let me. It's useless to talk about this now. Lin Feng sighed. The most urgent thing is to consider what to do about the next test. This isn't even a test? The phoenix's eyes were stunned. Lin Feng shook his head. It shouldn't count. Should? The phoenix laughed bitterly. You've confused me. Those words. It sounded oddly well behaved. But Lin Feng didn't dwell on it. I don't have a clue about a lot of things. It's just a guess. Whether it's true or not, we need to have a foolproof plan. Otherwise the sandstone realm will become the place where you and I will be buried. How dangerous was this world? From that chaos and white snake, the whole picture could already be glimpsed. So what's your plan? Lin Feng was just about to open his mouth when he heard a voice coming from above the 9 heavens. Welcome to my world. The test has officially begun. What test? Without waiting for Lin Feng and Phoenix to react, the scenery around them distorted. The next second, noisy sounds came from the ears. 1 second I was wrestling a dragon in the sand sea, and the next second I was teleported here. What's going on? Mother Hannah. Lin Feng looked around. All the bestializers and alien beasts were all concentrated in this dune. The only thing that wasn't there were angels. Are they all dead? It shouldn't be. It was possible that they had been split up into other areas. Lin Feng thoughtfully looked at the blood-red light membrane that covered the surroundings. Outside the membrane of light, it was hard to see, but this situation was a bit of déjà vu, much like the camp battles in his previous life. Brother-in-law, you guessed it. Phoenix stood above his head, his eyes full of gravity. This is to gather us together and slaughter us. How about we play dead now? I can pass on the Nirvana Sutra to you. Essence flowed under Lin Feng's eyes. With his strength, if he really wants to get us killed, there's absolutely no need to gather everyone together. Also, did you notice that the force that sealed the blood crystal has disappeared? Hearing him say this, Phoenix then reacted. Sensing the energy flowing within her body, she became more and more puzzled. Then what do you think he's doing? Sealing and unsealing, playing, ha? Lin Feng didn't reply to her words. His gaze was fixed on the blood-colored film of light and he was deep in thought. What is this film of light? There was a curious baby who poked at that layer of light membrane. Then he let out an ah and turned into ashes falling all over the ground. This scene startled the other beastizers and fey beasts who jumped and hurriedly moved away from that film of light. Luckily I was a step slow, or else I would be the one to die. Brother is very thankful, but have you ever thought that if this film of light doesn't dissipate, we'll be trapped here? MS. Gone Lin, who the hell is doing this? Is this a trapdoor fight? Just as they were discussing, his voice rang out once again. The world is divided into 3 parts, and the killing tournament will begin in an hour. For every living being that kills a hostile camp, you can receive a reward. The higher the strength of the target killed, the more generous the reward. The last surviving camp will receive a mysterious prize. He finished. The words were brief and concise. A blood-red film of light emerged. A time countdown number. It really was a fucking camp battle. Lin Feng's heart was pounding furiously. In his previous life, when the bestializers went to war with the alien beasts, they had also activated a camp battle. That battle killed until the sky fell apart. The days and nights were lightless. The only reason he had survived to the end was all because he had laid down his corpse and faked his death in the opening round. Although he survived, he could only watch as others received rewards. In the end, he was reduced to a leek that others harvested. Thinking about this, Lin Feng's eyes were cold. This time, I will never lie dead. I'm going to kill it and turn it upside down. Stepping on the bones of foreign beasts and angels, step by step, I'll go to the top. Brother-in-law, does he want us here to do battle with the natives of the Sandstone Realm? Lin Feng hummed. There should still be angelic races. Sigma-Winky-Face Phoenix. Why don't we find a place to lie down? Not lying. Lin Feng's gaze was firm. This is a rare creation. Once you miss it, even if you're a phoenix, there will be no more turning back. That's serious? But it's dangerous. The phoenix lowered its voice. Don't forget that the Sandstone Realm has Chaos and White Snake. Those 2 alone could kill us. I'm not that unbeatable. With his beast body plus 2 skills in time and space, he was confident that he could arm wrestle with the White Snake, or even decapitate the other party. Time was lost in conversation. Other beastizers and fey beasts, likewise, were hotly debating. Many foreign beasts, or beastizers had already gone around pulling helpers to form teams. Lin Feng refused wave after wave of invitations. An hour later, the blood-red film of light cracked open. His voice rang out again. Camp War, begin. At the end of every love, there would be people paying billions of dollars. Get it wrong. Again. At the end of every war, there will be countless lives withering away. This camp war was no exception. It was just that some people still didn't know what kind of ferocious beasts they were going to face. That's why they were still excited. All of them transformed into comic masters. I've dreamed of becoming a general countless times, and today I can finally realize my dream. Brother, quickly let me ride you into battle. Today, I will definitely let you see my 3 points of returning chi. Brother is a mage, wow? I'm practicing Golden Bell Mask and I'm a tank. Let's team up? Looking at them happily running out of this dune, Lin Feng shook his head inside. The saddest thing about food was that it was only the moment it was eaten in the mouth that one realized they were food. Auntie, where's your group of licking dogs? It's hard to achieve great things alone. He wanted to gather them together and make them bigger and stronger. Phoenix shook his head. Don't know, didn't see them. There were too many people, so dense that they couldn't see the end. The beastizers and alien beasts that had flocked to the Sandstone Realm in search of treasure were simply too many. There were at least over 1 billion. Now that they were gathered in one piece, the crowd was like a tidal wave crushing through the earth. Fly up to the sky and look carefully. When you find them, gather them into one piece. The phoenix hummed and lifted its wings and flew away from his head, and at a height of 100 meters the beast's body grew larger and transformed into a flaming phoenix. A phoenix sound rang out, and she looked like a graceful dancer, cutting an arc through the air. It attracted the attention of countless people who marveled. Lin Feng similarly scurried out, his snake body crushing through the earth like a black lightning bolt. A few sprints and he was done. Walking out of the range of the camp, he saw that in front of him on the right, there was a large group of angels. They were all flying in the sky, densely packed. They had the momentum of covering the sky and the moon. To the left front, there was a group of foreign beasts, scorpions, sandworms, poisonous snakes, and so on, a series of desert animals. Behind them was a group of great ferocious things. At the very back, there were several figures shrouded in yellow sand. It was hazy and indistinct, but Lin Feng could tell at a glance that one of them was white. Her features were just too big. 2 mountains couldn't cover it. Even with the red mist lingering around, it still couldn't be blocked. Somehow, after seeing her, a crazy and bold idea popped out of Lin Feng's mind uncontrollably. Let's talk about it when we find the opportunity. He retracted his gaze and looked towards the area that had been lit up in battle. Shouting and killing sounds shook the sky there. All kinds of skills covered heaven and earth. The scene was magnificent and spectacular. A battle of epic proportions had already begun to bleed as soon as it was fought. It was quite intense. A six-winged angel, killing several beastizers one after another, had a murderous aura lingering around it, and its aura was becoming more and more massive. At this moment, a winning fish flew up and headbutted this six-winged angel. The angel coughed up blood and flew backwards, but just then, a chanting sound came from the back. Immediately after, a green light landed on this injured angel. It was a nurse. No, it was a healing angel. A group of green-winged four-winged angels, led by a six-winged angel, were at the back of the angel camp. They put their hands over their hearts and tilted their heads to sing. With every line they sang, a green light flew up from them. However, any angel that was milked was immediately healed from its injuries. Grandma's leg. First mess with this group of angels NM. If we don't get them killed, these elite monsters will never be killed. On the side of the beastizers, quite a few of them found the end. Then when they talked to the Fae, they immediately collided with sparks of love. Immediately, they turned around and killed towards the angel camp. If you tread water, you will be exhausted. If you walk on grass, you will die. If you see me, disease will haunt you. In the middle of the battlefield, a G shaped like a bull, with a white head with an eye, a snake-like tail, and a volume as high as 456 meters rushed into the angel camp. It was at the feet of the angels, with grayish-brown gas rising all over its body. Angels who were touched by it immediately turned black and fell from the sky. The terrifying virus quickly ate away their vitality. The poison angels lost blood like crazy. Let those Kaiwinji. Ah shucks. It's useless for the healing angels to milk them. A hooked snake emerged from the sand layer. Its huge size was like a train, opening its mouth and swallowing these poison angels into its stomach. Old 8. How dare you rob me of my food? Gossamer wailed in anger. Oni-chan, I'll make it up to you. The hooked snake opened its mouth and spat out a brownish-yellow sheen. Its mouth was like a machine gun, and ball after ball of light with a strong odor spat out of its mouth. Equals swastika 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 swastika. Ah da de de de. The balls of light exploded. The sky and the ground were filled with a thick stench. Vomit Gossip turned around and ran in a hurry. Old Buster, you're pulling this shit again. I fucking vomit. Not only did it vomit, the beastizers and foreign beasts in a few miles were all made to vomit on the ground by Old 8's hooked snake. This big trick. They were only smoked and vomited. The angels were poisoned and coughed up blood. Another rain of angels fell, used their bodies to feed the wailing beasts. Another area. Lin Feng had just strangled a four-winged angel after swallowing it into his belly. A strange energy gushed out from the sand underneath his belly. The moment it scurried into his body, Lin Feng felt that the strand of energy that had swallowed the angel grew 3 times bigger. Is this the reward he was talking about? This power. It wasn't just energy. It also contained some sort of substance that could purify the bloodline. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the Ba Serpent bloodline in the blood crystal was boiling. An evil fire was rising. He hurriedly suppressed this desire. Ever since strengthening the heavenly tablet and raising his bloodline to 60%, Lin Feng could basically control the snake's nature. But now, the nature was once again restless. It was vaguely showing signs of getting out of control. Something's not right. Lin Feng's eyes stared. He's catalyzing the beasts. He had just caught a hint of it when he was chopped away by an energy broadsword that fell from the sky. The snake's body stuck to the fire-burning yellow sand and slid a full hundreds of meters away. Only after bumping over countless bestializers and alien beasts along the way did Lin Feng stabilize himself. Looking at his abdomen, which had been cleaved out with a white scar, Lin Feng's snake pupils were ablaze with golden light as he stared viciously at the six-winged angel. The skin is quite thick, but it's useless. The angel stood tall. That face, which had a reader's 3 points of handsomeness, held a condescending indifference. The energy broadsword in its hand abandoned and transformed into hundreds. The sword's shadows were longing. It hung above his head, covering half of the sky. The sword light was brilliant, releasing a compelling cold aura. Sinful beast, accept the judgment. It pointed from afar, and sword shadows flew in the sky. Hundreds of 10-meter-long energy broadswords converged together like a river of swords crushing through the sky. It was as if they were going to tear the sky apart, and with a terrifying pressure, they chopped towards Lin Feng. It was as if he was going to cut him to pieces. This skill power is fucking fierce. A beastizer marveled. Sculptor's skill. Lin Feng charged instead of retreating. Under the gaze of countless gazes, he sprinted several times in succession before suddenly disappearing in thin air with a bang. Crap! The beastizers that were in the same area as him, and the alien beasts panicked. Hurriedly, they turned around and ran. Rumble! A deafening explosion echoed between heaven and earth. This skill move of the six-winged angel covered an area of 800 meters. It hard plowed a furrow in the earth. Sword chi streaked across. Berserk energy overflowed in all directions. Yellow sand was swept around. The power was so great that it made people's jaws drop. However, in the next second, an even more eye-popping image appeared. In the midst of countless gazes, Lin Feng, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared behind that six-winged angel. Then the snake's mouth swallowed this angel from head to tail. Crap, what the fuck is this skill? A six-winged angel swallowed in one bite? This is completely crushing. It should be a spatial type, right? It's not wrong. This snake seems to be a boss snake. Awesome, this dude. I wonder if he's a beastizer, or a fae? Find a chance to hug his leg. In full view of everyone, Lin Feng swallowed this six-winged angel that had sneaked up on him before instantly leaving the area. Coming hundreds of meters away, a blood-stained, corpse-covered sand wall. The snake's body crushed through the blood and water that covered the ground. The change in his bloodline, coupled with the smell of blood that filled the sky, his heart grew more and more agitated. The desire for bloodlust rose from his heart, constantly impacting Lin Feng's sanity. Motherfucker! I knew you didn't have good intentions. Lin Feng smashed his head against a sand pillar, forcibly yanking back his sanity that was about to go out of control. After regaining his composure, he looked up at the sky and let out a snake sound. The sound shook the sky as the energy catalyzed it. A lust phoenix was looking around for her licking dogs. After hearing Lin Feng's roar, she immediately left behind one of the licking dogs she had just found. Under the other party's dismayed gaze, the phoenix lifted its wings and flapped a few four-winged angels before its stance cut across the sky and disappeared as a ray of fire. When he found Lin Feng, he was in the middle of a fierce battle with a few sandworms and inferno scorpions. The phoenix rushed to join the battlefield. The killings were splattered with blood. Don't move. I'll do it. Seeing that she was about to kill, Lin Feng hurriedly stopped it. After hammering these little things to death, a demonic bloodlight lit up in Lin Feng's eyes as he jerked back to look at Phoenix. This little look scared her so much that her heartbeat slowed down a few beats. Brother-in-law, are you going to eat me together? What a ferocious look. It's like they want to eat me alive. But why? I'm actually looking forward to it a bit. Between the ups and downs of her mind, Lin Feng had already suppressed that bloodthirsty desire. After calming down, he asked Phoenix, did you show any signs of losing control after killing angels or foreign beasts and getting his rewards? Losing control? The Phoenix's eyes were bewildered. Nope. After devouring the other party, he will help me strengthen my skill runes a bit. Is that so? Lin Feng was a bit incredulous. Were the rewards different? He looked around and realized that no matter if it was a beastizer, angel, or foreign beast, there really was no sign of losing control. So he's specifically messing with me? What's wrong with you? It feels like you're, a bit evil. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and told her the whole thing. Hearing Phoenix round her eyes, crap, his sister-in-law's eyes were filled with surprise. He's helping you purify your bloodline? Seeing him nod, her eyes instantly became envious. Then do you know that beasts are originally epileptic? Especially the ferocious beasts type, which are themselves dominated by killing. It's just that they have a spirit, so they learn to control it. But if they are angered, they will become as insane as a madman. The more insane it is, the fiercer it fights. It's a leap in life level belonging to the beast. You might as well try to harness this bloodlust by using guidance instead. Actually, blocking and channeling were one and the same. There really was a difference. And it was definitely in terms of technique. To love, one must love until the flowers bloom. Love that doesn't flow is never love. To do it, it must be done to the point of exhaustion. Far from it, back on track. After listening to Phoenix's words, Lin Feng benefited greatly. You're good. I'm satisfied. In the end, it was a beast. It was indeed very experienced in this area. People couldn't compare. The Phoenix smiled with an open brow. It's fine if I can help you. Before she could finish her sentence, a streak of lightning struck down from the air. The Phoenix spread its wings. The flames on its body surface ignited, and a hanging flame spewed out between its open mouth. The crimson flames rose into the air and collided with the falling lightning. Lightning sparks crashed in the air. The shockwave generated by the energy explosion set off countless angels and birds. Some that were weak were crushed by the shockwaves on the spot. Blood rained down. The Phoenix spread its wings and flew into the sky. Brother-in-law, you're backing me up behind you. Okay, I'll back you up. Lin Feng nodded and the Phoenix pounced straight at a six-winged angel. Both sides tangled in the air. The collision of electricity and fire was like the sparks of love. At this time, another six-winged angel zoomed in from afar, preparing to sneak attack the Phoenix. Lin Feng swiped his tail over. The power of space filled the air. The snake's tail pierced through the void and came directly behind the angel. With a poof, the tail hook pierced through its body. It screamed in agony as it was dragged down into the sky by Lin Feng. The other angels saw this and tried to come over to rescue it. However, those beastizers that were fighting them, and the ferocious beasts intercepted and blocked them. Rumble! The sky rumbled. Lightning streaked across the sky. Poisonous fog filled the air. There were blazing flames rising. There were monstrous floods tumbling through the air. All sorts of skills collided, crushing mountains and cracking the ground, and yellow sand filled the sky and earth. The scenes were magnificent. It was also quite tragic. Corpses continued to fall from the sky, landing on the ground and splashing the sky with dust. It was originally 1,000 miles of red earth. Now the yellow sand was dyed red with blood, like a sea of blood. Even the flames burning in the sand layer were doused by blood. A three-way battle, killing until the sun and moon are gone. He even marked the color on the top of everyone's head in order to make it better identifiable, thus dividing the camps. Green for the angel's head. Sandstone realm natives are red. Bestializers and Fae were blue. The labeling was obvious, so the killing was merciless. Lin Feng didn't suppress that bloodlust anymore. With half of his sanity and half of his madness, he was like a wild horse out of control, charging across the battlefield. The power of space filled the air and transformed into a black chain, flailing behind him. It was like a large snake, snarling and wildly pumping and smashing. As long as one approached within 200 meters of him, they would become the target of the black chains. Spatial blockade, time stasis. The two skills were executed alternately, killing the angels and sandstone realm natives until they were chilled to the bone. This guy is too ferocious. Don't get close to him. They retreated. Lin Feng chased. The more he killed, the more insane he became. Corpses were everywhere in the surroundings. Energy was being consumed, constantly relying on devouring to replenish it. In this cycle, the black flame that permeated his beast's body was never extinguished. The snake's body soared in the simmering. Not only was it hardness, the body length was likewise growing rapidly. Bang! Just as Lin Feng was killing freely, a snake tail suddenly smashed towards him. The berserk power crushed the sky and rumbled. Just that air explosion alone shook and killed a dozen or so four-winged angels. Clatter! The chains anthropomorphized by the power of space alternated and collided with this snake tail. Thud! The chains exploded, and the snake tail smashed in with all its might. Lin Feng's snake pupils slightly condensed, and his tail was similarly thrown out. The two snake tails collided and only heard a clang. Sparks erupted. The two forces collided and exploded, creating a shockwave that swept away. Rumble! The sky shook and the ground shook. The berserk force crushed through the sky with a sound that seemed like it was going to tear apart heaven and earth. Wherever they passed, the living beings who couldn't avoid it were all crushed into dregs. Blood drifted like rain. Lin Feng was bathed in the rain of blood and hissed with his mouth open, his snake pupils staring ahead. 100 meters away, a living creature was also bathed in blood rain. A red mist lingered around her, and her terrifyingly ferocious might deterred no one from daring to approach her within 1,000 meters. She had a stunningly beautiful face, her dark hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. However, she couldn't cover her two pointed ears. Half of her body was a human body, and under her hips was a long snake body. Her body was as white as jade, dancing with the red mist, revealing a demonic beauty. White Snake's eyes were cold and indifferent, as if she was a deity high above. Bah Snake, I have not chopped it, but the true dragon is also my meal on a plate. Lin Feng sneered. I'm different from dragons. Want to eat me? You're afraid you don't have the ability. What's the difference? Bai Jiao's face was expressionless. Everything in the world is within my recipe. Gods are no exception. Motherfucker. You already have one, but you still want to pretend. Others have 3 holes. You want 4 holes, don't you? Alright, let me try you out today. Lin Feng's eyes were demonic. His snake body crushed through the blood-stained yellow sand and rushed out, ignorant and fearless. Bai Jiao's vegetal hand was slightly raised and red mist surged around her body. A bizarre force crushed in. One of the 6-winged angels that attempted a sneak attack couldn't even cry out in time before it was crushed into ashes by this force. This scene made countless people's scalps tingle as they watched. The moment this force rolled towards Lin Feng, in front of the unicorn horn on top of his head, the protruding flesh bag bloomed with a flash of black light. In an instant, the falling rain of blood was fixed in midair. The tumbling red mist stood still. He was unaffected, however, and came directly in front of the white mistletoe. Thud! Bai Jiao's eyes lifted slightly, and the spatial force that had imprisoned her exploded. The power of space. A very strong kind of power, but you are too weak, so weak that it is difficult to utilize its power at all. Her snake tail flung out, curling around Lin Feng. Lin Feng's snake body, similarly wrapped around her. I'll give you a chance to live. Her hands pinched Lin Feng's snake neck, and her red pupils blossomed with a demonic light. Submit to me. Be a tool for me to reproduce my offspring. Otherwise, today this will be the place where you will be buried. The moment the bodies came into contact, Bai Jiao instantly noticed Lin Feng's extraordinary features. His physique was too strong. Although his body length wasn't half as long as hers, he was strong enough to arm wrestle with a divine body just by the strength of his beast body. This kind of strength excited her. It fit well with her choice of mate. It was even possible that the offspring born from him would have a chance to become a generation of white jacks. Perfect body. There was such a good thing? Lin Feng, who had originally planned to fight for his life, heard what Bai Jia said and then looked at the pupils of her eyes that were emitting a hot gaze. Lin Feng spat out his snake letter. A great man is born in heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under a woman? She couldn't understand, but she felt that he had a backbone. I like hard bones like you the most. It feels quite wonderful to hammer them. No one can refuse me, not even a deity. Bai Jiao raised an eyebrow, loosened her grip on Lin Feng's snake neck, and slammed her fist on his chin. There was a clang. His snake head tilted up. She punched after punched, her snake body intertwining with him, not giving Lin Feng a chance to move at all. Lin Feng's eyes showed anger. He twisted hard and flipped her over. The two of them rolled over in the sand. Dust and smoke stirred. One sand pillar after another was smashed. There was no tumbling energy. It was as if the two of them had reached some sort of tacit agreement to only fight with the power of the beast's body. But even so, the chi energy that escaped was still extremely astonishing. The earth was plowed full of holes. The earth rumbled, like a 12-magnitude earthquake. Yellow sand splashed. Scratches appeared on the surface. Lin Feng, who had struck true fire, slammed his head into the white snake's shoulder, his unicorn horn piercing through her skin. The white snake grunted. Her fists were as fast as lightning, smashing into the side of Lin Feng's neck one after another. The right fleshy wing was smashed by her violent power. Blood dripped down. Lin Feng ate the pain and opened his mouth to bite on her shoulder. His fangs pierced through her skin, and the blood that lingered with a haze of light entered his mouth. A flavor that had never been tasted before exploded in his mouth. The smell was so beautiful that it made Lin Feng squint his eyes. Just one mouthful contained an energy value that was comparable to the sum of 10 full-bodied ferocious beasts. How does my blood taste? It was beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't let go, but he was hardened by her outburst of strength. Red mist rose out of her wounds, and the teeth in her shoulder healed quickly. Bai Jiao looked at him with cold eyes. Drink my blood. From today onwards, you're my wife. Lousy is male. Lin Feng couldn't help but retort. Even if you're a couple, then only you're my wife. I'm stronger than you. You can only be a wife. Bai Jiao's tone was domineering and unquestionable. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Then keep fighting until you can tell the winner from the loser. If he really wanted to fight for his life, Lin Feng didn't think he would lose to her. Stubborn. Bai Jiao's cold eyes grew cold. Blood mist lingered on her body's surface. Just as she was about to get real and drill him hard, an electric light descended from the sky, like a dragon splitting towards Lin Feng. The red-white light reflected half the sky. Wherever the lightning passed, those who grazed it would die. Even six-winged angels and ultimate beasts were torn apart by this power. It was as if only this lightning was left in heaven and earth. Bai Jiao raised her eyebrows, her eyes cold. Chaos, do you want to die? Red mist surged across the surface of her body. Just as Bai Qi was about to strike and burst this lightning bolt, a spatial force covered her and carried her across hundreds of meters away, then flashed and moved once more. Rumble. The lightning landed. The earth exploded. A layer of white light rose and quickly contracted again before exploding once more. Only a bang was heard as the violent energy turned into a shockwave that swept through the 8 directions like a tsunami. The ground trembled, and yellow sand was swept up to strike the sky horizontally. Aha! Wherever the shockwave passed, beings flew away. All that remained in a 2,000-meter radius was a giant crater with electric arcs pulsating. This might. The beings who were fighting were so shocked that they stopped and stared at the huge pit in disbelief. This destructive power is close to catching up with a small mushroom, right? Definitely not, but strong for sure. As they marveled, they all looked in the direction where the lightning came from. At the edge of the sky, yellow sand flew. A blurry figure appeared in the yellow sand. It was as large as a mountain, releasing a monstrous sense of oppression. It was like a god, pressing down on the hearts and feet of all beings. God. Divine body. Crap, this is a fucking sacred body chaos. Then why don't you hurry and run? Beastizers and Fae ran away. Angels ran away. Even the natives of the Sandstone realm similarly turned around and ran, transferring to another place to continue the war. In the blink of an eye, within a 10-mile radius, only chaos. Lin Feng and the White Mistress remained. Bai Jiao, you belong to me. In the yellow sand, Chaos' angry voice was heard. I won't allow you to give birth to this stinking snake. He's the one who gave birth to me. Bai Jiao corrected coldly, her tone indifferent. This matter has nothing to do with you. How does it have nothing to do with me? Chaos roared. Yellow sand tumbling. How many years have passed? Why can't I cover that heart of yours? I'm going to kill him. I won't allow him to defile the sacred and noble you. I won't allow you to hurt him. The white girl raised an eyebrow. But I will allow you to help me raise the child between me and him. Allow me to raise a child for you? Bai Qi, you, really? Chaos, who was in the midst of a violent rage, immediately extinguished all his anger after hearing this. Then ask him when he's going to give birth. Do you want me to prepare some spiritual plants for you to replenish your body? Does he have any contraindications? Right. What does a newborn child need to be fed? Lin Feng was numb. Although he couldn't see Chaos's real face, from its tone, he could brainstorm the fawning appearance of this guy. Who the hell would have thought that Chaos with a divine body would be a dog licker? Just because of a single word from bye-bye. Not only did it have to produce spiritual plants to replenish Lin Feng's body, but it also had to help him raise a child? What the hell? Is it going to help me raise chickens? Lin Feng's eyes were complicated. The other people's scalps were even more numb. But they didn't dare to open their mouths. Are you kidding me? This is a fucking sacred body. Chaos. If he said the wrong thing, he would die. They didn't dare to talk about it, but the way they looked at Lin Feng was full of envy and jealousy. Motherfucker. There was a white quail who wanted to give him children. There was also a Chaos that wanted to raise children for him. With these two divine bodies by his side, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways like a crab in the future? Equals. Moo moo moo. Why doesn't any rich woman look at me? What are you thinking? Unless you have the face value of a reader's master. Not to mention rich women. Even green tea women won't look at you. Then it's better to forget about it and honestly kill the enemy. Strive to become the strongest king by eating. The great battle kicked off once again. Kill. The great battle erupted once again. This time, it was even more intense. Stimulated. They were all holding their energy in their hearts. Each one of them was like an insane beast, fighting to the death. Angels were chanting. The beasts were hissing. The animalizers were picking up corpses. The flames of war stretched for 800 miles. They fought with fervor. As for Lin Feng, he was happily collecting spiritual plants. Licking dogs. Oh no! Chaos! In order to be a babysitter and help Lin Feng and the white mistletoe raise their children, it took out all the treasures that it had treasured for many years, and brought them out in one head. In an instant, all over the place was a colorful haze. It almost blinded Lin Feng. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single plant that was lower than 3 stars, and there were even 15 6-star spirit plants. There were 72 of them, and they were the main materials he needed to evolve. If all of these spirit plants were taken, if he collected the remaining 2 types of ferocious beasts' main materials, the materials he needed for the next stage of his evolution would all be complete. Lin Feng restrained his excitement. Are you sure you want to give me all of these? It was more than 200 spirit plants. Such a fortune. And it was willing to give it away? Were licking dogs nowadays already generous to this extent? Chaos grunted. You're too weak. This won't satisfy the white lickspittle. Take all of these away. Raise your strength as soon as possible, and then have a child with Bai Jiao. From then on, you come to love her for me. Sandstone Realm's #1 deep love. Chaos. Lin Feng wasn't polite and put all the spirit plants into space. Aren't you angry that I'm having a child with her? Angry? How can I not be angry? Chaos unned. But if she's happy, I'm happy. As long as she likes it, I'll do my best to fulfill it. Besides, I don't suffer. She asked me to help raise the child. Towards the end, it actually smiled. Although the smile was hideous, one could vaguely discern that it was excited from the bottom of its heart. Come on, it's hopeless. Lick dog lick dog. Licking 1 is a dog. Licking 100 is a king. Licking 1,000 is the king of kings. But it is not destined to become a king, because Chaos only licked 1. It was also killed by the white snake. It's not an exaggeration to say that as long as Bai Jiao opens his mouth, Lin Feng only needs to stay at home and build people. Chaos will hunt down prey and feed it to him. He'd be enjoying himself. But he wasn't this kind of person. So after saying goodbye to Chaos, Lin Feng came to an oasis. Looking at the ground, a dried up angel corpse. Then he looked at the white quail that was lying on its back in the flowers. Lin Feng pondered for a few seconds before speaking. We'll talk about having a child later. I'm going to hunt for food first. Bai Jiao raised her eyebrows. I can have Chaos deliver the food to my door. You just need to stay here and have a child with me. It was really the same as what he was thinking. Lin Feng shook his head. You're not afraid of it getting angry like this? Bai Jiao, it will only feel honored. Fine. But I still like to fend for myself. Lin Feng saw that she wanted to say more and immediately added. A man should hold up the sky. Even if you can't hold up the sky, you should at least be able to pick on people. If you want to turn me into someone who sits back and enjoys himself, you'll only end up keeping me away from you. Bai Qi's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, she sighed. Fine. Listen to you. She pulled off a snake scale and gently threw it. not entering Lin Feng's abdomen. It will allow me to sense you. It can also protect you. Lin Feng pondered for a few seconds and took out a pair of Valentinos from space. Give it to you. Try it out? Looking at the oddly shaped contraption in front of him, Bai Kai had a curious look on her face. Shoes? Seeing him nod, a red mist rose around Bai Chi. The next second, a woman with white skin and a tall figure stepped out of the red mist. The red mist covered her body. It set her off as beautiful as an immortal. Under Lin Feng's teachings, fairness wore Valentino, white slender legs, even without stockings embellishing them. It was still mesmerizing at this moment. She tried to take a few steps and frowned with some awkwardness. Lin Feng's eyes were playful. Valentino shouldn't step on the ground. Then where to step on? On my shoulder. Lin Feng smiled. I'll teach you when I come back. He hadn't really thought that the white mistress who switched her human form would be so beautiful that she would be shockingly beautiful. Especially those legs. It fulfilled all of Lin Feng's fantasies. Let's go. Citing his departing back, Bai Jiao's cold and absolutely beautiful face flashed a smile. Really think I don't understand anything? The Sandstone Realm and the Blue Star are connected. A world he created specifically to nurture them. The catastrophe that will sweep through the heavens and the worlds is about to come. All beings will enter the sea of bitterness to fight their way through. Only by ascending to the other shore will there be a glimmer of life. Bai Jiao's gaze was deep, and her red pupil had thousands of runes surging through it. For a long time, she closed her eyes and opened them again with a calmness in her eyes. Lin Feng didn't know this. The moment he walked out of the oasis, he encountered a wave of angels. A six-winged angel, leading a group of four-winged angels around hunting. The bloodstained wings were filled with a frightening killing intent. After they rounded up and killed an ultimate body-fierce beast, their gazes turned to Lin Feng's side. A barred snake? Even though it's small, it's still meat. Meet me. Count yourself unlucky. A full-bodied ferocious beast like this, it could be killed with its hands. So the six-winged angel didn't exert any force. It just gently waved the broadsword in its hand and a tens of meters long sword flew out. Lin Feng sidestepped and avoided the sword. Only an explosion was heard from behind him. A hole was blown out of the sand. The six-winged angel let out a yoo-hoo. The little guy is quite nimble, but you missed a chance to die a painful death. Next, you will be greeted with endless pain. I will make you perish in wailing. It swooped down from high above, carrying boundless golden flames. Amidst the reverent gazes of the other four-winged angels, the six-winged angel laughed. Die, sinful animal. G.A. Lin Feng opened his snake mouth and the six-winged angel rushed straight into his mouth. Just in time, the time stasis skill CD arrived. The moment the snake's mouth closed, the six-winged angel screamed miserably. No, why is this happening? 1,000 miles sent? It was only 2 tails of meat, but the gift was light. Gabba. Lin Feng chewed, and the angel's wings broke first. Blood gushed out. Its screams came to an abrupt end. It couldn't die anymore. Swallowing the angel in his mouth into his stomach, Lin Feng raised his eyes to the group of dazed four-winged angels. Obviously what had just happened had shaken them to the point where they hadn't been able to come back to their senses. But it didn't matter. Dying in a daze was always much less painful than being awake. Lin Feng was always happy to help. Hell is a space swing. Send you all along for company. The black light of the unicorn horn above his head blossomed. The raging power of space transformed into one chain after another. The chains crossed the sky like dragons coming out of the sea, crushing through the long sky to curl up these angels. No, let go of me. Returning to their senses, they struggled, but it was useless, instead adding a lot of pain. Wouldn't it be good to bear it obediently, or cater to me? Surprisingly, they are not willing to pinch and welcome me. Then I won't blame me for being reckless. The chains shook, sealing the blood crystals of the 12 four-winged angels and brutally yanking them down from the sky. A serpentine sound rang out, and Lin Feng opened his snake mouth, one bite at a time, eating his mouth full of oil, chicken flavor. The arrogant angels were so scared that they wailed and begged for mercy, but it was hard to sensitize Lin Feng's cold heart. 3 minutes later, Lin Feng was lying on his back in the blood-stained yellow sand simmering his snake body. The surging energy turned into flames, like hammers after hammers, constantly hitting every part of his body. Under the simmering of the energy flames, his snake body, which was 286 meters long, grew to 299 meters. The purple color of the snake bones reached 285 meters. The purple bones were incredibly hard. Even his internal organs were similarly haunted with a faint purple light. Zhu Huai's heart, Tengu's whip. Finding all of these two main ingredients, and then boiling the snake's body to the extreme, one could molt their skin and step into the inquisitive body. Blockheads weren't hard to find. He had seen several of them before. Rather, it was this heavenly dog. I don't know if there are any in the Sandstone Realm. If not, saying this, his eyes grew cold. One could only apologize for the dog. After raising it for so long, it's not too much to cut it a whip, right? It should understand. I want it to give. If you don't give it, you'll have to cut it. After digesting this wave of devoured meat energy, Lin Feng was going to continue hunting, trying to quickly boil the beast's body to the third stage of the amethyst body. At this moment, sand and dust fluttered in the distance. A figure with a volume of 323 meters, rolled the yellow sand in the sky and ran towards this. Wahoo hubby, stop first. There's a snake here, yeah. Brothers of the live broadcast, does anyone know what species of snake this is? The wind swept the yellow sand and danced. A behemoth was seen, stopping 100 meters away from Lin Feng. This guy was shaped like a cow, with a dog's head, 4 horns, human eyes and pig's ears, and a humming sound like a goose. Zhu Hui? What a coincidence! Lin Feng's snake pupils were on fire as he looked at the cat-eared lady sitting on its back. She was holding a big belly, obviously a pregnant woman. Seeing that she was also holding up a cell phone, Lin Feng froze. Thinking back to what the cat-eared lady had just said, Lin Feng was stunned. Was she broadcasting live? But did this sandstone realm have a signal? Just as Lin Feng was inundated with questions, Zhu Hui's voice rang out, "Hey, what kind of snake are you? My daughter-in-law is asking you. Get your ass over here and give my daughter-in-law a close-up shot, or I'll get you killed." A 299-meter snake, with his strength as an inquisitive body, he easily took it. That's why Zhu Hui spoke in an overbearing tone. But the next second, he didn't think so, because Lin Feng's snake tail flung out, piercing through the void and directly stabbing into Zhu Hui's chest. "Give me your heart. Go die in peace. I'll take care of your wife." Lin Feng finished speaking, his tail hook curled. Only a giggling sound was heard as his snake tail curled around a heart and retracted. After storing it in space, he looked at Zhu Hui, who was frozen in place. Good. What a fast tail. Zhu Hui fell to the ground, his eyes full of unwillingness and despair gradually turning into death. The cat-eared lady on his back was also turned upside down and fell to the side. Apparently she hadn't reacted yet. Looking at Zhu Hui, who fell to the ground, she kicked him twice in dissatisfaction, cursing and swearing there. Lin Feng ignored her and went over to look at the cell phone that had fallen on the ground. When he saw that the screen was indeed broadcasting live, he felt more and more puzzled. Why was the communication device still working in the sandstone realm? He turned back to the cat-eared lady, who was still kicking Zhu Hui. "Your man is dead." "Nonsense. My husband is so powerful." Before the cat-eared lady could finish her sentence, she saw that there was blood flowing out from under Zhu Hui. Really dead? She froze for a few seconds and jerked her head up to look at Lin Feng. "You killed my man, making me a widow and my children orphans. You're so cruel. From today, I'm going to be your woman. You'll take care of my mother and child." Nerve! Lin Feng really wanted to slap her with his tail. "Shut up. Let me ask you, why are you able to broadcast live in the sandstone realm?" The cat-eared lady froze. "I don't know. I came in and saw that my cell phone had a signal, so I went live." "Honey, why are you asking? Hubby?" Lin Feng was numbed by her. This woman, her husband had just died, so she wasn't sad at all. She's still fucking looking for her next husband on the spot. "Sorry, I'm not interested in pregnant women." "What's wrong with pregnant women? Hot wow." The cat-eared lady winked. "Don't you want to give it a try?" "Fuck off." Lin Feng didn't bother with her and turned around to quickly leave. 1 minute later, a certain sand wall 1,000 meters away, Lin Feng switched his human form, wearing 4-colored scale armor, and stood on a sand pillar with his cell phone to study it. Not only is there a signal, it's also full. He tried and called Ning Evening Chiu. It really got through. "Little husband?" The coquettish imperial voice plucked at Lin Feng's heartstrings. "It's me. You're out already? So soon?" Ning Evening Chiu spoke in a delicate tone. "Where are you? We went over to look for you." "Not yet." Lin Feng returned. "I'm still inside the sandstone realm." "Are you with Qingzhu?" "Aha." Ning Evening Chiu was a little lost, but then asked in surprise. "You're still inside the secret realm. Why were you able to call me? Is it hard to believe that the secret realm has a signaling base station?" This was what Lin Feng wanted to know. After nagging her for a few moments, Lin Feng hung up the call and looked at the cell phone interface in deep thought. It was hard to believe that the Sandstone Realm and Blue Star were interconnected. The construction of space was peculiar, and as a boss snake who had mastered the power of time and space, he understood the wonders of it the most. Hypothetically, the Sandstone Realm was a parallel space built on top of the Blue Star. Theoretically, certain signals could indeed spread over. Of course, the premise was that he was willing. So, the Sandstone Realm is a subspace of the Blue Star? Lin Feng frowned and looked up. Looking at the two suns in the sky, there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. A large one and a small one. The temperature of the small one, it seemed to be inferior to the big one. Could it be that the smaller one was artificial? One doubt after another surfaced in his mind. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, a huge object descended from the sky. It was like a mountain, vastly pressing towards Lin Feng. Snap! The earth trembled. Yellow sand splashed. Energy black light covered Lin Feng's entire body, turning into a membrane that blocked wave after wave of yellow sand impact. When the dust settled, he looked towards the pit, the dying celestial horse. This one had a dog's head and hooves, and its head was born with 3 forked horns. Its 432-meter-high volume was scarred, and the energy haze covering its body surface flickered on and off. Save me! The celestial horse sent out a distress signal. Lin Feng looked at the label on top of its head. It belonged to the Sandstone Realm campsite. He then switched his beast body and pounced over as a barbed snake. It's impossible to save you, but I can help relieve your pain. The snake's mouth opened and bit Tenma's neck. Get away! Pegasus cried out in pain. His heavily injured body began to struggle, but it was deadlocked by Lin Feng's snake body. If you know there's a tiger on the mountain, don't go to the mountain knowing that there's a tiger, knowing that the camps are different, and still ask Lin Feng for help. This was purely and simply a woman standing on the side of the street, sending out invitations to passing law enforcement officers, taking the initiative to come to the door. In this world of yellow sand, in this place of devastation, the heavenly horse gradually lost its life, and with despair and unwillingness, it turned into surging energy that nourished Lin Feng. Dare to rob my food? You're quite bold, aren't you? A huge figure darted over through the yellow sand. It was a Tengu. The size of 461 meters marked it as having evolved into the ultimate body. A monstrous ferocious might filled the air like a tidal wave. The flying wind and sand seemed to be affected by the aura of the heavenly dog and no longer continued to roar. Its 3 dog heads and 6 eyes stared viciously at Lin Feng. Since I evolved into a heavenly dog, even if a blockhead sees me, he has to call me a master. What the fuck are you? Who lent you the guts to rob my food? Get down and give me a few bites. Lin Feng whipped his tail directly over. The snake's tail slashed through the air, creating a numbing sonic boom. The Tengu's eyes showed disdain. Still dare to resist? Then go to hell. It raised its dog paw, rolling boundless energy to slap at the incoming snake tail. There was a bang. The heavenly dog's claws exploded, and its huge body flew backwards. It grazed the sandy ground and cut a 1,000-meter gully. No! How is this possible? You a full-bodied boss snake. Why is the beast body so hard? After it stabilized its body, it quickly rose from the ground and stood on 3 legs, its doggy eyes filled with unbelievable astonishment. You think it's impossible? That's because you're ignorant. Lin Feng scurried over. Just in time. I'll borrow something from you. Borrow what? The thought flashed through Tengu's mind, but there was no time to ask, because Lin Feng had already killed. The serpent body burning with black flames was not as huge as it was, but it gave the heavenly dog an unclimbable greatness. The monstrous ferocious might pressed down on it and made its heart tremble. It really couldn't figure out how a full-bodied boss snake could be ferocious to such an extent. It turned around and ran. How could it still have that unrivaled appearance just now? Only one thought remained in its mind. Stay away from this snake. It was too damn fierce. If it knew he was so powerful, it would never have run over to argue with him. However, the next second, the Tengu suddenly realized that the space around it seemed to be frozen. It had the illusion that it was stuck in concrete, and it couldn't move at all. What was going on here? Without waiting for it to think about the reason, a sharp pain came from its back. Immediately after that, Lin Feng's snake body wrapped around it. Lend me your whip. What the hell? Before the Tengu had a chance to reply, it felt something important, detached from its body. That was its tool for pleasure. No! It instantly wanted to mobilize the blood crystal and catalyze the energy to release its skills, but it sadly realized that the blood crystal was sealed by a force. Brother, let's discuss this. How about you let me off the hook? The whip, as long as it evolves to the next stage, it can still grow back, but if you lose your life, then everything is over. Just Lin Feng, how could he let go of the food in his mouth, even if it was a ferocious beast in the same camp? But so what? As long as he wanted to, as long as he had the need. Apart from Ning Evening Autumn and the others, all the others could be killed. 1 minute later, Lin Feng was done. Refreshed, he sprawled on the sand. A heavenly dog, plus a heavenly horse. Taking in the energy of these 2 ultimate body ferocious beasts, it advanced his beast body boiling progress by another 5 meters. Now only 9 meters short of the second stage of the Vajra body, he would be able to boil to perfection. This step was not difficult. There were ingredients all over the place, and he was free to take them. After collecting the dog bien, Lin Feng's snake body crushed through the sand, through the vast wind and sand, like a highly skilled hunter, hunting around for targets. This camp battle had basically come to an end by now. The number of angels that entered the Sandstone Realm was already few. The Sandstone Realm natives, and the Blue Star Beastizers and Fey Beasts likewise had losses. However, it was not a lot. Now it all depended on his mood. As long as he was willing, this war could immediately come to an end. 3 days later, the oasis in the center of the Sandstone Realm. Lin Feng was suffering from the pain of molting. His serpentine body was burning with a blazing black flame, and surging energies surged through his body, burning his flesh, sinews, bones, organs, and bowels. Even the blood crystal in his unicorn horn cracked and healed under the impact of energy. The 4 skill runes that were branded on the blood crystal were constantly reorganizing in the same way as they were crumbling. It hurt so much that Lin Feng kept slapping the ground. Bang bang bang! Trees toppled over. The earth cracked. The oasis that looked like a fairyland was devastated by his destruction. The air currents generated by the hissing sound shook the void and rumbled. The first to complete molting was his snake head. The bag of flesh in front of the unicorn horn broke open, and a brand new unicorn horn grew out of the flesh and blood. It was different from the previous black unicorn. This brand new unicorn was pink in color. The aura of time haunted this unicorn. The moment it appeared, the flowers, plants and trees around Lin Feng were growing rapidly. Flowers and fruits blossomed, seeds fell and sprouted, and the mother tree fell silent. Time acceleration? Not far away. Bai Jiao witnessed this scene. Her pupils were ablaze with red light, and there were blood-colored runes churning under her eyes. The same as Candle Dragon. Yet the level of life is higher than Candle Dragon. With regards to this, White Snake didn't feel surprised. Boss Snake turned to the route of beast body evolution. In terms of boiling the beast body and raising the life level, even she and the dragon snake couldn't compare. Within the 10,000 realms of the heavens, only those innate beings could be compared to Boss Snake. The higher the life level, not only would the battle power become stronger, even the lifespan would likewise continue to sublimate. It's a pity that this path is only suitable for the Boss Snake clan. Boss Snake's 6 refinements. This method could be cultivated by other ferocious beasts as well, but at most, they could only go as far as the 2nd refinement. This was a racial restriction, unless assisted by his essence blood. Otherwise, they will never be able to break through this restriction. There was no lack of reasons for her picking Lin Feng to have a child with. This pain of molting lasted for 2 days. During this period, the dog-licking King Chaos sent a large amount of food on time every day. Worried that Lin Feng's evolutionary process would leave behind hidden problems due to lack of energy, and that he and White Mistress wouldn't be able to give birth to a perfect body child, Chaos took the initiative to offer a drop of its essence blood. Before leaving, it also told Bai Jie that if it wasn't enough, it could donate blood again. Then Bai Jiao, in turn, siphoned off 2 more drops of its essence blood. You go eat more prey. Make up for it. Is this caring about me? The chaos that was originally weak after donating blood was immediately energized. It's not in the way. I'd better stay over here and help you take care of him together. Your body is delicate. Some of the rough work can be left to me. Don't worry, I won't disturb you and him. In terms of licking, that would still have to be chaos. It's really good at it. In order to please Bai Jiao, it even went so far as to offer 3 drops of its essence blood. This was the concentrated life essence of a ferocious beast's bloodline. Without these 3 drops of blood, Chaos Awakened bloodline will definitely regress by 10%. But without its blood, I'm afraid that Lin Feng's evolution time would take a few more days. During Lin Feng's evolution, the camp battle entered the final closing stage. A phoenix bathed in flames crossed from high above. It was accompanied by a phoenix cry that resounded through the clouds. The phoenix opened its mouth and a red with gold flame erupted from her mouth. Her flame had evolved again. The power was 10 times that of the previous crimson color. The flames were like a waterfall that fell in the angel camp. The temperature generated by the flames scorched the void to the point of ripples. The terrifying flames, but wherever it was stained. Not only 4-winged angels, even 6-winged angels could not escape death. Miserable screams echoed in the heavens and earth. They tried everything they could, but they couldn't extinguish the flames on their bodies. One after another, the angels were reduced to ashes under the flames. At the critical moment, the 12 6-winged angels with 3-star ultimate bodies burned their halos, and they began to chant. With the incantation, they turned into rays of light and crashed together. Merge! There was a bang. The energy exploded, turning into pieces of golden feathers flying through the air. In the sky, only a figure 6-10 meters tall remained. It bore 12 golden wings on its back. Between the gentle flaps, gale force winds swept through the 8 directions. The wind extinguished the flames in the sky and swept through the 8 directions like a sword. A few full-bodied bird exotic beasts that got closer were torn into pieces on the spot. Blood rained down. It opened its eyes and a piece of golden light bared out, like a sword crushing through the sky and chopping at the phoenix 1,000 meters away. The phoenix lifted its wings and the beast transformed into a fiery light, drawing a graceful arc in the sky. It avoided this strike. But the other ferocious beast didn't have this luck. and was chopped in half on the spot. The body crashed to the ground, stirring up dust. 1-star sacred body, slipping away. Can't afford to mess with it. The phoenix turned and ran, shifting its position to hunt other angels. This 12-winged angel, however, did not intend to let her go. It poked out its right hand, its palm cracked open, and an energy nebula flowed through it, spinning like a whirlpool. The suction force that was 10 times more terrifying than a grade 12 typhoon covered dozens of miles around. Within this range, as long as the beastizers below the strength of the ultimate body, and the foreign beasts were all caught up in it. Bang bang bang! The explosions were endless. The sky was like fireworks. Flesh and blood flew, all being swallowed up by the 12-winged angels. The phoenix's heart trembled repeatedly, desperately flapping its wings. But it still couldn't break free. The suction force that curled around her, the difference in strength was too great. Seeing that she was about to be killed by the 12-winged angel, a dragon head poked out from the clouds in the sky. It had golden eyes, and transformed into a huge dragon claw that slapped down from high in the sky. When the dragon's claw and the angel's hand collided, only an explosive sound echoed through the heavens and earth. The explosive energy turned into a monstrous shockwave, as if a grade 12 tsunami had crushed the sky with a rumbling sound. The 12-winged angel's hand broke, and his lofty body was shaken backward. The phoenix used this to flee. An answering dragon scurried out of the clouds. Its 516-meter-long dragon body was as if it was poured out of gold, glittering with golden light. Between the pair of golden wings on its back flapping, the heavens and earth blew a fierce wind. Phoenix girl, are you alright? The phoenix glanced at it. If you were any slower, old lady would really be cut up by it. Ying Long was furious and looked viciously at the 12-winged angel. Sister, don't blame me. Brother, I'll go over and hammer it. As a loyal licking dog, it definitely couldn't endure when its own goddess was bullied. So after comforting the phoenix with a few words, Ying Long flapped his wings and pounced at the angel carrying a monstrous ferocious might. A divine body fierce beast, and a divine body angel fought fiercely in the air. Heaven and earth rumbled. Terrifying afterburners flew everywhere. The ground crumbled. It crumbled into ravines like an abyss. The gusty winds swept the yellow sand skyward, coloring dozens of miles in a radius into a reddish yellow. It was so hazy that it was impossible to see. Some of the bestializers and alien beasts that couldn't avoid it were crushed into dust by the shockwave on the spot. The two golden lights pranced and flickered in the yellow sandy air, fighting. No one dared to get close to these two overwhelmingly large breasts. At this time, a blue Qilin rushed in stepping on the monstrous water waves. Old dragon, you can't. I'll take care of Phoenix girl. Its eyes flashed with blue light, and the water waves it stepped on tumbled and exploded, turning into pouring rain. The rain leaked. Seemingly gentle water droplets but hidden killing opportunities. The water droplets were like knives running through the sky, carrying the might of chopping the sky and destroying the earth as they crashed into the angel. Crap! Ying Long was shocked and hurriedly shook off the entangled angels, turning into a golden light and evading 1,000 meters away from the area covered by the rain. Giggling, the sky seemed to be torn apart. The blades hidden in the rainwater resonated and formed a great sword that was 1,000 meters long, cutting down fiercely at the 12-winged angel. There was a loud boom. Waves of air tumbled. The 12-winged angel held up a golden light, transforming into a golden shield that clashed with the great sword. The sound of gold and gold clashing exploded, and the blade shattered the golden shield, carrying boundless might, and ruthlessly chopped at the 12-winged angel's shoulders. A miserable scream rang out. The 12-winged angel was chopped in half, blood sword, spilling onto the earth and collapsing for miles. After all, it was a synthetic product. Even if it was at the same level, how could it be compared to the water Qilin? A divine beast that relied on killing to reach the top? After killing the 12-winged angel with a single skill, the water Qilin did not feel happy. Old dog, are you fucking trying to kill me as well? Ying Long questioned angrily. The water Qilin did not respond to it, but there were flashes of regret in its eyes. Not being able to take advantage of the opportunity to settle this Ying Long who had snatched the Phoenix sister from it, it was a bit unwilling in its heart. Phoenix sister. The water Qilin ran to the Phoenix's side and looked at her blearily, like a puppy waiting for the director's praise. Phoenix narrowed her eyes. Nice job. Much better than dragon. Being praised by her, the water Qilin was instantly enraptured. And just as he wanted to speak, he heard Ying Long's disgruntled voice come through. You old dog. You're getting more and more cunning. Surprisingly, you're secretly storing up your strength to amplify your moves. It looked towards Phoenix. Sister, I mainly wanted to torment that angel and take the heat off of you. That's why I didn't directly amplify my moves. That's why I gave this old dog a chance to take advantage of it. Don't worry, next time I'll definitely kill my opponent in one move and show you my virility. You have a chicken's eloquence. Water Qilin opened his mouth to sneer. Just your hands are powerless. Just don't bring it out to show off. You fart. Ying Long was furious. Who doesn't have the strength to hold a chicken? I, your dragon father, can even hold up the sky, degrading me in front of the goddess? Can this be tolerated? Hey, is that so? Water Qilin disdained. Find a place to fight. Let's see who's stronger. Just go. I'm still afraid of you. Your father? Ying Long's eyes contained a murderous aura. Go. Can you two stop bickering? Seeing these two goods arguing about jealousy, Phoenix's eyes were filled with impatience. I've told you all. I already have a belligerent partner. Don't waste your energy on me. She didn't like them. It had been said so many times long ago, but they always did what they wanted and didn't listen. Nah. Ying Long hemmed and hawed. Suppose there's really a chance to waste energy on you. I will definitely be exhausted. The Water Qilin hurriedly spoke up. Me too. Ying Long glanced at it, then looked at the Phoenix. Phoenix sister. Not to mention that you're not married yet. Even if I do get married someday, my full love for you will not be the slightest bit less. The water unicorn nodded repeatedly. The same goes for me. Can you not fucking learn from me? Ying Long's eyes were filled with disgust. You don't have half a bit of ink in your stomach, and you're still learning how to pick up girls. Go ahead and bullshit on your side. Rude. The Water Qilin's eyes were full of contempt. Besides, who has no ink? I have a belly full of water. Your fucking brain is full of water. Ying Long didn't bother to argue with this simpleton and looked at the Phoenix with eyes full of affection. It was about to continue flirting with her. As a result, a lightning bolt struck down on his body from the air. Ha, I let you act like a pussy and get struck by lightning, right? The Water Qilin's teasing maniacal laughter resounded through the heavens and earth. Ying Long looked back and saw that the direction the lightning struck from was the Sandstone Realm campsite, and instantly, his eyes churned with murderous aura. Disturbing Master Dragon's leisure. I'll let you not have a moment's leisure. Phoenix sister, wait for me for a few minutes. I'll go catch a few ferocious beasts to make up for you. It lifted its wings. It turned into a golden light that pierced through the clouds. The Water Qilin was not willing to lag behind and similarly dropped a sentence. Old sister, you rest here first. Old brother will go catch a few ferocious beasts. See, these two goods are gone. The Phoenix breathed a sigh of relief. She was truly unable to resist the two of them. There are more than a dozen like them. All of them were infatuated with her. It's all my brother-in-law's fault. If it wasn't for his bad idea, how could I be missed by so many beasts? Mentioning Lin Feng, her eyes were filled with tenderness and some concern for his safety. I wonder what happened to his evolution. There's no news either. What an anxious beast. She knew that he was over at the oasis, but didn't dare to go. Wow. The white treasure was too terrifying. Even if her strength had risen greatly now, and she had a dozen or so loyal licking dogs by her side, but still, she didn't dare to set foot in that area. When I evolve the 3 flavors True Flame into the Nirvana Golden Flame, then I'll go snatch my brother-in-law over. The Phoenix's eyes were firm, and with a flap of its wings, it once again killed the angel camp. The sky sobbed with blood. The earth was littered with corpses. Blood flowed into rivers. Corpse after corpse fell from the sky onto the sand, splashing up rolling waves of sand. Terrifying ferocious might filled this heaven and earth. Fire, lightning, poisonous mist, waves, all sorts of skills struck the canopy, colliding in the air, generating monstrous shockwaves that shook the heavens and earth with a rumbling sound, until the last angel was devoured by a blockhead. A voice came from above the 9 heavens. The camp battle is over. Start settling the rewards. All the beasts, before they could react, Dao streams of light descended from the sky, gushed out from the ground, and scurried into the beings. Their breath surged, and the beasts' bodies were filled with an energy haze. Some beasts evolved to the next stage on the spot. Some beasts, their bodies became indestructible. Some beasts, skill runes shone brightly. The rewards were different, but they were all geared towards each beast's specialty. Lin Feng was similarly rewarded. This energy advanced his bloodline to 70%. It helped him complete the final snake tail section of his molt. Detaching himself from the snake molt, Lin Feng put it away and hissed up to the sky. Bai Jiao came from outside the oasis. Seeing his form, she nodded in satisfaction. It's still weak, but it finally has a hint of self-preservation. Weak? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. After revolving into the inquisitive body, he reached 311 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in diameter. The entire body turned purple, as if it was poured with amethyst, each snake scale showing as much as possible that it was defying the odds. Now this hardness. Nuclear weapons are difficult to hurt him a little bit. Snake neck on both sides of the meat wings, the length of 10 meters, through the indestructible sharp tail hook and head of black and pink 2 unicorns. Indestructible. Relying on this beast body alone, it was enough to compete with the divine body. If added to that, the 5 temporal skills he had mastered, when the divine body touches him, there is only one way to die. Is this still weak? As if he could sense his inner fluctuations, The corners of Bai Chi's lips rose slightly. You think I'm belittling you? Without waiting for him to speak, she continued. After a ferocious beast steps into the sacred body, it will open up a more advanced evolutionary route. We call it the life leap. Life leap? This word was already the second time Lin Feng had heard it from her mouth. Another kind of energy? Bai Jiao. Every life leap is equivalent to the beast body condensing once. I call this process condensation. It's the same as the way your boss snake boils down. You should know better than me in this regard. Lin Feng gave an undeniable smile. He only heard the white snake ad. The level of life not only determines the strength of the beast's body, its energy capacity, and the length of its life, it's also about the limit on the path of evolution. To a certain extent, all current foreign beasts, ferocious beasts, including beastizers, when it comes down to it, there is a mismatch between their combat power and their realm. Mismatched? Lin Feng was stunned. Related to life levels? That's right. Bai Jiao nodded. During the ancient times, a single sacred body phoenix could crush 100 present-day sacred body phoenixes. Isn't it incredible? Seeing him nod his head, Bai Chi smiled faintly. Taking you as an example, why is it that you, an inquisitive body, can battle a sacred body with force with your beast body alone? Beast body boiling? Lin Feng suddenly realized. Bai Jiao's eyes showed his approval. During the ancient times, ferocious beasts with sacred bodies could travel the stars with just their beast bodies. Now, you let them leave the blue star to try it out. As long as they dare to step into the starry sky, they will immediately be eroded to death by various substances. That's why all the ferocious beasts nowadays are all flashy and unrealistic catalysts. Hypnotized products? Lin Feng pondered. He messed up? Bai Jiao smiled meaningfully. The moment life is threatened, as long as it's an intelligent being, it will try to do everything it can to protect itself, so he can't be blamed. If it was just a guess before, now after hearing these words from Bai Jiao, Lin Feng was basically certain. There were powerful beings with a sword on the neck of the heavens. In order to save himself, he was fooling around at all costs. This was insanity after his life had been threatened, trying to fight for a ray of hope by doing so. That's why he did everything he could to boost the strength of all the creatures of the blue planet, shortening the process that originally took several years to a year or even a few months, and set up a scheme to trap and kill the angelic one. But can this way of pulling up seedlings to grow really help him? Also, just what kind of existence would make him this urgent? There are too many. Bai Jiao's gaze was ghostly. Blue Star is an extremely special world, and he can constantly breed origin energy. The world is divided into 9 levels, and the Blue Star's level 5 great world from 10,000 years ago was 50 times the size of the current Blue Star. The Blue Star of that time was filled with all kinds of ferocious divine beasts. There were as many divine beasts with perfect bodies, if there were no surprises. According to this evolutionary trend, coupled with the special circumstances of the Blue Star itself, the Blue Star would surely end up becoming a level 9 world. However, he was too greedy. In order to curtail this evolutionary process, he encouraged beings to invade other worlds. In the end, the coordinates were exposed, attracting the covetousness of all the worlds of the heavens. Countless powerhouses from the heavens and the world stepped through the stars to kill. That battle left the starry sky devoid of light. The star river was shattered. Countless ferocious beasts and divine beasts were corpsed across the starry sky. Later, Blue Star was defeated. All the ferocious beasts and divine beasts were detained or exiled. The heavens and the worlds utilized spatial passages to penetrate the Blue Star and then continuously extracted their origin. The Blue Star was used as a nutrient pool for them. This time lasted for hundreds of millions of years. Unwilling to be reduced to a blood bag, he secretly created the Sandstone Realm, cultivating a group of ferocious creatures. He wanted to use them to cut off the spatial channels connecting the heavens and the worlds. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, did it work? Bai Jiao nodded with a smile. Successful. That's why the Blue Star had Pangu opening the heavens. The myth of Nuwa mending the sky. But the price was also quite heavy. All the world body fierce beasts and divine beasts all died in battle. The Blue Star was traumatized a second time, and he fell into a deep sleep until half a year ago. Primordial body, mature body, complete body, ultimate body, divine body, super god body, perfect body, world body. This is the evolutionary system. After hearing all this, Lin Feng finally realized the origin of the heavenly transformation. Many doubts were solved in his heart, but more questions also sprouted. Where did you learn about these things? Racial memories. Bai Jiao did not hide it. The first generation of White Snake, along with Torrent Snake, had assisted Nuwa in mending the heavens. My clan's inheritance records many secret stories. She didn't go deep on this topic. The Blue Star restarted, and the neighboring angel world arrived first, which means that other worlds, too, will soon make a comeback. If the hairs don't survive, the skin will. If we, the beings who are dependent on him, want to fight for a chance of survival, the only way is to help him capture the other worlds. Lin Feng looked at her meaningfully. This is what he means? The world is the foundation. We are the bricks and stones. Bai Jiao smiled ebulliently. If he collapses, we who are dependent on him will only die. As the world tumbles, all beings fight to survive. No one can stay out of it. Lin Feng didn't refute her words, unless he evolved to the point where he could swim in the stars. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Feng looked up at the sky. The camp battle is over. His next step should be to launch a general attack on the angelic world, right? He had plotted this time to pit at least a few 100 million angels. This was an excellent opportunity. There was no reason for him to miss it. Bai Jiao gave an undeniable smile. It's time for you to leave. But before that, you have to cave with me first. The red mist on her body surface spread like water, gradually covering the entire oasis. Lin Feng froze slightly for a few seconds, and in the end, he couldn't bear to reject her passion. A beautiful woman throws herself at you and you push her out. Only sick people would do that. Normal men were. Eat it up. 3 hours later, Lin Feng was refreshed and said goodbye to Bai Zhen, then rushed out of the oasis without stopping. It wasn't that he wanted to leave. Rather, he had limited all the Blue Star Fae and Beastifiers to leave the Sandstone Realm within 3 hours. After that time, they would be trapped in the Sandstone Realm. Lin Feng crossed the oasis, joined the Phoenix, and together they left the Sandstone Realm by following the spatial gate. The stars were shifting. Blue Star, Shenong Mountain. After coming out of the spatial passage, Lin Feng explained a few words to the Phoenix and then ran non-stop to the outskirts of Mount Shenong. 1 hour later, after meeting up with Ning Evening Chiu and the girls, Lin Feng switched his human form and found a secluded place to communicate. In a bamboo forest, the warblers were flying, the grass was green, and hundreds of flowers were growing. Ning Evening Autumn's few people listened to him talk about the Sandstone Realm. The angelic world has, this time, lost so much. Even if he doesn't send out his troops, they won't let up. Jiang Qingzhu had a wise gaze. Having suffered such a big loss, could angelic King Badono endure it? Even if she could endure, he would not miss this opportunity. So next, it was bound to be the final battle. Lin Feng hummed. So next, we have to raise your strength first. This time, the beastizers that came back alive from the Sandstone Realm, and the alien beasts had skyrocketed in strength. In comparison, the few of them were too far behind. You really think we haven't grown? Ha! Ning Evening Chiu, who was lying in his arms, slowly raised her head, her peach blossom eyes smiling. Perhaps you guys are in there and haven't gained as much as we have. Don't forget, we have Qingzhu, the fortune-telling roar, plus my Nine Tails clan's unique boiling technique. Do you think we'll be inferior to others? Lin Feng froze slightly and stared at the few of them for a while, his brows slowly furrowing. Improving so fast, you guys didn't boil your beast bodies? Jiang Qingzhu shook her head, entering the second stage. After the Vajra body, no matter how much we simmered, the beast body never half improved. After discovering this half a month ago, we originally wanted to contact you, but we were afraid of disturbing you, so we could only use the energy we devoured to push the blood crystal to evolve first. Hearing her words, Lin Feng suddenly realized. Earlier, Bai Kai had told him that the Boss Snake's 6 refinements were in addition to his own clan. Other foreign beasts could only evolve to the second stage at most, unless one played poker with him, with the help of his blood. Otherwise, even if they grasped the complete Dharma, they would stop short. This kind of thing sounded a little hard to understand. However, it wasn't outrageous because the blood of the Boss Snake clan, quenched by the power of time and space for a long time, contained a strengthening function. When he told this reason, the eyes of the 3 women changed. The gazes were like torches, looking at Lin Feng's scalp. What do you guys want? They were so scary. Their greedy glowing eyes were like a pack of hungry wolves. Want. Ning Evening Chiu was close to the water, taking the lead in the attack. The wind and rain wavered. This wild storm raged for 3 days in a row. It blew until not an inch of grass grew. Lin Feng walked out of the bamboo forest physically and mentally exhausted. He had always prided himself on his excellent card skills. He had lost everything in this gambling game. Little husband, do you need to boil a pot of medicinal soup to make up for you? Ning Evening Chiu smiled coquettishly. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and from her tone, he could hear the odor of provocation. In the past, he would have punished her severely. But now, it wasn't that his brother wasn't powerful, it was that they were too ferocious, especially Ning Evening Autumn. This nine-tailed skyfox, the watchful eye of their clan, was truly powerful. Swallow lick eat brother. Whenever Ning Evening Autumn performed this natural skill, Lin Feng could only surrender. It was so fierce, but these 3 days, under his feeding, the beasts that had stopped evolving had once again started moving forward. The spiritual plants he had brought from chaos had all been used on them. The effect was quite amazing. Walking out of the bamboo forest, Lin Feng devoured a few spiritual plants to replenish his body before switching his beast body to roll the three of them. The wind was gusting and he rocketed up into the clouds. "You can fly?" On the snake's head, Nine Phoenix was astonished. Lin Feng humphed. After revolving into the inquisitive body, the pair of fleshy wings on his neck were no longer for show. Combined with the power of space, not only could he soar through the clouds, he could even travel through space. "We'll be able to ride you all the time from now on." Hearing Ning Evening Chio's words, Lin Feng spat out his snake letters. "Didn't we get ridden by you guys every day before? Also ha." Meanwhile, the angel world, Badono on the throne, that beautiful face, was as gloomy as water at the moment. All 500 million clansmen were buried in the secret realm, becoming nutrients that nourished the growth of the enemy. This battle report made her heart drip blood, but it was also understood that this was a conspiracy against their angelic race. The mastermind behind it was none other than him, King. It can be seen from this incident that he has awakened and is in the process of repairing himself. An eight-winged angel stepped out of the queue and respectfully knelt on one knee. "We can't wait any longer. We should immediately gather a large army to capture Blue Star." The other six-winged and eight-winged angels, one after another, stepped out of the queue to request to go to war. Angel King Hatano pondered for a moment. "The spatial barriers are not yet broken. Only six-winged warriors of our clan can enter the Blue Star, and it is difficult to traumatize those lowly creatures with this kind of combat power." She knew deep down that after this time, the strength of the Blue Star beings must have risen quite a bit. This was his promotion of the Blue Star beings with 500 million of their angelic races beings. With this hatred, Portnoy could not wait to eat him alive. However, the Lord of a World on one side was not something she could fight against at all, unless it was the Angel World's boundary lord who stepped in. But he, too, had not recovered from the trauma of that year. Thinking of this, Hatano spoke once more. "To fight or not to fight, let me decide after first conferring with my lord." At the beginning of the Angel World's descent, she thought that with her clan, it would be enough to level Blue Star. Who knew that he of the Blue Star was so cunning, putting a protective film on himself beforehand to block angels with 8 wings or more from entering, and then dug a hole for them, killing 500 million warriors of the Angel clan. This wave of losses caused her to not dare to blindly send troops to the Blue Planet again, deeply afraid of being counted by him again. Dismiss the meeting. Angel King Badono left the Great Hall and went to find the Lord to communicate. Blue Star, South Sea Base. This place had already begun to take on an orderly scale. Let's not talk about the others first. But the item of strictly forbidding switching beast forms after entering the city could force the beastizers to comply. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the officials was already strong enough to deter all the petty criminals. Rules represented stability and prosperity. Lin Feng took the 3 girls with him, and after accepting a machine scan at the city gate and verifying his identity, he walked into this newly named Lingxiao city. The streets were clean and there were tall buildings on both sides. Many places were still under construction. However, it did not affect its prosperity. The beastizer who switched to human form once again chose to use transportation to get around. Walking through the streets of cars, Lin Feng had the illusion of returning to the days before the heavenly change. South Sea Base. There are a total of 12 cities. The names of the cities are taken from the white jade capital in the sky. 5 floors and 12 cities. Ning Evening Chio, who was holding his right arm, said in a soft tone, "In order to build these cities, Elder Yen spent a great deal of energy collecting a large batch of various materials from the ruins of various previous cities, but currency-wise, changing to blood crystals and spirit plants." She blathered on. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled after hearing this. The work of a mirror. When the war resumes, everything will be a waste of effort. It was impossible for him to make this world revert back to the technological age. For him, it was degradation. Unless it was possible to research a weapon that could blow up a planet with a single shot. In one fell swoop, it would step into a high-tech civilization. But is this possible? With Blue Star's current technology, not even a first-class civilization, how could it create that kind of weapon? So this world will only be able to follow his will to evolve. At least there's a centralized place. Ning Evening Chio laughed softly. Even if it's just a place for recreation, it's at least a support. Lin Feng laughed without saying anything, and after walking for a while, he saw a building that was more crane-like. What is that place? Looking at where he was pointing, Ning Evening Chio had an odd expression. Open Sky Building. Lingxiao City's top clubhouse. The attendants inside are all angels, as well as some cat-eared nymphs with weak combat power. Rabbit girls. Interested? I'll take you in for a rise. If this was 3 days ago, Lin Feng would have nodded his head. However, after 3 days of farming, he was now in a sage moment. So there really wasn't half an interest in this aspect. The clubhouse that the dog got? That's right. Ning Evening Chio nodded her head. Not only does this bitchy dog play with flowers, it also has a great business mind. It captures the psychological needs of men, and has made Open Sky House a thriving and profitable business. Don't you underestimate this stall business. The blood crystals and spirit plants that are credited every day are no less than that. Watching her stretch out 2 fingers, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. 220,000. Ning Evening Chio licked her lips. Although it's basically all 1-star spirit plants and blood crystals from mature bodies, but there's a lot of quality in a small amount. Wow. You don't have to fight to the death to earn your money. This kind of business definitely attracted people's eyes. But even though the dog was cheap, it was so good at humanizing the world that even Lin Feng had nothing but praise for it. This dog calf, it pulled Yan Lao into the gang. With the official endorsement for it, who would dare to find it in trouble in Lingxiao City? In addition, the group of piggy friends it had gathered around it were also quite extraordinary. All of them were bestializers who had gotten their hands on a ferocious beast evolution program. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. I raised a dog. It's not too much to pluck some meat out of its mouth, right? Although ants were small, they were still meat. Wow. Jiang Qingzhu was the first to speak. It's not excessive. Not slaughtering it for stew is already an extrajudicial favor. Let this dog thing take some benefits to honor its master. It is its obligation within its duty. Can talk? I like it. Lin Feng threw her an appreciative look. First wife, let's find a place to land first. Then you call the dog and tell it to come over and pay tribute. Otherwise I'll slaughter it. What I want, you must give. If you don't give it, I'll kill you before I rob it. This was by Jiao's dominance. Ever since practicing the concave divine skill with her, Lin Feng had also picked up a trace of her habits. Ning Evening Chio nodded and was about to speak when a boom came from the sky. Electricity flashed and thunder roared. Black clouds like ink rolled in the air. A misty, cold voice resounded through the heavens and earth. His voice rumbled, resonating with the thunder and lightning in the sky, carrying a monstrous pressure. It deterred all beings from bending over in fear. The world protection membrane is cancelled. Effective immediately, the realm war begins. You can choose to take over the angelic worlds, or you can choose to lie flat and let them slaughter you. After 3 sentences, he once again silenced his voice, clean and clear, carrying out the forcefulness that God deserves. The heavenly vision disappeared. Once again, the angelic world was reflected in the eyes of all beings. Lin Feng realized that the membrane that lay across the middle of the 2 worlds was gradually fading. The spatial barrier was about to dissipate. The battle of the worlds had begun. Countless people were discussing this matter. Ning Evening Chio looked at Lin Feng. Are we going? Must go. Lin Feng's pupils were glowing with golden light, translucent with a bloodthirsty luster. Since he opened his mouth, no one can refuse. Those who dare to go against it will definitely be chastised in the future. Lin Feng was mentally prepared for this. It was just that he didn't expect that he would be in such a hurry. From this behavior of his, it could be seen that there wasn't much time left to give Blue Star. Other high-grade worlds were about to follow. North Sea, a ferocious beast that couldn't be stewed in a pot leapt out of the sea. The black water rose and turned into water mist that struck across the sky. This Kuan Pang with a volume of 521 meters flapped its wings. The choppy sea surface instantly raised 100 feet of waves. It raised its voice to the sky, and with a slight vibration of its wings, it rolled the boundless waves up into the clouds. The seawater formed a whirlpool, like a whirlwind rushing straight up to the sky, and one after another of the great ferocious creatures fought their way through the water. They followed the Kuan Pang's pace and rushed towards the angelic world with murderous vigor. South Sea, a Xuanwu with a body wrapped around a snake's tail and a volume as high as 516 meters surfaced. Seawater drooped down from its body, instantly turning into water mist and dispersing. The glistening white mist covered dozens of miles around. Rolling waves of water held its lofty mountain-like body floating in the air. Sons, follow me into battle. Fishwife, Yokong fish, winning fish, Ran legacy fish. Various ferocious beasts followed behind it. Shenong Mountain, a body length of 526 meters, head like a dragon, born with 2 horns. A 4-legged, fully scaled and armored centipede pit viper scurries out of the ground. Between the landslide, where is my bird? It tilted its head and roared as a green bird flew out from the depths of the mountain. The centipede viper's beast shrunk and leapt onto the bird's back. The green bird soared into the sky, its chirping echoing through the mountains, only to see one big bird after another flew out from the deep mountains, carrying one fierce beast with a shrunken body after another. They took off. 10,000 Beasts Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, 10,000 Bone Plains, deep forest after deep forest, 10,000 beasts traveled, led by their big brothers. They soar into the sky. Those that can fly carry those that can't. Then together they rush up to the 9 heavens. These beasts reacted quickly. It was as if he had notified them in advance. Now at the command, the Beast Kings led their troops to attack. A murderous aura filled the heavens and earth. The human side was slightly slower to react. It was only after an interval of 2 hours that some beastizers responded to the call. This time, not only am I going to kill angels, I'm also going to snatch 2 female angels back to warm my bed. Brother, can you afford to eat? I sell medicine. Do you want to buy 2 bottles of divine oil? I'm buying angels. Brother, you help me bring back a female angel. How much you say? All sorts of voices rang out all over the world. But there were also many bestializers, cowering within the cities and doing nothing. A city covered in greenery. A certain building entwined by vines suddenly cracked open. A figure surrounded by black smoke scurried out from the cracked building. He was like a cannonball rushing up into the sky, rolling with boundless black smoke. He crushed through the sky and struck the canopy with sonic booms. This was a corpse puppet. No, this statement is incorrect, because in this form, he had already left the category of corpse puppet. His body was close to 10 meters, shriveled like dead wood, with a single rune branded on the surface of his gray skin. These runes were dense and tiny, releasing a creepy fury. His face was covered in green scales, and his black smoking mouth had fangs exposed. He had a unicorn horn on his head and a third eye on his brow. The speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Surprisingly, it's a Ho Ching. Lin Feng's eyes flashed when he saw this thing. Ho Ching? Ning Evening Chio was stunned. There really are zombies, ah? But didn't the internet say that the 4 great ancestors of zombies were all fantasized by recent generations? Then you think the dragon, is it real? Lin Feng asked a rhetorical question, and then continued afterward. Of course, this one isn't really a Ho Ching yet. At best, it's a corpse puppet that obtained the Ho Ching's evolutionary program. But this thing does exist for real. Previously, at Shinnong Mountain, he had slaughtered a, hopefully, corpse puppet that was expected to evolve into a drought demon. Plus, he had taken a lot of scriptures from the White Drought. Knowing this world, many unknown secrets. In the previous life, those corpse puppets that were reduced to bottom leaks. In this life, a creation was arranged by him, promising to evolve into the ancestor of zombies. That's also right, Hanning Evening Autumn nodded. So what do you say? Will the other 3 show up? They should. Lin Feng looked towards the sky. The shadows of the beasts were blocking. It was vast. Countless ferocious beasts covered the sky and the moon, crossing the void to kill their way into the angelic world. A great battle was about to start. Angel World. The dome cracked open. It was like an abyss across the sky, and colorful energy was spat out from it. Between the empty churning, one ferocious beast after another drilled out from the slit. The roars of the beasts burst out, echoing in the sky above the angel world's Aga city. Damn it, these beasts are simply bold. How dare they attack our angel world? Quick, follow me to meet the enemy. Kill. One after another 6-winged and 8-winged angels rushed up into the sky. Those 2-winged and 4-winged angels followed closely behind. The number of them was vast. In the past, they might really be able to stop them. However, nowadays, they couldn't stop it. The 8-winged angel that bore the brunt of the attack just flew up into the sky before it was swallowed by the transformed serpent that poked its body out of the clouds. This human body and snake-tailed transformed snake was 521 meters long, with a 2-star divine body elegance. It killed this 9-star ultimate body's 8-winged angel in seconds. In this scene, the blue star side cheered, on the side of the angelic race. However, the liver and guts of the angelic race were split apart. Blue star's group of lowly creatures. How could a divine body appear? Quick! Merge! One angel chattered and beeped as it recited an incantation. It also danced in the air. Not to mention, the dance was quite beautiful, especially those female angels merging process. The picture was so explosive, seeing many animalized people's nosebleeds. They wailed, "Brothers, what's our slogan? Kill male angels, rob female angels. Then what are we waiting for? Charge!" One ferocious beast after another swooped down from the heights. Some of those who couldn't fly, but were eager to eat hot tofu, directly jumped from their good brothers' backs. "Brothers, I'll charge first. Wait for me while that female angel on the left. I'll reserve it. Then I'll mess with the one on the right." Right side? Bro, the angel on the right seems to be a male. A guy? That's even better. The best thing about me is that I welcome men. Little angel. Little flying stick coming. A rare amethyst mantis came swooping down from the clouds. Its 423-meter beast body giggled strangely after pouncing on a male 4-winged angel. "Uncle will take you to see the goldfish." Scram! The angel struggled, and in return, the bird's wings were broken. With heartbreaking screams, it was dragged into a forest by the amethyst mantis. More miserable screams came, accompanied by amethyst mantis yowls in the meantime. "I've just captured a few demons." "Hey, I've captured a few demons. Stab it through the sky avenue wide and broad." The amethyst mantis side was not the key point. The key point is the war in the sky and on the ground. An eagle with a volume of 368 meters landed on the ground after landing from the sky. A rat with blood-red scale armor on its back jumped down on its back. It was densely packed. After these rats landed and ran wildly for a few moments, the beasts' bodies grew larger. Like an inflatable baby. Ah shucks. Like it was inflated and surged against the wind. Each of them instantly exceeded 200 meters in size. Thousands of gold-eating rats started digging holes around Aga City. 3 minutes later, Aga City collapsed. Lowly beasts, go to hell. An 8-winged angel burst into fury and flew out from the ruins of the city rolling in boundless green light. It mouthed the incantation, Ubada Aganda Smita. The green light on its body spread out like water, like a green ocean surging through the sky. The poisonous gas was creepy, but right at this moment, a phase willow that was 512 meters in size, with 6 skulls and snake bodies, swooped down from the sky. The Shangliu tore through the poisonous mist in the sky and curled its tail around the 8-winged angel. The 6 heads bit into the angel and tore it apart. Blood splattered. A gold-devouring mouse clad in red scale armor with a size of 499 meters drilled out from the ruins, and after seeing this scene, it was so angry that it wailed, "Good old Lou, all you do is mess around all day. This is my fucking prey." Sagittarius wolfed it down and giggled after eating this 8-winged angel. "It has a wife. I'll go capture it and pay you back." "You're testing me with this?" the gold-devouring mouse exclaimed. "I have to say, you're a fucking good judge of character. Hurry up and go catch it. My big knife has long been hungry and thirsty." "Got it." Shangliu rushed into the sky and flew up. The two of them are from the same hometown, carrying guns together since childhood. The relationship is good. Shangliu can evolve to this point, which has part of the credit of the gold-devouring mouse. So it never, ever looked down on this little old brother who was just a foreign beast. On the contrary, every time behind it to support it. Just like this time, for fear that the gold-devouring mouse would be injured by the 8-winged angel. Shangliu couldn't wait to step in. His own little brother must be protected. Knowing that the gold-devouring mouse has the bones of Jianan and inherits the legacy of Wei Wu, Xiang Lu hurriedly began to act. Outside the city, a snake tail wrapped around the body of the beast ringed with a water circle of Xuanwu. Stepping on the ground to walk, the mountain shook the ground. Behind him, the monstrous water waves, like cloth swaying in the wind, swirled with the sound of clattering and shocking waves. "Little friends, quickly dodge. I'm going to zoom in." Its voice traveled in all directions. Those who heard it fled. Within a 100-mile radius, all the foreign beasts shifted their positions in an instant. Those sparse angels, seeing their opponents turn and flee, shifted their targets to charge at Xuanwu. In response, Xuanwu grinned. Had 2A. It spat out its mouth. It transformed into a monstrous wave, and 100 feet of waves swept through the heavens and the earth. It was like a flood that crushed through the earth and impacted the canopy. The group of angels that flew over were all swept into the water waves. What's even more terrifying is that this water is poisonous. It corrupted when touched. Ah! The angels flailed in the water and screamed miserably, turning into white bones and sinking to the bottom. The water vapor floating on the surface of Xuanwu's body became even more dense. The blue light around its body glowed, and its aura became as thick as a mountain. "It's still you, brother turtle." 1/999. Out of the storm. A winning fish flew in and hovered above Xuanwu's head. Another Ran legacy fish came riding the waves. "Brother turtle, there's a 12-winged angel over there. We can't handle it." I'll come upon hearing about the 12-winged angel. Xuanwu's mountainous and lofty beast body soared into the sky like a cannonball. Layers of water waves churned beneath its feet, holding it up straight into the clouds. At this time, a phoenix cry came from the sky. A phoenix with golden flames and a volume of 499 meters crossed the dome of the sky. Old Mother roasted a few angels to give you guys a boost. Golden flames erupted from her mouth like a golden waterfall, burning the earth wherever she passed. The golden flames were boundless. Touching it would surely lead to death. Even an 8-winged angel couldn't carry it. Sister Phoenix is here. Phoenix is awesome. My goddess style is even more charming when she launches her power. Phoenix's lickers, upon seeing her, crashed their opponents with one blow. After praising them, they continued the fierce battle with the merged 12-winged angel. Old Me's goddess is here. I have to go protect her, so I won't play with you. The water Qilin's eyes glared as blue light surged around its body. The water mist of the canopy above his head rose and condensed into a long blade. Chop! The great sword crossed the sky and chopped at the 12-winged angel opposite it. Waves of air tumbled. The sky seemed like it was going to be chopped through by the blade. Under the terrifying might, this 12-winged angel immediately drove up a golden light. Fire! A fire lance of thousands of meters hung above its head and slammed into the great sword with a furious momentum. There was a clang. The sword and spear collided. Water and fire erupted. Layers of chi swept in all directions under the energy impact. It was like two small mushrooms exploding. The berserk power tore through the sky, and some of the angels and foreign beasts that couldn't avoid it were crushed into blood mist on the spot. Rumble! The musket exploded. The water knife was as powerful as a bamboo, chopping straight down from the sky, carrying boundless might, standing hard on the 12-winged angel. With a giggle, the angel that couldn't avoid it was split in half on the spot. After all, it was a synthetic product. How could it possibly compare to a complete water qilin? After killing the 12-winged angel, the water qilin's pupils glowed with blue light, only to see the angel's body explode, and under the pull of a force, it gradually condensed into a blood-red crystal. The water qilin rolled this crystal and grinned. Phoenix sister consumed quite a lot just now. Take this crystal to replenish her body. It flew up in the air and chased after the direction the phoenix had left. Battle fires filled August City. Wave after wave of angels arrived from other cities to support. Before they even reached the battlefield, they began to merge. 2 wings synthesized into 6. 4 wings synthesize into 8. 6 wings synthesize into 10. 8 wings synthesize into 12. One synthetic angel after another ran into the battlefield, as if adding fuel to the fire, prompting the battle to become even more intense. The blue star's side similarly did not pull across. Far away, there were constantly flying birds, carrying beasts that hadn't yet mastered the skill of flying up into the sky. There were even animalizers, carrying tanks and cannons, charging directly into the angelic world. Every second, thousands of lives withered. Then they were served on the dinner table to fill up the enemies. On the battlefield, there is no need to worry about running out of energy. Eating while killing is like carrying countless blue bottles. 2 worlds pouring in. It's like a feast, and you don't have to pay for it. The prerequisite is that you have the strength to eat. Otherwise, you'll be the one who gets eaten. The mountain crumbles. The ground cracked. The gold-devouring Mouse King jumped down from the female angel. Sorry to have given you a fright. The female angel's eyes were empty, completely numb. At this time, a sound of breaking air came from overhead. It was voluminous. The gold-devouring mouse leapt forward in a hurry. Handful after handful of energy broadswords descended from the sky, densely piercing through the earth. The female angel was pierced through on the spot. The gold-devouring mouse was knocked away by one of the broadswords. As it flew backwards, it opened its mouth and spat out a black mist. The energy broadswords that continued to come whistling were all corrupted after touching the black mist. This was the natural skill of their clan, possessing the ability to decompose any element. Kill my maid? Die for me. The gold-devouring rat stabilized its stance before pouncing on the 8-winged angel. It was the same ultimate body, but the angel was a synthesized product. It was really difficult to compete with the gold-devouring rat king in terms of combat power. The 2 sides fought to the death, and in the end, the gold-devouring rat bit off the 8-winged angel's head and used it as a dish to feast on. Situations like this were being staged everywhere. Some people of nature, after catching a female angel, play with it first and then kill it, or sell them to the bestializers who acquired angels in the battlefield. Of course, there is no lack of some female beastizers, or female alien beasts, playing with male angels. After all, playing poker with angels was something that could strengthen the beast's body. This kind of benefit, no one could resist. South of August City, a white skyfox born with 6 tails. Her 423-meter-tall beast body was covered in pink mist. Her 6 tails swayed in the air, and between the opening and closing of her pink pupils, the opposite side of the several angels looked like they had been seduced, their eyes stagnant and full of demented looks. At this time, a bird song came from the sky. 9 phoenix quickly swooped down. A road of wind blades swept through the sky. The several angels were dismantled. A rabbit-bodied, tiger-headed roar opened its mouth and sucked in, and all the blood mist in the sky was swallowed into her stomach. The golden light of her 451-meter beast body became even brighter. Seeing this, Ning Evening Autumn and 9 Phoenix were not displeased. This was something they had discussed long ago. Each person would eat a wave. She and 9 Phoenix had already eaten. The speed of their evolution was just too fast. Lin Feng had been in the secret realm for a month, and their size had gone from over 200 meters, directly breaking into the figure of 400. On the one hand, it was because the devoured energy was all used in the blood crystal evolution. On the other hand, it was because Jiang Qingzhu, the daughter of Qi, had brought them a lot of chances. After harvesting a large wave of spirit plants, coupled with Ning Evening Autumn's boiling technique, it had prompted the 3 of them to advance greatly in strength. If Lin Feng had been slower for another month, they would have definitely been able to rush into the sacred body. Of course, this sudden advancement caused the path of evolution of their beast bodies to become even more difficult, unless they played poker with Lin Feng every day, sucking his essence blood to refine the beast body. Only then could they continue to evolve their beast bodies. Otherwise, they'll always be at the second stage. Vidra's body. Where did little hubby run off to? Ning Evening Chio looked towards Nine Phoenix. After entering the angel world, the four of them split into two. The three of them together. Lin Feng went alone. North. With my sister. Nine Phoenix finished speaking and lifted her wings and flew up into the sky. Dinner is served. Another wave of angels. She shot straight up into the clouds, rolling boundless wind blades and killing a wave of passing angels. A foxtail that scurried up from the ground. With a swift momentum, she was the first to curl around 6 of the angels. Between contractions, the angels that were caught in the coil burst. Jiang Qingzhu was also not willing to show weakness, and between the energy surges, a devouring force covered a few miles around. Before those 4 winged angels could react, they were all swept into her mouth. The 3 women joined forces, and their battle power was formidable. On the other side, Lin Feng was in a fierce battle with a 12-winged angel. Both sides fought until juice. Ah no! Blood splattered. The angel was whacked all over. There was a bang. A snake tail smashed into the angel, erupting with such force that it slapped her into a huge mountain. Rumble. The mountain collapsed and Lin Feng's snake pupil flashed with purple light. Under the coverage of spatial power, that area was instantly distorted, followed by another explosion. 10 miles of land exploded. The ground collapsed and the mountain fell. Berserk chi energy was like waves sweeping in all directions. Rolling dust and smoke dissipated. To the eye was a huge pit that was too deep to see the bottom. This void collapse move. It's a bit energy consuming. Feeling the remaining energy of the blood crystal, Lin Feng shook his head. Try to use this new skill as little as possible. After muttering, he charged north, crushing them along the way. As long as the angels were targeted by Lin Feng, none of them could escape his snake mouth. Until he met up with the phoenix. Hundreds of angels entered his mouth and turned into rolling energy to refine his beast body. Brother-in-law, are you really going to Angel King City? The phoenix landed on the ground, and the area of 1,000 meters turned into a sea of fire. The flames ignited. She transformed into an overwhelmingly beautiful woman and walked out in the flames, clad in a golden red phoenix robe. A winged phoenix was printed on the robe, surrounded by flames. She walked barefoot, her long hair flowing. That goose-egg face held a faint smile, graceful and elegant. Lin Feng retracted his gaze from her legs and looked at her stunning face. Since the war has been ignited, there's only one ending. We die, or we get killed by them. From the moment one walks into the angel world, there was no longer a choice. Take this world, or become the sustenance of this world. Phoenix also knew this. Hatano is the king of the angel world. Her fighting power is definitely stronger than these synthetic angels. It's a bit risky for the 2 of us to go. Why don't I call out a few more? She had always been steady in what she did, but anything that was risky would never be done. Fine, you go ahead and shout. I'll go ahead. Lin Feng didn't want to delay. How strong was Angel King Badono? He had a number in his heart. What Lin Feng was truly afraid of was that he of the angel world, but if he really dared to make a move, he of the blue star would never stand by coldly. This was what Bai Jiao had told him. While the 2 worlds were tilting and the beings were killing each other, the wills of the worlds were likewise competing in secret. The strength of each world he depended on the origin, as well as the beings that the world birthed. The angel world was too barren. After searching the mountains and rivers, not even a single spiritual plant could be found. The will of such a world was limited in how strong it could be. With him backing him up, Lin Feng wasn't really afraid. He only wanted to rush into the king city first. Let's see if there's a treasure trove or something. Let's fish it out first. Even if there isn't, it's not bad to fill the void of the angel king. Fill in the blanks. Definitely need 2 people to do it together to make it exciting. It is said that the king of every world has had an affair with him. Although Lin Feng doesn't have a prime minister's look, he has inherited a hint of Wei Wu style, but he also inherited a hint of Wei Wu style. Then be careful. After I gather my helpers, I'll immediately go over to you. Okay. After separating from the phoenix, Lin Feng shot up into the sky, soaring through the clouds, weaving through the clouds at a height of 10,000 meters. The speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. A few times, he instantly moved across tens of thousands of miles. From afar, a grand and magnificent royal city was seen standing in the clouds. The city haunted by channels of golden light was so large that it was impossible to see. Giggling, a sword light chopped in. The wind rose up and the clouds surged. Lin Feng dodged to avoid it. The sword light crushed through the sky, stirring up boundless winds and waves. A cold voice echoed through the clouds. King City ahead. Animals are forbidden to pass. The golden light in the sky flowed through the clouds, gradually condensing into an angel. It carried 10 wings on its back, and when it gently flapped, a fierce wind swept around it. Between the water mist churning, the sky drizzled. The 10-winged angel bathed in golden light was majestic. A pair of golden pupils stared indifferently at Lin Feng. An inquiry body dares to break into the king's city. An animal is an animal. It's really stupid and ignorant. Have you ever heard of it? Clang clang clang? Lin Feng's eyes teased. What was a clang clang? The angel froze. The next second it understood. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared, a snake tail poking out of the void and viciously smacking the angel. There was a clang. The golden light on its surface exploded and its body flew backward 100 meters. Lin Feng, who had disappeared into the void, quickly shuttled to the front of the angel, and the snake tail once again probed out of the void and slapped at its body. Again, there was a clang. The next image was a bit brutal. He slapped it around like a ball. The sound of clangs echoed through the clouds, until the angel exploded and turned into a sky full of blood mist. Only then did Lin Feng stop and opened his mouth wide to suck it in. The blood and flesh entered the mouth and turned into monstrous energy. Not everyone is qualified to be a roadblock. Some, it could only be a motorcycle. After swallowing this 10-winged angel, Lin Feng saw a large wave of angels flying up from the distant royal city. They were clad in battle armor, and they were as powerful as rainbows. Obviously they were going to support the front line. Lin Feng's body flashed, tearing through space to vanish into it, avoiding this wave of angels. It wasn't that he was afraid of them. It was mainly because he didn't want to waste time. Instead of tangling with them, it would be better to spend this time on the Angel King and teach her the rod technique a few more times. Inside the king's city, a grassy, watery path. Black light flickered, forming a vortex. Lin Feng's cave exited. The beast's body shrunk to just 15 centimeters as he weaved through the water mist, rushing straight into the end of the path. There was a waterfall dropping down high in the sky, washing over the magnificent, tall walls. The water mist filled the air. Lin Feng walked forward on the wet pavement. This city was a bit of a Western European style. I heard that group of lowly creatures from the Blue Star swarmed into our world, and the Aga city side has fallen. How can that be? With those lowly creatures, how could they possibly break through Aga city? I'm not sure exactly, but the king has already mobilized his troops around, and the king's city guards have already departed earlier. On the streets, one after another 2-winged and 4-winged angels walked on the streets. They gathered together in groups of 3 or 5, like a plate of food, placed on the dining table. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the grass on the side of the road, looked at them and swallowed his saliva. If you swallowed all the angels in the entire king city, I should be able to advance 20% with the 4th stage of evolution of my beast body, right? He wasn't sure. The energy required for the amethyst body to step into the 4th stage was too huge, and there was still the need to boil down the skill runes and condense them into law crystal cores. The energy needed would require at least 500 million 4-winged angels. The angelic king city. There were definitely more than 500 million of them. Explore the bottom first. Know the depths and then act. Well, that's it. Lin Feng was about to pull back when a voice came. By the king's order, from now on all mana in this store is free. Mana? What the hell? Lin Feng was curious. At this time, an angel spoke. It seems like the frontline war is indeed imminent. Even the queen is willing to supply mana that's comparable to a 7-star spiritual plant. In the midst of their discussion, Lin Feng listened with one ear. Mana, a purely natural liquid bestowed by him of the angelic world. The energy it contained was comparable to a 7-star spiritual plant, and a single drop could make an angel with less than 6 wings evolve to the next stage on the spot. Good treasure. Lin Feng stared through the leaf slits, staring straight at the opposite side of the road. That high-flying store. In front of the store, more and more angels were gathering. Lin Feng quietly slipped to the back door, drilling in through that small crack in the window. He hid in the shadows and watched the busy angels in the store, realizing that they would go to the 2nd floor after every batch of mana they distributed. The warehouse was on the 2nd floor. Lin Feng looked thoughtfully at the entrance that was covered in a film of light. The power of space surged and he suddenly disappeared. Also at the instant he disappeared, the 10-winged angel that was busy in front of the counter jerked back to look over. Lord Caleb, what happened to you? Nothing. The 10-winged angel Caleb shook his head, the color of suspicion in his eyes dissipating. You guys continue to be busy. 2nd floor. Lin Feng appeared out of thin air, feeling the surging energy permeating around him. He squinted his eyes cozily. So cozy. He looked sideways at the sparkling jade pool on his right. Colorful haze flowed across the surface of the pool. Is this the mana? The jade pool, 2 meters in diameter, was filled with turquoise liquid. Taking a sniff, Lin Feng felt his entire body's cells cheering. It was good stuff. His eyes were filled with greed and his snake head probed into it, but it was bounced off by a film of light. The next second, a light shadow rose from the pool. The churning energy around it boiled up like water. The light shadow slammed his fist. Lin Feng's snake head shot forward. The unicorn horn smashed the light shadow's fist, smashing it in the process. Shameless little thief. Die. A murderous voice came from the first floor. Lin Feng opened his mouth and sucked in, swallowing all the mana from the pool into his stomach. Then the beast expanded. It transformed into a behemoth and burst the entire store. The jade pool crashed down. Angel after angel flew up from the ruins. The 10-winged angel in the lead stared at Lin Feng with cold eyes. To be able to sneak into the king's city, you vile, inferior creature, you do have a few skills, but you should never, ever come here to steal from me. Hand over the mana, and I'll leave your body intact. Otherwise, I will definitely skin you today. Lin Feng swept his tail over. The tail hook that was suffused with black light crushed through the long sky, setting off boundless chi. Caleb's figure flickered, easily avoiding this strike. But those angels behind it weren't so lucky. A dozen or so four-winged angels, seeing the serpent's tail sweeping over, gathered energy to cast their skills. However, it was of no use. The purple serpent tail was unyielding, and after exploding their skills, it landed on them like a bolt from the blue. Bang bang bang, blood rained from the sky. They didn't even have time to cry out in misery, and their souls returned on the spot. Caleb was furious when he saw the scene. You're miserable. You're hopeless. This is where you will be buried today. Not to mention, it really had the courage to say this, because the angels in this area had all taken to the air. At a glance, they were densely packed. Countless angels hung in midair, bathed in various colors of haze. They were staring at Lin Feng with vicious eyes. It was as if they wanted to eat him alive. They had stabbed the angel's nest. Lin Feng coiled up in the ruins and spat out his snake letter. You guys, come on together. How dare food provoke the cook? Eat them all.